Let me introduce you guys to a real academic ace. A dude who saw math as the absolute truth of his life after graduating. This guy Chen Luo had been hard at work teaching kids for years. And after exactly 5 years of dedication, a promotion was right around the corner. And yet, after just nodding off once while proctoring an exam, he got a one-way ticket to another world. Chen Luo's soul transmigrated into the body of a student named Blair. Ironically, the original Blair's math skills were a complete disaster, and he was even known as the class's resident idiot. The moment he woke up in his new body, Chen Luo was called up to the board by his teacher Brittany to solve a problem. And from the crowd's reaction, he realized that this world totally worshipped math, with a fanatical devotion. However, their skill level was pathetically low, because the problem Chen Luo had to solve was just calculating the sum of numbers from 1 to 100, a problem that on Earth even a grade schooler would know the shortcut formula for. Yet in this world, everyone only knew how to painstakingly add each number one by one. This very fact sparked a crazy idea in Chen Luo's mind. With his knowledge, wasn't he basically the unrivaled god of math in this world? At this thought, he suddenly got super excited and quickly accepted the fact that he had transmigrated, starting a new life as Blair. He was about to head back to the classroom to show off his math genius again when he suddenly bumped into a girl. What's worth mentioning is that they both fell in a super awkward position. Chen Luo scrambled back a few steps in a panic, muttering, "Oh my god, what kind of luck is this?" Then he offered a hand to help the girl up. "I'm so sorry. That was my fault. Are you okay?" But unexpectedly, not only did she not appreciate it, but while frantically fixing her dress, she screamed, "It's you again!" Chen Luo asked blankly, "Do I know you?" "Of course I do. At the welcoming ceremony for new students, you were the one who crashed into me. And we fell in the exact same position, totally humiliating me in front of the whole school. I remember your face perfectly. This time you're even bolder, daring to intentionally set me up. You shameless perv!" Hit with a storm of accusations. Chen Luo just froze, unable to process what was happening. It seemed the original Blair had already made an enemy of this girl. And now he and Blair's body had accidentally become the one to take the blame for the mess he'd left behind. "Look, first of all, I had absolutely no intention of setting you up. And second, to be fair, you were the one who bumped into me first, right?" Chen Luo tried to reason with her, but it was clear she wasn't having any of it. She just let out a roar. Then her hands quickly formed signs as she chanted a spell to summon the fire element. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh, thinking this girl had some serious delusions of grandeur. But unexpectedly, just a few seconds later, an actual blazing fireball formed in her palm. To his horror, the flame grew bigger and bigger, aimed straight at Chen Luo, the guy who had just made fun of her, ready to take the full force of the attack. It was in this life-or-death moment that he suddenly remembered something super important. "Damn it, Chen Luo. You idiot, you've been reincarnated. This is an Isekai, so of course a world with magic is totally normal." Holy crap, that's right. He had really been reborn into a world of swords and magic. From now on, forget the name Chen Luo. He was Blair now, and the biggest problem was how to avoid being turned into a roasted chicken by that fierce girl's fireball. The fireball was hurtling toward him at lightning speed. But Blair was a complete blank slate, knowing nothing about magic to defend himself. In this situation, with his life hanging by a thread, there was only one way to save himself. The guy used all his brainpower and performed a perfect 90-degree bow, groveling for forgiveness from the lioness before him. Although it was a little humiliating, a smart guy knows when to back down. And saving his own neck was the top priority. And just as he expected, his tactic worked instantly. The girl stopped and pulled back the hovering fireball. Even so, she was still obviously pissed off. "You think a simple apology fixes everything," she grumbled. But Blair had no energy to stand there and listen to her go on. The moment his opponent pulled back the fireball, the guy bolted for his life. As he ran, Blair felt totally bewildered and confused. Why in the world would a weird place like this exist, where both science and magic could coexist? He just kept running with no sense of direction. Suddenly, a splitting headache hit Blair, making him dizzy as the world in front of him went black. He collapsed to the ground, and at that very moment, the memories of the body's original owner came flooding in. It turned out that Blair came from a prestigious noble family, with a father who was a famous general. But ever since the day he died on the battlefield, his family's fortunes took a nosedive, forcing them to struggle just to make ends meet. Blair's mother even had to work extra jobs, putting up with all kinds of gossip from other people. As for Blair himself, he was a very responsible kid. Before long, he got accepted into the Donatus Green Academy, news that filled his mother with so much joy and pride. Blair worked his butt off, burying himself in his books with a single goal in mind: to restore his family's name to its former glory. But ironically, he had absolutely zero talent for magic, and couldn't even cast the most basic fireball. Because of that, Blair became the laughingstock of the entire class. They made fun of him for being a dirt-poor noble, saying he was even worse off than their servants. Some called him a talentless loser who'd get kicked out sooner or later. Others ragged on him for being terrible at math, figuring his family was too broke to afford a tutor. They even said that if it wasn't for the empty noble title his general dad left him, he wouldn't have even been qualified to set foot in Donatus Green Academy. Someone even viciously pointed out that Blair's black hair and brown eyes were the only ones like that in the whole city of Pau, hinting that he was probably just some mixed-blood mutt. Little by little, Blair was drowned by these nasty insults, making him see himself as a total failure, talentless in both magic and math. And then fate stepped in, letting the soul of a math teacher transmigrate into his body, starting a completely new chapter in his life. And so we get this new version of Blair with Chen Luo's soul inside. Just then, Blair was snapped out of it by a classmate's voice, and he recognized her as Jasmine, his classmate and the first person he met right after he got here. Jasmine seemed like a nice girl, and was also the only one in class who never joined in on making fun of him. "Hey, Blair, magic theory is next. Are you okay?" Jasmine looked genuinely worried seeing him passed out on the ground, and reached out a hand to help him up as she asked. "Yeah, I'm fine," Blair replied. A warm feeling spread through his chest when he realized someone actually cared about him. After absorbing all of the original owner's memories, his feelings got super complicated. But from that moment on, he decided to live a full life in this new body and carry out all of the last owner's unfinished wishes. And so in the magic theory class that followed, Blair listened to the lecture with a level of focus he'd never had before. In this world, magic is split into 4 main elemental systems, including earth, fire, wind, and water. All types of magic are based on these 4 elements, and it's magical aptitude that separates mages from regular people. Here, both magic and math play super important roles. And Donatus Green Academy is one of the most prestigious magic academies in the kingdom. Mages use spells or hand signs, channeling their mental power to control the magical elements and create all kinds of spells. To successfully cast magic, you need to have talent. Yet in the whole class, it seemed like only Blair was actually paying attention. The reason was the professor was just reading word for word from the textbook. As soon as the bell rang, the students swarmed out like they'd been set free, leaving the teacher behind looking a little disappointed. Just as he was packing up his books to leave, Blair rushed over and said, "Excuse me, Professor. I have a quick question. If you don't have any talent, is it really true you can't create even the tiniest spark of magic?" The professor could only look at Blair with sympathy. "I'm sorry, Blair, but you've asked this question many, many times, and my answer is still the same. Without talent, it's impossible to even sense and control the tiniest bit of magic." And because of this very question, Blair once again became the butt of the joke for his classmates, who were already heading out the door. They turned back, surrounded him, and started making fun of him. "Ha ha, look, our magic genius Blair is daydreaming again. Always acting like the hardest working student in class. But for what, without talent, you're just useless forever. Hey, Blair, if you can't graduate, don't worry. Just come work at my dad's manor. I'll put in a good word for you." One after another, their mocking whispers felt like a nasty wave threatening to drown Blair in humiliation. The situation only calmed down when a big friend named Toby showed up and came to his rescue. From the original owner's memories, Blair vaguely remembered this guy. Toby seemed to be Blair's only friend in this class, and from what he just did, it was clear their friendship was something special. After helping Blair deal with the crowd, Toby took off. Blair then noticed his classmate Jasmine hanging back, looking hesitant like she wanted to say something. It wasn't until Blair asked her directly that Jasmine hesitantly passed on a message from Miss Brittany, saying she wanted to see him in her office after class. After Jasmine left too, Blair was all alone in the huge classroom. He couldn't believe it. How could a body living in this world of magic have not even a single spark of magical power? Blair refused to accept being a failure. So he decided to try using the magic theory he had just learned. He started mumbling the spell for a fireball. But at first there was absolutely no reaction. The silence left Blair super disappointed, even making him mutter something self-deprecating. But then out of nowhere, just about 2 seconds later, a small flame suddenly sparked in his palm, and to his shock it grew bigger and bigger. The fireball was even bigger than the one cast by that arrogant girl from this morning. A sight that left Blair completely stunned. Blair stared hard at the fireball dancing in his hand. This was totally unbelievable. This body was supposed to have zero magical talent whatsoever. Still not believing it, he decided to try it a few more times just to be sure. The result was the same every time. It was a perfect success, and he even felt like it was ridiculously easy. Lost in playing with the fireball, Blair suddenly remembered his appointment with Miss Brittany. He hurried over, but the scene that greeted him the moment he opened the office door left Blair so stunned he almost froze on the spot. He had to admit the teacher's figure was a total masterpiece. "Ah, you're Blair, right? You're finally here. Sorry about this. I have a weird habit of standing up to solve problems." It wasn't until Miss Brittany sat down that Blair managed to catch his breath and calm his pounding heart. "I'm sorry I'm late. Ma'am, was there something you needed me for?" Blair still didn't dare to look up at her. His eyes were glued to the floor. Miss Brittany smiled, pointing to a nearby desk with some paper and a pen, and told Blair to take a seat. The teacher gave Blair a math problem, asking him to add up the numbers from 1 to 79 while she stepped out for a minute. She even told him not to rush and to take his time. But Brittany had barely taken a few steps when Blair confidently announced the answer was 3,160. The teacher was instantly stunned. She rushed over, put her hands on Blair's shoulders, and asked in an astonished voice, "How did you do that? Even I would need a lot of time for that calculation. Have you seen this problem before?" "No way. I just picked the number 79 at random." Faced with a storm of rapid-fire questions from the teacher, Blair was in a really tough spot. Not sure how to explain. Should he confess that he was a transmigrator, and that in his old world, this kind of math was basically elementary school stuff. Seeing Brittany's expectant look, Blair really wanted to satisfy her curiosity. He started to explain, I noticed your method is to just add each number in order. That way isn't just time-consuming. But it's also super easy to make a mistake. The fact that you can get the right answer that way is actually incredible. It's really admirable. Of course, deep down, Blair really just wanted to say one thing. The level of math in this magical world was unbelievably bad. But saying that out loud would make him seem like a total freak. So he just swallowed the words he was about to say. Brittany, still confused, asked, But isn't that the only way to do it? Faced with Brittany's curiosity, Blair smiled. Of course not, miss. And then he started to explain his method. First, you need to find the pattern. Take the first number and add it to the last number. Then take the second number and add it to the second to last number. If you keep pairing them up like this, each pair will add up to 80 with only the number 40 left over in the middle. So the complicated addition problem gets simplified into multiplying 39 pairs of 80 and then just adding 40. Brittany was clearly smart. She understood immediately, and her eyes lit up with excitement. She couldn't believe Blair could come up with such a genius method. But he didn't stop there. Blair even generalized it into the formula for an arithmetic progression. The whole complex logic was packed into one elegant and simple formula, leaving the young teacher frozen, and so stunned she almost fell over. Even Blair himself didn't expect that elementary school math from his old world could cause such a huge culture shock for a scholar in this one. It took a long while for Brittany to compose herself, and she asked with a trembling voice, This method, did you come up with it yourself? Blair just replied humbly, You could say that I did? Blair awkwardly scratched his head, thinking to himself that no one in this world knew who Gauss was anyway. So even if he took credit for the formula, the teacher would never know. Miss Brittany was silent for a few more seconds. Then suddenly she grabbed Blair's hand tightly. Her voice filled with emotion, she said, Blair, you are a true genius. If you agree to go deeper into this research, your future will be absolutely limitless. Brittany's praise was a huge deal, but unfortunately Blair's mind was currently glued to the stunning curves right in front of him. Brittany immediately took the opportunity, inviting him to walk the path of a great mathematician. But luckily he managed to stay clear-headed enough to refuse firmly. He had already dedicated his past life to mathematics. In this life, Blair's dream was to become a great mage. The disappointment was written all over Brittany's face, but she quickly composed herself and kept trying to persuade him. But you realize you have an extraordinary gift for mathematics. This is a blessing from the goddess of wisdom. We can't let it go to waste. Then she delivered the final blow. Besides, from what I know, young Blair, you have absolutely no talent for magic at all. Brittany used every argument she could to sway Blair, but his will was as solid as a rock. His desire to become a mage in this life was unchangeable. To be honest, with the level of math in this world, Blair was confident that by just casually throwing out a few advanced theorems, he could become a world-famous mathematician easy as pie. But in the end, all that knowledge was just something he'd learned in his past life. The intellectual legacy of mathematicians from another world. In contrast, the allure of magic in this world was way more powerful, far surpassing the empty title of a mathematician. Seeing her student so determined, Brittany decided to make a bet because the magic exam was just a few days away. This exam was the make-or-break test for staying at Donatus Green Academy, and anyone who failed would be expelled immediately. For that reason, she proposed a bet. If Blair could pass the magic exam, she would never interfere with his chosen path ever again. On the other hand, if he failed, Brittany would use her position as a teaching assistant to get him a special exception to stay at the academy. In return, Blair would have to completely give up magic and focus only on studying math with her. When she made this offer, Brittany was totally confident she already had it in the bag, since the entire academy knew that Blair had absolutely zero talent for magic. However, she had no idea that the Blair of today wasn't the Blair of the past, and this bet was destined to end in a humiliating defeat for her. With everything settled, Blair left the teacher's office. Honestly, Miss Brittany's persistence was a little annoying to him, but he also understood that for a math geek like her, discovering a genius like Blair would obviously get that kind of reaction. Blair had no intention of losing the bet, so he rushed back to his room to focus on studying magic. But on the way, lost in thought, he accidentally bumped into someone. This familiar scene, this familiar feeling, there was no mistaking it. It was that hot girl again, and she had clearly bumped into Blair first. Yet the second she realized it was him, she immediately raised her hand to throw a punch. But then, maybe deciding a punch was too light of a punishment, she started chanting to summon the fire element. Except this time Blair was way more experienced. He didn't wait for her to finish the chant and had already bolted. This young lady's name was Isabella, and she was also here today to see her teacher Brittany. As soon as she entered the office, Isabella looked super ticked off. It wasn't until the teacher started the conversation that Isabella started complaining about her bad luck of running into some jerk twice in one day, and she even swore that if she ever saw him again, she would definitely use her fireball spell to burn him to a crisp. But that wasn't the main reason Isabella came to the office today. The thing was, yesterday Brittany had also given her the problem of adding up the numbers from 1 to 100, and Isabella had struggled for half the afternoon to find the answer. She was super smug and proud of her own problem-solving speed, believing her ability to solve the series was almost as fast as her teachers. If it had been yesterday, Brittany might have showered Isabella with praise. But unfortunately, after today, Isabella's achievement wasn't a big deal anymore because Blair had solved the same problem in less than 1 minute. How could he possibly solve it so unbelievably fast? Impossible, Isabella muttered, the shock clear on her face after hearing what Brittany said. Who is Blair? Why haven't I never heard that name before? Brittany insisted it was true, and that he had used a method so completely new that even she had never seen it before. With that, Brittany began to explain Billy's solution to Isabella in detail. The more she listened, the more stunned Isabella became. How could a student come up with such a mind-blowingly genius method? As soon as the shock wore off, Isabella was fired up with determination, firmly telling her teacher that she wanted to meet this boy named Blair. Seeing the eager look in her student's eyes, Brittany couldn't bring herself to say no, and told her which class the math prodigy was in. And then Isabella appeared, kicking the classroom door open. She strode confidently to the front of the class and shouted, "Hey class, which one of you is Brian? Tell him to drag himself out here to see me." The moment he saw Isabella, Toby broke out in a cold sweat because who didn't know about this notoriously feisty senior? Not sure why she was looking for Brian, Toby was about to speak up when he felt a sharp pain in his leg. It turned out that Brian, who was hiding under a desk, had just pinched him. Toby immediately got the hint and quickly told Isabella that Brian had just stepped out. Hearing this, Isabella was obviously not happy. "Fine, when he gets back, just tell him I was looking for him." Toby could only nod his head like crazy. Only after the classroom door was slammed shut in anger did Brian dare to crawl out from under the desk. He immediately became the center of attention, of dozens of pitying stares sending a chill down his spine. "Hey Brian, you need to come clean. What on earth happened between you and senior Isabella? Isabella? Was that girl's name Isabella?" Brian asked blankly, his head still in the clouds. Toby's expression got super serious. "Hey Brian, let me ask you for real. Besides reading and working your part-time job, do you pay attention to anything else at all? Do you even know who senior Isabella is?" Just looking at Toby's grim expression, Brian's face paled with fear before he even heard the answer. "Hey man, don't scare me. So who is she anyway?" Brian imagined she was the daughter of some shady family or a similarly terrifying power. But nope, according to Toby, she was simply the goddess of all the guys at school, the campus idol admired by thousands. Toby was afraid that once her massive fan base found out Brian had ticked off their goddess, he would never be left alone. Hearing this, Brian let out a sigh of relief. After all, this was the prestigious Sandonato's Academy. Those obsessed fans couldn't just do whatever they wanted, seeing his friends. Still not getting this situation, Toby's face darkened. "So you at least know you're at Sandonato's Academy, huh?" "Then tell me, where is Sandonato Academy?" "Baker Street," Brian answered cluelessly. "And where's Baker Street, Pow City?" he answered, still totally chill. Toby let out an exhausted sigh. "Before I was only half sure you were playing dumb, but now I'm positive you're actually clueless. Listen up. Senior Isabella's dad is the lord of this city, Pow. Yeah, at this point, only an idiot wouldn't be freaking out. Brian was no idiot. And he knew he'd totally just dug his own grave. He instantly looked like he was about to cry. If I run over there right now, get on my knees and beg her to forgive me, would that even be enough before Toby could even think of a plan?" Their chat had already been overheard by some nosy people. "Daring to mess with Senior Isabella? I guess you don't care about your spot at this academy anymore. Then again, with that trash magic of yours, it's not like you were gonna last long here anyway." Annoyed, Brian turned around. The guy who just dissed him was some blonde dude. Using this body's memories, Brian recognized him as Ban, a bully, who always picked on the weaker kids in class, and his favorite target was the old Brian. But when he thought about it, what Ban said wasn't totally wrong. That's because this academy had other subjects besides magic like math, history, and philosophy. Even if a student couldn't graduate as a mage, they could still become a scholar and get just as much respect in the kingdom. But since this was a top academy and the kingdom, daily magic training was a mandatory requirement for every single student at Sandonato's. Because of this, all students had to pass a magic skills test to become sophomores. Anyone who didn't meet the standard would be expelled on the spot. Normally, this test wasn't supposed to be hard, and pretty much any student could pass it easily, but the old Blair was a rare exception. A guy who didn't have even a single shred of magical talent. So for him, the sophomore magic exam was basically a death sentence for his future at this prestigious school. Luckily, the soul of Chen Luo showed up at just the right time, totally rewriting Blair's destiny with some crazy twists. Lost in thought, Blair accidentally ignored Ban, who was running his mouth next to him, which made him furious. "Hey you, are you deaf or what?" Ban furiously slammed his hand on the table and growled, "What a disrespectful punk!" He then shot a glare sharp enough to kill right at Blair. That last crack about his parents really crossed the line. Before Blair could even react, his boy Toby wasn't just gonna sit there and take it. "Ban, are you looking for a fight?" Toby's tone and stance made it clear he wasn't kidding. But the jerk was dead set on making things worse, determined to humiliate Blair in front of everybody. "Toby, this has nothing to do with you. Does it? Blair's my bro, so his problem is my problem. If you want to go, this giant body of mine is more than ready." When it came to a brawl, Ban was definitely no match for Toby. So as pissed as he was, he had to suck it up, but not before throwing out a threat that he'd get him back with interest next time. Blair couldn't help but feel touched. looking at his big buddy Toby, who usually seemed kinda goofy and flaky, but when it really mattered, he proved he was a super loyal friend. Blair walked over and happily slapped the shoulder of the good bro who just stood up for him. Toby, you really are a good bro. So if Isabella comes looking for trouble later, you'll have my back and protect me. Right, for sure. When that time comes, I promise I'll punch you as lightly as I can. Hearing this, Blair froze for 5 seconds. If he could turn back time, Blair would take back the 2 words. Good bro, he just said. For the next couple of days, he tried his best to dodge Isabella. And then a few days later, the big magic exam finally started. The task this time was super basic. Each student had to skillfully cast a fireball spell. This was considered a beginner spell, so the test was basically just a formality. The specific requirement was for students to stand at a designated line and then use the fireball spell to hit a target on the other side. Ban was the first one to be called up. Gotta admit his fireball spell was executed perfectly. As soon as he finished his part of the test, that jerk didn't forget to shoot Blair a smug and taunting look. Blair, you better enjoy your last moments at this academy. Toby just wanted to run over and smash this loudmouth's face in. But before he could do anything, it was Toby's turn. He managed to cast the fireball spell too, except his was tiny with almost 0 power behind it, making it pretty much on the same level as the old Blair's. Luckily, that weak little fireball still managed to hit the target, so Toby barely passed. The last person on the list was Blair. But the teacher who knew all about this particular student knew he had no talent and didn't want to embarrass him in front of the whole class. So he decided to just announce that all the students in the class passed the test. But before the teacher could finish talking, Ban shot his hand up to object. Excuse me, Professor Anthony, I think you forgot someone. Our dear classmate Blair hasn't had his turn yet. Getting called out so obviously by a student, Professor Anthony couldn't cover for Blair anymore. He stroked his beard and asked awkwardly, So Blair, you want to take your test? Before Blair could even answer, B's lackeys burst out laughing, starting to clown on him as a useless loser who couldn't even cast a dinky fireball spell. It wasn't just the kids in his class. Nosy students from other classes also gathered around, all hyped to watch Blair become a total joke. The sharp-eyed Toby realized the bullies just wanted to get a rise out of Blair and humiliate him in front of everyone, so he told them they should just dip. But they had no idea the Blair of today wasn't the same weak kid he used to be. Besides, he'd secretly mastered the fireball spell a few days ago. It would be stupid to pass up a golden opportunity like this. But the jerks still thought Blair was just fooling himself, hoping for some kind of miracle. Because of this, they laughed even harder, drawing a bigger and bigger crowd of gawkers all ready to watch the drama go down. The commotion even caught the attention of a curious Miss Brittany. Eventually, Mr. Anthony himself had to step in to get the rowdy students under control. Deep down, Mr. Anthony really respected Blair, and started chanting the incantation he'd practiced for days. The thing is, he had already figured out he could cast magic without any hand signs or chants. But to fit in, Blair decided to play along, reciting the incantation super clearly exactly like it was in the textbook. The second he finished the chant, nothing happened. The bullies totally cracked up, sure that Blair had made a fool of himself again. But just a second later, a huge fireball started forming between his palms, and it was way bigger than anyone else's. Then it shot toward the target with insane force, causing a massive explosion. Everyone there was so shocked their jaws hit the floor. When the shockwave died down, the super tough test target was just a pile of ash. Even though he was totally shocked by what he saw, Mr. Anthony kept his cool and announced that Blair had passed the test with flying colors. The bullies were just shocked into silence, staring at the pile of ash where the target used to be and muttering to themselves, "No way, this can't be real." Probably the happiest person right then was Toby. He had to rush over and threw his arm around Blair's neck, celebrating like crazy. "You little punk, you totally surprised me. You were holding out on me." The two friends' happiness didn't last long, though, because Mr. Anthony called Blair into his private office. This was totally understandable for a guy like Blair to suddenly pull off such an amazing performance on test day. Any teacher would be suspicious. Blair didn't know how to give a believable explanation either. So he just made up an excuse that he'd just been practicing really hard from the textbook every day and got lucky enough to suddenly cast a fireball. After hearing this, Meister Anthony thought about it for a few seconds, thinking that this was all just too miraculous. After all, magic is considered a gift from the gods and the ancestors, who established a way to connect with the elements through specific chants and gestures. A person with zero talent is considered to be abandoned by the gods. People like that were already super rare, and Blair used to be one of them. For someone who was abandoned by the gods to suddenly get their blessing and be able to use magic like he did was an even rarer event. Not to mention the fireball Blair cast today was way beyond his classmates in both power and speed. Based on this performance, Mr. Anthony believed he had the potential to become an amazing mage. Hearing this, Blair suddenly got a weird sense of déjà vu, like he'd been through this somewhere before. Wasn't it just a few days ago that Miss Brittany had used the exact same sentence structure to convince him to study math? Mr. Anthony, thanks for the compliment. When I first got to this world, I was really interested in magic. But right now, I'm more focused on getting back to my own world, Blair blurted out. It was only when he saw the totally confused look on his teacher's face that Blair realized he'd said too much, and he quickly tried to change the subject, saying he must have had his head buried in magic books lately, which made his brain a little fuzzy and caused him to say all sorts of crazy stuff. Hearing his student admit he loved to read Anthony wasn't mad at all. In fact, he was actually pretty happy because it showed Blair was trying way harder. That world you mentioned, maybe you read about it in the Legends of the St. Magus, right? Speaking of the title St. Magus, it's really something else, which couldn't help but make Blair super curious, since it seemed to be the highest level of fame a mage could ever reach. Legend says there were once Saint Magi with world-shattering power who could master spatial magic and tear through space-time itself to travel to a totally different world. But those are just fairy tales in the end. Nowadays, people are sure of one thing. The gods created only one world, and no other worlds exist at all. What did you say? Did you just say a Saint Magus can really tear through space to get to another world? Blair quickly asked again, his voice full of hope. The moment Anthony nodded yes, a new ultimate goal lit up in Blair's mind. Sir, I absolutely have to become a Saint Magus. After the intense magic exam was over, Blair finally got a few rare days off. But instead of chilling, he totally used that time to grind through almost every magic book in the Academy's library. Blair's goal was now crystal clear. He needed to become a Saint Magus, rip through space-time, and get back to being his real self, Chen Luo. It was through all this hardcore research that Blair got a way better understanding of the magic world, where mages are split into 7 different ranks starting with beginner, intermediate, and advanced, then moving up to Great Mage Magus and Grand Magus, and finally the absolute top tier, the Saint Magus. Among them, the rank of Saint Magus is still a total legend. Their insane magical power is only known from what's written in ancient records. No one has ever seen it with their own eyes. And a super important detail mentioned over and over in tons of books was that a Saint Magus could use spatial magic to travel between worlds. Even though most mages nowadays think other worlds don't exist, and that spatial magic is just a myth for someone like Blair who had actually transmigrated spatial magic was definitely real. It was his only shot at getting back home. But unfortunately, Anthony was one of those people who didn't believe in spatial magic at all, so Blair knew he couldn't get any more info out of his teacher. Just then, a voice called out, "Still got your nose in a book this late. Get back to work. This library isn't a hangout for slackers." Lost in his thoughts, Blair was startled by the familiar voice. It was the librarian giving him a not-so-subtle hint. He then realized he'd been sitting there for way too long. He quickly got up and started shelving books and cleaning up, but the workload was insane, forcing Blair to work his butt off all night just to get it done. He never expected library duty to be this tough. The next morning, Blair had to drag his exhausted butt to class. The second he pushed the door open, the noisy room went dead silent, leaving only quiet whispers about what happened yesterday. The rumor was that Blair had summoned a massive fireball during the exam, one that was even stronger than Anthony's. Tons of people who used to look down on Blair had now done a complete 180. Now they were looking at him with total respect, thinking he'd been hiding his real power all along. Others realized that if you actually looked, Blair was pretty hot. While a few gossips started spinning stories about how Isabella, his upperclassman, had actually been into him for a long time, all the whispering from every direction was giving Blair a headache. He just wanted to get to his seat and crash for a bit before the teacher showed up. But when he got to his desk, Blair was shocked to see Isabella just casually sitting right there. In his head, he could only repeat one spell: "Invisibility, please work." He thought this basic invisibility trick would fool her, but it was totally useless. The second she saw Blair, Isabella immediately jumped to her feet. So he was the Blair that Miss Brittany had told her about. With Isabella coming all the way to his classroom, Blair knew he couldn't dodge her forever. So he planned to use this chance to explain everything and clear up any misunderstandings with the upperclassmen. But out of nowhere, Isabella didn't even give him a chance to talk, without a word. She immediately cast a fireball, determined to teach Blair a lesson he'd never forget. Caught totally off guard by the sudden attack, Blair was completely freaked out and didn't know what spell to use to defend himself. So he could only instinctively throw his hands up to cover his face. He silently prayed that the fireball wouldn't mess up his good looks. And yet, after waiting forever, Blair still didn't feel Isabella's attack hit him. Cautiously peeking through his fingers, Blair realized Miss Brittany had stepped in just in time, stopping her rampage. "Isabella, how dare you use magic inside the classroom?" A frustrated Isabella was about to accuse Blair of bothering her a bunch of times, but Miss Brittany clearly wasn't having any of it. She told Blair to come to her office, and for Isabella to come along too. After the 3 of them left, the classroom was dead silent. Most of the students started whispering again, wondering why Miss Brittany had called Blair away, but only Boz's face got dark, his bad mood totally obvious. Maybe he was still freaked out by the fireball Blair made during the last exam. In the office, Miss Brittany first gave Blair a chance to explain himself, and sincerely apologized to Isabella. With the teacher playing mediator, Isabella reluctantly dropped it, and then they moved on to the real reason they were there. It turns out that a few days ago, Miss Brittany had seen Blair's insane fireball performance during the exam for herself, and she admitted that she had lost their bet, keeping her promise not to make Blair study math with her anymore. But Miss Brittany was super curious about how Blair had pulled off such an incredible feat because it was a first for her. She had never seen someone with zero natural talent go through such a crazy transformation. Blair just replied humbly. I just got lucky. After saying that, he quickly tried to change the subject. Oh, by the way, Miss Brittany, can I ask you a question? All right, if you don't want to share, I won't push it. Go ahead and ask. I'll tell you everything I know. Blair then asked, Ma'am, to connect with the elements, do you absolutely have to use both chants and hand signs? Before Brittany could even answer, Isabella, who was sitting nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing, thinking his question was totally absurd. Because in this world, even a 3-year-old knows that only incantations and gestures are the key to connecting with the elements. Is it like that for all mages? Are there absolutely no exceptions? Blair didn't give up and kept pressing the issue. Seeing his serious expression, Miss Brittany decided to give him a detailed answer. From what she knew, no matter how great a mage was, they still had to rely on incantations and gestures to cast magic. The only difference is that the more talented a person is, the better they understand the elements, and therefore, the time it takes to connect is shortened. Besides, magic is considered a gift from the gods, and it's believed that the gods themselves taught their ancestors how to connect with the elements, through incantations and gestures, allowing magic to be passed down through many generations. As for casting magic without any incantations or gestures, that's an ability that perhaps only the gods themselves possess. Seeing Miss Brittany answer so seriously, Isabella burst out laughing again. Oh, Miss Brittany, you don't have to be so serious about such a naive question. Hearing her answer, Blair was totally bewildered because he could cast magic perfectly fine without any complex incantations or hand signs. His performance at the competition was just an act to seem normal. Could it be that because I'm a transmigrator, the gods of this world don't know what to do with me? This is the most basic magic knowledge. If you truly want to walk the path of a mage, it's best to thoroughly study and memorize the magical theories in the books, Brittany sincerely advised Blair. But that wasn't all. She had called him over today for something much more important. And with that, Brittany handed Blair a parchment scroll. While he was still confused, Isabella, standing nearby, immediately recognized it as the academic journal. It featured all the most prestigious and influential academic papers in the entire kingdom. However, the moment Blair unrolled the journal, Isabella glanced over and was nearly scared out of her wits by its contents. Because on the paper right next to Brittany's name was the name Blair. It turned out that it all stemmed from the formula he had blurted out last time. Brittany had worked day and night, researching and reasoning to complete it into a full thesis. And since Blair was the one who sparked the idea, Brittany decided to credit him as a co-author. Yet Blair wasn't particularly happy about it. A name on a piece of paper wasn't going to feed him. He would much rather have some cold, hard cash. The few silver coins Blair earned slaving away at the library each day weren't even enough to get by. As Blair was lost in thought, Brittany seemed to remember something. She went to her desk drawer, pulled out a pouch of money, and said that inside were 50 silver coins, the author's fee for the paper. Although these 50 silver coins were nothing compared to the academic glory she believed he deserved it. Hearing this, Blair's eyes lit up like headlights. To him, 50 silver coins was a massive fortune because Blair worked like a horse at the library and only managed to earn a mere 2 silver coins. He immediately pretended to politely refuse, but his hand was already holding the pouch open, waiting for Brittany to put the money in. Ma'am, at least half of the effort in this was yours. The problem was, Brittany was such a pure and innocent soul. She had no idea he was just trying to be polite. Hearing Blair say that, she honestly took out half, leaving only 25 silver coins for him. By now, it was too late for Blair to regret it. Just one slip of the tongue and 25 silver coins vanished into thin air. He really wanted to slap himself, but then he suddenly realized a new path to riches and quickly asked, By the way, Miss Brittany, does every paper published in the academic journal get a 50 silver coin author's fee? I've never really paid attention to that. But it is a work published in the academic journal after all, so a fee of 50 silver coins is pretty normal. Immediately, Blair saw a path paved with gold opening up before him, so he once again used his advanced mathematical knowledge from another era to show off a little. If last time Blair had suggested the formula for the sum of an arithmetic progression to Brittany, this time he boldly mentioned a geometric progression. Are you talking about Loss's puzzle? Loss's puzzle, who's that? Blair scratched his head in confusion. Could it be that some great sage in this world had already invented geometric progressions? Loss's puzzle is a problem posed by the mathematical sage Los. The story goes that Los had 7 wives, and each wife had 7 bags. Each bag contained 7 cats, and each cat gave birth to 7 kittens. Hearing Brittany's explanation, Blair's head started to spin. It seems early mathematicians, no matter the world, all love to create the same kind of mind-bending problems. However, in Loss's puzzle, the number of terms wasn't too large, so you could get the result just by adding them all up. But it would be a problem if the number of terms was much greater. A general formula is needed to solve the problem. Hearing Blair's explanation, Miss Brittany couldn't hide her excitement. So you can come up with a formula to crack Loss's puzzle? That's just my initial idea, Blair replied humbly. He had originally planned to give Brittany the complete answer a few days later to avoid standing out too much, but this teacher and was such a math nerd that she wanted to dive into the research with him right then and there. So Blair had no choice but to stay in the teacher's office. The two of them were hard at work on calculations, filling page after page with notes. And a few hours flew by in the blink of an eye. Even Isabella, who was dead to the world, was woken up by Miss Brittany's excited voice. This is unbelievable. Lau's difficult puzzle can be solved with just one formula. Blair, your talent for math is seriously on another level. Are you sure you don't want to pursue math research with me? Brittany's expression was even more hyped than when Blair had solved the problem of adding up numbers from 1 to 100. And even Isabella looked at him with total admiration. And just like that, Teacher Chen Luo's geometric progression formula channeled through Blair blew everyone's minds again, and his plan was slowly falling into place. The next day, Isabella was totally lost in thought. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that the stuff Blair talked about sounded like he was just quoting someone else. But in this world, no one had ever come up with formulas like that before. Lost in her thoughts, Isabella suddenly spotted Blair's back, a sophomore heading towards the juniors' building. She immediately figured Blair was up to his old tricks, probably planning to hit on some other girls. So this time, Isabella was determined to follow him and catch him in the act. But just a moment later, Blair completely vanished, while his real goal was, of course, not to bother anyone. He was just looking for the stone wall at the end of the juniors' building, the one Toby had told him about. This wall wasn't too high, and there were no guards, making it the perfect spot to sneak out of the academy. The reason Blair wanted to get out was because of Teacher Anani's advice that if he wanted to learn more about magic, he should check out the Magic Association in Pao City, a place that brought together mages way more skilled than his teacher. This was also the first time since he got isekai'd that Blair had seen the world outside the Donati's Green Academy with his own eyes, and the bustling scene in front of him got him super excited. For real, Pao City was way more popping than Blair had ever imagined. He went straight to the Magic Association, then carefully pulled a half mask out of his pocket. Even though Blair's current identity was a nobody, it was better to be safe than sorry and not blow his cover. As soon as he walked into the association's hall, Blair immediately realized how smart his decision to wear a mask was, because the person at the front desk was none other than his classmate Jasmine. She was probably working a part-time job here. But anyway, Blair told Jasmine he wanted to hire a magic consultant. She showed him the price list. 10 gold coins a month for an advanced mage, 5 gold coins for an intermediate mage, and a beginner mage cost 2 gold coins. Hearing Jasmine list the prices, Blair's head started spinning. Turns out the biggest problem in the world was being broke. 1 gold coin she mentioned was equal to 100 silver coins, while Blair's entire net worth at the moment was a measly 30 silver coins. Totally bummed out, he turned to leave. However, the sharp-eyed Jasmine noticed the guy was a little short on cash, so she suggested another option instead of hiring a magic advisor. That was to get a library card for the city's magic association, a total treasure trove of knowledge holding tens of thousands of valuable books on magic. You could find almost any magical knowledge here, even though it couldn't compare to having a private advisor guiding you. But its biggest perk was that it was totally free. Of course, Blair wasn't about to pass up this golden opportunity. So he nodded, but then Jasmine's next words almost made the poor guy spit take. So, sir, could you please show me your mage certificate? For someone like Blair, who had only made his first fireball a few days ago, where was he even going to get a paper like that? Seeing his disappointed face, Jasmine couldn't help but be surprised, because from the get-go, Blair had seemed interested in hiring a magic advisor. This made her mistakenly think he was already an official mage. She explained that to get a library card, you needed at least an apprentice-level mage certificate. To be eligible, Jasmine reassured him. Actually, getting an apprentice mage certificate is pretty simple, sir. For example, if you want to get a fire apprentice certificate, you just need to perform in front of the examiner and successfully cast the fireball spell 1 time to pass. Hearing Jasmine's suggestion, Blair's sinking heart once again soared with hope. However, Jasmine quickly warned him not to take the certification test today. The reason was that the examiner on duty, Mr. Andre, was crazy strict. The pass rate with him never went above 10%. And the number of mages Andre had failed was already over 300 people. Despite the warning, Blair was determined to take the test right away, since the opportunity for him to sneak out didn't come around often. Seeing this, Jasmine reluctantly led him to meet Andre. Inside the study were 2 people. One was a bald mage who looked super serious, and the other was an old mage with white hair and a beard. Blair's eyes scanned both of their outfits. The bald guy wore a dark red mage robe with 2 silver stripes. There was no doubt about it. This was a mid-level fire mage. Andre sat down leisurely, his voice calm as he asked, "What is your name and why are you wearing a mask?" while elegantly sipping his tea. Brian replied, "My name is Chen Luo. As for the mask, I was practicing my fireball spell a few days ago and carelessly burned my own face." "Oh, you managed to burn your own face. Your fireball spell must be something special." The old mage beside him commented, then muttered, "Chen Luo, what a weird name. Taking the certification test at your age, you'll probably be stuck as a beginner mage for the rest of your life." Hearing this, Brian finally understood why Jasmine had warned him not to come here today. This Andre guy was only a mid-level mage, but he acted so high and mighty, looking down on people. It was infuriating. According to standard procedure, a certification test has to be done in a dedicated lab. However, Andre looked down on Brian's abilities so much that he decided to hold the test right here in the study with just 1 fireball spell. Brian was a little hesitant about Andre's request. After all, he didn't want to wreck anything in this fancy room. But the other old mage spoke up, telling him to stop wasting time, because how could his pathetic little fireball possibly hurt Andre? Hearing that, Brian could only ask for permission to show off his humble skills. With that, he began to mumble an incantation. Andre looked at his form with disgust and yelled, "Stop, your hand signs are sloppy, and your chanting is too slow. You're not doing anything right." However, Brian completely ignored his insults, because to him, incantations and hand signs were just a cumbersome and unnecessary formality. A flame began to flicker in Brian's palm. Then it quickly grew, flaring up intensely before it transformed into a giant fireball, roaring as it shot straight at Andre. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, engulfing the entire room in a thick cloud of ash and dust. Jasmine stood frozen in terror. Through the cloud of dust, a few coughs could be heard, one of which was her own. The other cough belonged to the veteran silver-haired mage, who had just jumped in to block Brian's devastating attack. Meanwhile, the arrogant Andre was sprawled on the floor, his eyes wide with nothing but pure horror and fear. A few seconds later, Brian scratched his head and said, "My apologies. I thought everyone was ready, so I accidentally used a little too much power." After putting Andre in his place and teaching him not to judge a book by its cover, Brian easily received his Magic Apprentice certification. Along with a library card, Jasmine, unable to hide her excitement, quickly told him that it was the first time in her life she had ever seen a fireball spell with such terrifying destructive power. She insisted that pretty soon Brian would definitely become a great and famous mage. "Thank you. See you later, Jasmine," Brian replied sincerely. However, only after he was gone did Jasmine suddenly realize something weird. She had never told him her name, yet Brian knew it. Ironically, Brian himself had no idea that he had just let it slip. By now, Brian was in the library. The place wasn't just filled with books, but it was also packed with people. It seemed a lot of them also couldn't afford to hire a private tutor, just like him. Brian then picked out a few magic books to study. Jasmine definitely wasn't exaggerating. The collection of magic books here was way bigger than at the academy, and the content was much more advanced, especially the specialized books on mental power. The level of someone's mental power is the most important factor for determining a mage's rank. The stronger the mental power, the tighter the connection to the magical elements, and the power of the spells they cast skyrockets. And it doesn't stop there. Higher-level mages with superior mental power can even straight-up steal control of elements from lower-level mages. This is what creates an almost impossible gap between the different ranks of mages in a real fight. However, Brian felt that the theory of the 4 great magical elements written in the books didn't quite add up. After all, the level of science and understanding in this world was still pretty basic. All the mages believed that the 4 great elements weren't just the foundation of all magic, but also the source that created everything in the universe. They believed all other elements were made from combining the 4 great elements in specific ratios. Of course, from a modern science perspective, this viewpoint was totally ridiculous. On Earth, even a middle schooler knew that matter is made of tons of basic elements, and the so-called principle of the 4 great elements had absolutely no place on the periodic table. However, since magic elements actually existed in this world, Brian temporarily couldn't find a good scientific explanation for it yet. As the thought flashed through his mind, Brian suddenly shot up, startling the other readers around him. If it's possible to combine magical elements in this world, then could I create totally new magical elements? This wild idea made it impossible for Brian to sit still for another second, and he immediately bolted out of the library. He was eager to get back and immediately test the idea that had just popped into his head. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Andre and the veteran mage were sitting together. After getting totally wrecked by Blair, Andre, of course, couldn't just let it go. The problem was that Blair's spiritual power was obviously weak, but the power of the fireball spell he cast was insanely strong. What was even weirder was that even the experienced mage couldn't do anything to control the fire element Blair summoned. Both of them had a weird feeling that Blair was hiding something that was way over their heads. But of course, they never would have guessed that Blair was actually a guy from another world. As for Blair, he had quickly hopped over the low wall and got back on academy grounds. Luckily, the area was totally empty. This made Blair want to do his experiment right away. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and sure enough, he could feel it was there along with the flow of oxygen around him. When Blair raised his hand, he could even clearly see a faint stream of gas moving and gathering in his palm. It was the oxygen element that Blair had just gathered with his power. That invisible stream of gas slowly gathered in Blair's hand, forming a tiny sphere that you could actually see. Because he could see it, he wasn't sure if it was what he needed. Suddenly, Blair got a crazy idea. He then used his other hand to make a fireball spell and touched it to the gas sphere. On the first try, absolutely nothing happened. The tiny sphere of gas just vanished, and the fireball spell fizzled out instantly. But Bray wasn't discouraged. He decided to give it one more shot. And this time, the fireball and the oxygen sphere actually connected. Instantly, a totally insane explosion went off, and calling it horrifying doesn't even begin to cover its destructive power. All the windows of the nearby building shattered, and even the glass on Miss Brittany's desk broke into pieces. She quickly looked out the window, and, with her own eyes, she could see a whole section of the nearby forest was totally on fire. The guy who caused the explosion couldn't believe the power he'd just unleashed. Just a moment ago, if he had been even 1 second slower, he would have been toast. Now a giant crater was blasted into the ground. It was the aftermath of the explosion. Seeing this, Bray knew for sure. This was the phenomenon of complete combustion, a chemical process that happens with a ton of oxygen causing all the flammable stuff to get torched and mix with oxygen to make carbon dioxide water and sulfur dioxide. The complete combustion process unleashes all the heat energy from the fuel, which was the reason for that insane explosion. It seems the purity of the oxygen sphere Bray had just made was way higher than he ever imagined. Just as he was freaking out, trying to figure out how to clean up this mess, a loud voice shouted, "Hey, you, what happened over there?" Bray turned around and saw another student sprinting toward him. It seemed the noise he'd made was super loud. If that was the case, then other people had definitely noticed too. Without a second thought, Bray immediately turned and booked it, diving straight into the nearby forest. Even though he was a little scared of getting caught, Bray was totally stoked. What he did was reckless, but it looked like he had created something seriously awesome. The next morning, Bray showed up to class looking totally wiped. The second he saw him, Toby rushed over to get the tea. "Bray, did you hear something huge went down at our academy last night?" "You know about it." Bray knew darn well that like 90% of what Toby was about to say was his fault, so he quickly denied everything, claiming he slept like a rock last night and had no energy for gossip. And sure enough, Toby started going on and on about the insane explosion at the edge of the forest right next to the third-year students' building. Its destructive power was so huge that all the windows in the area shattered, and now the entire academy is freaking out, investigating the theory that a high-level mage cast a spell on school grounds. Toby shook his head. "Man, it's such a bummer you didn't get to see that crazy scene with your own eyes. It had to be a high-level mage or someone even stronger to pull that off." Toby kept rambling, then wondered out loud, "But think about it. Why would a high-level mage do something like that right here at the academy?" Bray shrugged and casually replied, "How would I know? I've never even met a high-level mage." Hearing Bray's casual response, Toby gave his friend a look of total disbelief. "What you're telling me you've never met a high-level mage before isn't Miss Brittany like totally a high-level mage?" This bombshell left Bray totally stunned, and he immediately decided he had to find Miss Brittany. As it turned out, the teacher was also looking for him to share some good news that the thesis on decoding Loss's riddle had been officially published by the Mathematics Society. In this issue of the scientific journal, because the idea for solving the riddle was Bray's, Miss Brittany was cool enough to list him as the first author. However, this honor was nothing compared to the real reason Bray was looking for his teacher today. He asked her seriously, "Miss Brittany, please take me on as your student and teach me math." Miss Brittany couldn't help but be shocked, because not long ago, Bray himself had said for sure that his only path was to become a mage. And yet now he was saying he actually wanted to go down the math path. "But I've also realized I'm really passionate about math. And I don't want to have any regrets later, ma'am. I even have this feeling that maybe in a past life I was just like you and got to be a math teacher." Bray was acting so determined. Like his life was on the line, but it was obvious his real goal was to get close to Miss Brittany, because she was a high-level mage. But the teacher wasn't suspicious at all. Brittany was just incredibly happy that her student had a change of heart. In fact, she was so overjoyed that she hugged him without a second thought. Even though Bray was in a kid's body right now, his soul was that of Chen Luo, a grown man. This sudden hug was so intense, it almost made the guy totally lose his cool and get a nosebleed. "All right, Bray. From now on, just come to my place every evening after class for math tutoring. With your natural talent, if you just really apply yourself, I'm sure you'll become a great mathematician." Bray quickly pulled away before he actually got a nosebleed. He quickly changed the subject. "Oh, by the way, Miss Brittany, besides the math stuff, if I have any questions about magic, would it be okay to ask you about those too?" "Of course, that's no problem at all." Having achieved his goal, Bray breathed a quiet sigh of relief and excused himself. Brittany didn't forget to remind him to come for his first lesson the next evening. But just as Bray's hand touched the doorknob, she suddenly called out to him, "Wait a second." Brittany's expression suddenly got serious. She was quiet for a few seconds, and that short pause was long enough to send a chill down Bray's spine. "Bray," she began, "I'm wondering, are you just using learning math as an excuse because you really just want to ask me about magic?" It seems this teacher wasn't so simple after all. Figuring out Bray's true intentions so quickly, Brittany's eyes were now filled with suspicion. Caught by her look of mixed hope and slight disappointment, Bray was in a tough spot with no idea how to answer. After racking his brain for an explanation, he replied, "Miss Brittany, what are you talking about? I just thought that from now on I'd have more time with you every day, so if I have any questions about magic, I could ask you directly, which would be way more convenient than having to run and find Mr. Anthony." Before he could finish, Brittany quickly stepped forward and put her hands on his shoulders, her sparkling eyes like 1,000 stars looking like they were about to melt. She knew it. How could Bray be the type of person to use math as just a tool for his own gain? Bray could only sigh to himself as a wave of guilt washed over him. This teacher was just too naive, completely devoted to pure math, and had her guard totally down against a schemer like him. After their talk, Brittany let him go back to his room to rest. The next evening after class ended, Bray went to Brittany's office just like he promised. But she wasn't alone in there. Isabella was there too. The moment she saw Bray, her gaze instantly turned sharp as a dagger. "What are you doing here?" Isabella's voice was filled with obvious annoyance. Brittany spoke up for him. "Isabella, I'm so sorry. I forgot to tell you earlier, starting today, Bray will be studying math with us. Isabella, you're his upperclassman, so please help Bray out from now on." Even though Brittany tried to get them to be friendly, Isabella clearly had no intention of getting close to Bray. As Bray sat down, he definitely heard a cold huff from her. As for Brittany, she had prepared a few questions yesterday to test them both. The first question was this: a stone is thrown down a deep well. After a certain amount of time, another stone with twice the mass of the first one is thrown down. The question is, when will the second stone catch up to the first one? Isabella, wanting to show off her status as the upperclassman, immediately spoke up as soon as the question was finished. "This is basically a motion problem. We just need to figure out the time interval." But before she could even finish her sentence, Bray bluntly cut her off. "It will never catch up. To be precise, under ideal conditions where you ignore air resistance, the heavier stone will never catch up to the lighter one." Isabella let out another huff, not even trying to hide her contempt. "Bray, even if you don't know the basics, you should at least have some common sense." Although Brittany's attitude wasn't as harsh as her students', her face couldn't hide her disappointment. "Bray, while I'm not sure what this air resistance you mentioned is, the ancient sages have taught that the falling speed of an object is directly proportional to its mass. The heavier the object, the faster it falls. This is an unshakable truth from the ancient sages. That's basic knowledge that even a little kid knows," Isabella immediately added. Bray started to get annoyed. The ignorance of the people in this world combined with Isabella's smug attitude was really starting to get on his nerves. So he didn't hesitate to shoot back. "Are the words of the ancient sages absolute truth? Have you ever tested it yourself, Bray? You dare to doubt the ancient sages?" As their gazes clashed like sparks, Brittany felt the atmosphere in the office get as tense as a drawn bowstring. As for Bray, he stood his ground. "Science demands absolute rigor, and our attitude towards it has to be the same. A so-called truth that has never been tested can't be accepted as truth." Seeing how determined Bray was, Isabella agreed to test his theory, but she wanted to add a condition. "A bet, no way," Brian answered firmly. "I've never been into gambling. All right, that's enough, you two." Seeing how tense things were getting, Brittany quickly tried to step in before they really started fighting. But Isabella wasn't having it. She had set the bet at 10 gold coins, and that was final. Faced with such a sweet deal, how could Brian, who was dirt poor and known for being greedy, possibly say no? He instantly changed his mind and took the bet. "Miss Brittany, would you please be the referee for our bet?" And so the three of them headed over to a towering spire just as they'd planned. Brittany had prepared 2 stones as her students requested, with one weighing about twice as much as the other. Before starting the experiment, the teacher gently reminded Brian to really think this through. After all, for a noble lady like Isabella, 10 gold coins was nothing. But for Brian, it was an entire fortune. But Brian, who had knowledge from a way more advanced science, wasn't worried about this bet at all. He confidently said that he'd already thought it through carefully. Seeing this, Brittany could only sigh. Confidence was a good thing, but she worried Brian was getting a little too cocky. The second she finished speaking, Brittany immediately used her magic and soared into the sky. Turns out her element was wind, letting her gracefully fly to the very top of the tower. In her hands were the 2 stones of different weights. Down below, Isabella had a triumphant smirk on her face, totally convinced she had already won. From the top of the tower, Brittany held out the 2 stones and let them go at the exact same time. And then something unbelievable happened. Even though they were different sizes and weights, both stones hit the ground at the exact same time right in front of Isabella's feet. While everyone else was shocked, only Brian stayed perfectly calm, like he knew this would happen all along. Both girls were completely dumbfounded. Isabella's face went pale, and all she could do was stammer, How is that possible?" Even though she didn't want to believe it. She had seen it with her own 2 eyes, the 2 stones landing at the same time. Completely shocked, Brittany immediately turned to Brian and asked, "How did you figure out that the ancient sage's law of freefall was wrong?" "Well, I just read about it in a textbook, and out of curiosity I grabbed a couple of stones to test it. And then I found out that the way things fall in the real world doesn't really match what the books say." Brian lied without even blinking. How could he possibly explain that this was basic knowledge from a modern scientific age? As for Brittany, she also seemed totally stunned by the shock. A truth that the entire world had believed for thousands of years was just proven wrong by 2 small stones. It was unbelievable that in all those thousands of years, not a single person had ever thought to actually test it. Countless ancient sages and brilliant scholars had all missed this mistake in such a basic piece of knowledge. Yet a sophomore like Brian was the one who figured it out. And Brittany knew this definitely wasn't just a matter of luck. "Brian, you probably don't realize how incredibly important these 2 stones are. I have a feeling that soon your name will be written in the history books, right next to the law of freefall inside those very science textbooks," Brittany said, her voice filled with excitement and pride. "But miss, this law still needs a lot of work. Besides, I didn't do this alone. It's because of all 3 of us," Brian replied humbly, sticking to his guns. That kind of empty fame in this world meant nothing to him. It was way smarter to use this chance to get on Brittany's good side so he could ask her for help with magic later. But Brittany was a total pro. She wasn't about to take credit for something she didn't do. Brittany insisted this was all Brian's discovery, and that she only acted as the assistant who dropped the 2 stones. However, if you agree, you and Isabella can continue to research and perfect this law. With that, Brittany turned and gently patted the shoulder of Isabella, who was standing awkwardly nearby. It was a subtle way to help her student save face. Brian immediately got what his teacher was doing and quickly played along. I think I could really use Senior Isabella's help. I wonder if you'd be willing to lend me a hand. Hearing Brian's words, Isabella imagined an awesome scene in the near future where some shocking news would be announced. That 2 amazing prodigies would suddenly appear at the Donato Continental Academy, who had worked together on research, developed a groundbreaking theory, and challenged everything the sages before them thought they knew. And then the title of genius would be attached to her name. That law of free fall would carry her name, and just thinking about it was enough to make Isabella's heart race. Even though her heart was pounding with excitement, Isabella managed to keep her icy expression and replied, "Fine, if you insist, I guess I can help you out." "Awesome, then thank you in advance, Senior." From that moment on, the hatred Isabella felt for the underclassman named Brian suddenly disappeared. Before, she just saw him as some annoying guy who was known for messing with the female students. Now she realized Blair wasn't just sharp and handsome, but he also knew how to share the glory. Even so, Isabella didn't want to look too eager. But after hesitating for a second, she decided to speak up. "Hey, Blair, from now on, we're partners. So if anyone at the academy dares to give you trouble in the future, just tell me, and I'll take care of it." Just not being hassled by this girl is already a blessing, Brian thought to himself. But of course, he wasn't dumb enough to say it out loud. He just politely thanked her and held out his hand. In reality, a friendly handshake was totally normal in this situation. Yet Isabella couldn't help but blush like crazy. She even mistakenly thought that Brian wanted to hold her hand. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Where are my 10 gold coins?" Blair replied innocently. "Our protagonist certainly didn't let us down. Women are like passing clouds. Only money is true love." Isabella had almost completely forgotten about this 10 gold coin bet. Now Blair's eyes were shining so bright they were about to turn into 2 sparkling gold coins. Isabella was pretty crushed by this. He was only focused on getting his money while she was fooling herself into thinking he wanted to hold her hand. Her mind was really messing with her. In the end, Isabella, being a person of her word, just gave Blair the 10 gold coins. After all, she was the daughter of the Lord of Paul City, so this small amount of money was nothing to her. But for Blair, it was a different story. This was a massive fortune. He struck it rich with just 1 bet, and for the rest of the day he was on cloud 9. Isabella watched his money-grubbing behavior for a long time. Although she knew she was being a bit nosy, her curiosity finally won, forcing her to ask Blair, "You don't seem very interested in fame and glory, even though you seem to value money a lot. But I get the feeling your goal isn't just about money. So what is it that you're truly after?" Brian stays silent, not saying a word. In the quiet space, you could only hear the wind whistling past his ears. How could he tell her that he always longed for his past life? How could he confess that he just wanted to go back to being Chen Luo, a simple math teacher living his own life with his close friends instead of having to live this life as the student Brian? For that reason, he ultimately gave a vague reply. "Senior, what are you talking about? I just want to earn a lot of money to make life a little more comfortable. It's getting late, so I'm gonna head out. Senior Isabella, I'll get going first. See you tomorrow." With that, Blair turned and left, leaving Isabella standing there watching him walk away with a super complicated feeling. The next morning, Blair went to class as usual. He had to admit one thing. Dozing off in class was way more comfortable than huddling in that tiny cubicle in the library. Speaking of which, Blair remembered the 10 gold coins he had earned yesterday. With a decent chunk of change in hand, he started thinking about finding a better place to live. While lost in thought about finding a decent place to live, Blair's desk was suddenly slammed with a deafening bang. He jumped in surprise, and what he saw was shocking. It was Ba's murderous face. "You good-for-nothing senior fish is looking for you. Why don't you get your sorry self up and go, who's fish?" Blair asked innocently, as he truly had no memory of that name. But in Ba's eyes, this was just a lame attempt at playing dumb. He then got even more pissed off, shouting, "I'm warning you, know your place. Do you really think that just because you can shoot a fireball you can be so arrogant?" He even lunged forward, aggressively grabbing Blair's collar with one hand. Ba let go. In this situation, the person who should have shown up and said that was Toby. But this time, the one who told Ba to let go was the young man he had just called Senior Fish. This was the first time Blair had ever seen this person. And he just looked like a skinny, bookish blonde guy as fragile as paper. But he was rolling with 2 huge, burly guys who looked like serious thugs. Even though it was their first meeting, Blair could sense this guy was not someone to be messed with. Your Blair Fish took a few steps forward and asked in an interrogating tone. Before Blair could even confirm, the other guy let out a loud, cold snort, and Blair wondered if he had misheard. But Blair could feel that the snort was filled with contempt. After Ba reluctantly let him go, Blair calmly straightened his clothes, then stood tall to face Fish and replied, "I'm Blair. May I ask why a senior is looking for me?" Fish didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. He was here to warn Blair to know his place and stay away from Isabella. Because according to him, Isabella was not the kind of person someone like Blair could just casually hit up. Fish's attitude was clearly super hostile. And after a few brief words, he immediately turned to leave. His bodyguards wanted to stay and teach Blair a lesson. But Fish didn't seem like the type to solve things with his fists. Just as he reached the door, he bumped into Toby, who was rushing in frantically. Although Fish looked clearly annoyed, luckily no fight broke out. Toby rushed straight to Blair's side and asked worriedly, "Are you okay? What just happened here?" "It's nothing, just some guy named Fish and Ba came by to spout some nonsense," Blair replied in his usual chill tone. But as soon as Toby heard the name Fish, his face immediately went pale. It was just like the last time Isabella came looking for this guy. His friend's reaction made Blair feel a bit uneasy. "Don't tell me this Fish guy is the son of some city lord too." "That's Senior Fish. And is there anyone here at San Donato Academy who isn't afraid of him? Probably only a weirdo like you, who buries your head in books and ignores the world, wouldn't know what fear is." Fish isn't a city lord's son, but he comes from the Hogwarts family, the renowned family in Paul City. He's the son of Viscount Hogwarts. And this Viscount Hogwarts is a member of the numerology sect. There was once a numerology sect on Earth too, the Pythagorean school, whose members believed the entire universe could be explained by rational numbers. And that was the dominant principle until irrational numbers were discovered. Right now, a lot of teachers at San Donato Academy are also members of the numerology sect. And even they have to show him some respect. For that very reason, absolutely no one in this academy dares to mess with Fish. Blair, I know you're so mesmerized by Senior Isabella's beauty that it's hard to break free. But I'm seriously telling you, never underestimate a warning from Fish. Toby earnestly advised his friend. But the ironic truth was from the very beginning. Blair had never been into Isabella at all. Getting caught up in this mess that just dropped in his lap was just super annoying and giving him a headache. After school, Blair went to Miss Brittany's office like usual, but his mind was no longer on the law of freefall because his thoughts were now completely consumed by magic. He was busy imagining the incredible power of combining the fireball spell with the oxygen sphere he had just created. Although he knew its power was no joke, the clunky process of summoning the fireball first, and then the oxygen sphere took up way too much precious time, especially when casting spells instantly without any wasted motion was Blair's greatest trump card. That's why he was racking his brain trying to figure out how to summon two different elements at the same time. Blair's zoned-out expression annoyed Isabella, who was sitting next to him. "Hey, aren't you going to take Miss Brittany's homework seriously? She's checking it tomorrow." In response, Blair just let out a long yawn and casually handed Isabella a piece of paper that looked like scrap paper, but it contained detailed solutions to all the problems. He had finished it a long time ago while Isabella was still struggling with half of the assignment. Noticing the look of total shock on her face, Blair explained that a lot of the questions couldn't be solved using just the usual methods. You needed to find a smarter way to do it. As Isabella was focused on studying Blair's solutions, he suddenly realized that the girl next to him was also a talented mage. Since Miss Brittany was gone, he figured he might as well ask Isabella to help him figure something out. Just like that, Blair immediately sat up straight. "Oh right, Senior Isabella, can I ask how many fireballs you can summon at once right now, 9? "Why do you ask?" Isabella's casual reply was enough to leave Blair speechless. "9, how can you do that?" And then as soon as he asked that question, that familiar look appeared on Isabella's face. To say she was looking down on him would be a bit harsh, but it was definitely full of sarcasm. "Don't tell me our genius Junior Blair is still summoning fireballs one by one, are you?" Though he was a little embarrassed, Blair had to admit the harsh truth. For the past few days, he had pored over countless magic books, but not a single one explained how to summon multiple elements at once. "Of course," Isabella said. "Standard magic books only cover the basic theories and never get into specific techniques. However, my father hired a special high-level magic advisor, and this technique of summoning multiple elements is something I learned from them." Isabella's face was now filled with confidence and pride. Some people have all the luck, Blair thought to himself. Noticing the jealous look in his eyes, Isabella suddenly had an idea to mess with him a little. "But if someone were to sweetly call me Big Sister, I might consider sharing this secret technique." Obviously, she was sure that someone as arrogant as Blair would never humble himself in front of her like that. To her surprise, the moment she finished speaking, Blair replied without a second's hesitation. "Yes, Big Sister." He was so shameless. The tables had turned, and now it was Isabella who was blushing beet red. However, she was a person of her word, so Isabella didn't go back on her promise and decided to teach Blair. They both left the teacher's office and headed to the school's backyard. There, Isabella showed off her amazing multi-fireball summoning skill for Blair, leaving him standing there with his jaw on the floor. She not only summoned 9 blazing fireballs at once, but all of them also stayed super stable, according to Isabella's explanation. The secret to casting multiple fireballs at once is the ability to split your spiritual power, which is something a lot of mages get wrong. They believe that spiritual power can only be focused on a single point. But the truth is, with enough skill, it can be spread out in many different directions. Then each split stream of spiritual power can summon an independent magical element. And that is how she does it, that is summoning countless fireballs at once. "My dearest Senior Isabella, can I ask, can each split stream of spiritual power summon different magical elements?" Bray kept going with his question. "Student, your question is really sharp. In theory, that's totally possible, but in reality, it's super difficult. I like trying to draw a circle with your left hand and a square with your right at the same time, Isabella explained. Unfortunately, the sight of them happily chatting caught Ba's eye, who was hiding behind a wall. And from where he was standing, it looked like they had some kind of shady relationship. However, Ba wasn't the only one who saw this moment because Fish was also standing right there. And he was so mad he could have punched a hole right through the wall. From that moment on, Fish swore to himself that he would teach that blind kid a lesson he'd never forget for daring to ignore his warning. At the same time, 9 fireballs lined up in a perfect, spectacular row, shocking anyone who saw it. The spiritual power was split perfectly into 9 parts, and the one who pulled this off was none other than Chen Luo, who was focusing intensely on controlling his power. Outside, he was training with Isabella. With her hands on her hips, she told him, "Remember, do it exactly like I just showed you and split your spiritual power one step at a time." After she said that, Isabella closed her eyes and added comfortingly, "But hey, it's totally normal if you can't get it right away. It took me a whole 6 months to be able to split my spiritual power consistently." Just then, a fireball exploded violently from Chen Luo's hand, followed by a deafening boom that made Isabella's eyes fly open in shock. Right in front of her was Chen Luo, calmly holding 9 blazing fireballs. Isabella was so shocked her eyes went wide with disbelief. She was stunned for a long second before stammering, how did you do that?" Chen Luo, while still holding the fireballs, answered casually, "I just did it the way you taught me, senior. I split my spiritual power into 9 parts and then summoned them." Hearing his casual tone and seeing his totally straight face, Isabella got furious. She pointed right in his face and yelled, "No, that's not what I'm asking. I mean, how the heck did you do it instantly?" Chen Luo put on an innocent face and asked like he was confused, "Isn't this something you can do right away once you know the trick? Don't tell me it wasn't like that for you, Senior Isabella." That innocent question was like a critical hit, making her freeze on the spot and start questioning her own existence. Right after that, only one thought ran through Isabella's mind. This monster not only has insane math skills, but his magic talent is this broken too. Isabella stared hard at Chen Luo, her cheeks turning red as she thought to herself, "Is this really someone the gods abandoned? He's obviously a chosen one." Then, as if snapping out of it, she stomped her foot on the ground. Isabella lunged forward and shouted in frustration, making both the 9 fireballs and Chen Luo lean back. "Of course it was the same for me, I even picked it up way faster than you." With that, she quickly turned and ran away, not forgetting to throw a sulky comment back at him. "I'm not teaching you anymore. From now on, if you have any magic questions, figure it out yourself." "Don't you dare show your face to me again!" Chen Luo stood there stunned for a solid minute. The young man scratched his head, wondering to himself, what did I do to make her mad this time? Seriously, figuring out a girl's heart is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Chen Luo casually put his hands in his pockets, but suddenly his hand touched something strange. Instantly, the young man's eyes lit up like he'd just found a treasure. He let out a questioning, "Huh?" In the distance, Isabella had already gotten pretty far, her feet hitting the ground hard with every step, giving off a furious vibe. As she walked, she muttered under her breath, "That total jerk. He's driving me crazy." Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and grabbed Isabella's wrist. It was Chen Luo. The sudden action made her freeze in surprise. Isabella angrily spun around and snapped, "You weirdo! What do you think you're doing now?" Isabella glanced down suspiciously, and in Chen Luo's open palm was a super cute cat pendant sparkling in the sunlight. Chen Luo gave a bright smile and said in a gentle voice, "My dear Senior Isabella." With that, he started to explain, "The only reason I was able to get the hang of magic this time is all thanks to your amazing teaching." After speaking, Chen Luo bowed deeply, showing his sincere gratitude. "Please accept this small token of my appreciation." His serious attitude and formal words left Isabella stunned, and her heart suddenly started beating like crazy for some reason. The cat pendant in Chen Luo's hand now looked incredibly beautiful to Isabella, giving off a mesmerizing sparkle. She was captivated by it without even realizing. Her cheeks slowly turned red and her heart just kept pounding nonstop. She glanced at Chen Luo's charming smile and reluctantly commented, "I guess you have some decency after all." Even though she was secretly thinking, "This weirdo is actually not so bad," Isabella still snatched the necklace from his hand and ran away blushing. As she ran, she tried to shout something that was the opposite of how she felt. "And this necklace is totally ugly, but who knew karma would strike so fast after running just a few steps?" Isabella tripped and totally face-planted. She cried out in pain, startling Tranlok, who anxiously called after her, "Senior, watch out." So embarrassed she wanted to die. Isabella quickly scrambled to her feet to dust off her clothes, then let out a loud huff to cover it up. She whirled around, frowning and giving Tranlok a death glare. Startled by the intense stare, the young man flinched, screaming internally, "Oh my God! Why'd she turn back to look at me like that? What should I do now? Run over and help her up, or am I just gonna get my head bitten off again?" Fortunately, Isabella decided to just keep booking it. Before leaving, she didn't forget to throw a nasty comment over her shoulder. "This is all your fault, you jerk." Tranlak could only stand there totally speechless at his moody senior. From the distance, Isabella's shout still echoed, "You just wait! I'm not letting you get away with this." The young man let out a tired sigh. "Did I do something wrong again?" With that, Tranlak lay back on the grass, casually gazing at the blue sky and white clouds lost in thought. Seriously, if she didn't like it, she shouldn't have taken it. I spent a whole 50 silver coins to buy it. The young man lay there staring up at the sky for a long time. Tranlak continued to complain to himself. I actually got this gift to thank Miss Brittany. You know well, this is just perfect. Just then, a few huge shadows crept up, breaking his train of thought. 3 beefy guys were towering over Tranlak, glaring daggers at him. He instantly knew he was in trouble. The blonde dude who looked like the leader spoke up first. Hey kid, if I remember right, Senior Fish already gave you a warning. Didn't he? He growled. Stay away from Senior Isabella. But Tranlak just kept quiet. His face was a total blank, not saying a word. After a second, he slowly got to his feet. He stood there facing the 3 thugs. Boxed in by their huge bodies, Tranlak looked tiny and totally outmatched. He looked like he was about to get wrecked. And of course, in a situation like this, the best plan is to book it. Tranlak took off before they could even blink. The dude had no choice but to run for his life, and the 3 of them immediately growled and took off after him, yelling while they ran. You punk stop if you got any guts. Tranlak thought to himself, these guys are such a pain. I gotta lose them. But the 3 dudes couldn't keep up. So they hit below the belt yelling out, hey, don't tell me you're a chicken just like your old man who only knew how to run from a fight and die a coward's death. Huh. The trash talk clearly worked, because Tranlak's brow twitched, and he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, the thugs pressed their advantage. What's the matter, done running? Keep going, Ba taunted all cocky. Did I strike a nerve? The second he said that, he charged forward, throwing a punch at Tranlak while yelling, you asked for this, you moron. Before Ba's fist could even connect, it slammed into an invisible magic shield. The recoil sent him flying backward, landing flat on his butt, his hands sizzling from the insane heat. They had officially messed with the wrong guy, and Tranlak had no reason to hold back anymore. It was time to teach these clowns a lesson they'd never forget. He channeled his magic and turned to face them, his eyes blazing. Ba was still grabbing his burnt hand, whining, it hurts so much. Tranlak shot back in a dark voice. He might not have been my real father, but he was a brave soldier who gave his life for his country on the battlefield. The murderous vibe coming off him made Ba's face go pale with fear, and Tranlak kept going. He was a great father. Tranlak's eyes were burning with rage. You people have no right to talk trash about him. You get it. Ba's 2 buddies stared in horror at Tranlak's magic, and one of them stammered. 9, there are 9 of them. The whole crew freaked out and yelled together. That's 9 fireballs. How is that even possible? The second they said that, the 2 chicken-hearted lackeys immediately turned tail and ran for their lives, leaving their boss to face the music alone. This made him roar in anger. Hey, you 2 jerks! Tranlak frowned and coldly walked toward the only one left on the ground. The 9 fireballs floating in the air had seriously scared Boss so bad he was about to scream. He stammered out a plea. You don't come any closer. Tranlak's anger hadn't cooled down at all, as he kept walking forward, making Boss scream in a panic. The academy rules totally forbid students from fighting. He smirked and said, oh, so you do know that rule exists. Backed into a corner, Ba was shaking and said, You wouldn't dare do anything crazy. Tranlak completely ignored him and unleashed a massive magic attack aimed right at the fool in front of him. He even added a threat, should have said that a little sooner. The 9 fireballs shot toward Ba. All Ba could do was cringe and cover his head in fear. But then Tranlak suddenly sensed someone coming up from behind him while Ba, still totally clueless, could only scream, help me, realizing he was still okay. Ba peeked through his tear-filled eyes, only to see Tranlak suddenly collapse right in front of him, leaving him completely floored. Everything just seemed to freeze for a second. Then Ba finally worked up the nerve, carefully walked over and poked Tranlak with his finger. The ringleader thought to himself, what the heck is up with this psycho? Oh well, time to bounce. Without a second thought, he immediately turned to get out of there, muttering to himself, whatever, I'm out of here. Behind him, 3 figures had already surrounded Chen Luo. As he was trying to make a run for it, Ba was suddenly stopped in his tracks, which scared the daylights out of him. Ba, stop! He threw his hands up in fear, stammering, I didn't do anything. Just as Ba was frantically trying to explain himself, Chen Luo's eyes snapped open. Please believe me, he just fell on his own. As he sat up, he saw Miss Brittany and 2 other people standing there, and she immediately started questioning him. He ended up like this and you did nothing. Don't think for a second I don't know that you guys are always picking on other students. Ba desperately kept trying to explain, it's not like that. He had no choice but to reveal part of the truth. Okay, it's true I was going to do something at first, but what just went down isn't what you think. Miss Brittany, please let me explain. But Vice Principal Canvin cut him off. Shut up, that's enough. He turned to scold Ba. Blair collapsed right in front of you. Do you think we're all blind? How dare you still try to pull such a shameless stunt at a time like this? You've completely disgraced this academy. After saying that, Vice Principal Canvin turned away in frustration. Get to my office immediately. You'll wait there until I'm done. And then I'll come back to deal with you. The color drained from Ba's face, and he could only mumble in agreement as he was shoved away. Then the vice principal turned to the guest beside him and said apologetically, My apologies, Vice President Cavan. Our academy's discipline has been a bit lax, and I'm sorry you had to witness such an unpleasant scene. Vice President Cavan seemed to understand. Replying to Vice Principal Canvin, scuffles between young men in a school setting like this are pretty common. With that, he and the vice principal started to walk away. He didn't forget to add, however, it still needs to be handled strictly. Meanwhile, Blair was already lying comfortably in Miss Brittany's arms. The voices of the two officials echoed from a distance. But what worried Brittany now was Blair's condition, as she realized her student had woken up. "Blair," she exclaimed happily. As soon as Blair opened his eyes, his face flushed red, he got a nosebleed, and his soul felt like it was soaring to the heavens. "Oh my God, I've seen heaven and there's even an angel waving at me." Seeing her student's strange reaction, Brittany worriedly shook him. "Blair, are you okay?" The shaking made Blair dizzy, and he struggled to reply, "I was fine, but I'm about to be smothered to death." Hearing this, Brittany was overjoyed and hugged him tightly. "I'm so glad you're okay. Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Blair replied apologetically. "Miss Brittany, I'm really sorry." Vice Principal Canvin cleared his throat, breaking the touching moment. He stepped closer and said, "Blair, regarding this incident, the Academy guarantees it will be handled strictly to make sure you get justice. However, we came here today for another more important matter we wanted to discuss with you." Miss Brittany then snapped back to reality. "Oh, that's right, I almost forgot to make introductions." She gestured towards the two men. "This is Vice Principal Canvin, who you probably already know, and this is Vice President Cavan from the Mathematics Association." Blair nodded to show he understood, then bowed politely. "Hello, Vice Principal Canvin. Hello, Vice President Cavan." The Vice President puffed out his chest and spoke in an authoritative tone. "To be able to help Miss Brittany here complete the solution to Loss's problem, you really live up to your reputation as an outstanding prodigy in the world of mathematics." Hearing this, Brittany immediately spoke up. "Vice President Cavan, I'm afraid you're mistaken." With the utmost integrity, Brittany corrected the record for Blair's sake. "Loss's problem was solved entirely by Blair all on his own. I only helped him compile it into a thesis." After hearing this, Vice Principal Canvin's expression turned serious, and he subtly reminded her, "Solving Loss's problem would be a huge advantage for you in the running for the Edwin Award this year. Plus, it's also a great honor for our Baocheng campus." He made an offer. "If you agree, the campus will give its full support to help you win the prestigious Edwin Award." Vice President Cavan also added, "Miss Brittany, I think you should consider this carefully. The Edwin Award is the highest honor in the field of mathematics." Their words echoed, emphasizing that whether it was for her personally or for the Academy, this was an opportunity of huge significance. Completely contrary to the two officials' expectations, Brittany stood firm in her position. She shot back bluntly, "And why can't it be Blair?" Hearing this, Vice Principal Canvin could only sigh. He explained patiently, "In terms of mathematics, the boy is still too young. He doesn't have any significant achievements to his name like you do. Even if you vouch for him and say he solved Loss's problem, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the experts." Those words did indeed make Brittany waver slightly. But before she could make a decision, Blair spoke up. "Miss Brittany." Her student's sudden action startled Brittany, and as she turned, she saw Blair approach, gently take her hand and shake his head slightly. Brittany immediately understood what he meant, that she should stop resisting and accept the credit for solving the problem. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, the Vice Principal and Vice President Cavan made an excuse to leave so the two could have some privacy. "Let's just leave it at that. You and Blair can talk it over. Let me know what you guys decide. Whatever happens, the association will totally respect your choice." With that, they took off in a hurry without a second thought. Brittany could only give a reluctant nod. As dusk fell, painting the Academy in shades of twilight, Brittany and Blair walked back to the dorms in silence. A quiet vibe settled between them both, lost in their own complicated thoughts. In the end, she was the one who broke the silence. About the standard solution to the loss problem, while it's not some huge breakthrough, it did solve a major historical puzzle, which is a massive deal in the history of math. Being the straight-up person she was, Brittany still couldn't get behind the idea of taking credit for someone else's work. She kept trying to convince him, "This achievement is all yours. I can't let someone else take the credit." Hearing this, Blair could only stay quiet. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "Miss Brittany, maybe you don't know. Actually, this credit shouldn't be mine either." He totally trusted this teacher because to him, Miss Brittany wasn't just some random person. Those unexpected words made Brittany's heart skip a beat. In the quiet space, her fluttering heartbeat seemed to get even louder. Her confusion quickly turned into embarrassment mixed with a little annoyance, and she stammered, What are you even talking about?" Blair got flustered too and tried to explain, but before he could say a word, she quickly waved him off. "It's getting late. You should go. I still have work to do. I'm heading back." This 180-degree change in attitude totally stunned Blair, and he couldn't help but think, did I say something wrong again? The next morning, the Academy's bulletin board was the center of attention, with a huge crowd of students around it. All eyes were on the announcement and whispers started spreading. "What's the hot gossip now? Who the heck is Blair? That worthless loser dares to write a thesis." Some catty girls whispered to each other, "I can't believe it. That Blair guy gets to co-author a paper with our precious Miss Brittany. I heard it's about some crazy hard riddle." Amidst all the chatter, no one realized the main character of the story was standing right there in the crowd. Even the top scholars were stumped by that loss problem. Blair tried to shrink himself, making himself as invisible as possible, silently blending into the noisy crowd, but the nasty comments just kept coming. Is that Blair guy really smarter than all those top scholars? He's definitely just riding Miss Brittany's coattails. Another person chimed in with disgust. That damn Blair. What kind of spell did he put on Miss Brittany? Blair finally got it, thinking to himself, speechless. I can't believe Miss Brittany still decided to publish the paper under both our names. He finally managed to squeeze out of the crowd and found a hidden corner to duck into. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a vicious curse suddenly cut through the air. You bastard! The sound startled Blair, and he quickly looked toward where it came from, recognizing the familiar back of Vice Dean Calvin, who was standing with a few other guys in a secluded corner. The angry yelling continued to echo. Did you get into another fight at school? Moving closer to check it out, he saw him getting chewed out by a middle-aged man who looked like his father. The man wasn't holding anything back, yelling loudly, Our family worked so hard to send you to study at St. Donato's, just so you could go around fighting like this. The more he talked, the more worked up he got, showing a thin, worn-out face full of anger. He was absolutely furious. You just love causing trouble, don't you? Without even caring that the teacher was standing right there, and with no pity for his own son, Ban's father raised his cane and aimed it right at him, growling, Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Ban could only brace himself in silence, because he knew his father wasn't bluffing, and even Vice Principal Canvin had no intention of stepping in. The dry thud of the cane hitting flesh echoed. This father showed no mercy, even though hitting his son hurt him like his own heart was being ripped out. Taking the full stinging blow, Ban trembled as he struggled to get up while his father had already turned to plead with Vice Principal Canvin. Honorable Vice Principal, from now on, I swear I'll discipline this good-for-nothing son of mine. I'm just asking you to be generous and not expel him. In response to that desperate plea, the Vice Principal replied coldly, I'm sorry, but Student Ban's behavior is unacceptable. He has seriously broken the Academy's rules. We're forced to... Before the Vice Principal could finish, the father suddenly dropped to his knees. This unexpected move stunned both Vice Principal Canvin and Ban. The father bowed low and begged, I'm begging you. This put the Vice Principal in an awkward spot. Ban cried out in alarm, Dad, what are you doing? But his father just clasped his hands, humbling himself completely. I'm begging you, please have mercy. Just as he was about to kowtow to Vice Principal Canvan, Ban couldn't take it anymore and rushed forward to stop him. Dad, don't do that. Just then Blair called out, Vice Principal Canvan. He turned and replied, Good morning, Student Blair. Blair also greeted him politely. Good morning to you, sir? Blair looked curiously at the scene in front of him and asked the Vice Principal, What's going on with Ban? The second he saw him, Ban gritted his teeth, feeling totally humiliated. The Vice Principal calmly explained, Ban seriously broke the rules, so the Academy is getting ready to expel him, he added reassuringly. Don't worry, Brian. We're going to be strict about this. Just then, Ban's dad realized the guy in front of him was his son's victim. Like it was his last hope, he quickly grabbed Brian's sleeve. With no other choice, he swallowed his pride and started begging him too. You have to be Brian, right? I'm begging you, son. The man's tired, worn-out face looked completely desperate. Please forgive Ban. I'll make sure to discipline him at home. Our family worked so hard to get him into this top academy. If he gets expelled now, his whole life will be ruined. Those words really got to Brian. After hesitating for a second, he let out a small sigh and decided to speak up for the father and son. Brian turned to Vice Principal Canvan and said with a smile, Vice Principal Canvan, even though Ban and I had a few small issues to Ban's complete shock, Brian was actually defending him but I don't think it's bad enough for the Academy to punish him this harshly. It's not that serious. The room suddenly went quiet, as the other three lowered their heads in a heavy silence. Everyone was waiting for the final decision. Vice Principal Canvan gave Ban a stern look, and his words were a serious warning. If Brian is going to speak up for Ban like this, then the Academy can temporarily take back the decision to expel him. Hearing this, Ban and his dad held their breath, anxiously waiting for what the Vice Principal would say next. But he wasn't done yet, and he laid out some conditions as a final warning. But listen up, Ban. If you mess up again, the Academy won't give you a second chance. Without the Vice Principal. Needing to say another word, Ban's dad immediately pushed his son's head down into a bow. To show they were sorry and grateful and doing his duty as a father, he yelled in a stern voice, Hurry up and thank Brian and Vice Principal Canvan. He had no choice but to swallow his pride, lowering his head to the Vice Principal and Brian, and painfully forced out the words, Thank you, Vice Principal. Every word seemed to chip away at the last of his pride. And, thank you, Brian. Right after he said it, the bell for the next class rang, and the curious crowd in the hallway quickly scattered as everyone headed to class. Vice Principal Canvan cleared his throat, breaking the super awkward silence, and waved his hand. All right, you two hurry back to class now. A moment later, Brian and Ban were standing in front of their classroom. Looking totally defeated, Ban suddenly spoke up, his voice full of doubt. Brian, why did you... Brian didn't answer right away. His hand rested on the doorknob as he got lost in thought for a second, maybe feeling one last bit of pity for the guy in front of him. Then he said firmly, Don't disappoint your father anymore. His words hit Ban like a splash of cold water, making him question himself and feel super ashamed. After struggling with himself for a moment, He finally worked up the courage to say something sincere. Thank you, Brian. Receiving Ban's genuine thanks. Brian just quietly opened the door and went into the classroom. But right then, Ban, who was behind him, seemed to remember something and quickly called out, "Oh, right." Brian stopped and listened quietly to his serious warning. "Watch out for Fix. That guy isn't gonna let you off the hook that easy." Ban spilled everything he knew about Fix's background, especially that the dude has an uncle who is a vice headmaster at this very academy. After they finished talking, Brian rushed to the library for his part-time shift, muttering the whole time about how it was just one bad thing after another. And now he had to go work his butt off. When he got there, he saw the librarian was already waiting at the door with a serious look on his face. Brian was a little confused and greeted him. "Hello, sir." The man didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. "Brian, did you tick off someone important recently?" Brian stayed surprisingly calm and asked back, "Did something happen, sir?" Seeing Brian's clueless look, the librarian just sighed in frustration and slowly explained what was going on. "Starting tomorrow, you don't work at the library anymore. You also have to clear out your sleeping spot behind the partition. This is a direct order from a vice headmaster." The bad news hit him like a ton of bricks, leaving him with no choice but to quickly pack up his few things and head to his math teacher's office, Miss Brittany. When she saw Brian show up, she got right to the point too. "I was just about to take you and Isabella to the math club's academic exchange party tonight." Noticing he looked worried, she asked, "Brian, is something wrong? Can it wait until tomorrow?" Brian felt kinda awkward with his teacher being so concerned. He scratched his head and forced a smile as he explained what was up. "I'm so sorry, Miss Brittany. I just got fired from my job at the library. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I have a spare room at my place that's hardly ever used. You can crash there for now." The sudden offer totally shocked Brian, and a picture of his teacher's daily life just popped into his head, making his face turn bright red. He stammered, "Wait, us living in the same house, would that even be okay?" Even though he was secretly thrilled, he played it cool and politely turned her down. "I think that might be a little awkward." But unlike Brian, who was super embarrassed, Miss Brittany was totally clueless and just wanted to help. "How would it be awkward if we lived together? We can talk about math anytime. And if you have any magic questions, it'd be way more convenient to ask me, right?" Her logic was flawless, so Brian could only scratch his head and mumble, "Yeah, you've got a point." Seeing her student was still on the fence, Miss Brittany sealed the deal. "Great, then it's settled. After the party's over, hurry and move your stuff to my place." Brian could only manage a weak smile, accepting as this weirdly sweet feeling bubbled up inside him. Just then, the office door flew open, and Isabella burst in, looking super excited. "Miss Brittany, I'm here." But then she suddenly froze when she saw Brian. "Why is Brian here?" Brittany calmly explained. "Brian is also coming to this academic exchange party. On top of that, he just quit his job at the library and is moving in with me starting today." Hearing this bombshell, Isabella's face instantly fell. Furious, she growled, "What? How could Miss Brittany let a creep like him live with you?" Brittany quickly tried to calm her down. "Isabella, I've told you a million times. Brian isn't the kind of guy you think he is." Scolded by her teacher, Isabella pouted. "I'm just worried about you. That guy is a total wolf in sheep's clothing, and he's definitely up to no good." Hearing her judgment about him, Brian could only stay quiet and take it. "When the heck did I become a perv?" To break the tension, Brittany just laughed awkwardly and tried to calm Isabella down. "All right, just trust me on this. Go get changed. We need to hurry to the academic mixer, or else we'll be late." Then she turned to Brian and asked, "Do you have something more formal to wear? After all, this is our first time going to a mixer like this, so it's better to dress up a little." Brian hesitated for a sec before asking, "A formal outfit, does a magic robe count, miss?" Brittany smiled kindly and waved her hand. "If you have one, that would be perfect." That night at a huge fancy manor, tons of scholars from all over had gathered, and of course Brian, Isabella, and their math teacher Brittany were there too. All three of them were dressed to the nines, ready for the party. Blown away by the amazing scene, Isabella couldn't help but ask her teacher, "Is this the place, miss?" Brittany cheerfully explained to her two favorite students, "This is the Hogwarts family manor, and it's also where Pow City usually holds its math mixers." She explained that the School of Numbers was one of the top academic institutions, ranking number 1 or 2 in the whole Lauren Kingdom. Because of that, the Hogwarts family's status within the Pow City Mathematics Association is a really big deal. Every single math mixer in Pow City is held at the Hogwarts Manor. Brian quietly checked out the whole estate. Based on what Miss Brittany just said, a thought suddenly hit him. Hogwarts Manor. Could this be Fish's house? Meanwhile, the scholars were already getting into some intense discussions. "What do you think about that calculation method, sir?" Brittany walked over to greet Vice President Calvin. The Vice President recognized her right away and gave them a cheerful welcome. "Brittany, Brian, you're here." Brian gave a polite bow. Standing next to him, Isabella gave him a suspicious look. This guy even knows the Vice President of the Math Association. Since when? The Vice President continued cheerfully. "Brittany, some old friends and I were just talking about you. If you don't mind, I'd love to introduce you." Realizing this was grown-up talk, Brittany turned to her two students. "Brian, Isabella, you two go on inside first. I'll catch up with you later." They both nodded and went into the banquet hall. The second he stepped inside, Brian's eyes went wide at the insane feast, thinking to himself, Whoa, look at all this fancy food. Rich people really live on a whole different level. Chowing down on a chicken leg with a glass of wine in his hand, he was in heaven. This is the life. It's the first time I've eaten this good since I got here. Suddenly, Isabella yelled, "Brian, are you a pig or something?" With that, she grabbed his arm and dragged him away, nagging the whole time. "Miss Brittany didn't bring us here so you could act like you've never seen food in your life. You're totally embarrassing us." Just then, something on the wall caught Brian's eye. This is... He stopped dead in front of a painting, making Isabella stop short too. She squinted at the painting and said, "This is the portrait of the family's 7 beauties from the royal capital, the Hogwarts family. What a famous family." Blair blurted out, confused, "The 7 bridges of the capital city." Unfortunately, Fitz overheard him and shot back sarcastically, "You've never even heard of the 7 bridges of the capital city, and you've still got the nerve to show up at this academic gathering? Oh, it's Blair. You probably just came here to mooch off the food, didn't you? Looks like I'll have to retrain the guards at the gate later. How could they let a lowlife like you set foot in here so irresponsible?" Isabella couldn't just stand there and take it, so she jumped to his defense. "Fitz Blair is our guest. You're taking this way too far." Fitz shot back smugly. "Am I wrong? Someone who doesn't even know what the 7 bridges of the capital city is dares to eat here." She didn't waste her breath arguing, just grabbed Blair's hand and pulled him away. "Blair, just ignore this psycho. Let's go somewhere else." Fitz's eyes burned with jealousy as he watched them walk away. What really got him was seeing Isabella's hand holding Blair's so tightly. Fitz swallowed his jealousy and threw out a taunt. "What's wrong, Blair? All you know how to do is hide behind a woman. But Blair wasn't a pushover and shot right back the 7 bridges of the capital city? Sounds pretty interesting. Senior Fitz, I'm ready for you to enlighten me." Isabella thought he was being reckless and quickly tried to stop him. "Blair, don't." Blair gave her a determined look and said, "Senior Isabella, I really want to learn about the 7 bridges of the capital city. Who knows, I might even come up with a new idea." Fitz scoffed. "A new idea, hey Blair? The only reason you got a co-author credit is because Miss Brittany felt sorry for you. Don't tell me you're actually delusional enough to think you're some kind of math whiz." Isabella had enough and stepped in to defend him again. "Fitz, what the hell do you know? The thesis was Blair's idea in the first place. Of course. His name had to be on it." Fitz smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, if he's so talented, let's see what brilliant new ideas he's got." After that, Fitz deliberately raised his voice to get everyone's attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? This is Mr. Blair, who just announced he can solve the problem of the 7 bridges of the capital city." Seeing Fitz twisting his words, Isabella's face turned red with anger. Whispers and murmurs started spreading through the room. "Oh, isn't that Blair, the new kid who solved Lois's riddle with Miss Brittany a while ago? He still looks like a total rookie. I don't get what kind of trick he pulled to make someone like Miss Brittany add his name as an author. And now he's arrogant enough to claim he can solve the 7 bridges of the capital city." Hearing the nasty gossip about Blair, both Brittany and the dean immediately looked over at him. Seeing his plan worked perfectly, Fitz said smugly, "Well now, math whiz, don't disappoint all the distinguished guests here." Blair scratched his head confused. "I never said I could solve it." Suddenly a woman's hand grabbed his wrist. Miss Brittany called out his name seriously. "Blair." He looked at her surprised. "Miss Brittany, what are you doing here?" Brittany leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Why were you so stupid as to pick a fight with Fitz? Do you have any idea how scary powerful the Hogwarts family is?" she said with a serious look. "If you piss them off, it's not just our mathematics association. Even our academy will be in deep trouble," Brittany explained. "Besides, the 7 bridges of the capital city is a super hard problem that has stumped tons of scholars for hundreds of years. Fitz is using it to put you on the spot. He clearly wants to embarrass you in front of everyone." Just then, Fitz, holding a glass of red wine, casually walked over to them and said mockingly, "Hello, Miss Brittany. Your student sure knows how to put on a show. Didn't you once call Blair a math whiz?" Why the lack of faith now? Brittany was about to tear into Fitz, but before she could finish, Blair stopped her. "It's okay." He looked at her with a determined expression. "Just let me give it a shot. Just consider this my way of thanking Senior Fitz for helping me switch jobs at the library." Hearing that, both Isabella and Brittany instantly understood why he was reacting so strongly. She asked worriedly, "Blair, are you sure about this?" Blair ignored her, turning to face Senior Fitz and confronting him directly. "If you insist." "Senior, I accept the challenge to solve the 7 bridges of the capital city problem." Fitz replied with a casual, challenging tone. "I really didn't expect you to be so arrogant." "Fine. Let's see what brilliant ideas you've got." With that, he started telling the legend of the 7 bridges of the capital city, a puzzle created by the founder of the Hogwarts family himself. It's been several hundred years since he created the problem, and besides the founder himself, no one has ever been able to solve it. This story began several hundred years ago when the founder of our Hogwarts family held an important position in the capital city. He noticed the unique layout of the land here and drew it out as a diagram. Back then, the inner part of the capital wasn't as bustling as it is now. It was split in two by the Lauren River, and 2 islands rose up in the middle of it. To make travel and trade easier, people built 7 bridges to connect the 2 riverbanks and the 2 islands. The residents of the capital city depended on these 7 bridges to get across and interact with each other. Then one day, while looking at the 7 bridges, the patriarch suddenly got an idea. He sketched out their layout and asked himself a question. Is it possible to start from any point, cross each bridge exactly once, and then end up back where you started? When the patriarch announced this idea, it immediately grabbed the attention of the academic world, all across the kingdom. Countless famous scholars of that era flocked to the capital city hoping to find the solution. But even after tons of attempts over a long time, no one could figure out a route that didn't cross the same bridge twice. Until one day, the founding patriarch himself finally found the solution. He announced the great news to the mathematical community across the kingdom and decided to announce it to the public the next morning. The next day, almost every scholar in the kingdom had gathered in front of the 7 bridges. But they waited from dawn until sunset, and the patriarch never showed up. It wasn't until several days later that his body was found. Unfortunately, it seems that on the night before the announcement, he was so excited that he carelessly slipped and fell into the river. The patriarch's death was a huge loss for the kingdom's entire mathematical world, and the solution to the 7 bridges problem was lost forever. Even we, the descendants of the Hogwarts family, don't know what the solution was. Several hundred years have passed since then, and countless scholars have tried to solve it, but no one has ever succeeded. Fish added with a smug look. Even though the solution was lost to commemorate the founding patriarch, who came up with the 7 bridges problem, and was the only one to find the answer, our Hogwarts family had this problem carved in the Great Hall. He stood before the carving, holding his head high, and said, "This is the pride of a family with a mathematical tradition like ours." Chen Luo, after listening to the whole story, was lost in thought, silently making calculations. Just as I figured, this so-called 7 bridges of the royal capital is really just a variation of the legendary 7 bridges problem. It's this world's version of Euler's problem. But that guy Fish, after his subtle flex about his family, didn't forget to throw out a taunt. "So, oh great genius, have you figured out the solution to those 7 famous riddles yet?" Chen Luo just stroked his chin, his tone strangely calm. "No, I can't solve it. And what's more, it can never be solved." Hearing this, Fish smirked triumphantly, then couldn't help but burst into arrogant laughter. "So is that your final answer, huh? Weren't you acting so smug just a minute ago? Oh, great genius." Immediately, the contemptuous whispers started up again. "I told you so, didn't I, Alice?" Countless scornful looks and jeers were aimed at Chen Luo. As expected, this guy was just all talk and didn't know his own limits. "Is that so?" The girl beside him replied nonchalantly, but her eyes were fixed on Chen Luo, who stayed completely calm amidst the whispers, not wavering one bit. Alice frankly stated her opinion. "I have a feeling he's not as ordinary as he looks." And then Chen Luo suddenly spoke up as if answering everyone. "The reason I couldn't find a solution," he declared clearly, emphasizing every word, "is because the 7 bridges of the royal capital problem itself has no solution." The second he finished, the whole room just exploded into chaos. Brittany and Isabella stared at each other like totally stunned and not believing what they just heard. "What no solution, Fish?" Who was still acting all cocky, yelled, "Yo, you so-called genius! What kind of garbage are you even talking about? Just 'cause you can't figure it out, you're gonna say it's impossible. Do you have any clue that the OG patriarch of our Hogwarts family already solved this?" Chen Lu shot back instantly. "Then let me ask you this. Can you show me any proof that your ancestor actually found a solution? Is there like any real evidence that a solution even exists?" At that point, Fish couldn't even hide how ticked off he was and growled, "What are you trying to say? How dare you diss a legend? Do you have any idea what a big deal our first patriarch was in this kingdom?" A heavy thud echoed, and then a super commanding voice cut in, "That's enough." It was Viscount Hogwarts. "Fish, how many times do I have to tell you that our family's honor isn't some jacket you can just wear to show off?" The Viscount stepping in made Fish, who was seriously fuming, totally shut up and back down, saying in this tiny, shaky voice, "I'm sorry, father." The Viscount then turned his piercing gaze on Chen Lu, sizing him up for a second before asking, "You must be Blair. Calvin told me about you." He immediately bowed his head respectfully. "It's an honor to meet you, Viscount Hogwarts." The Viscount spoke in a harsh, superior tone. "Blair, I saw that whole debate between you two just now. How he acted was definitely out of line, and I apologize for him." As he finished, his whole vibe changed completely, getting dead serious with a hint of a threat. "However, you claiming the 7 bridges of the royal capital is unsolvable is basically like dragging my ancestor's name through the mud. I hope you'll think about that and take it back." Facing all that pressure, Chen Luo just answered calmly, "Sir, I'm not trying to cause any trouble, but you can't change the truth. The 7 bridges of the royal capital really has no solution." Isabella kept watching Chen Luo, a little bit of worry creeping into her eyes as she thought, "Wow, I don't think I've ever seen him this intense before." Viscount Hogwarts' brows furrowed, not even trying to hide his anger anymore. "Blair, are you sure you've thought about the consequences here?" But he stood his ground completely. Reaching into his pocket, Chen Luo calmly said, "In that case, just let me show everyone why the 7 bridges of the royal capital has no solution." He pulled a pen out of his pocket and started to lay out the proof for his insane claim, ready to break down a super hard problem. "A lot of people before me tried to find a solution by just experimenting, which is a respectable method. But when it comes to being efficient," he kept talking while sketching on a piece of paper, I'm afraid that's just a one-way road to a dead end. Because the number of the possible paths is way, way bigger than what any human could possibly calculate. After saying that, Blair held up the paper he'd just finished. Please take a look at this. He pointed to the diagram he'd just made, his voice totally steady as he started to reveal his answer. Basically, the first move is to turn this super complicated real-world problem into a way simpler math question. On this paper, let's just think of each piece of land as a dot, and each bridge connecting two pieces of land as a line. And when you do that, you get a diagram like this one. Blair's eyes and his whole expression were just radiating confidence. So the 7 bridges of the royal capital problem can be asked a new way. Is it possible to draw this whole thing with one single line starting from any dot, and trace over all the lines without repeating a single one? If you can do that, it proves there's a route that starts on one piece of land, crosses every single bridge exactly one time, and gets you back to where you started. All the guests at the party were totally blown away by his logic. No one had ever thought about it like that. It was brilliant. The girl next to Alice couldn't hide how impressed she was, gushing about Blair. To think he came up with this, turning a real-life problem into a few simple lines, is a legit game-changing way of thinking. Then she glanced over at Alice, her eyes basically saying, "You have good taste in people." You were right. This Mr. Blair is seriously something else. Alice stayed quiet. She just crossed her arms, totally focused on his presentation. Meanwhile, Blair kept explaining everything perfectly, except for the start and end points. Whenever someone crosses a bridge to get to a landmass, they have to use another bridge to leave it. He drew a little diagram with arrows showing people coming and going. Now let's think about this. The number of lines are connected to each dot. If the number of lines is odd, we'll call it an odd point. If it's even, we'll call it an even point. Brittany suddenly looked like she had a major revelation. Starting to totally get Blair's solution, her eyes lit up. She understood. If you want to make a complete loop getting back to your exact starting spot, then the number of times you go into a point has to equal the number of times you leave it, which means all the points in the diagram have to be even points. That's the only way the 7 bridges of the royal capital problem can have a solution. He looked at her and smiled, totally approving. Exactly, Lady Brittany. That's the heart of the whole thing. All of a sudden, a voice came out of the crowd. It was the young guy with the glasses, who'd been watching this whole thing go down. Hold up, if that's the logic, then aren't all 4 points of the royal capital's 7 bridges? He didn't even get to finish, when Blair totally read his mind and jumped in. Exactly. By now, I'm sure everyone gets it. All 4 points on the map of the royal capital's 7 bridges have an odd number of connections. So there's literally no path that lets you start at one spot, cross all 7 bridges, without hitting the same one twice and end up back where you started. His voice got super firm and he said it again. Long story short, the 7 bridges of the royal capital problem has no solution. The entire room was dead silent, totally impressed. The guy with glasses was just like, "Whoa, a perfect proof. So the 7 bridges problem really is impossible." Fitz, after hearing Blair's whole takedown, couldn't hold it in anymore and just roared, "What kind of garbage are you spewing?" Meanwhile, Viscount Hogwarts never in a million years thought the truth about the crazy 7 bridges problem would get exposed by some random outsider. He couldn't help but think, so that's the real story. Has the great Hogwarts family been running a scam all these years? No way. Viscount Hogwarts had to face the messed up reality that his family's famous puzzle never even had a solution. The truth was, the whole 7-generation solution thing was a complete lie from the start. Fitch, still refusing to accept that Chen Luo owned him, screamed, "Everybody don't listen to this guy's lies." But it was pretty obvious no one in the room was listening to his pathetic excuses anymore. Alice gave Fitch a look of total disgust and said, "Lies. The only one spewing lies here is probably the first head of your house who tricked smart people all over the kingdom for so many years." Fitch, feeling like he'd been totally crushed, desperately turned to Viscount Hogwarts, pleading, "Father, you have to say something." Seeing the Viscount just standing there like a statue, he whimpered, "Father, come on." But the only answer Fitch got was a solid punch from his own dad, sending him crashing to the floor. Viscount Hogwarts, absolutely fuming, screamed at Fitch, "Shut your stupid mouth." He just kept tearing into his son. "If it wasn't for you, you total disgrace to this family." After his rant, Viscount Hogwarts shot a nasty look at Chen Luo and growled, "You were slick this time, but just you wait." The Viscount snorted, trying to bottle up his rage, and turned to leave his face a mask of pure anger. "Hey, hold on a second." Chen Luo's voice cut through the tension. He called out to him. Hearing that, Viscount Hogwarts froze, just barely turning his head to look back. Chen Luo said loud and clear, "According to the kingdom's mathematical society rules, since I solved Fitch's little problem, he's got to answer one of my questions. I'm not wrong about that, am I, Viscount Hogwarts?" Hearing that challenge, the Viscount's hand gripped his cane tighter, while his other hand just dangled there. It was like Viscount Hogwarts' throat was clogged up or something, and he made this dry, raspy sound. He slowly answered, "You don't need to remind me. We know how to play by the rules. If you've got a question, then just ask it." Chen Luo had this super calm vibe of someone who knew he'd already won, but he wasn't being a jerk about it. He coolly laid out his problem. My question is actually super simple. For a square with sides that are 1 unit long, what's the length of its diagonal?" Hearing a question that sounded so basic, Viscount Hogwarts was stunned for a second, and Brittany was totally shocked, looking at Chen Luo like he was crazy. Then she leaned in close to his ear and whispered so only they could hear. Hello, don't you know their family is the one who came up with the Hogwarts theorem? In reply, he just stayed quiet, not bothering to explain himself yet. On the other hand, Viscount Hogwarts looked like he'd gotten his confidence back, and he answered, according to the Hogwarts theorem for a square with a side length of 1, the square of the diagonal's length is 2. That's the most basic knowledge there is. Hearing that, a sly smile crept onto Chen Luo's face. He narrowed his eyes a little and shot back. Viscount, you still haven't answered my question. I didn't ask for the square of the diagonal, I asked for the length of the diagonal itself. As he finished, the corners of his mouth turned up even more. At that point, the anger inside Viscount Hogwarts just exploded. He was about to go totally ballistic from being backed into a corner and played by a kid like Chen Luo. From a corner of the room, people started whispering again. A guy's voice thoughtfully said, you know, he's right. I've never really thought about what the actual length of the diagonal is. Another person chimed in. It should be a simple number, right? Seeing the Viscount looking a little panicked, Chen Luo felt even more sure about his theory. Just like I thought. Everything is going exactly as planned. Turns out this guy knew that number existed the whole time. Chen Luo stroked his chin, his mind racing through all the angles. He remembered his old world where scientists were respected, sure, but most people didn't know who they were. Compared to the massive discoveries that changed everything for humanity, the public was way more interested in other things. In all that pointless drama and celebrity gossip. Chen Luo's mind flashed back to the real world he was from. But this world, it was a total 180. Even though their tech was still just starting out, scholars were put on this insane pedestal. Chen Luo kept piecing it together. He realized the people here were all about knowledge, even ranking it higher than actual powerful magic. Any scholar who made a huge scientific breakthrough, no matter where they were from, got mad respect from everyone. Even the royals and the nobles had to bow down to them. Because of that, all the brainiacs with the same vibe got together and started their own schools, controlling tons of cash and political power, and becoming a force you really couldn't mess with. In a flash, Chen Luo felt like he finally got the basic rundown of the world he'd just landed in. The School of Numbers was one of those major powers. As a super famous family of math whizzes, House Hogwarts was basically the heart and soul of this school. That top spot gave them a crazy amount of influence in the kingdom's whole math scene. It was so intense that even Isabella's dad, the respected Lord of Paul City, had to show some serious deference to House Hogwarts. Long story short, the School of Numbers was this wild mix of a political party, a super nerd club, and like a cult that was totally obsessed with numbers. They believed that everything in the universe, no matter what it was, could be perfectly explained and measured using numbers. Chen Luo kept going down this rabbit hole. It suddenly hit him that the School of Numbers beliefs were freakishly similar to the Pythagorean school from his old world. That group popped up in ancient Greece, started by the genius scholar Pythagoras. They had their moment and were a huge deal. But their whole belief system had one major fatal flaw. And it was that one little crack that made their entire academic empire crumble. The main reason was that the numbers they worshipped didn't include all real numbers, but were stuck on just rational numbers. He got totally sucked into this piece of history. The Pythagorean school had once gone around claiming that whole numbers and fractions could explain everything in the universe. But the first person to blow that theory out of the water was none other than Hippasus, one of Pythagoras' own students. This guy proved that in a square with a side length of 1, the length of its diagonal couldn't be written as a whole number, and you couldn't write it as a fraction either. To Chen Luo, this discovery was a total bombshell, completely wrecking the Pythagorean school's everything is number mantra and shaking them to their core. The school's followers totally freaked out. When they realized they couldn't solve the problem, they chose a way more messed up way to solve the person who brought it up. In the end, Hippasus was tied to a rock by his own people and thrown into the deep Aegean Sea. But you can't just drown the truth forever. What Hippasus discovered eventually got out to more and more people, and it was the final nail in the coffin for the entire Pythagorean school. Later on, people started calling these numbers the ones that aren't whole and can't be written as a fraction irrational numbers. From that point on, our understanding of the world of numbers blew up to include the whole huge territory of real numbers. After thinking over his theory for a second, Brian's face suddenly got serious. The Viscount's expression from before. It looked like he'd known about irrational numbers for a really long time. If that was true, you had to wonder just how messed up the end was for this world's version of Hippasus. Whispers started spreading through the party. Some people were literally pulling out books to look up Brian's question. How weird. Why can't we find that number anywhere? A young guy in glasses was frantically flipping through a book, sweating like crazy, but he was coming up with nothing. This is impossible. How can there be a length that can't be described by any number? Where in the heck did this bizarre question even come from? Brittany was just as stumped. After getting nowhere, she turned to him totally confused. Brian, what's the deal with this number? It's like none of the numbers we know can describe it. Brian turned and explained to her softly. Brittany, this is a totally new kind of number, and there are a ton more just like it. I'm afraid that in this world, someone actually discovered it a super long time ago. But this amazing discovery was intentionally buried by some powerful group. As for me, I just wanted to use this chance to thank Fish for his help and drop this truth bomb on everyone here. Hearing that, Viscount Hogwarts gripped his cane so hard you could see the veins popping out on his hand. A look of pure bitterness and defeat was plastered all over Fish's face. He just snapped and couldn't stop himself from yelling, "Dang it, this is all that little punk's fault." As he said it, Fish roared and raised his fist at Brian, his voice just dripping with hate. "Brian, you are so dead!" In the middle of the fancy hall, Fish totally lost it screaming as he charged right for Brian. The surprise attack caught him completely off guard. You could see the panic in his eyes as he threw his hands up to block. In that split second, another hand shot out, grabbing Fish's wrist right in midair. Both guys were totally stunned to see a girl with a ton of curly hair, but her face had this surprisingly intense look. Her hand, even though it looked delicate, grabbed his wrist with like superhuman strength. Once he was stopped, Fish dropped the nice guy act and started screaming, "Who the heck are you? Get out of my face!" But even with him acting totally psycho, Alice was totally chill, just saying politely, excuse me, but I can't just stand here and watch you be a complete jerk." Her voice was soft, but her grip was crazy strong. Fish couldn't get loose no matter how hard he tried. He could only grit his teeth, totally furious. Where did this girl even get that insane strength at that exact moment? A super commanding voice called out Fish's name, making him freeze on the spot. Viscount Hogwarts growled, "What do you think you're doing?" His voice was a low hiss, barely holding back a total explosion of anger. "Haven't you caused enough of a scene for one night?" Fish spun around, totally scared to face his dad. He mumbled, "Father, But Viscount Hogwarts gave him zero time to explain, shutting him down and raising his voice for all the guests to hear. He announced super seriously, "My deepest apologies for causing everyone so much drama tonight. It's totally my fault for not raising my son better. I promise I'll be way stricter with him from now on." He was putting on a whole responsible dad show. "As for that number Sir Brian brought up, don't you worry. Our School of Arithmetics will throw everything we've got at finding a solution within the next few days." Right in front of all the fancy guests, he didn't even hesitate to turn to Brian and give a formal bow. "Sir Brian, thank you for, schooling us tonight. I have some urgent business to take care of, so I've got to bounce," Viscount Hogwarts said, his voice dropping low, like he was trying not to completely lose his cool. "I hope the rest of your night here is memorable." Chen Luo just smirked like it was no big deal, answering in a chill tone. "Oh, it will be Viscount Hogwarts. You have a great night, too." The young man thought to himself, is pi seriously the key to this number? Nah, I bet it's not that simple. Acting like he didn't hear a thing, Viscount Hogwarts ignored all the whispers and gossip and just dragged Fish out of the banquet hall. Nobody could have guessed that the guy named Blair could push the Hogwarts family into such a lame situation. When all the drama finally died down, Chen Luo walked over to the girl who had his back earlier, smiling as he said, "Hey, seriously, thanks a lot." Hearing him be so formal, Alice looked surprised, then let out a playful giggle. "Freshman Blair, did you forget your upperclassmen already so heartless?" As soon as she finished talking, Isabella popped up out of nowhere and smacked Chen Luo right on the head. She yelled, totally furious, "You freaking perv! How dare you flirt with other girls when I'm right here?" Chen Luo grabbed the new bump on his head, his face all twisted up as he cried out, "You've got it all twisted, I wasn't doing anything. And wait a sec, what do you mean when you're right here? There's literally nothing going on between us to even talk about." Watching this whole jealous meltdown from the sidelines, Alice couldn't help but crack up at how confused Chen Luo was and how worked up Isabella got. She thought the whole scene was hilarious. "OMG, my bad. I just couldn't hold it in. Did I interrupt your little moment or something?" Alice said softly. "I was just messing with him a second ago. But you guys are seriously so cute together, it makes everyone jealous." Isabella's face turned bright red and she started waving her hands around to explain who would be making eyes at him. "It's not like that between us, okay?" To hide how embarrassed she was, Isabella quickly tried to change the subject. "Anyway, what are you even doing here?" Alice gave a mysterious smile and asked back, "Hasn't Miss Brittany filled you in yet?" Then she looked over at Isabella with a soft expression. "Me, I'm always at these things. But you, this is like the first time I've ever seen you at this party, right?" Just then, Miss Brittany appeared and explained with a smile. "Alice's family is super famous for being math geniuses in Paul City. She's been repping her family at these brainy parties for a few years now." Alice gracefully held out her hand, a move that was both friendly and cool, her voice super confident and charming as she introduced herself again. "My name is Alice," she continued. "I'm a junior at St. Donato Academy, and I'm also in the same class as Isabella." Alice then turned to Chen Luo, giving him a little smile to make things less awkward. "So this is our first real meeting, Freshman Blair. I hope me teasing you earlier didn't make things weird." As it all clicked, Chen Luo happily shook her hand. "It's awesome to meet you, Senior Alice." Right after their handshake, she suddenly flashed a wicked little smile and used her hand to gently tug down the collar of her dress. And just like that, Chen Luo got a full-on view of her amazing curves, which made his nose start to gush while he was totally freaking out on the inside. Seeing Alice's bold move, Isabella couldn't help but feel kind of bummed. She automatically glanced down at her own, not-so-blessed chest, sighing to herself, "Seriously, some people get everything and some get nothing." Alice leaned in super close to him, whispering in a voice that was like pure sugar, "Freshman Blair, I've got to be honest, you were absolutely epic today. This is the first time in my whole life I've seen those stuck-up Hogwarts get so completely and totally owned." She then kept going, asking, "So, does this mean I can hit you up for math help later?" Unexpectedly, Chen Luo just shot her down. Sorry, he said, totally catching Alice off guard. His whole vibe shifted, getting super serious. I really can't. Then he put his hands on his hips, striking a pose like he was some kind of hero. Then he was like, I honestly think you'd be way better off asking Miss Brittany. The whole idea was basically hers anyway. Hearing Chen Luo say that, Alice just crossed her arms, tapped her chin, and shook her head kinda impressed. This new kid was a total enigma. Anyway, with the whole fancy party buzzing around them, Alice gave him a graceful little turn and a wave, saying something super loaded, but still polite. See you later, Junior Chen Luo. We'll talk more next time, when we've got more privacy. Chen Luo watched her elegant silhouette fade into the crowd, giving a polite little wave back. Later, Senior Alice. Seeing this whole obvious but not so obvious flirting thing go down, Isabella, who was standing right there, couldn't help but pout. She mumbled under her breath, all annoyed. What's that supposed to mean? Wait until no one is around. Meanwhile, Brittany just let out this totally exhausted sigh and called out, Bye, Alice! After that, Isabella crossed her arms, spun around to glare at Chen Luo and went off on him. And you were practically staring a hole through her. Your eyes were about to pop out of your head. You looked like you were going to sprint after her right that second. Hearing this completely random accusation, Chen Luo glanced at Isabella, looking totally confused. Why would I need to do that? But seeing him dare to talk back just cranked up Isabella's jealousy. She pointed a finger right in his face and yelled, You're just like every other guy getting all googly-eyed over a pretty face. A total player. Faced with her chewing him out, Chen Luo could only scratch his nose, completely baffled, and gave Isabella a quizzical look. But is she as pretty as you? That compliment totally threw her off. Her cheeks went pink and she stammered, So, you're saying I'm prettier than her? Chen Luo kept a dead straight face and replied with one word. Nope. His firm answer made Isabella all flustered, and she mumbled back, Oh, for real. The second that massive lie left his lips, he had to look away, crying on the inside and screaming in his head, Wow, she's actually buying this. But hey, good thing she only asked about her face and not her figure. So it's not a asterisk total asterisk lie, right? Just then a deep steady voice cut through their little drama. Good evening, everyone. The guy who walked up was none other than Vice President Cavan. As soon as Brittany recognized him, her whole face lit up. Vice President Cavan, hey, what are you doing over here? Vice President Cavan stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, giving off major boss vibes. He looked over Chen Luo's crew and said in this big booming voice, You three are the talk of the party tonight. It only felt right to come say hello in person. Hearing this huge compliment, Chen Luo immediately tried to play it cool. You're giving us way too much credit, Vice President Cavan. We just got lucky with that one problem and kind of stumbled into a little question. Cavan gave him this impressed look and said, That problem you solved and that question you asked are anything but little. As he spoke, an image of a crazy complicated problem with a bunch of tangled lines just appeared in the air. Solving the problem of the 7 bridges of the royal capital has been the Hogwarts family's claim to fame for generations, but today your proof basically shouted from the rooftops that the problem can't even be solved. And because of that, the Hogwarts family's rep as some math dynasty just got a huge crack in it. Now they're what everyone's whispering about. The vice president kept going, his voice getting even more serious. And that number you brought up, the numerology faction, the ones who think numbers are the key to the universe, are now totally stuck trying to find a number for the length of a super simple line. Like, does that number even exist? And if the answer's no, then everything the numerology nerds believe in, heck, the entire world of math is going to get shaken to its very core. At that, he just stared hard at Chen Luo. His gaze was sharp enough to cut his tone, digging for answers. So, Chen Luo. Vice President Cavan zeroed in on him, asking straight up, Who are you really? His face got all dark and his stare was ice cold as he said every word slowly. And why would a guy with your insane skills hide it until now? What are you planning? Faced with that intense question, Chen Luo's own expression went grim for a second, and he didn't answer. But then he switched gears and played dumb, chuckling like, President Cavan, what are you even talking about? I have no clue what you mean. Everyone saw what happened today, right? Senior Fish brought up the problem, and I just had a random idea that helped him out. He scratched his head, trying to look all innocent. And that weird number thing, I was just curious. Besides, Viscount Hogwarts himself already said he and his math club would totally figure it out. Cavan stroked his silver beard and nodded, thinking, That's a fair point. Maybe I was jumping to conclusions. Then he said all official-like, You can rest easy. The Math Association will always back up the truth. Seeing Chen Luo looking so relieved, Vice President Calvin paused, then added, But you know how sneaky the Viscount is. Hogwarts' face flashed in his mind. He followed up with a heavy warning, You better watch your back. The Hogwarts family is way more messed up than you can even imagine. In some dark room, Fish was curled up on the freezing stone floor, coughing his guts out, while Viscount Hogwarts just stood over him. The Viscount sat like a king in his chair, leaning on his cane. Meanwhile, Fish, his face all bruised and busted up, looked completely wiped out, letting out one last heavy breath before he just blacked out. Hogwarts' shadow danced in the dim light, his glasses giving off this cold, creepy glint, while one of his goons stood beside him. He reported all formal, My lord, our guys are ready. We can make a move whenever. The Viscount's face went hard with rage, and he gritted his teeth as he ordered. Wait for that punk to leave the manor. Then you make your move, and like always make it look like an accident. I don't want a single trace left behind. The goon immediately bowed his head. You got it. But out of nowhere, a cold voice echoed from the shadows. Father planning on taking someone out again. That voice was so chillingly familiar it left Viscount Hogwarts totally stunned for a second. From behind him, the shape of a young man stepped out of the dark. Viscount Hogwarts spun around, stammering, Ebo! Just then, Ebo's grim face came into view, and the Viscount cried out, his voice filled with horror and disbelief. How can it be you? Seeing Ebo, the goon's eyes went wide and his face turned ghost white. No way! But Ebo just gave his father an ice-cold look and said, Yeah, I get why you're surprised. Facing Viscount Hogwarts' twisted expression, Ebo calmly turned away and added, After all, you were the one who gave the order last time. Just like this time. His words totally set Hogwarts off, who shot to his feet and yelled at Ebo, Why aren't you dead? What are you doing showing your face here? That brat Chen Luo outside is your guy, isn't he? Ebo slowly helped the unconscious fish up, a sarcastic smirk playing on his lips. You're just as cold-hearted as ever, father, not even sparing your own son. In a flash, the old man pulled a pistol from his coat, aimed it right at Ebo and growled, Answer my question, Ebo. Just then, a groggy fish started to come to, looking weakly at the person holding him and managing to whisper, Big brother. Staring down the dark barrel of the gun and Hogwarts' intense glare, Ebo's voice was surprisingly chill. You always jump straight to the questions, father. It makes it hard to know where to even start. He slowly stood up straight, adding, So let me just break it down for you one by one. Even with the gun still pointed at him, Ebo calmly explained, That kid Chen Luo has absolutely nothing to do with me. But he accidentally gave me the perfect opening, which is why I came back right at this moment. His face was half hidden in shadow as he went on. As for why I'm back, I can only tell you this. Ebo's eyes suddenly got razor sharp, and his voice went hard as steel. I came back to rewrite the destiny of the entire Hogwarts family. Viscount Hogwarts tightened his grip on the gun, his suspicious eyes locked on Ebo. You want to change the family? The young man held out a hand, his voice firm as he shot back, Exactly, father. Then Ebo suddenly asked, Father, what do you think is really holding our family together right now? Viscount Hogwarts looked his son dead in the eye, replying with total pride, Our glory, of course. He spread his arms wide like it was obvious, asking, What else could it possibly be? For real, you've known for a long time, haven't you? That the Seven Bridges problem in the capital is unsolvable, and that number is just some fairy tale you can't prove. Thud. A bruised and battered fish struggled to sit up faintly, hearing their conversation, and forced his head to turn toward the two of them. Ebo's voice echoed coldly. And still just to hang on to the family's so-called glory to make the number faction seem legit. You chose to bury the truth. Facing Hogwarts' grim face, he pushed on. And that's not all. For the past few years, anyone who got close to the truth and planned to expose it was taken care of by you, using whatever it took. Ebo let out a cryptic smile as he dropped the bomb. And I, your own flesh and blood, was no exception. As if he couldn't take it anymore. Viscount Hogwarts roared, cutting him off. Silence. The gun stayed pointed right at Ebo, his voice dripping with poison. For the sake of the family, I won't hesitate to put you in the ground a second time. Seeing his dad losing it, Ebo's face got serious as he tried to reason with him. Father, you've gone way too far. Don't you remember what I told you once? You can't bury the truth forever. Sooner or later, someone will expose everything. And when that happens, this family built on a mountain of lies will burn to ashes. Ebo suddenly pictured Chen Luo at the banquet that morning, a faint smile touching his lips. And today that kid Chen Luo did exactly that. He stood in front of the entire math community of Pao City and popped the bubble of lies our family has been living in for so long. Ebo's face turned to ice as he continued. Now, even if you can deal with me or even him, how are you going to silence every single person who was there today? With that quick as a flash, he reached out and gently but firmly grabbed the barrel of Viscount Hogwarts' gun. The barrel was still aimed right at his heart, but his eyes were now laser-focused, totally lethal, as his grip tightened on the piece. His voice cut through the air, weirdly calm. If you can't shut every single one of them up, then by tomorrow the truth is going to be everywhere. Our family's reputation will be toast, and the number faction, our whole foundation, will be history. Everyone's trust in us will completely crumble. He leaned in closer. And when that goes down, do you really think you can hold this family, the House of Hogwarts, together? Those words hit him like a lightning strike, and the Viscount's finger on the trigger started shaking like crazy. That's when Eagle saw his chance, smoothly taking the gun from Viscount Hogwarts' hand. The Viscount's face was a mask of pure rage. He glared at Eagle, his teeth clenched, and growled, So what now? You tell me what I'm supposed to do. Eagle's fist tightened the gun now in his other hand. He stared his father straight in the eye and gave him a cold smile. I'm taking over. I'll be the head of this family, and I'm gonna fix it so the Hogwarts name actually survives. He put a hand on the Viscount's shoulder, leaning in to whisper. His eyes flashed red, and his voice was this creepy, mesmerizing threat. You need to get one thing straight, right now. I'm the only one who can pull this family back from the edge of total disaster. Hearing his own son say that Viscount Hogwarts just froze, you could see the gears turning in his head. Then all of a sudden, Eagle leaned in and whispered something right into his ear, and the color just drained from his face. Pure terror was written all over him as cold sweat started pouring down. A few days later, over at Brittany's place in this super cozy room, a bunch of alarm clocks went off at once, totally shattering the quiet, and Bai jolted awake. He sat up slow, stretching out to welcome the new day. As he swung his feet onto the floor, Bai slapped the snooze on the blaring alarms, thinking how sleeping on a soft bed was like 10,000 times better. Plus, there was none of that nasty, musty smell he had to deal with in the warehouse. Thinking that, he pushed the door open and stepped out. He rubbed his eyes, mumbling a sleepy mornin'. Then Bai's eyes totally froze on something. On the desk there was this massive stack of papers as thick as old-school scrolls just sitting there. Staring at that stack of papers, Bai's face fell for a second as a worrying thought hit him. Looks like she pulled another all-nighter wrestling with those numbers. Ever since that big math conference ended, the proof that the 7 bridges of the royal capital problem was unsolvable had spread like wildfire, completely rocking the kingdom's entire math world. The Hogwarts family's reputation and honor were suddenly taking a major hit. In all the busy markets, vendors were hawking the latest papers and every family was scrambling to buy one, to get the latest dirt. But the thing that freaked out the academic world even more than the unsolvable 7 bridges problem was this new, totally unrepresentable number. Now the whole math community was calling it something spooky, the devil's number. It was this mysterious idea shown as a square with a giant question mark in it. Hearing this, B couldn't help but crack a smile, thinking to himself that the name was actually pretty sick. Meanwhile, scholars everywhere were freaking out like the entire academic world had jumped into this race to crack the code of the devil's number, especially the guys from the number faction. But no matter how hard they tried, they all hit a total dead end, completely stumped on how to even write it down. Bai's eyes scanned the pages of numbers and he thought, yeah, no surprise there. With the level of math in this world, there was just no way they could represent an irrational number. To them, this was a totally new idea, like forbidden territory no one had ever explored before. Still, B had a ton of respect for the scholars here, even though they were just fumbling around, in the dark with what little they knew. They never gave up thinking and searching. Watching a piece of paper float by the window, Bai knew for sure that one day they'd figured it out just like the trailblazers from his world did. Because no matter how messy the road to discovery gets, it always leads to the truth in the end. He just stood there by the window, a silhouette watching the paper fly off like he was sending all his hope with it. Soft morning sunlight started to stream through the glass. A little later, Bai was sitting at the desk, staring at that huge stack of papers. He propped his chin on his hand, a thoughtful look on his face. His eyes were totally glued to the documents, when something weird caught his eye. He squinted a little, focusing on a newspaper that had a picture of the new head of the Hogwarts family right on the front page. Curious, he picked up the paper, read the huge headline, and couldn't help but let out an impressed sigh. Ditching math was definitely the smartest play for the Hogwarts family right now. But to just do it like that, no hesitation, is seriously respectable. This new family head seems like they're the real deal. Bai found himself wondering what this person looked like, while he was lost in his thoughts. Brittany appeared, walking up quietly behind him. She rubbed her eyes, her cheeks a little pink, as she said softly, "Good morning." The second he saw her, the guy's face went bright red as he mumbled all dazed, "Mornin'." She was so drop-dead gorgeous he literally couldn't look at her. Trenlack hesitantly managed to say, "Miss Brittany." Instantly, Brittany's whole vibe darkened, and she gave him a look like, "Didn't I literally tell you last night to hit me up when you woke up?" Hearing her call him out, Trenlack quickly looked away, staring down at the table and muttering, I forgot." Seeing how adorable he was being, Brittany gently poked his cheek, her tone a mix of scolding and being super sweet. "You are such a little troublemaker." She playfully wagged her finger at him. "You always use the I forgot excuse." Brittany narrowed her eyes at him, her voice getting all suggestive. "And I'm guessing it is the same deal with that other asterisk thing. You totally knew what was happening, right? And you were just keeping it from me. You better not make your teacher mad." But before she could even finish, it was like she realized something was seriously off. Brittany suddenly noticed how flustered he was. His face was beet red all the way to his ears, and her attitude did a complete 180. She flipped from cheerful to terrifyingly grim. Brittany let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the whole house. "You're such a perv!" A few minutes later in the kitchen, Tranlek was using his fire magic to cook. The bright red mark of 5 fingers was still super visible on his cheek from the massive slap he'd just gotten. Meanwhile, Brittany could only risk sneaking glances at him. She shyly fidgeted with her hands, her face screaming regret. "I am so sorry. Does it still hurt? I seriously don't even know what came over me." While he was expertly flipping the food in the pan, Tranlak glanced over at her and pointed out, "Miss Brittany, I'm just now realizing that the just woke up you and the normal you are like 2 totally different people." Hearing this, Brittany just awkwardly scratched her head, too embarrassed to say anything. She brought a hand to her face, looking away, not daring to meet his eyes. She nervously asked Trenlock, "When I first wake up, am I really that awful?" The guy just casually replied, "Not at all." Hearing how sure he sounded, Brittany's eyes went wide with surprise. As Tranlek seasoned the food, he said with total confidence, "Whether it's the normal you or the you from right after you wake up, I'm cool with either one, Miss Brittany." Her face was a picture of total disbelief. Brittany stammered, all flustered, "Oh, thank you." The dude was super pleased with his bold-faced lie, thinking to himself as he cracked an egg into the pan. "Yep, that's me all right. My BS game has hit a whole new level." Meanwhile, Brittany clasped her hands behind her back, leaned in a little, and curiously peeked into the pot to ask, "Oh, right, what you making? Why are you tossing those bright red, edible raw fruit things in there and mixing them with eggs?" Tranlek explained. "I'm making scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Brittany just looked totally clueless. Completely blank, just repeating, "Scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Soon enough, a seriously eye-catching plate of golden scrambled eggs and tomatoes smelling amazing was ready. As Tranlek finished plating it, he explained to Brittany, "Back home we call these red things tomatoes, and over there this scrambled eggs with tomatoes dish is something pretty much every family knows how to whip up." He couldn't help but flash back to the old days, when he'd eat with his nose buried in a book and thought, this was also pretty much the only thing I ever cooked for myself. After he finished up, Tranlek turned to head out, but when he got to the door, he glanced back and told her, "Okay, the food's ready, so I'm heading off to school. Go ahead and eat." Seeing that Tranlek was about to bounce, Brittany rushed to stop him. "Wait, hang on a second." Hearing her, he turned back around. Brittany was holding a clean white cloth, and she gently leaned in and carefully wiped a little spot off Tranlek's shirt. The move was so unexpected that the guy's face couldn't help but turn bright red, and his heart started pounding like crazy in his chest so loud he was sure she could hear it. With a few quick wipes from Brittany, the stain on his shirt vanished. When she was done, she smiled and waved at Tranlek. "All set. Be safe on your way." His cheeks still a little pink, he glanced back at Brittany and replied, "Okay, I'm out of here." After she saw Tranlek off, Brittany went back to the dining room. Her eyes were completely glued to the plate of food on the table. Her voice was full of doubt. "This looks so weird. Is it really okay to eat?" Right after Brittany took a spoonful to try it, and in that exact moment her eyes shot wide open in total amazement as she blew on the bite to cool it down, whispering in awe, "Whoa." The soft, rich, creamy flavor of the egg just melted in her mouth, leaving this amazing aftertaste that made Brittany's toes literally curl. She nodded, totally convinced, as the sweet and tangy taste spreading down her throat got her super excited and she couldn't stop gushing. "Delicious, this is so good, like unbelievably delicious." In stark contrast to Brittany's blissful face somewhere else, Tranlek was so hungry his stomach was growling like a wild animal. A whole gloomy vibe seemed to be hanging around the guy. Tranlek walked by himself, just kicking himself over and over for getting so wrapped up in cooking that he completely forgot about his own empty stomach. Meanwhile, in a corner of the classroom, 3 girls were all huddled together, dishing all the hot goss on the Hogwarts family and the girl with the ponytail. "Hey, OMG, did you see the school newsletter this morning? The Hogwarts fam has a new boss. I heard he totally blew up all the old cliques the second he got in charge." The girl across from her shot back, "Duh, of course I read it. And word on the street is the new head is some young hot dude. So mysterious, right?" The girl with the short blue hair nearby jumped in, totally hyped. "But if we're talking mysteries, we have to talk about that other person. You know, the one who cracked the 7 bridges of Königsberg problem, came up with the devil's number, and then just ghosted everyone." The brunette had to get in on it too. "Okay, so my uncle works at the math association, and he told me that person is literally our age. And they totally went off the grid on purpose." Hearing that, the girl with the ponytail's eyes bugged out. "Wait, how can someone shake up the entire math world with just one number? If that's true, there's no way they're our age. I'm not buying it," she kept going. "I bet it's some old-school genius living off the grid or something." Meanwhile, across the room, Isabella was standing there, hands on her hips, totally grilling Blair. She got louder. Hello, Blair? Are you even listening to me? I'm asking you. Do you seriously not know how to write out that number?" Blair threw his hands up, looking at Isabella and saying, "I already told you I'm not a walking encyclopedia." At that, Isabella slammed her hands on the table, totally pissed. "No way you're so lying to me." Then a super clear voice cut in from the doorway. "Isabella, are you bothering my little Blair again?" Alice said, waltzing into the classroom with this killer smile. "Morning, my favorite underclassmen," she cooed. Hearing her, both Blair and Isabella whipped their heads around. As Alice walked in, she blew a kiss at Blair and gave him a wink, which totally made him freak out and blush. Isabella saw the whole thing and looked super annoyed, her voice all sharp. "Alice, aren't you like a senior? What are you even doing down here? And since when is he your little Blair?" Blair, trying to be polite, just turned and said, "Hey, morning, Alice." A couple of guys in the corner of the room were totally watching the drama unfold. The 2 most popular girls in the whole school, seniors Isabella and Alice, showed up at the same time, and they were both after Blair. "Dude, that guy has all the luck for real," one of them said, propping his chin on his hand and just staring at the 2 of them like they were goddesses. You could practically see the jealousy. "Is Blair on some kind of crazy hot streak or what?" Right then, Jasmine walked by and saw the 3 of them with Blair just standing there looking totally clueless about the whole situation. Alice got a little closer and whispered, "So Blair, what was all that chatter about before? Was it about that mystery number?" Her breath on his ear made Blair jump, and he started blushing like crazy. All of a sudden, this weird noise just killed the vibe. It was Blair's stomach growling super loud. The poor guy grabbed his stomach and turned away totally embarrassed. Alice and Isabella were just frozen, completely confused. All Blair could do was scratch his head and mumble a sorry. Seeing him, Alice just gave this super warm smile, but Isabella totally started nagging him. Are you a pig or something? It's not even lunch yet." Hearing that Alice, who was standing behind them, just had to cover her mouth and giggle, Blair just gave this awkward laugh, trying to play it cool. Then out of nowhere, a hot steamed bun appeared right in front of his face, and the smell was making his mouth water. Turns out it was from Alice. She popped up and said all sweet like, "Funny thing, I accidentally brought an extra lunch today. I wonder if anyone wants to help me out with it?" Hearing that, Blair's eyes totally lit up. He gulped, staring at the steamy bun in Alice's hand, and nodded like a bobblehead. "I would be so happy to." In a flash, Blair snatched the bun and whispered, "Thanks, Alice. You're a literal angel." Then bam, a hand came out of nowhere and pinched his cheek hard. The pain made Blair yelp. "Don't you dare take that!" Isabella glared down and yelled right in his face. "Blair, how could you just take food from some random person?" Blair whined back. "I was gonna say no, but the bun looked so good." Isabella basically exploded and snapped. "If you were that hungry, why didn't you just tell me?" The poor dude's eyes started to water as he rubbed his cheek, which was now bright red. Blair looked away and mumbled, "I did, but you said I eat like a pig, remember?" Hearing his lame comeback, Isabella got even madder. "I don't care. You didn't sound like you meant it. Besides, I was here first." Seeing things were getting super tense, Alice decided to play peacemaker. For a total genius like Blair, it's only right that I'd want to help him out a little. Isabella was so mad she was grinding her teeth. Even though she was still lecturing Blair, she shoved a piece of bread into his hands. "Here, take it. I just so happen to have an extra one too. Now, I give her that bun back." Blair was totally stuck in the middle, his eyes darting between the bread and the bun as he stammered, Seeing her chance, Alice stepped in closer, her voice totally teasing Isabella. "What gives you the right to mess with Blair's choice? Last I checked, our boy Blair hasn't made anything official with you, has he?" Isabella's jaw was clenched so tight it looked like it would break, her whole vibe shifting as Alice's words totally struck a nerve. She snapped her head toward Bray, laying down the law. "Bray, you have to choose," Isabella said, hitting every word hard. "My bread or Alice's bun? You can only pick one." But Alice, not about to lose, jumped in with this super sweet syrupy voice. "It's okay, Bray. Just pick whichever one you want. I seriously don't mind." Her voice was all sugar. But they were totally shooting daggers at each other with their eyes. Stuck in the crossfire, Bray started sweating bullets, feeling like his life was literally on the line. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife, while Alice and Isabella were locked in a major stare-down. Bray, trapped between them, just let out this super awkward laugh as Isabella kept pushing the bread at him. Finally, Bray caved and reached for it, saying, "All right, I'll take it." "Thanks, Isabella." Seeing him take it, she flashed this victorious smirk. "I knew it. My bread is obviously the best." Meanwhile, Alice just stood there watching with her arms crossed. But the death glare she was sending him sent a shiver right down his spine. Then, in a wild moment of genius, Bray shoved both the bread and the bun into his mouth at the same time, his cheeks puffing out. This crazy move immediately made him choke, and his face turned completely red. Bray was chewing for his life, trying to swallow the two warring pastries. You could literally see the lump of food moving down his throat. With tears in his eyes, Bray managed to choke out, "Your pastries, they were both amazing. Thank you both so much." Hearing that, both Isabella and Alice cracked these huge smiles. "Not bad." Isabella put her hands on her blushing cheeks, saying all smug, "Well, looks like my bread was just that good, huh? I mean, look at how you scarfed it down." Then Alice smoothly reached over to Bray's cheek and wiped off a little bit of cream. Then super casually, she brought her cream-covered finger to her lips and licked it clean, her eyes locked on Bray the whole time. "You got a little something on your face, you goof." The whole vibe was so intense it made Bray's face turn bright red. But Alice wasn't done yet. She playfully stuck out her tongue to get the last bit of cream. "Bray, you're always such a mess." Witnessing this totally infuriating display, Isabella totally lost it, screaming, "Alice, what the heck do you think you're doing?" In response to Isabella's freakout, Alice just casually hopped up to sit on the edge of a desk, her finger still near her lips, and said in this low voice, "What can I say, my bun was just really sweet." Just then, the school bell blared completely, killing the mood. Alice looked kinda disappointed. "I guess it's time for class." As she left, she turned back and gave Bray a little wave. "See you later, Bray. Don't forget to study hard." He just kinda happily waved back, "Okay, bye, Alice." Meanwhile, Isabella was grinding her teeth, pointing a finger right in Bray's face. "You!" She planted her hands on her hips, gave him a look that could kill, and then spun around in a huff, snapping, "I'm out of here, but you better be in this classroom after school. We're talking." After she said that, Bray just collapsed into his chair, breaking out in a cold sweat again. All he could do was sit there and listen to Isabella's angry footsteps fading down the hall before the door slammed shut. With the entire class staring at him like he'd grown a second head, Bray let out a quiet sigh of relief, so glad those two were finally gone. But then a hand suddenly pinched his cheek hard, making him yelp. Yo, Bray. It was his best bud Toby who leaned in and asked, "Dude, since when do you know Alice?" Bray quickly answered, I think it was one night a few days ago." When Toby heard that, he grabbed his own face and let out this dramatic groan. Bray could totally guess the crazy scenarios already playing out in his friend's head. "Dude, what are you even thinking?" "A few days ago, Miss Brittany took me to this academic thing for the math club, and I met Alice there." After Bray explained, Toby's eyes suddenly went wide like he remembered something. "Wait a sec. That math thing a few days ago? Wasn't that where they announced the devil's number?" Seeing Toby was about to shout it to the whole class, Bray frantically shushed him. "Shh, and Miss Brittany's here." Class started, and of course Miss Brittany called Bray up to the board to solve a problem. While he was up there working it out, she turned to the rest of us and said, "Everyone can try solving this in different ways. But the standard formula solution looks like this." Miss Brittany in her usual white lab coat stood at the front of the room and kept on with her lecture. "All right, go ahead and get into groups to discuss the problem on the board." Right as Bray finished, he heard the teacher call his name. Miss Brittany sneakily pulled a piece of bread from her pocket and pressed it into his hand. Bray was totally stunned. "Miss, what's this?" The teacher just turned away, covering her mouth a little with her hand and giving him a playful wink. "You skipped breakfast this morning, didn't you? This is for you. Go on, eat it." Bray took the bread and just stared at it, completely zoned out while screaming in his head, "Why is it always bread?" Bray slowly shuffled back to his seat next to Toby. The two girls in front of them turned around for the group discussion. Toby saw the dazed look on Bray's face, then noticed the bread in his hand and asked, "Hey man, how'd you score more bread?" And just like that, the pink-haired girl in front of them shot out of her seat. She slammed her hand down on the desk so hard that books and papers went flying. Jasmine, who was sitting right next to her, was so shocked her glasses literally flew off her face. Seeing all this chaos, Bray just gave a weak smile and tried to get things back on track. "It's a long story. Can we just talk about the math problem?" But that was the opposite of what happened. The pink-haired girl stood up straight, crossed her arms, and her eyes totally lit up with excitement. "A second ago I heard Toby mention—" "Okay, so you were at that math conference thing a few days ago. You totally had to have seen that mystery genius, right? The school blog said they cracked the whole 7 bridges of the royal capital problem. Like right there on the spot, and even dropped the devil's number." Blair and Toby shared a look, then quickly looked away. He kind of stumbled over his words. Well, how do I say this? I guess you could say I saw them, kinda." The pink-haired girl looked so confused. "What's that even mean, you kinda saw them?" Meanwhile, Jasmine was just silently staring him down, her expression unreadable. Blair had to scramble for an excuse. "Right when that person showed up, I had this super urgent thing come up, so I had to dip. By the time I got back, they'd already announced the devil's number. The whole place was going wild by then, so I totally lost track of them." The second he finished, Toby leaned in and whispered something to him. That just made the pink-haired girl even more nosy. "At a moment like that, what could have been so important you had to just bail?" Blair looked away again, coming up with the absolute lamest excuse ever. Because I ate too much, and had to make a run for it." Toby, looking completely over it, chimed in while digging for gold. "A bathroom break? Seriously, Blair, you were handed a golden ticket. And you totally fumbled it." Hearing that, the pink-haired girl jumped to Blair's defense. "Toby, what is your problem?" In any case, Blair was smart enough to even get invited to that exchange. All the major players from Aba City were there. Just meeting one or two of them is a huge deal. As she spoke, she put on this super cute face, her eyes all sparkly. She batted her eyelashes and asked Blair, "Oh, hey Blair, are you free anytime soon? Could you come over and help me with some crazy hard math problems? I'm so lost on a bunch of them, and my family's estate is, massive, so if you get too worn out from all the tutoring, you could totally just crash." "No problem," Toby shot back, then turned to mess with his pink-haired friend. "You want to learn? I'd be too embarrassed for you to even try." But she wasn't having it, pouting back at him. "So what if I actually want to learn?" Standing off to the side, Jasmine was watching the whole exchange, her expression suddenly turning dark and kinda scary, which was a total vibe killer against the sunny schoolyard. The weather was actually pretty perfect that day, not humid at all. Tucked away behind a wall, Chen Luo let out a huge sigh of relief, thinking, "Man, if I hadn't bailed, Isabella would have totally trapped me in the classroom by now." The guy stretched out, not forgetting to mutter, "And don't even get me started on Chris. He's such a pain too." Out of nowhere, a mysterious voice piped up. "Still trying to stay on magic's good side, huh? Since when did you get so dedicated to your magic training?" Meanwhile, Chen Luo was just walking along, still talking to himself. Whatever. I should still go practice. That's the main thing right now. He stopped dead in his tracks when he processed the weird voice. Right in front of him, a figure in all black with a hidden face just appeared. They moved like lightning fast, pressing something cold and sharp against Chen Luo's throat. He frowned a little, his voice low. "Who's there?" All he got back was a chilling silence. And then he knew. It was Jasmine. Her voice was ice cold and dripping with menace. "Don't even think about making a sudden move. This thing is crazy sharp. Chen Luo slowly put his hands up in surrender. Jasmine, what the? Before he could even finish, she cut him off, her voice laced with suspicion. Let me guess. Jasmine started grilling him. You're the one who cracked the royal capital's 7 bridges problem and dropped the devil's number at the conference the other day, wasn't it? I've been watching you for a while. Your skills in both math and magic have been leveling up way too fast to be normal. She stared him down, her voice almost a growl. You are not Blair. He could never be this gifted. So tell me, where's the real Blair? Who are you really? And why are you pretending to be him? Chen Luo looked seriously annoyed as he shot back. Whoa, that's a lot of questions at once. Where do you want me to even start? But first I can promise you I am Blair. 100%, he thought to himself. Asterisk. Probably not the best time to bring up the whole I've been reincarnated thing. Hearing his answer, Jasmine reached out and pinched his cheek like super hard while snapping at him. Still trying to lie your way out of this. You must be pretty proud of your flawless disguise magic, huh? But when she saw his face didn't even flicker, she was totally floored. But disguise magic, no matter how good it is, it's supposed to shatter the second you touch it. Jasmine was in complete shock, her eyebrows scrunching together. What in the... She started pulling even harder, yanking on Chen Luo's cheek until it was totally stretched out of shape. But still zilch. Seeing his chance while Jasmine was freaking out, he swept her leg. Losing her balance, Jasmine started to fall backward, squeezing her eyes shut tight, totally bracing for impact. And yet the hard, painful landing she was expecting never happened. She opened her eyes confused, only to realize Chen Luo had caught her. Jasmine's cheeks went bright red when she looked up and saw Chen Luo's serious eyes locked on hers. Totally embarrassed, Jasmine immediately started trying to get away. What do you think you're doing? Let go of me right now. Chen Luo just sighed. Fine, I'll let you go. He glanced down at the spoon in her hand. But can you please stop holding that thing to my throat? Chen Luo held up one finger like, and another thing, you literally just tested me yourself. So you believe I'm the real Blair now, right? Jasmine totally turned away, trying to hide her blushing face. You, just back off a little. As she talked, she scooted away from Chen Luo, muttering, Okay, fine, let's say you're not using some illusion spell. But how in the world did you suddenly get so crazy good at math and magic? Not to mention the way you talk now is a complete 180 from the old Blair. The guy raised a hand and scratched his head, looking totally stressed. How do I even explain this? It's kind of a long story. Chen Luo started his tale. How do I say this? I'm Blair, but I'm also not. The truth is I had this insanely long dream, and when I woke up, I was the person I am today. He kept trying to explain the weird dream. I come from a world with zero magic, a place where science and technology are like next level. He couldn't help but think about the sci-fi movies he used to be obsessed with. In that world, people had no clue how to use magic. To them, it was just stuff you'd find in fairy tales. But on the flip side, their science and tech were on a whole other plane with some stuff that could do way more than magic ever could. That tech was in every car, every phone people used every single day. Everyone got to enjoy all the cool gadgets. Thanks to all that science, humans could do a million things magic was useless for. People had explored almost every corner of the planet and could even travel through space to other worlds, Chen Luo kept remembering. And me in that world, I was just a totally normal math teacher. And because of that, I have math skills way beyond what anyone here can even imagine. In his memories, he saw a young student shooting her hand up in the air. Teacher. He smiled a little. Yeah, you have a question. The little girl who was sharp just like Jasmine asked him straight up, Teacher, can people for real travel through space past our sky? Are there really other planets out there? Chen Luo calmly pushed up his glasses and said, That's a really great question. Of course, we can go past the sky and into space. Besides our planet, the universe has like a bajillion other planets. The mischievous little student covered her mouth and giggled. Oh, I get it now. Thanks for explaining, teacher, but for real, why did you suddenly get like this? Chen Luo was snapped back to reality, clicking his tongue like he was out of options. The flashback was over, and they were back at the sun-soaked school. Chen Luo and Jasmine just stood there in silence, staring at each other for a super long time. He finally cleared his throat. Sorry I got totally carried away and overshared. Basically, it was all just a dream, a super long one. When I woke up, I had these math and magic skills I have now. But unfortunately, at the same time, I also lost a chunk of my memory. Jasmine frowned, looking super skeptical with her hand on her chin like she was thinking hard. He secretly wiped away a bead of sweat. So that's what happened. Jasmine sighed. All right, I guess. Then she gave him a kind of forced smile. Seems like you're still the same you. Always telling these half-true, half-joking stories that are impossible to believe. Hearing that, Chen Luo couldn't help but wonder, wait, do I normally say stuff like this? Jasmine clasped her hands behind her back and shot back, pretty much. You were always way more into science than magic, she went on. You even said you wanted to live in a world with no magic at all. But maybe that was just because you didn't have any magical talent back then. Jasmine looked down, her voice getting a little sad. Back then, you must have been crying in your sleep because you lost your memories, right? Don't worry, I'll totally help you get them back. Hearing those words, a super touched Chen Luo grabbed her hand and said, So you've always cared about me this much. Thank you so much, Lily. Jasmine's face went bright red in a second and she stammered, You! She got mad because she was embarrassed and snapped, I just said I'd help you find your memories. Don't get the wrong idea. He sighed, all worn out. Huh, what wrong idea? The super emotional conversation was finally over and the noisy vibe of the hallway came rushing back. Only Chen Luo was left standing there, deep in thought, staring down at his hands without realizing it. Suddenly, an arm snaked around his neck out of nowhere, making him jump. It was Toby who had him in a headlock with one arm while his other was wrapped around Chen Luo's stomach. The guy could only yell out, totally stuck, "Dude, what are you doing? Let go of me!" But Toby clearly wasn't about to stop his little joke. When the tornado trashed the entire parking lot, where did you disappear to? You were almost blown away, you know that, he pushed. Were you sneaking off to do something sketchy behind my back? Spill it. From a distance, Fitch was quietly watching the two of them. Chen Luo wasn't going to just take it, and he immediately jammed 2 fingers straight into Toby's nose. Just then, he noticed Fitch, the upperclassman, watching from far away. Toby saw him too. Instantly, he let go of and jumped in front of Chen Luo. What do you want? Then something totally unexpected happened. That guy Fitch suddenly bent over and bowed in front of them. He worked up all his nerve and said, Blair, I'm sorry. Turns out I was completely wrong about you. That dude, none other than Fitch Edward, was for real apologizing to him. Hearing Fitch say, please forgive me, made Blair so shocked his jaw dropped. Everyone watching started whispering like, OMG, what is even happening? He was totally dazed. Forgive asterisk, you asterisk! And then the crowd just went wild. This one underclassman covered her mouth and whispered, no way is Fitch actually saying sorry to someone. For real, what did this Blair guy even do? Another girl asked, looking just as confused. The Edward family has been a total mess lately. You almost never see Fitch around, so why would he randomly show up at the academy just to apologize? Just then, Fitch super formally handed over an invitation, making Blair wonder, what's this? The guy scrambled to explain. It's from my big brother, Apple Edward. He's the new head of the Edward family, and he wanted me to give this to you. Blair took the invite and started checking it out with Toby. While they were reading, Fitch's voice just kept going all serious. My brother wants to hold a press conference for basically the entire math community in the kingdom. All the questions about the Edward family will be cleared up there. He bowed his head, totally trying to swallow his pride as he said, I also hope that you, Lord Blair, can be the bigger person, forget about how I acted before, and do us the honor of showing up. Toby leaned in, whispering nervously, Blair, don't go. For a guy like Fitch to suddenly be this nice with an invitation, it's 100% a trap. Staring at the invitation, Blair tried to figure out what the catch was. Night started to creep over the Edward family's insane mansion. The place had this old-school vibe with a massive fountain out front that looked even more epic, all lit up. Peeking inside, you could see all the guests making small talk. Professor, it's been forever. My bad about all the drama at the last symposium. Oh, you made it too. Standing outside, Blair thought, well, my curiosity won. I have to see how this Apple dude plans to spin this whole situation. Suddenly, someone gave his ear a killer pinch, making him jump. But he recognized that feeling anywhere. Isabella was yanking on his ear, snapping, I knew you'd be here, Spill. Where did you run off to this afternoon? Didn't I tell you to wait for me in the classroom after school? He was in so much pain he could barely get any words out, just stammering, ow, that really hurts. Right then, Brittany showed up, calling out, Blair, you actually came. Brittany walked up, gave a little wave, and said, we were searching all over campus for you before we came. Blair turned to ask her, Miss Brittany, did you guys get invitations too? Brittany just crossed her arms coolly and replied softly, the news that the Edward family is throwing a press conference tonight has pretty much spread through the entire kingdom's math scene. She glanced inside and added, most of the big names in the field from Abba City are here, and a bunch from other places traveled a long way, but get this, not a single one of them got an invitation. Holding the card, Blair was totally lost, thinking, that is so weird. Am I really the only one who got a formal invite? Someone touched his ear again, and he flinched. Alice had just appeared beside him out of thin air, completely ignoring a pouting, salty-looking Isabella. Her face was all concern. Oh, little Blair, is your ear okay? It's all Isabella's fault for being so rough. Let me make it better. Blair stared at her, totally stunned. Huh. Alice, you came too. Isabella impatiently tapped his back, trying to defend herself. I barely touched him. Come on, Blair, you tell her. Did it really hurt? Alice still acted like she wasn't even there, her eyes glued on Blair. Blair, let me blow on it. It's so red. Of course it hurts. Blair could literally feel the drama radiating off the two girls next to him. He was screaming on the inside. This was happening all over again. Brittany quickly pointed ahead, breaking the awkward silence. We should get going. The press conference is about to start. Behind them, Blair was stuck in the middle of Isabella and Alice, who were still shooting daggers at each other. He could only plead silently in his head, asterisk. Somebody save me, asterisk. Suddenly, the whole group just froze. Blair looked up and noticed something was off. Staring at the wall that was now totally bare, he was shocked. The 7 iconic bridges of the royal capital had just vanished. Brittany had this knowing little smile on her face, thinking, I wonder how this Apple guy is going to handle this mess. Standing next to her, Blair gave her a curious look. Miss Brittany, do you know Apple? She replied quietly. You could say that. Then Brittany kind of drifted off into a memory. Apple and I were in the same class. He was planning on being a teacher at the academy, But then he just disappeared 3 years ago, no explanation. After a beat, she continued. Until a few days ago, when I heard he was the new head of the Edward family, I was completely floored. Hearing this, Blair was even more intrigued and asked, "So what's Apple like as a person?" Brittany blinked like she was carefully picking her words. How do I put this? She had this flashback of a quiet guy always clutching a ton of papers with this faint, barely there smile. She recalled almost wistfully. You could probably say he was the kind of guy who only had eyes for math. Meanwhile, in his private study, Apple was laser-focused on a document in his hand. Fitch rushed in and reported, "Sir, everyone's here. They're all out there waiting for you." Apple was quiet for like a full minute, then totally out of nowhere he asks, "You've never been on a date, have you, Fix?" Fix was just floored and couldn't believe what he was hearing, asking again, Sorry, what?" Apple just shrugged super casual. Showing up late is the best way to make someone antsy for you to get there. Dating 101. Straightening his tie, Apple switched gears completely. "Oh yeah, is the person I told you to find here yet?" Fix was straight up. "Dude, this place is packed. I can't even tell if a fly got in, but I swear I tried my best." Apple moved in, giving Fix a pat on the shoulder. "Chill out, Fix," he said, his voice soft. "I'm not Dad. You don't have to be so freaked out." And with that, Apple started heading out, calling over his shoulder to his little bro, "Let's roll, Fix." While he walked, Apple fixed his suit, his voice full of confidence. It's time for the Edward family to write a whole new chapter. Meanwhile, before the press conference actually kicked off, all the VIPs were already there, hanging out in little groups, and the chatter was buzzing. The vibe was totally electric, and everyone was on the edge of their seat waiting for the main event to show up. Then all of a sudden, someone glanced at the door and saw Apple. They shouted, he's here, Apple, and Fix strolled in, and just like that, every single eye in the room was on them, getting hit with a million curious, judgy stares. One woman couldn't help but whisper, "Wow, he's just a kid." When he got to the middle of the room, Apple threw his arms out wide to greet everyone. "Good evening, everyone," he said, his voice booming. "It's a huge honor to have you all in our home tonight for this." After he said his piece, he gave a little bow, putting a hand over his heart, all formal, and introducing himself. "I'm Apple Edward, and on behalf of the entire Edward family, I want to give you all a major thank you." Over in a corner, Brittany was just staring, totally zoned out. This was a completely different Apple from the guy she knew 3 years ago. His whole vibe, his clothes, even the way he talked, it was all different. He kept going with his speech, slowly sliding a book out of his jacket pocket and raising his voice. "I know you've all been waiting a while and are probably dying to get to the real reason we're all here today." He held the book up high as he said it. "But first, if you don't mind, I want to tell you a little story about my family." Instantly, everyone's eyes were glued to the book in his hand, totally intrigued. Even Tronlock was thinking, what the heck is that? But Apple didn't make them wait, quickly spilling the beans. "This is the journal of the very first head of the Edward family." Ol's voice came out strong and steady, telling the world-rocking secret the Edward family had kept locked away for ages. And just like that, the old story started to unfold, all about the first patriarch trying to crack the code of that crazy puzzle of the royal capital's 7 bridges, a puzzle he actually made up himself. And just like all the brainiacs back then, he walked across those 7 bridges a bajillion times. Ol recounted, the image of the patriarch on the bridge looking super deep in thought, how time just kept ticking by, and the answer was still a total mystery. But the OG patriarch, he never quit. Ol's voice got suddenly deeper, describing the heavy stuff weighing on his mind. He hadn't given up, and then one day, bam, it hit him. He'd found the one, the only route. The patriarch was literally shaking with excitement, totally freaking out with happiness, because the problem that had been bugging him for forever was finally solved. He was so hyped up, he immediately went public with his big discovery, promising that the very next morning he'd walk everyone through the miracle route himself. The patriarch called everybody together, but being so happy made him rush things. And so, in his massive celebration, he totally forgot to double-check it before telling the world. It wasn't until the middle of the night, when he'd calmed down and ran through the route again, that he realized, to his horror, he'd made a huge fatal mistake. Sweat was just pouring down his face. He grabbed his head, completely devastated, because the brutal truth was, he'd never actually solved it. One little slip-up, just one wrong step marked on the route, had created this fake-out of a perfect solution. The patriarch just fell apart, dropping to his knees on the bridge, totally crushed. He knew he'd messed up so bad there was no coming back. By morning, his entire life's work would be trashed. All he could picture was everyone laughing at him, dissing him. And finally, feeling tortured and full of regret, the patriarch made his last choice, deciding to end it all in the cold water to pay for his mistake. In the quiet, pitch-black night, his lonely shape slowly disappeared under the water, leaving behind just a notebook that told the whole heartbreaking truth. In it, he wrote down his last wish, telling his family to be the ones to announce the truth to everyone for him. All his final thoughts were right there on those pages. The notebook was just left there by the edge of the lake, but he never ever could have guessed that his own family wouldn't do what he asked. Instead of stepping up and facing the facts, they decided to hide the notebook and spin this whole other story that the patriarch had found the answer. But on that crazy night, right before he was going to announce it, he'd had a tragic accident, slipped and fallen into the lake. And the family members who found his notebook, yeah, they had their own reasons for doing what they did. All of it, every last lie, was just to protect some empty idea of family honor. In that journal, there's even still a drawing of the 7 bridges. Owl finished the tragic story quietly. When he was done, the whole room was dead silent. Like every VIP in that room was totally shook. Abel was just standing there, fists balled up, looking super determined like he'd made up his mind about something huge. Then he started talking real quiet. But you can't hide the truth forever. And now the Edward family has to own up to our past, to all of it. After he said that, he took this super deep, honest-to-God bow in front of everybody. Fitch saw him and ran over to help him up. Abel's eyes were squeezed shut, but his voice was still crazy strong. I'm here for the whole Edward family to talk about the truth we've buried for so long. For this lie, I am so sorry. The crowd was freaking out. People were literally covering their mouths. OMG, for real. No way something like that could happen. Seeing how the Edwards kept this secret locked down for ages, Blair had to admit Abel was being seriously bold. The young man cleared his throat, thinking, okay, ever since that whole 7 bridges problem was proven to be a dead end, the Edward family's big lie was basically outed anyway. And then it hit Blair. Whoa, Abel was dropping this bomb right now to basically pass the blame to the new generation and do some serious damage control for the original founder's rep and the family's whole vibe. Some girl in the crowd yelled out, so when you broke up the number faction a few days ago, was that to make up for this? Abel shot back right away. Breaking up the number faction was part of it, yeah. But that wasn't the main reason. He put his hand over his heart all serious and declared, the biggest deal is the devil's number. That same girl, still looking totally lost, piped up again. Wait, are you saying you guys still haven't found the devil's number? Abel ran a hand through his hair, looking deep in thought. You got it. We still haven't found it. But it's not because we can't, it's for a totally different reason. Hearing this, Blair was floored. Because the devil's number was never even a real thing. Some middle-aged dude immediately called him out. What do you mean it doesn't exist? Abel jumped in to explain. Well, to be exact, that number doesn't exist in the kind of math we understand right now. And that's the real reason I had to shut down the number faction. As of today, we just aren't ready to say that math and numbers can explain everything in the universe. Someone else pushed. So you're saying the devil's number is unsolvable? Abel's answer was firm. Nope. Then Abel looked out at the whole crowd, laying out his big idea. Ladies and gentlemen, the devil's number isn't impossible to solve, and it's definitely not some nightmare for the math world. Just the opposite. It's a door to a whole new world we've never even seen before. Abel's voice got super intense. And the one person who can lead all of us to conquer it. That person is here. Abel suddenly pointed right into the audience and yelled, the guy who came up with the devil's number, Mr. Blair from Street Donudis Academy. The whole place just exploded with whispers. Who's Blair? Oh wait, I remember. Isn't he that kid who gave that presentation a while back? No way, it's him. I was there too. Yeah, it was totally Mr. Blair. Abel scanned the room and explained, I get that a lot of you probably have no idea who that is. That's because Mr. Blair is super low-key. So at the math conference the other day after he dropped the whole devil's number thing, he asked everyone to please not tell anyone who he was. Abel's eyes got all sharp, and his voice got way more intense. But right now, for the math world to get past this massive hurdle to level up, we need Mr. Blair to step up and show us the way. While Abel was totally working the crowd, Brittany turned to Blair all worried and whispered, Blair, what are we gonna do? But then she realized Blair was gone and was like, where'd he go? At the same time, Fitch leaned in and whispered to Abel, Sir, looks like Blair isn't here. Abel sighed a little bummed. Figured he'd be too curious to stay away and would show up, but whatever. Abel fixed his tie and said, totally sure of himself, he'll come find me eventually. Fitch just gave Abel this hesitant look, like he wanted to say something but held back. The next day at school, a bunch of girls were huddled up, totally gossiping. OMG, did you guys hear? One of them turned to the desk behind her and whispered, there's this crazy rumor going around. The whole school is talking about how that mystery person who came up with the devil's number is actually our Blair. Another girl jumped in. I heard that too, and get this. Now everyone's saying Blair needs to step up and fix the problem he started. Blair was basically screaming on the inside at his desk. He was thinking it was all that freaking Abel's fault for turning everyone's attention on him. Now nobody even cared about the Edward family's drama anymore. It was all whispers and gossip about him. Is it for real? Is that Blair kid really all that? Hey, you guys remember that magic assessment test? Just then, someone nudged his arm a couple of times. It was Toby calling his name quietly. Blair! Blair shot his friend a totally helpless look. Dude, didn't I just spill everything I saw? It was about to get crazy, so I bounced early. I have literally no clue what went down after that, so don't even ask. Toby looked super nervous, stuttering and pointing behind Blair. Well? A million question marks basically popped up over Blair's head. So he turned to see what Toby was pointing at, and then he totally froze when he saw his history professor, Mr. Han, standing right there looking like a linebacker. He kind of squeaked out, Mr. Han? The professor looked seriously ticked off, saying with major sarcasm, Student Blair, I know you're some kind of math whiz now and have become a total celebrity, but does that mean you've got a problem with me? On my history tests, you haven't even cracked the average score, not once. All Blair could do was force a lame smile and quickly try to cook up an excuse. And Mr. Han, for real, let me explain. The truth is, I'm just really bad at remembering history stuff. But before he could even finish his sentence, Mr. Han slammed his hand on the desk and totally roared, "Blair, you listen to me." He gave Blair a major death glare. "I don't care how famous you get, you're still a student and your studies always come first. You are absolutely not allowed to get all arrogant and full of yourself." Seeing how bad it was, Toby jumped in to help his buddy Mr. Han. "Someone's here looking for Blair." Hearing that, Mr. Han just spun around and started going off on Toby too. "Looking for him? Can't you see I'm in the middle of teaching him a lesson here?" Toby, looking totally bummed, mumbled, "But it's Mr. Calvin." He glared at Toby, his voice dripping with authority. "Let me say it again. I am disciplining this student. I don't care who comes looking for him, not even Vice Principal Calvin. You get it." The second he finished saying that, Vice Principal Calvin calmly put a hand on Mr. Han's shoulder and said, "Mr. Han, I'm here to see Blair." That little comment made Mr. Han practically jump out of his skin. He yanked out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat popping up on his forehead. His whole vibe flipped and he forced a smile. "Oh, hey, it's the Vice Principal. Blair, get a move on." "Don't keep the Vice Principal waiting." Blair followed the VP straight down the hall until he stopped in front of a room. Mr. Calvin looked at him with a kind smile. "Hey, we meet again, Blair." Staring at the hand held out to him, Blair replied, sounding kinda over it, "Vice Principal Calvin, this is about that whole devil's number thing, isn't it?" Mr. Calvin didn't beat around the bush and just got straight to it. "Basically, everyone out there is calling for you to step up and crack this devil's number puzzle, and the ABA City Mathematics Association is too. It's putting a ton of pressure on us, so we were really hoping you could help out." Blair looked super stressed about it. Seeing his face, Mr. Calvin added gently, "We really need your help with this. Besides, it's not gonna hurt you at all. If anything, it'll be good for you." But totally out of nowhere, Blair just laughed and shut him down flat. "Yeah, I'm not really interested in helping." At that exact same time in another classroom, Toby burst through the door in a total panic. Miss Brittany, who was in the middle of a lesson, looked at him all confused and asked nicely, "Toby, what's wrong?" Toby was bent over, hands on his knees, completely out of breath. He was panting like crazy as he blurted out, "It's bad, Miss Brittany." "You gotta come see about Blair. He got taken away." Toby's shout left Miss Brittany totally floored. At that same moment, Blair was facing the entire Mathematics Association in some secret meeting room. Standing silently by the door, the vibe in there was so tense you could barely breathe, and Blair was the center of everyone's attention. The 4 directors and vice directors were watching his every single move. And to his right were the 3 other vice directors of the Math Association, who looked just as serious. While Chen Luo was just kinda muttering to himself, 10 deacons were already waiting outside the door. He glanced at them, then slowly pointed right at Director Calvin. "Are you guys trying to strong-arm me into this?" Vice Director Calvin immediately shot back. "Sir Blair, you're the one who brought up the devil's number. Are you seriously just gonna ghost the entire math world now that it's stuck?" Chen Luo smirked, totally trolling Director Calvin. "Has your little math world just gotten used to treating the truth like it's the bad guy, huh?" That comment instantly made 2 of the directors and vice directors see red. "Does this punk even know who we are?" Director Calvin quickly put up a hand to stop his colleagues. Then he kept digging. "So this devil's number, for real, it can't be written as a fraction," Chen Luo answered super casually. "It's not just that one." Then he leaned back in his chair all chill and started listing off other numbers. The square root of 2, the square root of 3, the square root of 5. "None of them can be written out with whole numbers," Chen Luo explained more. "There are like a bajillion other numbers like these, and you can prove it all with math step by step. For now, that's all the tea I'm spilling," Director Calvin asked, sounding hesitant. "So what you're saying is—" He looked completely mind-blown. "Could we have been wrong for the past few hundred years?" He calmly reassured them, "It's totally normal because math is literally a science of constantly finding where you messed up and fixing it. Am I right?" Chen Luo continued. "If you can just figure out how to prove and redefine this new kind of number, it'll literally change the whole game for math." It was like a light bulb went off for Vice Director Calvin, and he totally jumped in. "Sir Blair, you've got to know how to prove and define them," he begged like super seriously. "Please, you have to help us help all of us in the math world." But he got shot down instantly. "I'm really sorry, Director Calvin, but I seriously can't help with this." It was like Chen Luo could totally read their minds. "I get what you're scared of. You're probably freaked that everything you've believed for centuries might get turned upside down. The fear that you've been going down the wrong road this whole time," he pointed out. "And hey, it's okay to be scared." The whole thing suddenly made Chen Luo think of his home. "Back where I'm from, people for generations have been willing to go to war with actual gods and demons just to find the truth. The thing that's really scary," he offered, "is being afraid of what you don't know. But that's also the thing that pushes us to face it, to figure it out and find the truth. The people who came before us were crazy brave. They tried a million things just to get over that fear. So if I just gave you the answers right now, it would completely wreck the entire world of math." Chen Luo stated, dead serious. "I totally believe that as long as the math world dares to face its fears with a little courage, everyone can 100% beat this." Then he dropped the mic with this major line. "After all, the Song of Humanity is a song of courage." You could hear a pin drop in the room after he said that. Vice Director Calvin looked totally mind-blown, like he couldn't even process what he'd just heard. He could only keep replaying that one line in his head. The song of humanity is a song for the brave. The elders looked like they'd just had some huge epiphany. They all bowed super low to Chen Luo, which totally freaked him out and made him jump back a step. Vice Director Calvin's voice was super sincere. Sir Blair, you're totally right. We were just way too caught up in chasing cloud a minute ago. He looked so grateful. Thank you for teaching us. From now on, the world of math will never forget this priceless. A flustered Chen Luo shot back. Whoa, no, you're giving me way too much credit, Vice Director. But he barely got the words out before their whole conversation was cut off by this insane crash as the poor door flew inward, dragging some attendant with it and sending him flying. The door slammed against the wall with a crazy loud bang, which just shocked everyone into silence. The poor attendant was just lying there on the floor like his soul had left his body while everyone, including Blair, stared at the busted doorway where Miss Brittany was storming in looking like she could kill someone. She just flicked her hand, sending 2 huge gusts of wind blasting out, then growled through her teeth. What in the world have you done to my Blair? In the middle of all the chaos, Blair just calmly raised a hand and called out, Ma'am. He stood completely steady in the whirlwind. I'm right here. He had this look on his face like, oh boy, but he still gave his teacher a thumbs up to show her he was okay. Miss Brittany, I'm totally fine. Everyone just wanted to chat with me about some stuff. Just like that, Brittany's rage popped like a bubble, and she looked totally mortified. She kind of ducked her head and mumbled an apology. Oh, I am so sorry. My bad, Headmaster. I guess I got it wrong. I thought Vice Headmaster Calvin was giving him trouble again. The headmaster, even with his hair sticking straight up, just kept this gentle smile on his face, like he was giving Miss Brittany an easy way out of it. I get it. Blair's a one-of-a-kind genius after all, and he's your star student, so yeah, we were kind of sudden about calling him over without giving you a heads up. Brittany just kind of scratched her cheek and mumbled, yeah, about that. And just like that, the whole crazy misunderstanding was over. The tension in the air totally fizzled out, and things went back to normal. Out in the hall, Brittany was walking with Blair, still looking a little embarrassed as she started to explain. I just jumped the gun. The second I heard from Toby that they'd dragged you off, I freaked out and thought they were trying to mess with you. He just smiled back at her. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to push around. Besides, we're at the academy in the middle of the day. It's not like they could actually do anything. Brittany gave a little nod. You're right, Blair. Actually, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. Blair looked curious. What's up? Brittany stopped walking and her whole tone shifted. She looked right at him like she was trying to see into his soul. Why did you bring up the devil's number on purpose and cause all that drama? Blair answered calmly. Miss Brittany, you were right there, weren't you? I was just playing by the math world's rules. You know, answering a question with a question. He shrugged. I honestly didn't think the question would be so intense that it would lead straight to the devil's number. Brittany's face suddenly got super sharp, and for a second a weird red light flashed in her eyes as she shot back, liar. Then this knowing smirk spread across her face. Her tone suddenly switched to teasing as she asked, Hey, you have a crush on Isabella, don't you? The question hit Blair like a bucket of ice water. The guy just froze for a solid few seconds. His jaw just dropped like he couldn't even get a word out. The whole thing flashed back in his mind. Fish grabbing Isabella's arm and him just watching from a distance, totally helpless. Then, like a split second later, the part where he grabbed Fish by the collar, completely losing it, and the image of Isabella behind him, covering her blushing face with her hands. A light tap on the shoulder from Miss Brittany totally snapped Blair back to reality. She was like, the saints of the holy nation really have some moves, huh? Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. Blair's face instantly went beet red. He started sweating bullets from her teasing. Then she added, Besides, I'd totally ship you guys. Freaking out, he threw his hands up to stop her. It's not like that, Miss Brittany, let me explain. But before he could even finish, Miss Brittany had already cheerfully spun around and skipped off humming some happy tune. She just yelled back, Make sure you head home after class, I've got to go teach, so I'm out. Blair was just frozen to the spot trying to call after her, but it was useless. He pretty much turned to stone right there in the hallway, so shook he didn't even know what to do. The sky started getting dark, and as the last bits of sunlight faded, the first stars began to pop out. Over in the kitchen, Blair was zoned in on making dinner. Stirring the pan, he mumbled to himself, I can't believe Miss Brittany's imagination is that crazy. I've got to find a way to set the record straight. Just then, Isabella popped up out of nowhere, peeking in to ask, What you cooking? It smells amazing! Blair nearly jumped out of his skin, and before he could even ask what she was doing there, Brittany showed up and explained everything. I'm the one who invited Isabella over. We were going to study the demonic number tonight, and it just so happens we're both starving. So I figured she could try some of your awesome cooking. All Blair could do was sigh. So that's what was up. As he was thinking, Brittany swiped a hot piece of meat from the pan with her chopsticks. Then something clicked for Blair, and he turned and asked, Oh, right. Brittany, your whole thing is wind magic, right? Before Brittany could even answer, Isabella jumped in all proud. You know it. Brittany is a high-level wind mage. Hearing that, Blair muttered to himself while peeling potatoes. Just what I thought. When I was out getting groceries today, I had this idea to build a refrigerator, but it looks like I'll need a top-tier wind mage to make it happen. But Brittany totally misheard him and asked with a blank look, "A cold shrimp, what's that?" Blair just handed her a piece of paper and said, "Not a cold shrimp, a refrigerator. It'll help us keep food fresh for way longer." As Brittany stared at the drawing, super focused, Isabella got curious and leaned in for a closer look. The paper had a sketch of a small fridge, but the two girls' reactions were polar opposites. While Brittany was like, "Whoa, this is..." Isabella just covered her mouth and started giggling, totally ignoring the annoyed look on Blair's face. She was laughing so hard she was practically rolling on the floor. "OMG, your drawing is so... creative." But she wasn't done. Isabella stood up and just kept cracking up. "This blueprint looks like chicken scratch." Totally annoyed, Blair snatched the paper back and snapped, "Whatever, it's none of your business. It's called a technical drawing." Just then, Brittany called his name Blair. A soft blue light started glowing around her, and her hair began to float. A second later, a stream of crystal-clear water just appeared in midair. The water twisted and swirled, slowly taking the exact shape from Blair's drawing. She paused for a sec and asked, "The refrigerator you want? Does it look like this?" Brittany's eyes turned this awesome mystical purple as she concentrated. Blair was stunned, reaching out to touch it completely in awe. "That's it. That's exactly it, Brittany. How are you even doing this?" As she talked, Brittany swirled 2 mini whirlpools of water in her hands and explained, "Well, as you can see, I'm pretty good with water magic too, so making this is no big deal." Isabella was so shocked she yelled, "No way, Brittany! A dual-element mage is like insanely rare. You can literally count them on one hand." Blair added, "Your magic is on a whole other level. So why did you decide to stay here at St. Donna's Academy?" The vibe in the room got super heavy like instantly. Brittany went quiet, this sad look on her face as she turned away. The sizzling of the food on the stove cut through the awkward silence, giving her the perfect escape. She took her chance and pointed at the stove. "Looks like your food's about done." That snapped Blair back, and he rushed to turn off the heat. The flustered guy cried out, "Shoot, I almost forgot to turn off the stove." A few moments later, an amazing feast with all kinds of fish, shrimp, meat, and veggies was laid out on the table. He proudly announced, "It's ready." The three of them sat down ready to chow down. Isabella looked over all the food and was like, "It smells incredible, but it looks so weird. I've literally never seen any of these dishes before." As she was saying this, Brittany scooped some rice into Blair's bowl and told Isabella gently, "I thought Blair's cooking was super strange at first too, but trust me, it's seriously good. You'll get it once you take a bite." Brian held up his rice bowl and explained to his senior, "These are all like specialty dishes from my hometown, so it makes sense you've never had them before. Besides, I didn't invite you to eat anyway." That comment totally set Isabella off. She crossed her arms, whipped her head away, and shot back, "Like a creep, like you could ever cook anything good. I, Isabella, wouldn't touch a single bite of this sketchy-looking food today, even if I was starving to death." And yet a moment later, only 3 empty, sparkling clean plates were left on the table. The 3 of them had totally inhaled every last bite. Isabella gently licked her lips, her eyes half closed in a total daze, just soaking in the amazing aftertaste. Her cheeks were all flushed. It was like a sparkly aura was radiating off her, and her eyes were all shimmery and misty. Isabella rested her chin on her hand and sighed with total admiration. That was seriously heavenly. Seeing his senior totally lost in a food coma with imaginary flowers blooming all around her, Brian just stood there completely speechless. His expression soured as he cleared away the 8 pairs of chopsticks. He called her out, asking, "Didn't you just say you'd rather starve to death than eat anything I cooked?" His words definitely struck a nerve, and Isabella immediately went after her troublemaking junior. She grabbed Brian's arm and gave it a super painful pinch. Blushing and mad, Isabella snapped, "It's not my fault, it's your fault for making it taste too good." Totally ambushed by the attack, Brian could only throw his hands up in surrender, yelping, "Ow, that hurts, seriously, that really hurts." Watching her 2 students' usual bickering, Miss Brittany couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing their teacher's knowing chuckle, the fighting pair stopped and asked at the same time, "Is something wrong, Miss Brittany?" The teacher crossed her arms, resting her chin on her hand like she was thinking before smiling and saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I just think you two make a really cute couple." That comment hit them like a ton of bricks. Both Brian and Isabella's faces instantly turned beet red. They both froze solid, their jaws on the floor after hearing Miss Brittany's verdict. Isabella quickly crossed her arms, trying to look annoyed, but her bright red cheeks gave her away completely. "Who would ever want to be a match for this weirdo?" Following the exact same script, Brian also whipped his head away, muttering, "Who could possibly be a match for this bossy jerk?" But even so, his face was still as red as a tomato. To cut the awkward tension, the teacher quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, Isabella, you're about to become a junior mage. Have you decided which element you're going to specialize in?" Isabella totally lit up, confidently throwing her hand up to the sky. "I want to go with the wind element just like you, Miss Brittany. Now you have to know that even though wind magic gets crazy powerful later on, its fighting power is pretty weak until you reach the higher ranks," Miss Brittany explained. "Plus, for a girl, being able to protect yourself is the most important thing. You might want to think about the earth element because its defense is the strongest out of all 4 elemental systems." Listening with her chin in her hand, Isabella pouted, I'm not into the earth element." It just seems so lame. It was a reason for saying no that nobody saw coming. Brian just broke out in a cold sweat. Seriously, that was exactly the kind of logic he expected from his senior. As if reading her junior's mind, Isabella spun around and pinched Brian's ear, a move she'd pulled a million times before. The poor guy could only scream, "Ah, that freaking hurts." His face twisted up in anger as he spun around and yelled, "Are you trying to start something again? I didn't even say anything." Isabella, never one to back down, shot back. "You were totally making fun of me in your head. You creep, I can tell exactly what you're thinking in that little brain of yours with just one look." Totally used to this routine, the teacher didn't even try to stop them, and just turned to ask Brian, "What about you, Brian? What element are you planning to specialize in?" Hearing his teacher's question, Brian put his war with Isabella on pause for a second and got really thoughtful. A brilliant idea suddenly sparked. After a moment, he pointed to his own head and declared, "Only kids have to choose. A grown-up like me takes them all." Isabella immediately rolled her eyes and scoffed. "Take them all? Are you for real? Only a natural-born genius like Miss Brittany can pull that off. Do you seriously think you can learn more than one element, let alone all four of them?" Brian's answer even left Miss Brittany stunned. Her eyes went wide. She probably never imagined her student had such a huge goal. Resting her chin on her hand, the teacher thought to herself, "If it's Brian, he might actually be able to do it." Totally shook by the teacher's take, Isabella stared in disbelief. "Miss Brittany, are you for real? That guy is such a show-off. How can you even fall for that?" In the teacher's eyes, the magical elements swirling around Brian looked unbelievably strange. It was like a chaotic storm that was hiding a perfectly strict pattern inside. The flow of magic coming from Brian's chest was insanely powerful, glowing with a million different colors. She continued, "Maybe this boy really can handle the magical elements of all four systems at the same time." As she said that, she stood up and put her hands on the table. "Anyway, let's just forget about choosing an element for now. When the time is right, you guys are gonna have to decide that for yourselves." Both Blair and Isabella were totally locked on their teachers, soaking up every single word. "Even though you first hit me up just for math, you gotta remember that math and magic aren't totally separate things. Besides math, I can totally coach you in magic later on." The two of them balled their fists, their eyes totally lit with determination, and they both answered, "Yes, ma'am." The teacher nodded, then got real serious. "But listen up to become a top-tier mage. You can't just depend on your magic for everything." As she finished talking, little whirlpools of water popped up around Miss Brittany, gently lifting 8 plates into the air. The teacher explained, "So the gods gave us magic, which is awesome. But they also stuck us with chants and complicated hand signs, which means a lot of the time mages can't cast their spells fast enough," Miss Brittany said, doing a few hand signs to show what she meant. To get past that major flaw, an amazing mage also has to train in hand-to-hand combat, a skill you use when someone gets all up in your face and you don't have time to chant. Seeing the teacher use magic to clear the dishes like a boss, Blair couldn't help thinking, whoa, having this would make doing dishes so much easier. Magic is seriously the best. After everything was cleaned up, the teacher wrapped it up. In a lot of situations, close combat skills are even more clutch than magic. I hope both of you figure that out soon. So before I officially start teaching you magic, I'm gonna teach you close combat first. Blair was like blown away again by how talented his teacher was, and he found himself wondering, wait, Miss Brittany knows how to fight too. But while Blair was still shook, Isabella was already getting into a warm-up stance, cracking her knuckles. And she jumped right in, "Miss Brittany, I've already learned close combat at home. How about I spar with Blair first so he can, get a real feel for it?" The teacher was cool with her student's idea, but she made sure to remind her, "All right, but Isabella, you have to be super careful not to hurt Blair." While stretching out, Isabella shot back with total confidence, "Don't worry, ma'am. I'll totally take it easy on him." But in her head, she was thinking something way different. "Okay, fine. You might be a step ahead in math and magic, but when it comes to a real fight, there's no way I'm losing." Blair felt this crazy intense vibe coming off her, and started sweating, feeling super nervous as they walked into the training room. The three of them got changed into workout clothes. Isabella was already in a fighting stance, while Blair just stood there watching his friend give him some friendly advice that was totally a challenge. "Hey Blair, try not to cry when I'm done with you, okay?" The vibe between them got super intense, like instantly. Isabella made the first move, lunging right at Blair, who was just standing there completely still. He was just calmly watching every single move she made, breaking it all down to find an opening. Isabella closed the gap between them like crazy fast, yelling, "Take this!" Every move was super sharp and strong. Her speed was insane, but Blair still dodged it like it was nothing. Up above the night sky was this insane magical velvet blanket, dotted with a ton of twinkling stars like diamonds scattered everywhere behind the house. Blair and Isabella clashed their movements as fast as lightning. Every move they made left these awesome streaks of blue and red light. You could hear their fists cutting through the air and the thud of them connecting. Then all of a sudden, Blair grabbed Isabella's wrist hard. For a second, everything just stopped. Isabella's wrist was trapped, and she couldn't move it at all. Her eyes went wide with total shock. Isabella was completely floored by the sudden move, not even having time to think about what to do next. Out of nowhere, Chen Luo used his strength to twist her arm behind her back. The force was so intense it made Isabella bend over. The shocked look was still plastered on her pretty face. She totally didn't expect Chen Luo to be this strong. With just one hand, he had her completely pinned, so overpowered that she was forced down to her knees. She had to plant her other hand on the ground just to stay upright. Super mad and embarrassed, Isabella yelled, "You creep, let me go! Get your hands off your senior right now!" Chen Luo, with one hand on his hip, just casually replied, "I mean, I can let go." But even so, Isabella was still giving him a death glare like she wanted to totally destroy him. Chen Luo's face suddenly changed and he stammered, "But senior, wait, don't!" Before he could even finish, a foot came flying straight at his face. The kick was insanely fast, just whistling through the air. Turns out Isabella used the split second Chen Luo was distracted by her. She pulled a seriously nasty move, going for a surprise attack. That spinning kick was wicked sharp, but Chen Luo managed to dodge it just in time, throwing up his own leg to block, ready to strike back. He lunged forward like a flash of lightning, getting behind Isabella, and that's when she knew she was in deep trouble. Because of that kick, her other foot slipped when she landed, making her wobble and totally lose her balance. This whole thing freaked Isabella out even more than when she was pinned. Her arms were just flailing everywhere as she started to fall backward. Her jaw totally dropped. Her face went ghost white with fear. Her eyes squeezed shut and she let out a scream she didn't even know was coming. Her brain just shut down with only one thought: she was about to totally eat it, bracing for some serious pain. But weirdly, the crash she was expecting never came. Isabella, not quite believing it, cracked open one eye to see what was up. The scene in front of her was a total 180. It was like straight out of a romance movie. Chen Luo had one arm around her waist and was holding her hand tight with the other, whispering, "Isabella." In that 1 second, Isabella's face went beet red and felt like it was on fire. Her eyes got all glassy and her lips were kind of trembling when she heard Chen Luo whisper, "My bad, didn't mean to be so forward." The teacher nearby covered her mouth, looking completely amazed, then suddenly cut through the super awkward silence. "Bray, wow, have you taken martial arts or something?" Chen Luo looked up at the teacher and was like, "Nah, no formal classes. I'm just really into fighting, so I taught myself some sanda for a while back home." The teacher asked, confused, "Sanda?" She went from having her arms crossed to putting a hand on her chin, looking like she was deep in thought, picturing Chen Luo powering up with a blue fire halo over his head. Then she exclaimed, "Another totally out there name, Bray. Your hometown sounds like some kind of fantasy land." That comment made the guy cringe a little, and he looked seriously mortified. The bridge of his nose got all red, and he started sweating. Just then, Isabella's hand shot up, ready to give Chen Luo's ear a good pinch. Turns out Chen Luo still had his hands on Isabella this whole time, and even though her face was still on fire, she didn't forget to yell, "You creep, are you gonna hold me all day? Let go of me already." While she was talking, Isabella gave Chen Luo's cheek a hard pinch that made him wince, and he quickly begged, "I forgot, I totally spaced." Isabella puffed out her cheeks all mad, stuck a hand on her hip and declared, "Humph, if I hadn't slipped you, so would not have won." She left Chen Luo standing there completely speechless. In a complete 180 from Isabella's attitude, the teacher was super hyped. Her eyes were literally sparkling and she said all excitedly, "Bray, that Santa thing you just did is so cool. Try to attack me." Ignoring Isabella, who was still pouting, Chen Luo turned to the teacher. "I don't think that's a good idea. It's kind of hard to hold back with Sanda. I almost hurt Isabella just now." But even though he was worried, the teacher insisted, "Don't sweat it. Just come at me with everything you've got." Since he didn't really have a choice, Chen Luo got into a fighting stance, getting ready to pull a Sanda move. Bray clenched his fists and was like, "All right," but he had to add, "Okay, Miss Brittany, please go easy on me." Then boom, he shot forward like a rocket, no hesitation. The raw power coming off him felt like it could knock anything over, making the air literally whistle. But Miss Brittany was totally chill, just waiting, and then she saw her opening to strike back. Her feet like barely touched the floor before she launched herself up with insane power, her face getting this super intense, determined look. Bray just froze, completely blown away by his teacher's lightning-fast counter as Brittany's knee came flying right at his face. In that crazy split second, he had a total flashback. He could hear his old Sanda coach's voice talking about some Miss Brittany with a stone-cold face and a sly smirk who totally rocked a student with a kick right to the chin. Bray took the full force of the kick, but his brain was still spinning with the thought that when you're up against a real pro, you don't even see it coming. But oh, she wasn't done yet. Brittany spun and followed up with a left-handed chop right to the back of Bray's neck. Yeah, the fight was pretty much over. Bray's mind was still drifting. I didn't believe it back then. But this feels way too familiar, just like how I took down Isabella. After landing her combo, Miss Brittany zipped behind Bray to catch his head, saving her dear student from face-planting on the cold floor. Bray's face went slack, a sign that he had been totally and completely owned. The teacher gently held up Bray's limp body, and right before everything went black, his last thought was, "Okay, now I believe it." Bray's eyes rolled back in his head as he passed out cold. The teacher gently held his head while from across the room, a worried Isabella called out to Miss Brittany, "How's Bray? Is he okay, miss?" Meanwhile, Bray was just sprawled out on his teacher's lap, his face pale and a little bit of drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, as she answered super calmly, "You seem pretty worried about him, huh, Chill? He's just knocked out for a minute. He'll wake up in a bit." Isabella got closer, asking all confused, "Huh, what then?" Like she suddenly snapped out of it, she freaked and tried to take it back. her face turning red as she clenched her fists and stammered. She quickly tried to cover, I was just hoping that creep would stay asleep forever. She had no idea the teacher had popped up right behind her, a huge smile on her face as she said in this totally teasing voice, "Actually, you've got a crush on Braid, don't you?" Isabella's shocked face was a total giveaway that the teacher had nailed it. The teacher just had to laugh, covering her mouth as Isabella shrieked, "What?" Her face was a mix of being totally embarrassed and super mad. Plus, her balled-up fists was actually kinda cute. Isabella started waving her hands like a maniac, using her whole body to deny it before dropping to her knees and begging, "No way, that's not it at all. How could I ever fall for that creep? I really don't, Miss Brittany. Please don't just make stuff up." Slipping back into her sweet teacher mode, Miss Brittany gave Isabella this warm look and said, "You don't have to deny it. I'm a pretty good judge of character, you know." The teacher's arms were still wrapped around Brian. A soft smile played on her lips as she looked back at Isabella, her voice still super warm. "Because I also..." But before she could finish, Brian suddenly shot awake and just instinctively hugged her tight, mumbling weakly, "Miss Brittany." The sudden move even caught the teacher off guard. But the most shook person was definitely Isabella, who slapped both hands over her mouth. Total panic mode, her eyes were huge. As for Brian, even though he was awake, he was still totally out of it. With this dazed look on his face, all he could manage was a soft, His brain was just one big question mark, like, where am I? Then the scene flips to a classroom where Brian's sitting. His face is all bandaged up from yesterday's brawl. Brian reached up to poke at it and groaned, "Ow, that stings." Toby, his chunky best friend next to him, was giving him a serious side-eye. He propped his chin on his hand and asked, squinting, "Dude, what happened to you? You spend one night at Miss Brittany's and you come back looking like this. Last night must have been wild, huh?" Hearing that, Brian totally freaked and was like, Whoa, I just slipped and fell. That's it." Thinking back to last night, the guy's face twisted up, his eyes practically rolling into his skull. He was denying it hard, but on the inside he was screaming. Wasn't it all because of that psycho girl? Why did she have to see what Chen Luo was doing with the teacher without even saying anything? Isabella just tackled him right there. She sat on Chen Luo, cranked his arm behind his back and snarled, "You creep! How dare you pull a move on Miss Brittany right in front of me?" All Chen Luo could do was grunt. He literally just woke up to a world of pain. Now the dude was just face down on the floor. Chen Luo wailed in agony, "It hurts, it hurts! It hurts so bad. My arm's gonna snap." Seeing things were getting nuts, the teacher jumped in, all worried, trying to talk her down. "Isabella, please let him go. I'm sure it was an accident." Back to the present, Chen Luo was sitting in class, his arm wrapped in white bandages, gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath. "Her fighting style is whatever, but how is she so ridiculously strong? She legit almost broke my arm." His mind flashed back to sparring with the teacher yesterday. Chen Luo couldn't help but be impressed, but I gotta admit, yesterday was a total shock. I never saw that coming. She must have had some serious high-level combat training, and she's clearly been at it for a long time. As he was thinking, an image of Chen Luo in a black belt uniform popped into his head, his fists clenched, looking determined. In this world, how could a normal family afford to put their kid in combat training so young, let alone pay for math and magic lessons too? His face got super serious. Chen Luo mindlessly lifted his injured arm. "Just who is Miss Brittany anyway?" A voice suddenly snapped him out of his thoughts. "Hey, man." It was his chunky deskmate, of course, with his nose in the air and a smug grin just radiating pure confidence. He shot him a thumbs up and kept going, all proud. "That move you taught me, the one for summoning 2 fireballs at the same time. Yeah, I totally mastered it." Chen Luo was so stunned his jaw hit the floor. His eyes went wide as he asked his buddy again. Like he couldn't believe it, seriously that fast. Behind him, a sign with superpower in huge letters just appeared. The chubby kid puffed out his chest like a king and crossed his arms ready to go, and announced, "You know it! Let me give you a little demonstration." He confidently shut his eyes, focusing his whole mind on activating the spell, and mumbled, "Oh!" Fire elements spread across the world. He could feel the fire energy start to surround him. He brought his hands together and this powerful glow started gathering between his palms. He kept chanting, "Please answer my call and come to me." Seeing his friend channel energy so well, Chen Luo was actually surprised, and a proud smile spread across his face. A little spark had already flickered to life, then a blinding flash of light burst from the middle. Putting every ounce of effort into it, the chubby kid squatted down, channeling all his power. With his eyes and mouth wide open, he yelled, "Activate spell fireball summoning technique." Chen Luo's face instantly froze, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His mouth was hanging open. His whole body went stiff, like he was holding his breath, just waiting to see what would happen. But you know, life isn't always what you hope for. The vibe in the classroom suddenly went back to normal, like nothing ever happened. The magic aura totally disappeared. Chen Luo asked, kinda hesitant, I don't see anything." They looked at each other, and then this tiny little spark just flickered. You literally had to squint to see it. His friend quickly said, "Look closer." And sure enough, there were 2 tiny little flames looking super pathetic and weak. Chen Luo had to get right up in his friend's face just to see the flames. Seriously, a tiny puff of air would have snuffed them out. He gave his buddy's hand a comforting pat. "Look, Toby, Dude, your magic skills are already way better than mine were back in the day, I'm serious. He got this thoughtful look, glancing up, trying super hard to pump up his friend. Meanwhile, Brian was internally roasting himself. A fireball spell. Yeah, right, this was a fire kitten spell at best. While he was totally zoning out, Brian jumped when something popped up right in front of his face. It was an adorable pink cake with a huge cherry right on top. A delicate hand was holding it out, and of course the owner was the exact girl whose name he had just mentioned. Alice, one of the seniors, was in this super weird pose with one knee on the floor and her other foot propped on a chair. She said in a super sweet voice, "Bray, I heard you got hurt, so I brought you a little something to feel better." The gorgeous Alice even shot Brian a playful wink. She was rocking 3 stylish bows and was pretty much radiating a sparkly goddess-like aura. Alice continued, "You totally forgot your lunch today, didn't you?" She popped her hands on her hips, a charming smile on her face, but her eyes were telling a completely different story. I mean, the proof was that just a moment ago. A seriously scary dark vibe was pouring off of her as she turned to whisper something to Toby. The poor guy went completely pale and started sweating buckets, stammering, I've eaten. Oh shoot, just remembered I have like an urgent thing. Gotta bounce." The second Toby vanished, the air around Brian was suddenly filled with pink heart bubbles again. Brian held onto the cake, his stomach growling like crazy, but he still tried to be polite. "I really can't take this. It's too much for you to bring me cake every day." Hearing that, Alice immediately dropped back into her weird pose on the chair. Her eyes were sparkling, her cheeks flushed pink, and she clasped her hands together with a sweet smile. She asked hopefully, "So, is it good?" Brian took one bite, and it was so unbelievably good he just blurted out that her cake was the best, period. As he kept eating, he asked, "By the way, did you eat lunch?" "Why are you just gonna stand there and watch me eat?" Alice propped her chin in her hands. "Bill, what's the deal with you and Isabel?" The question totally blindsided Brian, making him do a full-on spit take with his cake as he almost tipped over. After hacking for a solid minute, he finally managed to ask her, why are you asking about this too? Alice just held up a hand, smiling like she knew everything. "Oh, so I guess someone already beat me to it." Her grin got even wider, and her eyes were all warm but totally sparkling with mischief as she pushed for more. "So what did you tell them?" Brian frantically wiped his mouth with a napkin, squeezed his eyes shut with sweat beading on his forehead, and finally let out, "Right now I'm just trying to focus on my magic studies." Hearing that textbook answer, Alice stood up stretched like she was totally satisfied and said, "Ouch, so cold. But hey, that's fine." Her super weird words and actions left Brian completely clueless. Brian mumbled, totally dazed, "What was that about?" But before he could even process it, Alice zipped in and planted a quick light kiss on his cheek. With a little smack, Brian was totally frozen. A perfect bright red lipstick print was now on his cheek, courtesy of his upperclassman. Brian's face was a giant question mark as he yelled after her, "Hey, what was that for?" The girl just waved over her shoulder as she walked off. Alice's happy voice called back, "Get used to seeing me around more, Brian." Brian just sat there completely shook. As everyone around him started whispering, first it was Isabel and now Alice, that Brian guy is a total magnet for the older girls. All the gossip sent Brian's mind into overdrive. What the heck did Alice even mean by that? The more he thought, the more twisted up he got, and he rested his chin in his hand without even thinking. He tapped a pen to his lips, then decided to just drop it. "Whatever, I'm overthinking this. Besides, I've pretty much blown through all the magic books on this floor anyway." With that, Brian stretched and looked up to the next level. It was time to level up to the second floor, which was supposedly packed with way more advanced magic books. Up on the second floor, the librarian Bella was completely lost in some romance novel, non-stop cracking melon seeds and spitting the shells all over her desk. Brian went up to Bella's desk, politely showed her his ID, and said, "Excuse me, I have a quick question." Chen Luo politely asked how to get to the association's second-floor library, holding out his certificate, but all he got back was a quick glance and a super blunt response from the staffer. "Oh, an apprentice." After saying that, Bella just tossed the certificate back at him, her voice dripping with shade. "The second-floor library isn't a place you can just waltz into. You have to be at least—" Chen Luo's face totally fell as he pleaded, "My spiritual power isn't high enough yet, so I couldn't pass the junior mage exam. Is there like any other way?" he asked, but Bella was totally indifferent, not even bothering to look up from her cheesy novel, as she muttered curtly, "Nope." Then she added a snarky comment. "With your sad little magic level, could you even read a single word in there?" Chen Luo could only frown, completely speechless at Bella's condescending vibe. Just as things were getting super tense, a clear voice called out from behind him, "It's been a minute, Mr. Chen Luo." The new arrival was none other than the one and only Jasmine. Jasmine came over with a friendly smile, gave him a wave, and asked with real concern, "Is there anything I can help with?" Seeing Jasmine, Bella looked like she'd been thrown a lifeline and immediately passed the buck. "Oh, you know him, Lily. This apprentice dude here doesn't even have the skills for his junior mage certificate, but he's demanding to get into the second-floor library. You should try to talk some sense into him. I'm gonna go get some air." And with that, she bounced, leaving Chen Luo to just shake his head totally over it. His eyes swept over the messy desk, covered in all the melon seed shells Bella had left behind. Just then, Jasmine gently explained, Mr. Chen Luo, the rule about the second floor library is legit. You really do have to be a junior mage. She hesitated for a second before adding her voice a little unsure. Unless you can pass a special test with a brand new magic spell. Jasmine looked clearly worried and quickly tried to talk him out of it. But the chances of that working are basically zero. I think you should just focus on leveling up your spiritual power to become an official mage. The second he heard new magic spell, Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he decided right then and there, let's do it. It just so happens I have an idea for leveling up a water spell. Jasmine quickly warned him about the downside. If your new spell demonstration fails, the association will say you are trying to trick them and will immediately put you on the blacklist. That means you won't get any more resources from the association like ever. Mr. Chen Luo, have you really thought this through? Seeing the serious worry in Jasmine's eyes, Chen Luo gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Lily, just trust me. His words made her go quiet, lost in thought. Finally convinced by his determined look, Jasmine nodded in agreement. All right, Mr. Chen Luo, if you'll just follow me. He gave a little nod back. Jasmine led Chen Luo to a room where two master mages Bradley and Andre were just talking. She walked up and showed her respect. After getting the rundown, Master Bradley was like, "What, are you serious? Some apprentice wants to show off an improved water sphere spell." Meanwhile, Master Andre just scoffed, totally judging the kid's nerve. He took a lazy sip of wine and sneered. It's probably just some brat trying to scam the association with the fake spell improvement story. A basic spell like water sphere has been perfected for ages. So what's there left to even improve? Especially by some nobody apprentice. How lame. He finished, his voice dripping with scorn. Master Bradley turned to Jasmine, his voice dead serious. You better be completely sure about this. If he can't back up his claims, he's not just getting blacklisted. The crime of wasting the association's time and resources comes with its own special kind of punishment. But even with the warning, Jasmine's belief in Chen Luo was solid. She replied firmly, "Yes, I get it, Master, but I have faith in him. Please just give him a chance." Seeing how determined Jasmine was, Master Bradley gave in with a wave of his hand. Fine, whatever. Let him in. We'll do it right here. Now that he had permission, Chen Luo walked into the room like he owned the place. The two master mages just kept sipping their drinks, chatting like he wasn't there. Chen Luo went up and gave a polite bow. Greetings, masters. I'm Chen Luo, a magic apprentice. The second he heard the name Chen Luo, Master Andre's smug look totally froze on his face. He looked completely stunned. Chen Luo didn't seem to notice and just kept going. I'm here to demonstrate. After my upgrades, the water sphere spell is on a whole other level of power. Master Andre's eyes were just locked on Chen Luo. All that shade he was throwing before was replaced by pure panic. Andre yelled out, Why is it you? Then he whipped around to Brady looking totally freaked out. My friend, I'm being serious, listen to me. We need to get to the lab. This kid, he's the one from last time. Hearing this, Brady snapped at Andre. What the heck is wrong with you? Have you gotten even more cowardly since that incident? He's just a measly magic apprentice. What is there to be scared of? With that, he arrogantly pointed at Chen Luo and barked, Hey kid, hit me with that improved water ball of yours. Now. In response, Chen Luo just dipped his head slightly. Okay then, you asked for it. With that, he started to pull in his power, getting ready to cast the spell. He spread his arms wide, and the mana in the air started to swirl around him. Chen Luo shut his eyes tight, focusing all his energy, and then, when he opened his eyes, they were two totally different colors. One was a piercing blue, the other a blazing red, repping the two elements of water and fire. At the same time, two wild streams of energy just exploded from his palms. Seeing this, Brady went completely pale. He spun around to Andre, his voice full of disbelief. This kid, how can he possibly be pulling magical elements from two different systems at once? Meanwhile, Andre was already moving, starting to cast a fire spell. He was pulling the fire element from the air, trying to use his own power to stop Chen Luo's magic. But Chen Luo's spell just erupted with insane power, and in a split second, Andre's flames were totally overpowered and blasted right back at him. His own fire was rushing toward him, making Andre scream in terror, Impossible, it's happening again! In the end, a massive explosion went off, and a blinding flash of fire engulfed the whole room. Smoke and dust were everywhere, but in the center of it all, Chen Luo stood there totally untouched. The sight left Brady speechless. He roared at Chen Luo, his face a mix of pure shock and anger. You, how in the world did you do that? In response to the question, Chen Luo started to break down the science behind his new magic, this souped-up version of the water ball spell. First I summon a water ball, then I summon a fireball, Chen Luo explained, using his hands to show them. He continued, his eyes shining with total confidence, and finally I fused them together. He pointed to his palm to make a point. When two opposite elements are forced together, they create a super powerful vaporization reaction, unleashing a wave of energy that's way beyond a basic spell. After hearing the explanation, beads of sweat started popping up on Brady's forehead. He still couldn't believe what he'd just seen, thinking to himself, how is this possible? An apprentice who can cast dual element magic at the same time. If the fireball spell last time was just a fluke, then this time... After a second of deep thought, his whole attitude did a complete 180. Brady spoke, his tone way more respectful. Sir Chen Luo, would you mind waiting here for a moment? Lily, please take good care of our distinguished guest. Hearing the order, the girl replied politely, Yes, sir. Lily quickly brought over a cup of hot tea. Sir Chen Luo, please have some tea. Thanks, Lily. Chen Luo took the tea, but when he saw her just standing there, he said, Miss Lily, you can sit down too. You standing there is making me feel a little awkward. Hearing him, Lily was like, yeah, Chen Luo. Totally flustered, she kind of just slid into the chair across from him. Then he broke the ice asking, So Lily, you're a mage too? Lily was straight up, Yeah, I am. But honestly, I'm not that great at it. You're the one who's seriously talented, Chen Luo. That fireball you summoned last time was crazy powerful. And this time you pulled off dual element magic. Hearing her hype him up like that, Chen Luo totally blushed and got a little awkward. Still, he tried to play it cool and explain. Honestly, my magic skills aren't even that high. I'm not even at a junior mage level yet. The only reason it's so powerful is because the way I cast spells is a little unconventional. It's just not how everyone else does it, you know, he went on. And that whole dual element thing, that's got nothing to do with magic talent either, for real. Lily was shocked, like, wait, it has nothing to do with magic talent. Taking a sip of his tea, he just casually explained it was all about being able to multitask. He said if you can use both your hands to do two different things at once, then casting two different kinds of magic at the same time is totally doable. And with that, Chen Luo grabbed a pen and paper to show her what he meant. Here, check this out. His hands started drawing two different things at the same time, and yeah, the drawings were a little basic, but you could totally tell they were two separate things. Chen Luo held up the drawing, looking pretty proud of himself. Jasmine was super into it, and gushed that the little dog and kitten he drew were so cute. He immediately jumped in like, that's a wolf and a tiger. Jasmine took the drawing, totally lighting up, and shyly admitted that if they were talking about doing two things at once, then that's kind of my thing too. Meanwhile, over in the academy office, Brady and Andre went to tell Vice President Elton all about the insane thing Chen Luo just did, and just like the other instructors, he was totally skeptical. He was like, a magic apprentice who can cast two spells at once. Brady, are you messing with me right now? But both of them swore it was true. It's for real. I saw it with my own two eyes. Andre immediately backed him up. Vice President Elton, what Brady's saying is 100% the truth. And that crazy powerful fireball from before, that was this same kid too. Hearing them both swear by it, Elton's whole vibe finally got serious. What this kid showed off isn't just some simple trick to power up magic or mix two spells. This could literally kick off a whole new era for how magic develops. He steepled his fingers, resting his chin on them and thinking hard. But, he said, the real question is how many people can actually pull this off. I mean, a new kind of magic is basically useless if not everyone can learn it. Finally, Vice President Elton made the call. Get all the magic deacons and everyone else involved now. I want them to run a massive test in the Great Hall. The crowd that just got pulled from their duties started whispering to each other like, Yo, what's going on? Why? Totally whining like, seriously, they dragged me over here before I could even finish my mani. And BTW, where did that old hag Lily even go? I left my sunflower seed shells on the floor. And she didn't even bother to clean them up. So useless. Then out of nowhere, a voice cut through the chatter, making everyone go quiet. It was Instructor Brady rolling in with Vice President Elton and Andre, and he stepped up to make this big announcement. A little while back, a magician pitched an idea for our association to certify a brand new way to level up magic. But the way you cast this spell is like super unique. It makes the user cast a fireball and a water ball spell at the exact same time, he went on. The reason we hauled you all here today is to run a huge test to see if this magic can actually go mainstream. So like, bring your A game. Hearing that, the crowd started buzzing again. Casting a fireball and a water ball at the same time? That's like completely impossible. Hiding in a corner, Bella's mind suddenly jumped to Chen Luo. Leveled up magic, could it be that guy from before? No way, it can't be him. He's just some low-level apprentice at best. Right after that, the magicians started stepping up one by one to try out this new spell. One dude tried to cast the fireball with one hand, while his other hand was trying to focus on pulling together water elements. Yo, fire elements all over the world, hear my call and come down water. But the other hand totally flopped and couldn't summon the water ball at all. The whole casting at the same time thing was a massive fail. The magician had to just give up, saying splitting your brain power for both is just impossible. This method still couldn't pull off summoning a fireball and a water ball together because the whole concept of linking two different magic elements is fundamentally messed up. How could a mage even summon one element while trying to cast a spell from a totally different one? The other mages there were just as clueless, and they all pretty much agreed with him. Casting. Using two elements at once. That's like totally impossible, no matter how hard you focus. Seriously, it just can't be done. Master Brady then looked over at Master Elton and was like, Mr. Vice President, literally no one in our whole association can pull this off. Hearing that, he was like, figured as much. Take me to this Chen Luo guy. And just like that, the three mages went to find Chen Luo. On the way, Master Brady kind of nervously asked Vice President Elton, so this whole verification thing, is it gonna... And Elton, totally getting what he was hinting at, was like, yep, you got it. Looks like this combo magic is just something special Chen Luo can do. I'm guessing literally no one else can copy it. So yeah, the mages had already decided this whole test was gonna be a total bust. But plot twist. Over on the other side, Lily was grinning like crazy. She had two magic orbs in her hands, one water and one fire. She'd just pulled off the dual-element magic like it was nothing. The three mages were totally frozen, their jaws on the floor just staring at her completely shook. They were absolutely speechless. As for Lily, when she saw the three mages, she totally jumped and stammered, Mr. Vice President Elton. Chen Luo saw the vice president too, so he got up and gave a polite, hey there. Vice President Elton. Lily here is seriously smart. She already nailed my upgraded water ball spell. So, how's that whole magic verification thing going? Hearing that, Mr. Elton thought for a sec, gave a couple little coughs, and then said, well, here's the deal, Chen Luo. According to the rules of our Magic Association, for any upgraded spell to be official, it has to be pulled off by at least 3 members of the Magic Association. Vice President Elton went on. But I called in every member. Who's here at the association right now? And out of all of them, not a single person can cast a fireball and a water ball at the same time. Except for this girl right here. Lily looked super worried and asked him, so, does that mean the verification failed? He jumped in to explain, no, not at all. On behalf of the Magic Association, I've decided I'm gonna make an exception for Mr. Chen Luo just this one time, because your whole combo magic idea could be a total game changer, opening up a brand new lane for the way magic develops from now on. Then Mr. Elton got all serious, looked right at Chen Luo, and added, and with that, I want to officially invite you, Chen Luo, to become a member. An honorary member of the Aba City Magic Association. We'd be really honored if you'd accept. Hearing the invite, Chen Luo was like, wow, that's a huge honor, but I do have one small condition. The vice president didn't even hesitate. He was like, name it. Chen Luo then pointed over to Lily and said, I want you to let Miss Lily here get promoted to assistant deacon of the association. Hearing that, Lily's eyes went wide. She pointed at herself and was like, hummy. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Bella literally screamed, what? She slammed her fist on the table and yelled, Lily gets to be assistant deacon just for helping some random apprentice prove his magic. 3 staff members nearby totally jumped when she blew up. Bella was chewing on her nails, fuming to herself. Ugh, that stupid Lily. That was supposed to be my spot and that little witch just snatched it. Then she suddenly grabbed the collar of the person sitting in the middle and totally roared, tell me where that Lily girl and the apprentice are right now. The other girl was shaking and stammered, I seriously don't know. Since she didn't get the answer, she wanted Bella shoved the girl, snarling, useless. The girl went flying and hit the ground, crying out. Then Bella suddenly remembered what Chen Luo had said. That's it. The library on the 2nd floor. Lily, you are so going to get it. Back in the office, Vice President Elton was talking with Chen Luo, who was carefully writing out every line of the new spell. And when he was done, the VP picked it up, read it over, and smiled, totally satisfied. Awesome, Chen Luo. The copyright for this upgraded water ball spell is officially all yours. Of course, the Aba City Magic Association will still handle the general management stuff. Chen Luo was a little thrown off. Copyright, he thought to himself. I can't believe a world like this even has a concept like that. The vice president then explained that with the copyright, the association would get the spell out there for him. Anyone who wants to learn your magic has to pay a fee, and half of that money goes straight to you, the copyright owner. He even used a coin to show him. 1/2 for him, and the other half for the association's running costs. Vice President Elton made it super clear, and if anyone learns or shares your magic without paying, and we find out, the lightest punishment is getting blacklisted by the association. And the worst case, they could even end up in jail. Chen Luo thought that was pretty wild. He never would have guessed a place with such basic tech would have a copyright system way more intense than his own world. He carefully put the magic scroll into a tube and asked Chen Luo, oh yeah, about the price for the upgraded water ball spell. How does 100 gold coins sound? Mr. Chen Luo. He was totally floored when he heard the price. What? Chen Luo had to ask again. 100 gold coins! He was freaking out inside about how huge that number was, but his reaction made the guy totally misunderstand. So Mr. Chen Luo, you think that price is kinda lowballing it? This spell's got like a super high skill ceiling, and I'm just worried that if we price it too high, people who can't even use it are gonna come back and cause a scene for both you and the association. Chen Luo shot back, nah, let's just roll with what Vice President Elton said. 100 gold coins works. And about people freaking out, I've got a fix for that. The VP's ears perked up. Oh, really now? Chen Luo was internally fist-pumping. 100 gold coins is basically pocket change to these guys. No wonder mages are totally loaded. This was a jackpot he couldn't just walk away from. So he laid out his plan. My idea? We slap a disclaimer at the end of the spell's description. When he heard that, the vice president literally jumped out of his chair. What? Chen Luo just coolly started writing, saying, this upgraded spell needs a special kind of talent. Think hard before you buy, cause all sales are final. The VP shoved his glasses up his nose, squinting at the line Chen Luo just scribbled down. This new and improved magic requires a specific aptitude. Buyers, you've been warned, so think before you click. No refunds, no exchanges. The final say on what this all means belongs to the Magic Association and Chen Luo. The VP read that last part, then looked up totally confused. Mr. Chen Luo, what's this final say thing all about? He just smirked and said, it means if anything goes wrong, it's not our problem. After he said that, the guy's face went grim for a sec, then he just exploded with laughter. Dude, that's genius, Mr. Chen Luo. You've thought of everything. He just shrugged back. Hey, great minds think alike. Jasmine took Chen Luo upstairs and did the whole formal intro thing. Mr. Chen Luo, welcome to the association's second-floor library. He looked around and was like, whoa, this place is way bigger than the first floor, but it's a total ghost town, she explained. That's because this is the VIP section for high-level mages, so yeah, nobody's ever really up here. Jasmine added, we don't just have high-level magic books, but tons of brand-new copyrighted spells. Feel free to check out whatever you want, Mr. Chen Luo. He turned and stared at her for a second, then gave a nod. When Jasmine noticed Chen Luo was just staring at her, she had to ask, is everything okay, Mr. Chen Luo? Chen Luo just smiled and said it was nothing. Then he dropped a super sweet compliment saying that her deacon's assistant uniform actually looked really good on her. Hearing that out of nowhere, Jasmine automatically looked down at her new fit, and her cheeks totally went red as she mumbled something about it being all thanks to him. Shaking off the awkward vibe, Chen Luo got right back on mission finding some books. He cut straight to it. Oh yeah, any idea where I can find books on boosting spiritual power? Jasmine paused for a sec, then answered, books like that are pretty hard to come by. But I think I remember seeing a few. As she said it, she pointed to a massive bookshelf you'd need a ladder for. After climbing up and looking around for a bit, Jasmine's hand finally hit a book. She lit up. Got it. This is the one on how to train and amp up your spiritual power. Down below, Chen Luo was practically beaming, telling her she was a lifesaver. Seriously, Jasmine, thank you. But right then, disaster struck. Her foot totally slipped off the ladder rung, making Jasmine let out a terrified scream. She completely lost her footing, and in a total panic, all she could do was hug the book tight as she fell. Jasmine slammed her eyes shut, getting ready to hit the floor hard. But the crash she was expecting never happened. Instead, it felt like she was just floating. Slowly, Jasmine opened her eyes, and there was Chen Luo, who'd swooped in just in time to catch her. To her, in that moment, it was like he was literally glowing. Then Chen Luo's deep, smooth voice cut through the silence. You okay, Jasmine? Safe in his arms. Jasmine's face got brighter and brighter red. A weird but super familiar feeling washed over her. Why does this feel like I've been here before? Watching this whole rom-com moment go down from behind a bookshelf, Bella's face soured, her eyes practically shooting daggers of jealousy. Meanwhile, Jasmine was still a blushing mess in Chen Luo's arms, stuttering, Mr. Chen Luo, you should probably read the book. I gotta get back to my duties. Just yell if you need me. Chen Luo just played it cool. All right. But him being so chill just threw gasoline on the fire of Bella's rage. I knew it. Bella's whole vibe got dark and she thought her mind dripping with poison. Just as I thought, that little witch is trying to make a move on him. Instantly, Bella flipped a switch, calling out, Mr. Chen Luo, in this gross, super sweet, flirty voice. Hearing that tone, Chen Luo figured she was back on her BS and asked, what are you doing here? She shot him a flirty look as she glided over to Chen Luo, starting to lay on the sweet talk. Mr. Chen Luo, congrats on totally acing the magic demo. I just like asterisk new asterisk you could do it. After she said that, Bella totally pushed her chest out to show off her figure, casually stroking her hair while whispering all invitingly. Oh right, is there anything asterisk this asterisk Bella can do for you? I'm willing to do like anything. Chen Luo just gave her a look of pure disgust, thinking to himself, why is she wiggling around like a worm so gross? He totally dropped the nice guy act and hit her with one word scram. Bella was like shook. No guy had ever dissed her that hard before. When he yelled, she was so stunned all the color just drained from her face. Her mouth was hanging open and she couldn't even get a word out. Chen Luo just casually turned his back, his voice dripping with major sarcasm. My bad. I guess I wasn't clear about how I really feel. Let me try again, miss. Could you please bounce? I need to focus on some books that someone at your level couldn't possibly get. Her ego was totally bruised, so she rushed forward to try and fix things. Mr. Chen Luo, I'm so sorry. I know I was kind of rude at first, but it was all just a huge misunderstanding. Please just let me explain. Don't believe whatever lies that little snake Jasmine told you. Hearing that, it looked like Chen Luo was finally getting the picture, and he quietly sat down in a chair nearby. He casually flipped through the spellbook, then looked up at Bella's desperate face and was like, I've literally never heard Jasmine say a single thing about you. But now that you're spilling your own tea without me even asking, it sounds like you're a real piece of work. You've probably pulled a lot of shady stuff, huh? And with that, Chen Luo told her to get lost again. I'm asking you to leave on your own. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to get Elton Hall involved. The second he mentioned Elton Hall, Bella's face went ghost white with fear and she started waving her hands to stop him. Don't, please don't. I'm going right now, I'm leaving. Finally, with the drama queen gone, Chen Luo had some quiet space to actually focus on his reading. After he finished the book, he closed it and just sat there deep in thought. The method he read about was definitely worth a shot. The book's whole point was that up until now, the entire world of mages just assumed that how fast your spiritual power and magic grew was 100% based on your natural-born talent. Brian was really mulling it over. Your progress was all about talent. The gifted kids got strong fast, while the not-so-gifted ones were stuck in the slow lane. When it came to boosting your mental power, mages basically had two main ways of doing it. The first was meditation, and the second was just casting spells over and over. But he remembered that the author of this book had found a total game changer. It was that when a mage learns a new spell, their mental power gets zapped at like a crazy fast rate. But after just a little rest, not only did the power come back, but the max limit got a major boost too. From this, Brian came up with a seriously bold conclusion. As long as he kept learning new spells, pushing himself to the point of being completely drained, and then rested to recover, he could totally shatter the limits of talent and become more powerful than ever. At that thought, a fire just lit up inside him. I have to learn a new spell tonight. The path to becoming an archmage is finally wide open. A second later, Brian landed softly on the other side of the high wall, a move he already had on lock. As he walked inside, he mumbled while reaching for the door. Wait a sec. Why do I have this feeling I forgot something super important today? As the door creaked open, Brian saw Brittany and Isabella looking like they were about to faint from hunger. Brittany looked up hopefully. Brian, you're finally home. Meanwhile, Isabella looked like she was about to go feral. I'm so hungry I could eat someone. It was right then that Brian remembered what he forgot. He was so dead. That was it. He had completely spaced on making dinner for Brittany. Seeing the two of them sitting at the table with plates and bowls all set but with absolutely no food, his heart just sank. Brian was totally speechless. In front of him, Brittany was making a sad little bunny face, whispering weakly, Brian, hungry food. In total contrast, Isabella slammed her knife and fork on the table, shot out of her chair and pointed right in Brian's face, yelling, Brian, where have you been? You're just rolling in now. Brittany and I have been starving all day. Are you trying to starve us to death or something? Brian could only rush to put on an apron and quickly throw dinner together for these two, trying to explain himself. I had to go to the Magic Association for something. I honestly thought Brittany would have handled dinner. And hey, why are you still here anyway? It's crazy late. Isabella got this mischievous smirk on her face. Hasn't Brittany told you yet? While Brian was rolling up his sleeves to cook, Isabella crossed her arms and playfully announced, starting today, I'm moving in here, too. Brian, who was in the middle of cooking, almost yeeted the pan when he heard that, his face a picture of pure horror. Seeing his look of absolute dread, she got even more annoyed. Hey, what's with the attitude? Are you telling me you're not stoked to live with a cute upperclassman like me? Brian was internally screaming. Oh my god, what are you even talking about? How could you say something so cursed? I must have heard you wrong, right? A million questions were flying through his brain. Seeing the situation was getting tense, Brittany quickly jumped. Intermediate. Brian, I didn't get a chance to tell you today. Isabella is going to be moving in. It'll be way more convenient for me to teach you both math and magic. Hearing this, Brian felt completely hopeless. He could only turn back to the stove to keep cooking, letting out a long, secret sigh. Man, taking care of one airhead is exhausting enough. Now it's Sundar is moving in. But Isabella totally caught his attitude. She stomped over and grabbed him by the collar like a warning. What was that? You got a problem with it? Backed into a corner. Brian could only lie through his teeth. I wouldn't dare have a problem, senior. For real, I'm so stoked you're moving in. Welcome, seriously. But she totally saw through his fake act and got right in his face. Then do me a favor. Next time you say that, try to drop the phony attitude. Chen Luo's face went pale as he bottled up his anger, telling himself that testing his magic tonight was the #1 priority, so he'd just start after dinner. The experiment was all that mattered. Finally, dinner was over with the two girls at the table, just raving about the food nonstop. Brittany was scarfing it down like she'd finally gotten a real meal, and Isabella couldn't stop gushing about it either. So freaking delicious. After a tiny, satisfied burp, Isabella sat there holding her full stomach, sighing in total bliss. I'm so stuffed, like crazy stuffed. The whole scene was getting on Chen Luo's nerves, so he snapped, Hey, if you're done eating, go do the dishes. A second later, the bathroom door flew open, and Chen Luo screamed from inside. How many times have I told you to clean up your hair after you shower? The drain's about to be completely clogged because of you. He stormed out, totally pissed, but right after he finished changing, all that angry energy just vanished. That's because Chen Luo had just caught a glimpse of both Isabella and Brittany, not exactly fully dressed. He was completely frozen, before he could even get a word out. Suddenly, a pink slipper came flying straight at Chen Luo's face. Night fell, and the clock hit 11 o'clock. Chen Luo was slumped over his desk, groaning, for real, waiting on these two is completely draining me. All of a sudden, he shot up and slammed his hand on the table. I can't do this. He made a promise to himself. Tonight, even if I have to pull an all-nighter, I'm learning a new spell. With that, he cracked open his magic book and started to pick one. I'll learn this one, the Firebird spell. Just then, a noise from outside totally shattered his focus, and he yelled out, annoyed, What now? Isabella walked in and asked, Blind, can I talk to you for a sec? Chen Luo reacted in a flash. He hid the magic book in the blink of an eye. He turned around and was like, Oh, hey, Isabella, come on in. Isabella walked in and kind of started, looking super embarrassed, her face getting all red as she sat on the bed across from Chen Luo and awkwardly tried to explain what happened. I totally shouldn't have thrown my slipper at you. Is your face okay? Chen Luo closed his book, looking at her like he was trying to figure her out. It's pretty late, Isabella. You didn't really come all this way just to ask about my face, did you? Still blushing, she mumbled, I just couldn't fall asleep, so I wanted to talk for a bit. Oh, by the way, Blind, do you have any, plans for your future? Chen Luo was totally caught off guard by that. He was stunned for a second before asking plans. Isabella still seemed kind of nervous. Yeah, think about it. I've got 1 year left, and you've got 2 before we graduate. You don't have any plans for what you're gonna do after you get out of here? Seeing Isabella's super serious face, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh a little. He put a hand on his chin, pretending to think real hard. Honestly, I haven't really thought about it. Maybe I'll just stick around Street Donuts. And be a TA or something. Out of nowhere, Isabella grabbed his hand, her voice buzzing with excitement. Don't you want to go to the royal capital once I graduate? I'm gonna enroll in the magic academy there. For real. If you came to the academy in the capital with me with your talent, your future would be absolutely insane. Chen Luo was completely shocked by the sudden move. Isabella kept trying to convince him, don't even worry, my dad can totally pull some strings. Then we could go to the same school again. In her head, she was already daydreaming about the perfect setup, looking so excited she was practically drooling. That way I could eat food made by Blind every day. Besides, even though he's way better at math and magic than I am, he's so easy to boss around, so hanging out with him is super chill. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, whose hand was still captured, turned bright red and said awkwardly, I get what you're saying, but studying in the capital would take a ton of time. For now, I just want to stay in Street Donuts and really focus on my magic research. Hearing that, Isabella's whole mood just crashed. How are you supposed to do any serious magic research stuck in Street Donuts? He just smiled back at her. We still have Brittany, don't we? With her talent and how powerful she is, she's totally qualified to teach me. The second he said Brittany's name, the vibe in the room got super heavy. Isabella just looked bummed out and distant. But her hands were balled into fists, like she was about to punch him, which made him go pale. Isabella growled at him. What magic research? I bet you're just making up an excuse to stay here with Brittany and you don't want to go with me at all, right? Getting angrier, Isabella started shaking him hard, just grilling him with questions. You think I'm annoying? Don't you just spit it out? Do you like Brittany more than me now? Shaken so hard he was getting dizzy, Chen Luo desperately pleaded, Whoa, please give me a break. Yo, stop shaking me. The noise totally woke Brittany up. She rubbed her eyes and sleepily asked Isabella, Bella, why are you guys still up? Then her eyes locked onto the scene in front of her. Isabella was practically all over Chen Luo, a sight that made Brittany's eyes fly open, who then stammered, Whoa, what in the world are you two doing? But the next morning at breakfast, Isabella was back to being her usual food-obsessed self, totally zoned in on her meal. Everyone else was just quietly eating. Chen Luo, on the other hand, was just poking at his food, completely lost in thought. Asterisk. Last night, I tried that new magic training method. I only completely drained my spiritual energy one time. And when I woke up this morning, asterisk, I could already tell my max level had seriously increased. Looks like this method is legit. Just then, Brittany spoke up hesitantly. I think I might have gotten the wrong idea about you two last night. I mean, I get how young people are, but you're both still super young, and it's a little too soon to be getting into all that. Hearing this, Chen Luo instantly figured it out, and quickly waved his hands like, no way, last night Isabella just wanted to talk about plans for after graduation with me. That's it. There's zero chance of that asterisk happening between us. Hearing this, Brittany totally believed him, letting out a quiet sigh of relief and saying, Oh, really, I knew it. It had to be a misunderstanding. Don't even sweat it, you two. But at that exact moment, Isabella slammed her glass of milk down on the table with a loud thud, making it crystal clear she was annoyed. The vibe, which had just chilled out, was suddenly super tense and silent again. Isabella smiled, but it was totally fake. Brittany, I have an early class today, so I'm gonna head out first. Brittany quickly replied, Oh yeah, of course. Without even hesitating, Isabella shot up from the table. Bye, Brittany. See you later. On her way out, she made sure to give Chen Luo a loving punch to the back, making him yelp in pain. A clueless Brittany asked, Are you two fighting again today? Chen Luo answered while rubbing his back and wincing, Not at all. The pain hadn't even faded when a huge stack of papers was dropped right in front of him. Brittany spoke up with a favor to ask. Oh, right, Lou. You're free this morning, aren't you? Could you do me a solid and take this thesis on the devil's number over to the Mathematics Association? Holding the heavy stack of documents, Chen Luo thought to himself, Dang, Brittany's math skills are on a whole other level. I only gave her a few key ideas, and she managed to finish the entire proof and definition of irrational numbers on her own. Looks like the devil's number problem is totally solved. But then he found himself standing in front of a super sketchy rundown building with a crooked sign hanging off it. Is this seriously the Mathematics Association? This place looks like it's gonna collapse. Don't tell me I came to the wrong address. Still, he decided to head inside. He looked around as he walked, then went up to the only desk in the middle of the room. A guy was totally absorbed in writing and asked without looking up, You here to submit a paper or collect a prize? If it's a paper, just leave it on the desk. But if you're collecting a prize, go upstairs, take a left, and find the deacon in the second room to get it stamped. Chen Luo replied calmly. I'm here to submit a paper. As soon as he said that, the guy at the counter looked like something clicked and shot his head up to get a better look. He was instantly freaked out, pointing a trembling finger at Chen Luo. You're the one. And then he just geeked out, his voice full of hype like a superfan meeting their idol, It's Master Luo, leaving Chen Luo completely stunned. Chen Luo asked, a little skeptical, You know me? In response, the receptionist grabbed his hand and shook it like crazy, saying excitedly, Of course I know you. I saw your skills at the academic exchange when you solved the Seven Bridges problem and announced the devil's number that blew everyone's minds. The commotion immediately got everyone's attention, and all eyes turned to Chen Luo, full of admiration. A gasp went through the room. It's Bray! It's Sir Bray! One person rushed forward. Sir Bray in the flesh, could you give me your autograph? Another asked. Sir Bray, do you have another massive discovery for us this time? Please just give us a little hint. Faced with this crazy fan reaction, Chen Luo was a bit overwhelmed, slickly sliding out of the crowd as he replied, My bad, everyone. I'm just here to drop off a paper for my teacher, and I have something urgent I gotta take care of right now. As soon as he finished talking, he turned to leave, leaving behind a hyped-up crowd that had pulled cheering banners out of thin air just like a real fan club. If you have urgent business, Sir Bray, go right ahead. As for the prize money, you can always come back and get it when you have time. Those 2 words, prize money, were like a bolt of lightning, making him stop dead in his tracks. He spun around, pushing up a pair of invisible glasses out of habit, a sharp glint in his eyes as he asked, What prize money? The scene cuts to a pretty old-fashioned room in the Mathematics Association, where scholars were hustling back and forth. A few people were standing and staring thoughtfully at walls plastered with complex math formulas. Vice President Andre shuffled over, scratching his head and looking totally embarrassed. Oh, my bad, I messed up. I seriously thought you were here for the prize money. So you're dropping off a manuscript. Okay, never mind then. Just chill, Sir Bray. But Chen Luo just stood there whistling like he didn't have a care in the world before leaning in and asking in a low voice, You know what, that other thing can wait. So, what's this I hear about prize money? The vice president looked totally shocked for a sec. Then his face totally lit up like a light bulb went off. Wait, don't tell me Sir Bray doesn't know about our association's bounty system? Before Chen Luo could even process it, Vice President Andre jumped right in and started explaining everything. Okay, so here's the deal. The Math Association puts up bounties for super tough unsolved problems. Any brainiac who cracks one gets a cash prize. And how much you get totally depends on how hard the problem is. The easiest ones start at 10 gold coins, but for the hardest ones, sky's the limit. When he heard that, it was like a switch flipped in Chen Luo's brain, like a whole new world just opened up and his eyes got this super intense look. No way. It's all about the money. I get it now, he mumbled, then declared. And Mr. Vice President, show me these bounty problems. Andre was totally hyped and immediately waved him over. Absolutely right this way. With a fire in his eyes, Chen Luo followed him, dead serious. They stopped in front of this massive wall plastered with bounty posters for everything from basic arithmetic to geometry and even insane solid geometry. Vice President Andre gestured grandly. Sir Bray, check it out. These are all the problems with active bounties at the Aba City Math Association. As soon as he said that, he couldn't stop himself from sighing. Looking all bummed out, he went on. A lot of these have been up here forever, like even before I started working here. And to this day, nobody's been able to solve them. I just hope I live long enough to see even one of them get cracked. That's all I want. Meanwhile, Chen Luo was just standing there totally zoned out and stroking his chin. Then with this super serious face, he said, Can you give me some space? I need to focus on these problems. The vice president just nodded and backed out of the room. For sure, no problem. If you figure anything out, just give me a shout right away. Once he was alone, Chen Luo gently touched the wall like he was connecting with the numbers or something, then just stood there totally still. His eyes were half closed like he was completely lost in his own little world. Seeing this, some other scholar nervously came up and whispered, Mr. Vice President Andre, are you sure we shouldn't check on Sir Bray? The vice president turned around and put a finger to his lips, shushing him, and said slowly, Yeah, this is exactly when we have to leave him alone. Vice President Andre spoke again. His voice was soft, but his words were heavy. For a math genius like Sir Bray, inspiration can hit like lightning. If we interrupt him and accidentally snuff out that precious moment of genius, we'd basically be villains forever. And while the vice president was daydreaming about Chen Luo revolutionizing the future of math, his assistant was trying to get a word in, but finally just pointed at the wall, which was now completely bare. Sir, I think... It hit him like a ton of bricks, leaving him totally speechless and in shock. Meanwhile, tucked away in a corner, Chen Luo was fist-pumping, jumping up and down and yelling, 535 gold coins. The grand total for all the bounty problems was exactly 535 gold coins. And the crazy part was these so-called hard problems were so easy a grade schooler from his old world could have solved them. Chen Luo glanced back at the beat-up old Math Association building, with a huge grin on his face, totally scheming to himself. And here I was worried about being broke. Turns out this place is secretly loaded. I swear I didn't want to get involved, but man, being broke is just the worst. His eyes got even more focused. They've just got way too much cash. Picturing himself with all that prize money, Chen Luo started skipping down the street, humming a little tune. I should probably just quietly grab this jackpot for myself. Tonight I'm gonna go home, make a solid plan, and then cash in tomorrow morning. Everyone on the street was giving him the weirdest looks. A little girl tugged on her mom's shirt and whispered, Mommy, that guy is so weird. Her mom quickly covered her eyes. Honey, don't stare. Before you knew it, time had flown by and a brand new day started with sunlight streaming into every corner of the Math Association's office. The vice president was already hard at work. A janitor who was cleaning nearby suddenly stopped aside and decided to start a random chat. Vice President Andre. Sir, for real, is Sir Blake as legendary as everyone says? Because he just peeped the bounty wall yesterday and then just bounced. Vice President Andre, without even looking up from his paperwork, just calmly goes, and even the most genius scholars got totally owned by those problems, which is why they're still up. A brainiac like Sir Blake can't just solve them overnight. Then out of nowhere, a huge thud rips through the room, making Vice President Andre jump. Piled right in front of him was this massive stack of paper, literally taller than a person that someone had just slammed down on his desk. What the heck is this? The guy who showed up just said, I'm here to cash in. I'm busy, so have someone check these ASAP. Then just slide me the prize money. Vice President Andre couldn't believe what he was seeing. How are there so many? He snatched up a few pages to look. Wait, aren't these the bounty problems? Chen Luo, who was rocking a mask over half his face, answered all cold-like. Hearing that, both Vice President Andre and the janitor were just staring with their jaws on the floor. The VP slammed his fist on the desk. What? Chen Luo stood there all confident and was like, every single one of the bounty problems, all 23 of them, the solutions are all in here. Time dragged on, and by sunset, the VP was dripping with nervous sweat. Andre had one hand on his forehead, the other in a death grip on a solution sheet. His face all tense while he and the others in the room were grinding hard. A scholar with a shaky voice reported back to the vice president. We've double-checked everything. Andre's head shot up totally in shock. All around the room, people were still hunched over papers, some comparing answers. Others? Vice President Andre wiped the sweat from his forehead with one hand, while the other held the paper, shaking his voice cracking with pure excitement. He got all the answers. I literally can't believe I'm alive to witness this kind of miracle. For real, if you live long enough, you'll see some wild stuff. What kind of absolute master pulled this off? Everyone was buzzing with excitement, and they all crowded around the spot where the young dude was just passed out. A voice yelled in awe. This is a feat that all the scholars in the Nolan Empire know. All the scholars on the entire Divine Grace continent were totally stumped by. They started cheering and hyping him up. A person this next level could only have one title, the God of Math. Vice President Andre was so emotional he was actually crying, and with a trembling hand, he gently poked Chen Luo's shoulder. Sir, the light touch jolted him awake. You guys done already? Chen Luo let out a massive yawn, rubbing the sleep from his eye. Oh sweet, so you finished checking everything. Everyone in the room, including Vice President Andre, bowed their heads at the same time out of major respect. He was the first to speak up. Your contribution to the world of math is just mind-blowing. Can I be so bold as to ask your name? The young guy looked startled, quickly sat up straight on the book pile and said, I'm Chen Luo. Seeing the dude's confused vibe, he kept going. So if you're done checking and it's all good, let's settle up. The total reward is 535 gold coins. Chen Luo then gave Vice President Andre a playful wink. Since it's our first time doing business, I'll knock off the change. Just give me an even 530 gold coins. After hearing that, the vice president was just silent, totally at a loss for words with this kid. In the middle of this super swanky room, a surprised voice stumbled out, Mr. Chen Luo. Jasmine couldn't hide how shook she was. Her eyes were glued to the shiny bag of gold on the table as she asked Chen Luo with a shaky voice, this money is... The young man puffed his chest out proudly, pointing at the bag of gold coins, and declaring with total confidence, It's money to buy new magic, duh! Elsewhere, a huge warhorse was galloping hard, splashing through puddles, shooting like an arrow through the insane downpour. On its back was a soldier, racing toward the Abba City Lord's mansion. As soon as he got to the city gate, the soldier was immediately cut off by two guards. Whoa there, that's the City Lord's mansion. You can't just charge in on a horse. Getting stopped, the messenger snarled, Move! This is an urgent order from the royal capital. Go tell the City Lord now! A little while later, the secret letter was handed right to the City Lord. He was stunned by what it said. He could only stammer out a few broken words. City Lord Autumn Gravis's eyes went wide. His eyebrows scrunched together and his voice trembled. Is this for real? The messenger knelt down and replied clearly, My lord, the capital investigated and confirmed that Leon has in fact infiltrated Abba City. But his exact location and what he's planning are still a total mystery. The lady standing beside the City Lord couldn't hide her confusion either. She clutched her handkerchief and cut in, Wait, are we talking about Leon, the high-level mage who betrayed the Empire? He's been MIA for 3 years. Why on earth would he show up in Abba City now? City Lord Autumn Gravis just snapped, I don't know. You could totally see the fear in his eyes as he sized up the situation. But with Leon's kind of power if he really wanted to, and right then, like he jinxed it, these insane bolts of deadly purple lightning started crashing down from the sky. City Lord Autumn Gravis's words were basically a prophecy coming true. I'm afraid taking out this entire city would be easy for him. Meanwhile, back at school, Chen Luo's pen fell under his seat. Bending down to get it, he grumbled under his breath. Okay, so learning new magic is leveling up my spiritual power super fast, which is awesome. But it completely drains me, and the worst part, it costs a fortune. I already burned through all the magic I just bought. Chen Luo just flopped onto his desk, totally exhausted, and groaned. 500 gold coins is literally nothing. Guess I gotta figure out another way to make some cash. His buddy Toby, sitting right next to him, saw how wrecked he was and gave him this curious look. A sly grin spread across his face like he was cooking up some trouble. Yo, Brian? How come you've been looking so worn out ever since you started hanging with Brittany? Brian shot back, totally annoyed. You trying to get decked? At the same time, a bunch of girls up front were buzzing about something. Turns out this one girl was showing off some pics of Lucien she'd worked super hard to get. OMG, you guys look. It's a picture of Lucien. It took me forever to track this down. All her friends totally started fangirling. Oh my gosh, Lucien is so hot. No way, how'd you get this? Let me see, he looks so young. The girl holding the Lucien pic was totally beaming while her friends gushed over it. Toby, watching the whole thing from his seat, just rolled his eyes. Geez, what a bunch of fangirls. Seeing this, Blair, who was next to him, turned and was like, Who's Lucien? Toby immediately went into explanation mode. Dude, you don't know? This mysterious masked guy who calls himself Tranlak showed up recently and single-handedly solved all 23 of the AMA's impossible math problems. We're talking problems that were unsolved for almost 100 years. The whole thing totally rocked the entire math world in the Kingdom of Nolan. Now everyone is scrambling to figure out who he is, Toby said, really leaning into it. Because this guy's math skills are so insane, so next level. Everyone started calling him Luo Shen, like the god of math. Hearing that, Blair started sweating bullets. Asterisk. What the heck is happening? How did I become a god, asterisk? Toby, on the other hand, was just pouting with jealousy. If you ask me, a brain like that has to belong to some bald old dude. There's no way he's young. Right, Blair? Blair felt like his head was about to explode, so he just nodded like a bobblehead. Yeah, totally. You're 100% right. Suddenly, Toby threw an arm around his shoulder. Oh, hey, speaking of the extracurricular magic practices this afternoon after school, right? So, have you figured out who you're partnering with yet? Blair didn't answer and just shot back. Aren't you gonna be on my team? Toby just sighed, all frustrated. Nah, I'm probably gonna skip the magic practice. My skills are trash, seriously. I'd just be useless. I already got my dad to call me in sick. Then he dropped something that totally caught Blair off guard. I heard some second-year and third-year students are joining this time. That afternoon, out on the back mountain of Street Donis Academy, the teacher got all the students together and announced, All right, everyone, today's magic practice is all about building up your real-world combat skills. All the students were lined up listening, hanging on the teacher's every word as he laid out the rules. You're going to take this amazing opportunity to put all that magic theory you've been learning into actual practice. But, and I need you to listen very carefully while getting stronger, is the goal your personal safety is priority number one. The supervising teacher kept repeating it, making sure the students understood that safety was everything. We've already cleared out most of the dangers on the back mountain, but you still need to be super careful and under no circumstances are you to leave the designated mountain area and go off on your own. The teacher went on, Okay, you can now get into groups of 3 to 4, and then you'll head into the back mountain to stay the night. Everyone needs to be back at this spot by noon tomorrow. Got it. The second he finished, all the students yelled back in unison, Yes, sir! Then all of a sudden, a familiar voice piped up right beside Blair. So what about you, Blair? Did you get all that? The question made him gulp. Yeah, I did. Isabella came over nodding towards Alice, and just put it out there. Good, so pick one, me or her. Who's it gonna be for your team? Totally cornered Blair just awkwardly scratched his head. Well, can't we all be in the same group? When Alice heard that, she couldn't help but cover her mouth to hide a laugh. Then she just let it out. Wow, I didn't know you were so ambitious, Junior Blair. You want both of us on your team? You know what, I don't think that's a bad idea at all. I'm an Isabella. Isabella looked so mad her fists were clenched, but she reluctantly gave in. Fine. Fine. I guess I have no choice. A team-up is a team-up. It's not like I'm scared or anything. Seeing that things had finally calmed down, Bray let out a huge sigh of relief, thinking, Awesome. At least she's not taking it out on me for once. But the second they got to the edge of the forest, Isabella gave Bray a super hard pinch, making him totally yelp. Ow, Isabella, what was that for? She just snapped back, because I felt like it. Meanwhile, on top of some super high mountain, someone was watching the whole thing play out, and he was like, Sir Leon, the sun is totally gone. Leon stepped out all slow-like, holding this scepter thing, looking all epic in front of his crew. Leon's voice boomed. All right, everyone, we finally made it to this point. All his followers were dead silent, hanging on his every word. This city, Leon totally roared, is never gonna see the light of day again. Back on the mountain behind St. Donis Academy, deep in the super dark forest, a bunny was just minding its own business, nibbling on some grass, when it suddenly got spooked, its ears shooting straight up. It jumped like it sensed some major danger was coming. Then out of nowhere, its teeth started to glow, shooting out these weird beams of light. A second later, the rabbit legit shot out a massive fireball, setting the whole patch of grass and trees around it on fire. Luckily, Isabella jumped in just in time to put out the flames. The whole thing scared the poor little rabbit half to death. With these incredibly cool and smooth magic moves, Isabella gently put out the fire, which even made Alice, who was standing right behind her, secretly super impressed. As soon as she was done, Isabella whipped around to show off to her teammates, her voice dripping with pride. Total success. I had its fireball under my complete control. While Isabella was busy bragging to everyone, Bray was completely zoned in on the rabbit. He was checking it out up close, muttering to himself, totally ignoring Isabella's victory party behind him. It's exactly like Mr. Anthony said. As soon as you take away its control of the fireball, the rabbit just freezes up, completely paralyzed. Suddenly a hand came out of nowhere and yanked his ear super hard as Isabella yelled at him. Bray, how could you be so mean and grab this adorable little bunny by its ears? His ear throbbing, Bray stammered, Ow, 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 let go of my ear. Isabella totally used that moment to scoop up the rabbit and cuddle it. There, little guy. Don't you worry. I made the big meanie go away. All Bray could do was hold his sore ear, looking totally bummed out and thinking his life was officially worse than a rabbit's. Seeing Bray's ear was all red from where Isabella pinched him, Alice went over and gently touched his earlobe. She rubbed it softly while asking in a caring voice, whispering right next to him, Is your ear okay? Aren't you supposed to catch the rabbit? You kinda have to for this magic practice to count as a win. Being so close to her made Bray's face turn bright red, and he got all flustered. I'm fine. We're just getting started anyway. We've still got tons of time to catch one. After he said that, he coughed a couple of times to cover up how embarrassed he was, and quickly changed the subject. Oh, hey, Alice. So besides rabbits, can other animals use magic too? Alice explained while petting the rabbit in her arms. Oh yeah, for sure. That's like basic knowledge. All across the Divine Grace continent, magic isn't just a human thing. Most animals can connect with magical elements too, but they're usually stuck with just one type. Plus, they can't really pull off any super complicated spells. Alice then gave him an example. Like this type of rabbit can only use fire magic, and the best it can do is a super basic fireball spell. She kept going. As for that other question you had, honestly, I don't think anyone on the entire continent could answer it, probably not even Mr. Anthony. Hearing Alice say that, Bray could only scratch his head and let out an awkward laugh. Yeah, I was just kind of wondering out loud. At that exact moment somewhere else, Mr. Anthony was standing by himself, completely lost in thought. All of a sudden, a voice from behind him called out, Mr. Anthony! Vice Principal Calvin walked up to him and asked, Why aren't you on patrol in the mountains? Mr. Anthony replied with a serious voice. Vice Principal Calvin, that question my student Bray asked me earlier, I just can't get it out of my head. It was so weird that even the vice principal was surprised to see a teacher like Anthony so spaced out. That Bray kid again? He asked, curious. What did he ask you this time? So Mr. Anthony started telling him the whole story. That kid, after he found out rabbits could shoot fireballs, asked me why humans need all these complicated chants and hand signs to control magic when rabbits don't need any of that stuff. Hearing that, even Vice Principal Calvin was totally stumped, having no idea how to explain such a tricky question. So the two of them just stood there like statues, both thinking about what the student had asked. Suddenly, the vice principal tapped Mr. Anthony on the shoulder, breaking the silence. Oh, right. Mr. Anthony, it's time for you to get back to patrolling the mountain and making sure the students are safe. But Mr. Anthony was still trying to get an answer, holding him back. But wait, you still haven't answered my question. Vice Principal Calvin just brushed him off, his voice firm as he pushed him to go. What answer? What's more important right now, your question or the students' safety? Now get going. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Bray, Alice, and Isabella were having a really interesting chat. Isabella and Alice too. The guy hesitated, and a blushing Isabella totally cut Blair off. You already did your own little inspection a second ago, didn't you? So what's the verdict? Is mine better? Isabella asked, kinda side-eyeing Alice, then added, Or is Alice's the one to beat? Standing there, Blair just held his chin, his face bright red, and mumbled, I've definitely checked out both, but it's seriously hard to pick a winner. The second he said that, Alice grabbed his hand and her voice made him jump. Well then, Junior Blair, just give it one more check and then you'll know for sure. Isabella's face totally fell and she snapped back annoyed. It's so obvious my rabbit is bigger than yours. Why won't you just admit it, fine? Let's just have Blair be the judge. Isabella spun around and yelled, Blair, spill it right now. Whose rabbit is bigger, mine or Alice's? The poor dude could only manage a nervous laugh, stammering, Oh, well. All of a sudden, the rabbit in Isabella's arms started freaking out, leaping from her grip and making her scream in surprise, Ah, my rabbit! The little guy bolted like a flash towards a tree way over there and squeezed into a gap under a wooden board, looking like it was running from a ghost or something. Isabella scrambled after it, calling out, Where did you go? Just then, Alice called out to her, Isabella. Hearing her name, Isabella was still bent over some weird pipe trying to find it. Why is there a pipe here? You think the rabbit crawled inside? Alice yelled again. I told you not to run off like that. At that exact moment, the ground under them started to shake like crazy, leaving all three of them completely stunned. A massive crack ripped open in the ground, getting wider and wider, and in like a split second, both Alice and Isabella were swallowed up by the giant hole. Isabella's face went completely white as she could only let out a terrified scream. Alice was panicking just as much, but on instinct she clutched her rabbit super tight. Dust and smoke exploded everywhere. Rocks and dirt were flying all over the place, making it a scene of total terrifying chaos. In the middle of the wreckage, a shaky hand clawed through the dirt and rocks trying to get out. With a face twisted in pain, Isabella finally pushed her head up, using every ounce of strength to pull the top half of her body out of the rubble. Right after she grabbed a limp arm, its skin all covered in scrapes. With whatever energy she had left, Isabella tried to drag Alice out of the danger zone. Looking like they'd used up all their strength, they both just collapsed onto the ground, totally gasping for air. Isabella's eyes were wide with panic and fear. Where on earth are we? Meanwhile, Alice was fading fast from exhaustion, her lips unconsciously mumbling a single name, Blair. Hearing that, Isabella started to freak out even more desperately, shaking her friend, Alice, wake up. But all she got back was a terrifying silence. Without even thinking, she put a finger under Alice's nose to check if she was breathing. Isabella's face immediately went grim as the absolute worst thought ever shot through her head. Oh no, this is... Suddenly, she gently lifted Alice's chin, looking like she'd made a decision. Without wasting a single second, Isabella firmly pressed her lips against her friend's. She started giving her mouth to mouth. After a few tries, her plan actually worked, and Alice started to show signs of waking up. Looking completely wiped, Alice's heavy eyelids slowly fluttered open. She shot up with a gasp. Her eyes were filled with total confusion. Isabella quickly put a hand on her shoulder, trying to gently calm her down. Alice suddenly started choking, coughing like crazy as her pale face turned bright red. Seeing her friend was awake, Isabella was so relieved she almost started crying. She stared right at Alice, her voice full of worry. You're okay. Alice was a little more with it now, and even though the coughing fits were awful, she managed to say, yeah, I'm okay. Her eyes darted around the weird new place, her voice shaking with fear. Where are we? Isabella could only shake her head. I have no idea. When I got out of the rubble, this is where I was. It looks like some kind of cave. Hearing that, Alice struggled to her feet and cautiously looked around. That's so weird. I've never heard anything about a cave under the Academy's back mountain. Then it was like Isabella remembered something. Oh hey, there's a door over there. Maybe that's the way out. Alice turned to her, hesitating for a sec before saying, oh hey, about before. Thanks, Isabella. Hearing that, Isabella just froze for a couple of seconds, then gave her a look of total disbelief. Are you feeling okay? She asked again, her voice getting way more sarcastic and annoyed. Seriously, are you okay? Did you hit your head or something? Alice just frowned, completely confused. What are you talking about? Isabella sighed like she was so over it, not even bothering to explain. It's nothing. I just literally never thought I'd hear you say thank you. Those words left Alice totally stunned and at a loss for words. Meanwhile, back outside, even though it was super late, everyone was still hanging around under the bright moonlight. That was so freaky. What was up with that earthquake just now? Beats me. Does this mean our whole exam was for nothing? All my rabbits got away. Another student ran up to Vice Principal Canvin in a panic. Vice Principal, does this mean our scores are just like gone? Mr. Canvin answered calmly, trying to chill everyone out. It's okay, everyone. Don't worry, this whole thing will be considered a freak accident. You don't need to worry about it. The second he finished speaking, Mr. Anthony leaned over to the Vice Principal, whispering like he had a secret. Anthony, Vice Principal Canvin said, his face going grim. Are all the kids off the mountain? Are they safe? I think so. Mr. Anthony was totally flustered, stammering as he tried to explain. The thing is, the quake hit us out of nowhere. The other teachers and I, we seriously did everything we could. There's probably no one still trapped up there. Miss Cook's doing a head count right now. We'll know for sure any second. But just then, the sound of thundering hooves came from off in the distance as a huge group of city guards galloped their way. Their faces were super tense as they yelled, "Make way, clear the path!" Their sudden arrival immediately made all the students stare, totally curious and surprised. In no time, the cavalry was on them, their horses kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Mr. Anthony couldn't shake this uneasy feeling, like a seriously bad premonition was creeping up on him. Why would the city guard be here now? After a beat, Vice Principal Canvin finally spoke, his voice low and his eyes full of suspicion. It seems this earthquake was way more than just an earthquake. At that exact moment, back in the cave, the mysterious door was slowly creaking open, letting a thin sliver of light slice through. Isabella carefully peeked out and just gasped. Whoa, this place is insane! Right in front of her, and Alice was this gigantic pillar that towered way up into the air. You could literally feel the currents of pure magic swirling around them. Alice totally freaked. What in the world is this? Isabella, though, was just overcome with curiosity. She slowly reached out like she had to feel the mystery for herself. Her totally mesmerized gaze traveled from the bottom of the pillar all the way to the top. These patterns are so intricate. The second the words were out of her mouth, Isabella put her hand right on the pillar without a second thought, and instantly this piercing zap echoed out. A massive surge of mana threw Isabella backward right in front of Alice's terrified eyes. She landed in a heap on the cold ground with zero time to react. Alice rushed to her side, screaming her name, Isabella. Alice cried, her voice trembling as she helped her friend up. Are you okay? Isabella tried to act cool, saying, I'm fine. Looks like this pillar is protected by some kind of defensive spell. A really high-level one. At her words, a weird glint appeared in Alice's eyes. She turned to stare hard at the pillar and muttered to herself, "This pillar? This is jogging my memory about something I read in an ancient spellbook once." Her eyes followed the flows of magic as Alice went on explaining that legend says, the ancient people put up tons of bronze pillars carved with ancient magic runes. They were all linked by bronze wires that stretched over a huge area, creating a magic grid with earth-shattering power. Hearing this, Isabella couldn't hide how curious she was. A magic grid? What was it for? Alice just gave a little shake of her head. I'm not sure either. Maybe for some kind of massive-scale healing or to make things grow. Suddenly, countless arrows made of glowing energy rained down from the sky, hurtling straight for the two of them. The situation just got real. From the giant pillar, long wires shot out in all directions, buzzing with violent streams of electricity. Sharp blocks of ice suddenly slammed into the ground, sending dirt and rock flying as they watched in total shock. From a distance, some stranger smirked like he knew exactly what was up. He'd been secretly watching the whole thing from the very beginning. A glowing blue magic circle appeared surrounding a figure high above, who was struggling to keep the magic circle under control. He spoke in a mocking voice. Well, well, you two ladies have some skills, don't you? The vibe between them got as tight as a guitar string. Alice was so mad at his arrogance she couldn't even speak. Under the mystery guy's intense stare, Alice finally got it together and asked, "Who are you?" His expression suddenly turned totally sinister. "And that's a question I should be asking you, but it doesn't matter since you're both about to be history anyway." Alice and Isabella shared a look that said it all. What do we do? Do we make the first move? Without wasting a single second, they both started chanting at the same time. "O element of fire that burns across the world, hear my call, descend upon this place." The mysterious guy just watched them chant, looking totally bored, then smirked like he'd already won. And right after that, a giant fireball roared into existence as the two girls yelled together, "Fireball spell!" A massive wall of ice appeared in a flash, blocking the blazing fire, and its insane heat didn't affect him at all. Not only was the fire blocked, but it was completely swallowed up by the ice wall. Both of them were just stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. How was that even possible? All of a sudden, the mysterious guy leapt into the air, moving as fast as lightning, and charged straight at the two girls with a blade at the ready. The impact was so powerful it sent both of them flying backward, giving them no time to even process what happened. Alice was slammed hard against a cliff wall, the pain leaving her totally frozen. The mysterious guy gave her zero time to recover, charging at her like a maniac. Alice managed to dodge just in the nick of time, scrambling backward and to find a way out, but then a sharp blast of energy whizzed right past her cheek. The relief lasted for about a second before he had her cornered at a complete disadvantage. Her face went ghost white, as if all the blood had drained from it, pure terror showing in her eyes. The man didn't hesitate for a second, reaching out and wrapping his hand tightly around her throat. His grip was like iron, totally crushing her. Alice couldn't even fight back. The guy had this twisted grin, loving that she was blacking out. But he wasn't done. With just one hand, he hoisted her into the air, stealing the last bit of breath from her lungs. He stared right into her eyes, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Such a shame. Alice clawed at his hand, a totally useless struggle, and he was totally eating it up. But my orders gotta send you both packing. Then, just in time, a blur shot past like lightning. Chen Luo threw himself in front of her, taking the hit meant for Alice. A total nightmare moment. The attacker roared, furious that some random dude just stole his target. Alice went white as a sheet, but the scariest thing for her right now was seeing Chen Luo bleeding, and it was all her fault. But Chen Luo's eyes were locked on not a flicker of fear. Far off, Isabella was stumbling to her feet, trying to run to them while screaming his name. Chen Luo was all she could choke out before the creepy guy just froze, like he'd seen a ghost. "You..." Then these bright red sparks just zipped right past his face, totally stunning the hitman for a second, giving him zero time to do anything. The three of them scrambled together, and bam, a glowing magic circle appeared out of nowhere surrounding them. The dude stared them down, pure hate in his eyes. But he was way too late to see the circle was about to unleash a crazy amount of power. Like enough energy to literally burn everything to the ground. The mystery guy was bug-eyed. "No way! How that kid didn't even say a word!" In a puff of black smoke, everything outside the circle just turned to dust. Right in the middle of it all, the three of them braced for a fight. They scanned the area, super cautious, looking for any sign of the guy. Isabella rushed over, totally freaking out, to check on Chen Luo. "What are you even doing here? Your arm. We need to fix that, like, right now." Chen Luo kinda looked away and just said, "I followed your tracks. From the cave you guys fell into. The arm's fine for now." Chen Luo said, his voice tight, trying to hide how much it hurt as he grabbed his arm. Just then the smoke started to clear, and they could see the enemy's outline. He was on one knee, looking totally wrecked, but his eyes were just burning with hate. Chen Luo gritted his teeth, thinking, I didn't even see him cast that, not a single move. "Is he actually faster than me, could it be? Lord Leon?" Shaking his head, the guy gripped his weapon tighter, a nasty glint in his eye. "Whatever. They saw too much. Now they all have to go." As he said it, his blade started glowing with this frosty vibe, turning into a crazy sharp ice sword that felt freezing even from a distance. The mystery attacker locked onto Chen Luo and then just charged, moving scarily fast. "Chen Luo, watch out!" Isabella and Alice both screamed at the same time, totally panicking. But the attacker only got a few steps before he skidded to a stop. He looked at Chen Luo completely confused, like, why is this kid just standing there? He's not even trying to fight. Then he spotted it, a ball of energy slowly growing bigger and getting closer every second. A million questions flashed through the guy's head. A water sphere spell, another spell with no gestures. The water sphere suddenly split open, and these rings of fire just shot out, blasting him with insane heat. Hold up, this is no ordinary water sphere. And then the weird orb just swallowed him whole. The fire rings wrapped around him, burning him everywhere, leaving him zero chance to even blink. A second later, the orb just blew up. Blood started oozing from the burns on his face, and the pain made him cough up a ton of blood. He was completely wiped out, and he just collapsed. His face was a total mess of pain and pure raw hate. His burnt hand was too weak to even hold the ice blade, and it slipped and clattered on the ground. His body was all charred, but he somehow staggered up, mumbling like he couldn't believe it. This is... But he face-planted before he could finish the thought. A puddle of blood started spreading out around his burnt body. What kind of crazy power is that? Meanwhile, the sun was setting over the old fort. Leon was sitting on a rocky ledge, almost invisible against the howling wind, but you could see a flicker of worry in his eyes, like he felt something was off. One of his guys ran up, sounding panicked. "Sir Leon, what's up? Is everything okay?" He jumped to his feet, his eyes darting everywhere. "We've got some rats in the house." Right then, the sound of horses thundering down the trail totally broke the night's silence. The city guard commander threw up a hand, yelling for his soldiers to pull up. He gave them the rundown in a serious voice. "All right, the secret entrance is right up there. Everyone off your horses. Get ready to move in." The commander made sure to add one super important detail. The guy leading this whole rebellion, Leon, used to be the Empire's top gun. He's crazy dangerous, so stay sharp, everybody. All of a sudden, one of the soldiers, looking like he'd seen a ghost, pointed with a shaky hand. "Captain, sir, look." Standing there like he owned the place was Leon. He'd shown up out of nowhere like some kind of grim reaper, looking totally calm but giving off a majorly deadly vibe. "My old friends. Sorry, but this is where we part ways." It was Leighton. Instantly, the whole city guard snapped into a defensive line, staring down the rebel leader. They crept forward, super cautious, trying to circle him. Seeing Ethan shaking his uncle shot him a look and whispered, "Ethan, when this goes down, you stay glued to me. Don't even think about wandering off." "Got it." Ethan was too scared to argue, just nodding fast. "Yeah, uncle." The squad pumped themselves up. "He's just one guy, get him, surround him." "Yes, sir." Just moments later, a cold, dead hand rested on the green grass. Ethan's face was a mess of pure agony, tears of blood streaking down his face. Everywhere he looked, bodies of soldiers and their horses were scattered in a total nightmare of a scene. Ethan fought to get up, his head exploding with pain. He just stared, completely unable to process what he was seeing. "Am I alive?" A faint, familiar voice whispered from nearby, "Ethan." He scrambled up, stumbling over to his uncle. His blood ran cold when he saw him gasping for air in a pool of his own blood. Uncle Ethan grabbed his hand, totally frantic. Tears blurred his vision as he choked out the words, "Uncle, you." He just fell apart, sobbing in the freezing rain. How could this be happening? What am I supposed to do now? His uncle looked at him, his eyes full of pain, and slowly pulled something from his coat, straining to hand it to him. "Ethan, forget about me. You take this. Finish the mission." The boy gripped the object, his loud cries turning into silent, shaking sobs. "Uncle, I can't. You saw it. That guy Leon, he took out all of us by himself." He screamed, totally frustrated and helpless. "He wiped out the captain with just a wave of his hand. With my power, he could literally end me with a snap of his fingers." His uncle gave him one last long look. Then his eyes fluttered shut as he took his last breath. In a total panic, Ethan threw his uncle over his shoulder, desperately trying to convince himself. "Uncle, hey, don't close your eyes. I'm getting you down this mountain. You're gonna make it, you have to." But his uncle could only force out his last words. "Finish the mission," before his head fell onto Ethan's shoulder, lifeless, in the dark pouring rain. His last wish echoed in the silence. Ethan's expression went dark. He stood frozen, letting his uncle's final words burn into his mind forever. His uncle's dead hand slipped from Ethan's shoulder with a heavy thud. He just stood there crying like a lost kid, refusing to believe this brutal reality, as he let out a gut-wrenching scream that tore through the stormy night. Meanwhile, a set of double doors groaned open, showing a pitch-black room where Chen Luo was biting back pain as his wounds were being bandaged. He yelped, "Ow, Isabella, seriously, could you be a little more gentle?" Her eyes were locked on him, totally curious. "Oh, speaking of which, Chen Luo, how did you pull off that magic before without any chants or hand signs? Like, how is that even possible?" Seeing her intense stare, he quickly tried to dodge the question. "Oh, well, it's probably 'cause my chanting and signs were just so fast you couldn't even see them." Knowing he was totally lying, she smirked and pressed down hard on his wound on purpose, sending a shot of insane pain through him that made Chen Luo's eyes water as he screamed. Isabella just ignored him, writhing on the floor, and strolled over to Alice like nothing happened. Seeing that Alice gently tried to reason with her, "Isabella, maybe go a little easier on Chen Luo." But she just stubbornly blew it off. "Well, maybe he shouldn't be so secretive then. It's his own fault. He totally had it coming." Isabella noticed Alice staring hard at the stone pillar and walked over. Hey Alice, any luck figuring out what this pillar is for? Alice just shook her head, her face looking kinda grim. Not yet, but I'm sure of one thing. It's from this old book I read. It's a pillar for making a magic circle. Her voice got super serious. I still don't know exactly what this magic circle does, but I'm pretty sure it's what caused that earthquake that dragged us in here. Her eyes darted over to the man, passed out on the floor. She went on, and when you add in the fact that dude just randomly attacked us, I'm positive this magic circle is bad news. Hearing that, Chen Luo got up from behind them, cracking his knuckles. Exactly. We gotta find a way out of here like now, and then tell the Academy everything so they can deal with it. His eyes were shining with a new kind of determination. But Isabella and Alice weren't even looking at him. They were staring past him, their faces frozen in horror like they'd just seen a ghost. And right then, Ethan was just there. The cold edge of his blade was pressed against Chen Luo's throat. He glared at them all and growled, I'm only gonna ask once. Who are you people and what are you doing here? The second Ethan's guard dropped Chen Luo's hand, shot toward the blade. In less than a second, he was free. The other guy just stared at Chen Luo, completely stunned, not able to process what just happened. Before Ethan could even blink, Chen Luo was up, locking his leg and twisting Ethan's arms behind his back in one smooth move. Just like that, the tables were turned. Ethan was totally powerless. Chen Luo grabbed his head with one hand and slammed it toward the ground. He stared down at him, disgusted. So you weren't working alone. Meanwhile, Isabella was eyeing the strange guy, looking like she'd just figured something out. Ethan was fighting to get free from Chen Luo, shouting, Get off me if you don't! The whole city of Aba is gonna be toast. Hearing that, Chen Luo totally froze for a second, super confused. The whole crew instantly swarmed Ethan, all shouting at once in disbelief. Wait, what did you just say? At the same time, the pillar in the middle started pulsing with these insane streams of magic. It finally clicked for everyone. Oh, so that's what's going on. After Ethan gave them the full story, Isabella looked at him, totally getting it. So you guys came here to stop Leon from firing up this magic circle, but you got ambushed by Leon, right? Your whole squad got taken out and now it's just you. Hearing that, Ethan slowly started to tell his side of it. Actually, a few days ago, the royal capital got intel that Leon had snuck into Aba City, but we couldn't pinpoint where he was. We also had no clue what he was up to. Things only started making sense when the earthquake hit along with this crazy, powerful magic surge. Thinking back on it, Ethan's face just twisted in pain and his voice got all heavy. It's just that we totally underestimated Leon's power. Even all of us together didn't stand a chance against him. In the middle of all the tension, Chen Luo blankly raised his hand. Can I ask something? Who's Leon? At his question, the whole group went dead silent, and nobody bothered to explain. It was Isabella who finally broke the awkward quiet. Chen Luo, seriously, is there any limit to how clueless you can be? Totally opposite of Isabella's salty vibe, Alice started to gently explain it to him. Leon, that name alone is enough to freak people out. He's known as the most notorious and dangerous criminal in the entire Nolan Kingdom. His rep is so bad that even little kids know the stories. Just seeing someone who kinda looks like Leon is enough to make people's blood run cold. Alice summed it all up. Leon used to be the top general for the Nolan Kingdom's border defense. A general who wasn't just a beast in a fight, but was also a high-level mage with some seriously scary magical power. He fought in a ton of battles on the kingdom's frontiers, scoring huge wins for Nolan, and was basically treated like a national war hero by everyone. Alice's voice got heavy, really stressing the point. But then something nobody ever saw coming happened during a super important battle. Leon suddenly led his troops and betrayed the Empire. That one move is the exact reason the Nolan Kingdom got completely crushed in that war. She continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. What happened next was pretty predictable. From that day on, Leon just vanished. And even though the kingdom put a massive bounty on the traitor's head to this day, nobody has been able to catch him. There's a rumor he's hiding out right in the royal capital, just waiting for a chance to totally wreck the kingdom's government. Hearing all this, it seemed to click for Isabella. So Leon came to Aba City for this asterisk magic circle. What in the world does it even do? Ethan's face got super grim. This magic circle has enough juice to completely wipe Aba City off the map. That answer left the three of them totally stunned, and they all gasped at the same time, Wipe out Aba City! As soon as he'd said it, he shot to his feet, his eyes glued to the magic pillar, which was just gushing with insane amounts of energy. The entire magic circle has a total of 118 magic pillars scattered all over these mountains. Who made it and why is still a total mystery. All we know is that it's been here for thousands of years, hidden deep inside this mountain range. Ethan thought back. Actually, about 15 years ago, the City Lord's office found this thing buried deep in the mountain. They even got the Magic Association to help check it out, and the report basically said this magic circle is way beyond what modern magic can even comprehend. How it works and what triggers it is still a complete puzzle. The group was hanging on his every word as Ethan went on. The only thing we can be 100% sure of is that once this circle is activated, it'll unleash a terrifying amount of magical energy enough to level all of Aba City. Finally, Ethan wrapped it up. And because there was no safe way to shut it down, they kept its existence a secret until that recent earthquake. We're not sure how Leon did it, but it's obvious the magic circle is already on. That's why we were sent here. Our mission is to stop it and save Abba City. Chen Luo looked thoughtful. But if you guys don't even really get this thing, how are you supposed to stop it? In response, Ethan pulled something out his face full of determination. That's why we have to use this. The crew all leaned in curious looking at the super detailed carved block of stone, and couldn't help but be amazed. Whoa, this is... Ethan was totally open about it. Even though this magic circle is made of a ton of pillars, it's got a core piece which is the biggest main pillar. When we found the magic circle, we figured out that this is the key to activating the whole system. Placing the token next to the main stone pillar, Ethan held it like it was a priceless treasure and calmly explained the Magic Association already tested this thing. According to what they found, the closer this token gets to the main stone pillar, the weaker the magic circle gets. And the second it hits that pillar, the whole thing just shuts down like totally frozen. So yeah, this token is basically the kill switch the creator left behind. And just in case anything went sideways, they kept it locked up tight in the City Lord's mansion. When Chen Luo heard that, he was totally floored. So, all we gotta do is get this token to the stone pillar. To shut this whole thing down, Ethan said, his eyes getting all serious, confirming that was the mission. But Leon's way stronger than any of us ever thought. Chen Luo looked worried and was like, dude, if your whole squad got taken out, that means Leon was totally ready for you. You should have bailed and gotten more backup instead. How are you supposed to pull this off by yourself? Ethan got what he was saying, but just said back all calm, it's too late for that. See that light on the pillar? I'm betting in like 1 more hour, this whole magic circle is gonna be fully juiced. After that, it won't matter how many people show up. Without even skipping a beat, he told us, the only shot we have at saving Abba City is for me to get this token to that main pillar. You guys are just regular people students even. You all need to get out of here like right now. Go back the way you came and just run. Then Chen Luo covered his face, looking super awkward, and mumbled, not to kill the vibe or anything. But like, you've got a situation down there. Hearing that, Ethan's face totally fell. He glanced down at his pants and let out this mortified shriek which made things super weird for everyone. Ethan slapped a hand over his, you know what, trying to play it cool. He stammered, It's just rain. My pants got soaked from the rain outside, that's all. All of a sudden, Isabella jumped up, looking totally fierce, and said with this super determined voice, the Gravis family has defended Abba City for generations, as Isabella Gravis. It's my job to protect this place too, so I'm going with you to stop this thing. Hearing that, Chen Luo, who was right next to her, just kinda smirked, but she kept going totally fearless, and declared, I don't care if we're up against some psycho with a $100 million bounty. I am not backing down. Ethan's eyes went wide like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was like, wait, you're the City Lord's daughter. Isabella put a hand on his shoulder trying to chill him out. Chen Luo just grinned, and basically said the same thing as Isabella, that as a good citizen of Abba City he had to help protect it. Alice, who'd been quiet this whole time, piped up all cheerfully, well duh, I'm coming too. Hearing them say all that totally hit Ethan right in the feels. Tears started rolling down his face and he choked out, you guys. But of course Chen Luo had to ruin the moment. He turned to Ethan and was like, yo, real quick though, you need to like dry your pants first. Ethan just shot back all grumpy, just drop it, okay? Meanwhile, the other mages were pouring everything they had into breaking the barrier, and this insane energy was swirling all around them. Oh, fire of the heavens, hear my call and come down to this place. Instantly, these massive explosions just ripped through the sky, slamming into the magic circle. Huge clouds of black smoke billowed up, and the heat was so intense it felt like it could melt anything. When the smoke finally started to clear, the barrier was still standing there without a single scratch. Vice President Elton's face fell, and he looked over at Andre all stressed out. It's no use. Our magic isn't doing anything to that thing. Andre said back, his voice low and his eyes all serious. All we can do is wait for the guildmaster to get back and hope he knows what to do. Seeing how weirdly calm Andre was, the other mage totally lost it and yelled, the guildmaster's still coming from the royal capital. The earliest he'll be here is tomorrow at dawn by then. Abba City will be a freaking crater! Suddenly they heard a voice they knew call out from far away. Everybody whipped around. Vice Guildmaster Elton! Someone yelled, super relieved. But City Lord Autogravis cut him right off, sounding urgent. You still can't get through the barrier? His eyes were full of worry. We've thrown everything we have at it. Hearing the answer he was expecting, the City Lord didn't even look surprised and just got them up to speed. The first team is trying to get the token inside before that barrier seals up for good. Right now, the city walls are totally covered in spider webs. Autogravis paused for a sec, then said, sounding pretty hopeless, we just have to trust them. Back in the dark tunnel, Ethan suddenly mumbled, this is bad. Like really, really bad. Out of nowhere, Chen Luo walked up and whacked Ethan on the back of the head, making him yelp and curse under his breath. Dude, Chen Luo! But Chen Luo just gave him this blank stare. What was that for? It's nothing but spiderwebs up there. Don't tell me you're scared of spiders. A spider started lowering itself right onto Ethan's shirt, just dangling from a single web. He felt something on his back and reached around looking totally confused and freaked out. Then he slowly opened his hand in front of his face. The second he saw the giant spider just sitting there, He let out a scream that could wake the dead. Isabella and Chen Luo just watched so over it as Ethan totally lost it and scrambled away. Totally baffled. Are all the city guards this nuts? He's gotta be a special case. Ethan was so busy running for his life he wasn't paying any attention to where his feet were landing. Ethan stopped dead when he stepped on something weird. Luckily, Chen Luo's reflexes were insane. He yanked him back in a flash. If he'd been a split second slower, Ethan would have been a goner in the trap below. His face went completely white. Ethan looked like he just stared death in the face and let out a huge sigh of relief. Dude, thank you. That trap was hidden way too well. Chen Luo didn't answer, just quietly scanned their surroundings, sizing things up. This tunnel is loaded with traps. Everybody watch your step. As they walked, Ethan wondered, hey, am I crazy or are we getting more and more lost? This place looks like it's been deserted for like 100 years. Are you sure this is the right way to the main pillar? Ethan asked, not sounding convinced as he wiped sweat from his face. Chill, it's the right way. I've got this route burned into my brain. The path we're about to take is a secret passage nobody knows about. His words made the other two just stare at him. A secret passage. Seeing their clueless faces, Ethan started to explain. So where the main pillar is, there are actually tons of tunnels that lead outside. The catch is all of them force you to go through the chamber's main gate, and that place is going to be swarming with Leon's guys. With our current power level, going head-to-head with them would be a suicide mission, Ethan added, making sure they got it. Finally, he finished with a rare burst of confidence. That's why this route I'm taking you on is a secret passage. It lets us get inside without ever going near the main gate. It seemed like this was all part of his master plan. We'll slip in quietly, wait for the perfect moment when Leon's vulnerable, and then toss this token at the pillar. Mission accomplished. After hearing the whole plan, Isabella couldn't help but be impressed. Her voice rang out. Okay, so that's the play. Unlike her, Chen Luo had been looking thoughtful the whole time, and he finally spoke up. I have a question. How do you even know about this secret passage? Faced with Chen Luo's question, Ethan just shot him a smug smile. He bragged a little about his skills. I'm a history major dude, so cracking ancient texts like this is totally my jam. Ever since I joined the city guard, I've been nerding out over all the old documents in the city lord's mansion, and this map of the magic circle was one of them. So, like, this mission is packed with all the top dogs, and I'm basically just the glorified GPS. Hearing that, Chen Luo was totally thrown and was like, wait, a history major? Then what are you doing in the city guard? Totally called out. Ethan looked kinda embarrassed and explained. Well, you can't exactly get a job with a history degree, you know. But luckily my uncle's a big shot in the guard, so he hooked me up. And full disclosure, this is my first ever mission outside the city walls. The guy just dropped his head and mumbled to himself, the job hunt struggle is real. Guess it's the same in every universe. Then suddenly Ethan slapped his hand on a random spot on the wall, his voice totally buzzing. Bingo, this is it! And just like that, a sick-looking secret room started opening up right in front of them. The whole crew was just glued to the door as it opened. This is it. We actually found it. Ethan's eyes were practically glowing. From here, we can get a straight shot to the main control room and keep tabs on all the energy coming off that massive magic pillar. Just then, some guy ran up all out of breath. Sir Leon! The outer defenses are holding up. No signs of anyone getting through yet. Leon just listened, super chill, staring off into space. Man, the defense system on this magic circle is seriously next level. No clue how the ancient dudes even built this thing. Anyway, has Stockholm checked back in yet? The guy answered respectfully. Not yet, sir. He's on patrol over in the western sector. And he's gone completely radio silent. Hearing that, Leon got this look on his face and whispered, the western sector. Huh? His voice was super shady. Looks like a few party crashers got through. Meanwhile, Chen Luo and his crew were trying to be all stealthy, sneaking through the secret passage. Chen Luo's eagle eyes peeked through a crack to scope out the scene. Then, in a split second, he made his move, pushing a brick up with this crazy gentle touch. A hole opened up and someone called from down below. Coast is clear, looks like Leon's totally focused on the front door. He got the brick all the way out and the whole team finally scrambled up. Some of them were totally winded, while others were just staring, completely blown away by the massive space in front of them. Whoa, this place is massive! We're finally out of that tunnel! Right in front of them was this giant ball of pure energy, and Isabella was obviously dying to know what it was. This room is huge, but where's the pillar? Why is it just this giant lightning ball? Ethan, being the expert, calmly explained. There was a pillar, but my guess is after the magic circle fired up and juiced up, it got sucked back down for a bit. All of a sudden, he felt something weird under his feet and bent down to check it out. A line of ancient writing lit up and Ethan's mind was blown. I knew it. It's the spell to bring back the pillar. Right here where it belongs. The other three were totally glued to him as he started chanting the spell he just found, and the whole ground started shaking like crazy. In like a second, this massive pillar started rising up from the floor, sending out this insane wave of power that filled the whole room. Ethan just plopped down on the ground to wait it out. This is gonna take a few more minutes probably. All we can do is wait. Alice couldn't hold it in. OMG, this is going way smoother than I thought. We're so lucky Ethan was here to show us the secret way. She got closer and was like, hey, Ethan, you kinda seem like a scaredy cat, so why are you so dead set on finishing this mission instead of just bailing on your own? His whole face lit up like he was suddenly super confident, and he shot back. Who are you calling a scaredy cat? I'm Ethan, a member of the Abba City Guard, and I've always put the safety of everyone in the city first. So yeah, obviously he was gonna protect it no matter what. Seeing Ethan totally dodging the question instead of just spitting it out, Chen Luo got so annoyed he smacked him on the head, snapping, "Dude, use your words." Ethan rubbed his head, looking totally bummed out as he started to explain, "Okay, fine. It's actually 'cause of my uncle." With the sound of the orb crackling with electricity all over the room, he kept going in a low voice. "Ever since I was a little kid, my parents were gone, and it was my uncle who raised me and paid for me to go to school. To me, he was basically my dad. Back outside, Leon took out my uncle and the rest of the advance team. Right before he died, my uncle gave me this command token. I promised him I'd finish this mission." Ethan's voice got all choked up, and he just stared off into space. "Plus, his only daughter still lives in Abba City. Now that he's gone, I have to protect her no matter what. So even if my uncle hadn't told me to, there's no way I could just stand here and let this magic circle get fully powered up." Chen Luo slid up next to him and teased, "Yo, I was just thinking, is the real deal that you're crushing on your uncle's daughter?" The second he said that, Ethan's whole face turned beet red like he'd chugged a bottle of something strong. "No way. That's not it. I'm not good enough for her." But then some long fingers reached out and grabbed Chen Luo's ear and gave it a nasty twist while his hurt arm got squeezed so tight his muscles knotted up. Isabella screamed right in Chen Luo's ear, "You're usually so clueless and out of it, so how are you suddenly so on point?" Alice jumped in to stir the pot. "Chen Luo, don't tell me you've been faking being a doofus this whole time." Stuck between the two of them, the poor guy could only yelp, "Ow, that hurts, it hurts so bad, I wasn't faking it." Just then Ethan held out a picture of a gorgeous girl. Chen Luo was shocked. "Who's this?" He snatched the photo and stared hard at the person in it. Ethan shyly confirmed, "That's my uncle's daughter. Her name's Lena. After this mission's over, I'm gonna..." Standing next to them, Isabella couldn't help but gush, "She's so pretty, did you draw this?" All of a sudden, Chen Luo yanked Ethan's arm, leaving the guy totally confused. His face got super serious as he yelled right in Ethan's face, "Stop right there. Don't say another word. You're basically asking for it. Don't you know that?" Ethan looked startled and asked back, "Huh, it's a saying from my hometown. Long story short, you need to remember this until everything's sorted out. You can never say stuff like, 'After this is over, I'm gonna go back home and get married,' or 'Once this job is done, I'll go back and tell her how I feel.' And you definitely shouldn't show anyone pictures or anything. Got it?" After hearing all that, Ethan was just speechless. "Go home and get married! Pictures! Oh, I think I'm starting to get it." Alice leaned in and whispered to Isabella, super curious, "Why have I never heard of that before?" Hearing this, Isabella just told her friend, "Just ignore him. That guy's always like this. He says the weirdest stuff sometimes." Just then, a light from the magic pillar hit the group, making them all whip around. Ethan yelled out, totally happy, "Yes, it's finally done." He immediately grabbed the command token, making sure to tell Chen Luo's group, "I'm about to break the seal. Everyone get ready." Chen Luo looked confused and asked, "A seal?" As he said it, he focused on turning the command token, and beams of light started flashing from it. So Li Zun wouldn't spot us before we got to the main pillar, and inside this mountain, this command token was sealed with a simple magic spell. It only takes a little bit of spiritual power to break it. Once the seal is broken, the magic circle will react instantly. We were scared Leon would find the command token any second, so we had to move fast. From the middle of the token, a mysterious energy started to glow, then floated straight up into the air. Like it could feel it. The electric orb immediately shot out these crazy arcs of electricity. Yishin didn't hesitate and pressed the command token against the pillar and turned to rush his friends. "It's almost done, everyone get ready to fall back now." But then something terrifying made Chen Luo's eyes go wide as deep red flames exploded out of nowhere, swirling into creepy circles around the command token, and then right in front of everyone, the flames totally swallowed Yishin whole. The crazy flames vanished just as fast as they showed up, and the group scrambled over to where Yishin was lying totally still on the ground. The command token was still stuck to him, not budging an inch, while little embers still danced on his fingertips. Just then, Leon popped up out of nowhere, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Well, the little rats finally decided to come out and play." The whole crew was totally frozen in shock. Yen, covered in cuts, stumbled to his feet, shooting a death glare straight at Leon. Meanwhile, Isabella and Alice looked like they already had something cooked up. They gave each other a quick knowing look. Then at the same time, both girls hid the fire glowing in their hands behind their backs and started chanting together, "Oh, element of fire that fills the world, answer my call and come to this place." And just like that, massive fireballs shot right at Leon. It was the fireball spell. But before they even got close, this beam of dark purple light just appeared and stopped them cold, then poofed into Leon's hand. His face was pure murder. The sight made Alice totally gasp in fear. His mind game is on a whole other level. If our magic gets anywhere near him, he'll just snatch it. Just then, Isabella was gone in a flash, and you could see Leon get seriously ticked off. But he didn't lose his cool for a second. Moving crazy fast, he blocked another huge fireball that was flying right at him. Chen Luo, the one who'd just thrown it, was completely floored. He blocked it. "That Leon guy's reflexes are unreal." One of his guys spoke up all worried. "Lord Leon, He just shot back, "I'm fine," and then put a hand to his chin, totally lost in thought. I didn't see a chant or any hand signs, so where'd that magic come from? Plus his mental power is super weird. It doesn't feel crazy strong. But I can't seem to get a grip on it. Seeing his chance, Chen Luo yelled at the girls, "Isabella, Alice, you two grab the command token and get out of here. I'll stay here and keep Leon busy." Without even hesitating, he started blasting non-stop streams of fire right at Leon to cover them. Leon's head was just spinning with questions. Just as I thought, no chanting, no hand signs. This is insane. Could this kid actually be? A second later, another giant fireball formed. Chen Luo threw up a familiar defensive spell, the fire shield. Seeing his power, Leon was actually kind of impressed. As he fought to block the attacks, he kept thinking, casting high-level magic with no chance or signs. Meanwhile, Leon's goons had already grabbed Isabella and Alice. Alice instantly started playing the victim like, "Hey, be a little gentle, okay?" While Isabella was desperately reaching for the command token, gritting her teeth. Ugh, so close. Across from them, Chen Luo had gotten into a fighting stance, pulling both fire and water elements into his hands. Chen Luo growled, "Looks like I've got to take you down first." Leon watched him closely, then it hit him. Is that the fireball spell? No, wait! Why is there water energy in there too? The two clashing elements, fire and water, slammed together, creating this insane destructive power nobody had ever seen before. A split second later, a massive explosion ripped through the air. The blast was so gnarly anyone standing too close would have been totally vaporized. Even Leon's own crew looked completely terrified. That power is insane. But Leon wasn't even fazed by the fireball. Chen Luo's eyes went wide like he couldn't even process what he was seeing. Just when he thought he'd won the force from a single punch, suddenly blew the fireball apart and came flying right at his face. Leon totally decked him, his voice dripping with scorn. "You really shouldn't get ahead of yourself." Chen Luo coughed up blood as he went flying. Leon's words just echoed in his head. "Yeah, you cast your spells fast, but the gaps between your attacks are huge. You've got no follow-through to keep the pressure on and find an opening." He wasn't about to let him off, closing the gap in an instant and slamming a vicious elbow into his face. "Not only that, your stance is a mess and your footwork is sloppy. You're a total sitting duck if someone gets in your face." Chen Luo hit the ground completely out of strength to even move. Leon stood over him, still trash-talking. A kid with a ton of talent but zero fighting instincts. If this was a real battlefield, you would have been toast a long, long time ago. Suddenly, Ethan spoke up, shaking as he stumbled toward Leon. "You're the one who doesn't get it." Leon glanced over, looking completely bored. Ethan shot Leon a look, his eyes burning with rage. Panting like he was about to risk it all, he gripped the token tight in his hand, his body a mess of wounds. Ethan gathered up whatever strength he had left, gritting his teeth against the insane pain, and raised the token high. Fresh blood covered his whole hand, the sharp edges of the token digging right into his skin. He took a deep breath and chucked the token with everything he had toward the magic pillar. Leon sensed the danger and immediately whipped around to order Oslo. The goon didn't hesitate for a second, and hurled his spear at Ethan with all his strength. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, lying on the ground in agony, saw his friend in danger and screamed, "Ethan, move!" But Ethan's face went all determined, braver than he'd ever been without making a sound. Chen Luo screamed in total despair, "Ethan!" In that split second, a flood of childhood memories came rushing back. It was literally the worst day of his life, the frantic screams of "Ethan, Ethan" still echoing in his head. Back then, a little innocent Ethan had looked up at his uncle and asked, "Uncle." Everyone called his Uncle Jason a hero because he was supposedly super strong. His uncle leaned in and whispered, "Nah, he wasn't strong at all. Your Uncle Jason's power level was a total joke and his captain was always chewing him out for it. On top of that, he was a massive coward. All we had to do was spook him a little and he'd practically wet his pants." But little Ethan was sharp and shot back. "Then why does everyone call him a hero?" With wide-focused eyes, the little guy hung on his uncle's every word. And what was happening now proved that Ethan was a true hero too. Chen Luo's crew couldn't stop the tears. All of them completely wrecked over their friend making the ultimate sacrifice. Only Leighton stayed ice-cold and totally blank from start to finish. The spear had gone right through Ethan, but the physical pain was nothing compared to the agony of not being able to keep his promise. "Uncle, Even so, a wave of pride swelled deep inside him. It just goes to show even a regular person can pull off something epic. The token was now sitting on the magic pillar, and Ethan's voice was full of relief. "I did it." Fresh blood spread on the ground, mixing with the sweat from his struggle. A legit hero. The token and the magic pillar merged and exploded in a blindingly brilliant light. Everyone below just froze, not daring to miss a single second of the show. The giant ball of lightning suddenly started to shrink, and the wild electrical energy around it began to die down. A look of pure terror washed over Leighton's goon's face. The magical glow just winked out. Isabella totally lost it, screaming his name, "Ethan Oslo." Across from them, a pair of cold eyes flashed with disgust. The little brat was stupid enough to not even dodge my spear. A rough, calloused hand moved toward Ethan's nose, checking for a final breath. The man's vibe was off. He just knelt, watched Ethan for a beat, and then delivered the ice-cold verdict. "He's not breathing." Chen Luo couldn't process what he was seeing. He thrashed wildly, screaming in pure agony. Leon Oslo immediately slammed him to the ground, roaring, "No! Don't move!" A subordinate ran up, his voice shaking with anxiety. "Sir Leighton, the magic circle. It seems to be dead. What do we do now?" His trembling hand clutched a photo, gripping the picture of Lena, smiling, her face just glowing with happiness. Leon went silent for a long moment, before saying in a dead flat voice, "We've lost." The stunned subordinate stammered, Sir Leon!" He looked up at what was left of the magic circle, his mind probably racing with calculations. For a split second, a flicker of something like sadness crossed Leighton's eyes. This young city guard knew damn well that not dodging the spear was a death sentence, yet he still chose to trade his life to destroy the magic circle from the inside. "We seriously underestimated their will." His voice was laced with bitter acceptance. "This time we actually lost." Oslo glared at him, pushing, "Sir Leon, don't we still have one last card to play?" Leon answered hesitantly, "I know what you're talking about, but like I've said, we barely know anything about that forbidden art. We could easily end up paying with our lives for absolutely nothing." The second he finished speaking, all of his followers dropped to their knees at once. The air got incredibly thick as they all pleaded, "Sir Leon, if we weren't ready for anything, we wouldn't have followed you this far. Even if there's only the tiniest sliver of hope, we're willing to take that chance." You could see the conflict all over Leon's face. "You all—" But his determined crew cut him off. "The vengeance we've been carrying can finally be settled. No matter how slim the odds, we still want to take that shot." Meanwhile, Chen Luo's group had been completely overpowered, tied up tight with thick ropes. A soldier roughly shoved Chen Luo down, sending him crashing into Alice's legs. Both Isabella and Alice looked at him with pained eyes. "Chen Luo, are you okay?" Not wanting to make them worry, Chen Luo lifted his bruised face to look at them and tried to sound convincing. "Fine." Just then, Oslo bowed and reported, "Sir Leon, we're all set. Just give the word." Leon looked at his loyal followers, his eyes not even trying to hide how moved he was by their insane loyalty. Even at the end of the line, he made his choice in a heartbeat, his voice like iron. "Help me this one last time. I'm counting on all of you." Everyone shouted back as one, their spirits soaring, "Yes, sir." One by one, they walked toward the magic pillar where powerful bolts of electricity were crackling. All of them clasped their hands like they were praying, their faces full of awe. Suddenly, weird streams of light started to pour from their bodies like some kind of life force, and it was immediately sucked into the electric orb at the center. Chen Luo held his breath, watching every single move. What in the world are they doing? Alice, who's basically a walking encyclopedia, realized in a flash that it looked like some kind of ancient sacrificial magic. Following some old-school ritual, they were offering up their own spiritual energy to power up the magic circle, which in turn was reigniting the Citadel's pillar, making it blaze with pure energy all over again. Alice then dropped the awful truth bomb that this whole sacrificial magic thing was a one-way trip, meaning they were all about to turn to dust. And for real, just as she called it only a few seconds later, the array lit up again, unleashing a totally insane stream of energy. Outside, Andre was completely freaking out. He just stared at the pillar of light like his brain couldn't even compute how it was back. At the exact same time, Vice Guildmaster Elton was frantically trying to get a hold of City Lord Autogravis about everything going down. A sly little smirk playing on her lips. "Because I've got a question for you." Brian shot back all cheerfully. "Ask away. I'm an open book." Not even hesitating, Alice cut right to the chase. My lord, the barrier totally glitched out a few moments ago. We hammered it with everything we had and almost broke through. But now out of nowhere, it's back to full strength." Hearing that, the city lord just went quiet like he was wrestling with something he couldn't say. He was totally lost in thought, like, what on earth just happened? But in total contrast, a guy on the inside was totally ecstatic. He stared up at that pillar of light full of pride. It restarted. We actually did it. But that high didn't last long before reality came crashing down. One by one, their bodies started to just fade into dust. Oslo looked at Leon with this look of pure awe, managing to get out his last words, "Farewell, Sir Leon." Leon's eyes flashed with a hard, steely resolve. He answered back with a solemn promise, "Farewell. Rest in peace. I swear to every single one of you, the city of ABA will be erased." Hearing that, the man gave a satisfied smile and peacefully let go. "Thank you, sir." Meanwhile, Tanlak's group was completely livid. Alice was in total denial, screaming, "The magic circle restarted." Isabella looked like she couldn't hold back her rage for another second. She just let out a single question, "Why?" Then she mustered all her courage to get right in Leon's face. "Why did you have to take it this far? Do you have any idea what you're doing? You seriously want to just annihilate the city of ABA? There are hundreds of thousands of innocent people in that city. You want them all to die? Do you actually think what you're doing is noble or something?" In response, she was met with a totally shattered look on his face as a single tear silently tracked down his cheek. He answered her, "You're right. I never once thought what we were doing was the right thing. We're nothing but a bunch of fools." Blinded by her own fury, Isabella still wasn't buying it. She pressed him, "Then why are you still going through with this?" Leon suddenly went silent. He let out a shaky breath like he was trying to get a grip and completely ignored her question. He slowly walked toward the pillar, his voice low and full of sorrow like he was speaking his last words. There's only half an hour left. Yumi and this entire city of ABA will be completely wiped from existence. So before that moment hits, I'm going to tell you my story. A deep pain was written all over his face as he thought back. It's a really long story. Where do I even begin? Leon's memory snapped back to a scene of absolute chaos. Thick smoke and dust choked the sky, the aftermath of a seriously brutal battle. Everything around him was just a pile of rubble and ruins. The flag that once flew so proudly was now just a tattered mess. Oslo turned to Leighton, his voice laced with worry. "Captain, we're out of arrows and we only have enough food to last half a day." Leon looked like he had already made his decision. "Looks like the only way out is to punch through their circle. We can't die here. We have to get the enemy's intel back home." Hearing this, the man's expression just sank. "But Captain, what if it's true? What they said, that the kingdom has branded us all as traitors? Besides, Captain, can't you see there are bodies literally everywhere and the survivors are dropping from hunger and their injuries?" Oslo's voice was dripping with doubt. "We've been fighting the enemy to the death out here for 10 whole days, but we haven't seen a single sign of reinforcements. Actually, the guys in the squad have been whispering this rumor, that the reinforcements went dark because those old-school nobles at the top think our accomplishments are making them look bad. So, they're using this chance to get rid of the threat." Before he could finish, the soldier slammed the hilt of his sword on the ground in a fury, and the air instantly felt thick with tension. Leon immediately growled, cutting him off. "Shut your mouth, Oslo! Do you have any clue what you're saying? This is just a trick from the enemy to tear us apart. Can't you see that?" Oslo shot back, resentfully determined to make his point. But Leighton didn't give him a chance to explain, just roaring to drown him out. "That's enough." Another soldier stepped up beside Leighton, his eyes filled with trust. "We have always fought for the survival of the kingdom. I truly believe the kingdom would never turn its back on us." Hearing this, Leon didn't press the issue but announced loudly, "If any of you brothers want to jump ship to the enemy nation, I will totally understand. Just stay behind. I won't hold a single grudge. As for those of you who still trust me, get ready to break through this siege with me." That soldier immediately responded, with a look of pure determination. "I trust the captain. Let's break the siege together." Oslo hesitated for a second, but then he also spoke up bravely. "I trust the captain too." The moment he finished, everyone shouted as one, their absolute faith placed in Leighton. "Captain, we all trust you. Please lead us in breaking through their lines." Hearing those words, Leon's spirits soared, and he promised with steely resolve, "My brothers, thank you all. Don't worry, the kingdom will absolutely not abandon us." Without a moment's hesitation, everyone moved on Leon's command. "Entire squad, stay tight. Our objective is to break through." "Understood." 3 days later, outside Aba City, the air was strangely quiet. The silence was so deep you could almost hear the cicadas buzzing in the summer heat. Suddenly, a guard in the distance cried out in surprise when he spotted something. Leighton collapsed to his knees. His face lit up with pure joy as he stared at the path ahead. Even though his body was completely spent, he pressed his forehead to the familiar dirt of his homeland. "We're finally back!" But in that same moment, his subordinate suddenly screamed in terror. "Those look like our troops, look quick!" The next scene, however, was a dark prison with only Leon's desperate screams echoing off the walls. "Yo, I'm Leighton, captain of the kingdom's 9th squad. Let me out of here, I've got critical intel to report." He was totally fuming, gripping the bars so hard it looked like they might just snap. Out of nowhere, some sketchy dude walks up. The guy just ice cold tells Leon, "The kingdom's army. Just forget him, Leon. Starting now, you're a traitor to this nation. Get it, your wife's already been handled legally. And you get to see her again tomorrow. That's the price you pay for being a traitor." Leon just froze for a few seconds, like he couldn't even process what he just heard. "Wait, Lisa. Why? How could this happen?" He totally freaked and grabbed the guy's collar, screaming, "I did not betray my country. Let me go. Give me back Lisa and Gwen. I am not a traitor." The guy just coldly peeled his hands off, took his sweet time fixing his clothes, and then said with a total sneer, "This is why I can't stand you army guys." Then he cracked this evil grin. "I know you're innocent, but who cares? The big shots want you gone, so you're gone. And what's more, your whole family has to go down in shame with you." And just like that, the dude turned to walk away, making sure to throw one last sarcastic jab over his shoulder. "Well, guess that's everything. See you at the chopping block tomorrow, Mr. Captain." Then he was gone, completely ignoring Leon's gut-wrenching screams. "Get back here, I didn't betray anyone. Get back here." He just collapsed onto the cold floor, totally broken and sobbing his heart out. "No, I didn't." A weird noise made the guard jump, but before he could even blink, a sharp spear point shot right through his neck. Blood went everywhere, and the cell key found a new owner real quick. The cell door creaked open, and there they were, Leon's most trusted guys. "Captain, we're here to bust you out. We just broke out of the cell next door. Those scumbags really did it. They labeled us all traitors." Leon was just sitting in a dark corner, totally zoned out like the life had been drained from him. He just mumbled, "I'm not going." Feeling his complete despair, they started panicking. "Captain, the royal soldiers are swarming this place looking for us." A shout echoed from down the hall. "Sounds like they're over here. Search this whole area." One of the guys gritted his teeth. "Crap, they're already on our tail." The crew instantly split up, knowing it'd be almost impossible to escape the army's trap. One of them made the call. You guys take the captain and get out of here. We'll stay back and hold him off. Trust us, we swear on our lives we'll get the captain out safe. They pushed the others to hurry while the stay-behind crew got ready for a fight they might not walk away from. Right in the middle of a packed city square, Leon's name was getting dragged through the mud. The guy who was once a war hero, the absolute pride of the Nolan Kingdom, was now being accused of stabbing everyone in the back, of teaming up with enemies, selling military secrets, and sending tons of loyal soldiers to die for nothing. Some official was just shouting out the charges for everyone to hear. Yesterday, the traitor Leon and his crew snuck into Aba City planning to stir up some major trouble, but lucky for us, they were found and caught just in time by our brave and quick-thinking city defense force. Every single eye was glued to the condemned men. But last night, Leon's gang, refusing to stay locked up, straight up murdered our guards to escape. Even though the defense force moved fast and caught 3 of them, their ringleader Leon got away. So now, by the laws of the kingdom, we're going to execute these 3 criminals. Do it now. Someone pulled the lever and the rope snapped tight around their necks. It was a messed up, painful end for everyone to see. Hiding in the crowd, one of Leon's guys, totally disguised, blending in with the cheering crowd, was trying not to lose it. Damn it. How can these clueless idiots be cheering for this? What do they even know? Oslo whispered urgently to Leon. Leon, the city gates have got to be open by now. We need to bounce like right now. It's not safe anymore. But hearing Oslo's panic, he just said cold as ice. You guys go. The whole group was just shocked. Then a tiny spark of hope lit up their faces as they all asked, Captain, are you back? Is your fight back? He totally dodged the question, his face getting all dark as he changed the subject. You all just go on. I need to be alone for a minute. That night in the pouring rain, Leon and his brothers-in-arms buried his wife and son. He choked out one last goodbye, Lisa. I'm so sorry. One of his men came up to him, his voice all shaky. Captain, what's the plan now? Before he could even finish, Leon cut him off, his voice like ice. Don't call me captain anymore. I'm not your captain anymore. They could feel the hopelessness just pouring off him, so nobody dared to say a word. Captain. Suddenly a massive bolt of lightning ripped across the sky, lighting up Leon's face, and his grief was gone, replaced by pure determination. This kingdom stabbed us in the back. Now it's our enemy. For every single thing they've made us suffer, they're going to pay. Standing there in the storm, he looked at his crew a little unsure. Are you guys still willing to trust me just one more time? And right then, Isabella and Alice shot awake while only Chen Luo stayed fast asleep. Alice could not believe what she was seeing, her face, a mask of pure horror, like she was wondering if she was hallucinating. Leon shut that down immediately, still looking super intense. No, what you just saw was a piece of my memory. I used sync magic to connect all of our minds, which let me share a piece of what I remember. Alice's face went completely white as she just stared at him. Whoa, sync magic, no way. He's actually using that legendary stuff. He was still totally out of it, just staring into space, and the girls were starting to seriously freak out. Trenlack, are you with us? Come on, Trenlack, wake up. His eyes flew open and he screamed like full-on terrified, don't. Isabella was so relieved she could have cried. Trenlack. She could finally breathe again. Turning to him, her voice shaky. Trenlack, you're awake. You seriously scared me to death just now. Then out of nowhere, tears started rolling down Trenlack's face, even though he wasn't even trying to cry. Leighton, who'd been watching Trenlack the whole time, just nailed it. Looks like you got sucked into my memories deeper than anyone. This isn't your first time in someone's head, is it? Trenlack totally looked away, making it super obvious he didn't want to go there. Leighton didn't push it, just casually got to his feet. Fine. And not like I care about your secrets anyway. It's all about to be over. While he said that, Trenlack was rushing to untie Isabella. Leighton got this super intense look on his face as he stared up, checking out that old city column. Before I joined the army, I was a guard here for a while, right here in Aba City. He totally got lost in some dark memory. And that's when I found out about this magic circle. It's why after I decided to get my revenge on the kingdom, I brought them all here. Man, things got crazy busy then. We found a ton of old records in this secret room underground, and we spent forever going through them. Because of those old books, we figured out a bunch of ancient magic formations, how to control this circle, and like its whole backstory. He was picturing all the crazy old symbols. Thousands of years ago, a massive war broke out between the ancient people. The folks in Aba City were about to lose big time. So they built this insane self-destruct magic circle, basically turning their home into a death trap, just so they could take their enemies down with them. And right now, it feels like we're right back at that do-or-die moment. Leighton's voice dropped low. The old records never said how it ended for them. Did they win? Were they totally wiped out? We have no idea. The only thing we know for sure is that since the day it was made, this magic circle has never, not even once, been turned on. He looked totally powerful standing next to that giant column. Once it's activated, in a split second, this circle will unleash a crazy amount of magical energy, wiping out every living thing in all of Aba City. Leighton gripped the blade in his hand even tighter. His voice was ice cold. It won't hurt. In just 1 second, everyone will be set free. Alice desperately tried to stop him, to make him see reason. Wait. I get that you've been through some serious pain, but you can't just sacrifice all the innocent people in this city for your revenge. He just gave her this calm, cold smirk. You understand that's a joke. Sometimes I don't even get myself. Something clicked in Trenlek's head and he growled, "It's no use." He looked so sad, like he was hiding some really deep feeling. He started explaining that his real enemy wasn't just the kingdom or the nobles, but also all the clueless people who cheered when his friends were led out to be executed. To him, every single one of them was guilty. Leighton looked at him like he totally got it and said softly, "It looks like you're in way too deep." His hand reached out almost gently, touching the floating orb before he just shoved it right through the thin outer layer, making direct contact with the liquid energy inside. The whole forest lit up in the middle of the night as this insane wave of magic blasted out from the orb. The ground started shaking like crazy, forcing the mages to brace themselves, and Vice Captain Elton's face went completely white with terror. "We're done for." He activated the magic circle. At the exact same time, Brittany, who was totally lost in her notes, jumped and ran to the window looking super worried. The glass suddenly cracked, and then just exploded. An earthquake, she thought for a second. But she knew right away, no, this is a magic tremor, and it was terrifyingly strong. Meanwhile, Chen Luo and the others could only stare up in total horror as the magic circle lit up above them, completely and utterly terrified. Isabella looked down, her voice full of regret. "I couldn't stop it in the end. I'm so sorry. I dragged you all into this, again." She looked at him and forced a smile. "Hey, Chen Luo, about you and me. The truth is..." But before she could finish, he cut her off, his voice firm. "Don't, Isabella. Not now." His eyes were burning with pure determination. "Wait until I'm done with this guy. Then you can tell me anything." She was just stunned, like she couldn't even process his sudden confidence. Meanwhile, Leighton stood there all alone, looking totally tragic, still thinking about his dead friends even now. "Oslo HL, my brothers. Look, our rage is finally going to burn this whole kingdom to the ground." Without even hesitating, he screamed, "Magic circle activate!" But in that exact same second, a punch Chen Luo had been saving for the perfect moment slammed right into Leighton's face, totally blindsiding him. That hit was insane, sending him flying and knocking him out flat. Isabella and Alice just stared, completely shook, and gasped. "Chen Luo." For a split second, you could see the sadness in his determined eyes. "I'm sorry, but I gotta stop you." At the same time, that massive jade-green energy ball was still pulsing, swallowing up the whole city of Abba and blasting out a shockwave that had everyone totally terrified. But then, just as it was getting bigger and bigger, it just froze. Andre and the crew, still looking like they'd seen a ghost, were like, "No way it stopped." The guards were still shaking, sweating bullets. "Dude, I seriously thought that was it for us." Otter Gravis tried and keep a straight face, but you could totally see the fear he was hiding. Just then, Vice Captain Elton looked up, shocked to see Miss Brittany running over. "What are you doing here?" Ignoring his surprised face, Miss Brittany rushed right up to him, looking super worried. "I felt this crazy powerful magic spike from the back mountain. My students are still in there. Are the kids okay?" Vice Captain Elton quickly tried to chill her out. "All students were ordered to evacuate and get home safe. You're not with the Mage Association, and this area is super dangerous right now, so you really need to get out of here." Miss Brittany frowned, not buying it for a second. "Evacuated, but Blair and Isabella aren't back yet." And then, it hit her like a ton of bricks and she freaked out. "Wait, that's not right. There are at least 2 students who never came out. Blair and Isabella, they're still in there." Vice Captain Elton's brow furrowed. "Isabella, you mean the City Lord's daughter?" Hearing that, the City Lord of Abba's stomach just dropped. "Isabella, my baby girl is still in there." Suddenly his mind was flooded with memories of his little girl. He could see her clear as day, a little kid cuddled up in his arms with her cute chubby face and big sparkly eyes. The little girl had babbled, "Daddy, when I grow up, I want to be in the city guard." He'd chuckled and asked her gently, "And why's that?" The little girl balled up her fists, her whole body practically glowing, and declared, "Because I'm a Gravis, I have to protect you and the city of Abba too." Otter Gravis just beamed with pride, his voice full of love as he pulled his precious daughter into a huge hug. "My little girl wants to protect her old dad, huh?" But just like that, the sweet memory vanished, snapping him back to reality. And it all clicked. He whispered to himself, "Isabella, are you in there fighting for our city too?" Meanwhile, inside that crazy ball of light, Leon was struggling to stay on his feet, yelling in total disbelief, "How did you break free?" He gritted his teeth, totally mad at himself for messing up. "I was so focused on firing up the magic circle, I didn't even see him creeping up on me. I got way too cocky." Bray's expression was ice cold as he shot back. "You can go ask the city guard you took down for that answer." His mind flashed back to when he was traveling with that soldier Ethan. When Ethan handed him a small dagger, Bray was like, "For real." But the soldier Ethan just explained, "Just take it, man. It's kinda our thing in the city guard. We always keep a hidden blade on us, just in case." As Ethan started to walk away, Bray called out worried, "Wait, you gave it to me. What about you?" Ethan looked back with this super confident grin and gave him a thumbs up. "Don't sweat it, I'm quick on my feet. It's way more useful with you." The memory faded and Bray's face hardened. As he glanced at the fallen soldier, a spear sticking right through him, blood staining the ground red. Leon just smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh right, I forgot about your city guard's proud tradition." What a hero. He used his spear to push himself up his eyes like daggers. So even after seeing my memories, you're still choosing to fight me seriously? Bray balled his fists, getting into a fighting stance. His voice was solid as a rock. Yeah. Leon gripped his dark staff, his pupils shrinking as a killer vibe just poured off him. Looks like we both have things we're not willing to back down on. I take back what I said. You're actually a worthy opponent. Enough talk. Let's let this fight decide who's right. And with that, he threw his scepter into the air, and this massive fireball started forming, lighting up the whole sky. Oh, elements of fire, hear my call and come to me now. Isabella and Alice screamed, totally freaked out. Bray, watch out, that's a huge area of effect spell. Even though he was all banged up, Bray was super calm. Don't worry, I got this. Inside that blinding golden light that looked like it could burn up anything, Leon roared, Fire Dance Jutsu. A ton of fireballs shot straight at Bray, ready to totally engulf him. But then, boom, a blue barrier popped up and wrapped all around him. The insane wall of fire was completely stopped, not even singeing him before it just fizzled out and disappeared. Isabella and Alice let out a huge sigh of relief. He thought to himself, called it. Even fire magic needs oxygen to burn. All I had to do was suck the air out from around me and any fire spell is basically useless. Seeing this, Leon's eyes went wide, filled with a mix of shock and total fear. The magic just poofed. Gone. Did he seriously just hijack the elements? No way. His power level isn't even close to that high. So what the heck just happened? Then he looked over, and what he saw was something Leon would have sworn was impossible. Hit with the blowback from his own spell, Leon's face twisted in horror, knowing he wasn't seeing things this time. That dude was slinging spells with no chance, no hand signs, nothing. And while Leon was totally frozen bug-eyed with fear, Brian was already on him, throwing a crazy fast punch that Leon had zero time to block. Guess you're not much of a brawler, huh? Without even flinching, Brian slammed a nasty punch right into Leon's face, totally messing it up, sending teeth flying and launching him backward. The staff went flying and Brian's eyes locked right on it. He bolted forward to grab the weapon, not giving him a single second to make a comeback. Brian snatched the staff, but right away something felt off. This magic staff. Hold on, it's still buzzing with magic. Leon slowly pulled himself up, a smug grin plastered on his face. You're so easy to read. My blade's been chilling inside this staff the whole time. Gotta admit, I'm surprised you even lasted this long. The blade flashed, and with Brian still shook, Leon went for it, lunging in and slicing his arm wide open. Holding the now bloody sword, Leon just watched ice cold, as Brian collapsed to his knees, grabbing his arm and groaning in pain. He totally ground his boot into Brian's wound, gloating, You're full of surprises, kid, I'll give you that. And not only do you have some weird power I can't figure out, but you learn crazy fast. Too bad you hesitated when it mattered. You had a clear shot to take me out. Leon raised his sword, powering up for one last strike aimed right at Brian. He couldn't resist one last taunt. In a real fight, taking out your enemy is the ultimate sign of respect. Brian just gritted his teeth, feeling totally hopeless. Is this really how I go out? Then out of nowhere, a blinding red flash shot right at Leon, making his eyes go wide with shock. The blast hit, and it was a counterattack from Isabella and Alice. A Kravitz never runs from a fight. Using his own bleeding hand, Brian quickly sketched out a magic seal, praying this would turn things around. Awesome timing, Isabella. Alice, let's go all in, air depletion. Leon gritted his teeth, not believing it. Then his eyes blew wide with pure terror. His sword just slipped out of his hand and clattered on the floor. Leon's hand shot up to his throat, shaking like a leaf. His face went ghost white. He couldn't talk, couldn't even breathe. What did he do? He choked out a few nasty coughs and then just crumpled to the ground. Brian raised his hand, a blue light glowing his eyes, dead serious as he looked down at the dying Leon. Sorry, Leon. You were right about one thing. Finishing the fight is the only way to show respect. Leon's whole body was shaking, sweat just pouring off him. He whispered, totally wrecked, how could I lose? Fueled by a desperate need to live, Leon still tried to drag himself forward, even though he knew it was over. I failed. Finally, Leon couldn't fight it anymore and just collapsed. Isabella and Alice ran over to Brian, totally worried. Brian, your arm. How bad is it? Holding his arm, he tried to play it cool for them. I'm good. Seriously, you guys saved my skin back there. The giant glowing orb started to flicker and shrink. It kept getting smaller and smaller, like it was about to vanish, and everyone was staring at it. No one had a clue what was going on. Then Alice suddenly piped up. Looks like after it juices up for a while. If the circle doesn't get the go signal, it just powers down on its own. Isabella totally lit up. Wait, does that mean we did it? She ran right over and gave Brian a huge excited hug. This is insane. We actually did it. We saved Abba City. All Brian could do was yelp in pain. Ow, ow, ow. My arm, please stop shaking me. But right then, this huge earth-shaking sound ripped through the air, and chunks of the ceiling started cracking and falling all around us. That's when Alice looked like she remembered something super important, blurting out, Oh, I totally forgot to mention a lot of these magic circles are designed to self-destruct after they shut down so enemies can't use them. Isabella's face scrunched up. Self-destruct? What are you talking about? Alice said, staring up at the crumbling ceiling, her voice full of panic. I think this whole place, the circle, the tunnel, everything is about to come down on our heads. And right on cue, a massive boulder came crashing down. Chen Luo was the first one to move. He yelled over everyone's shocked gasps. Run! He screamed, totally panicked and frustrated. This is not the time for a science lesson. We need to book it like now. Right after he said that, there was a sick cracking sound as the main pillar just snapped in half. Chen Luo knew they were out of time. He took one last heartbreaking look back at Ethan, his friend just lying there on the cold floor. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Goodbye, Ethan." "Goodbye, Leon." Meanwhile, that huge green energy bubble around Abba City started to fade away. The people outside saw it happening and started cheering, totally shocked and psyched. "The barrier's down!" Seeing her chance, a figure shot forward fast as lightning. It was Miss Brittany. She was making a break for it, trying to get to her student. Vice Guildmaster Elton breathed a sigh of relief, a small smile on his face. Man, Miss Brittany really can't wait for anything. And right then, the Lord of ABA City, Austin Graves, boomed an order to the whole army. "The barrier's down. All units get ready to move into the back mountain of Street Donutas Academy. Take down the rebels and save our students and citizens." The whole army roared back, "Yes, sir." But then his eyes drifted toward ABA City, his face showing a flash of a dad's worry. "Isabella, my girl, you better come back safe." Meanwhile, back in the tunnel, huge boulders were still raining down, making the three of them run for their lives. Chen Luo, Isabella, and Alice looked up totally exhausted. Isabella's face scrunched up as she yelled, "This is so not good! The whole thing's coming down! Get back!" The tunnel shook like crazy, throwing dirt and rocks everywhere, making Isabella and Alice choke and cough. In the super thick dust cloud. They'd never been in a disaster this scary before, and you could totally see the fear on their faces. "The exit's about to be blocked. We have to go now." Through the dust, Chen Luo stumbled out. He was limping, one hand pressed against a wound. When they saw him, the girls freaked out and called his name. Isabella ran to him, putting a hand on his shoulder, her voice totally laced with worry. "Did a rock hit you?" He tried to play it cool, hiding the pain. "I'm good. My shoulder's just a little sore, that's all." Alice stared with total despair at the pile of rocks that had just caved in, her voice barely a whisper. "This whole place is gonna collapse. We're trapped." All three of them just crumpled to the ground, completely wiped. Chen Luo frowned, his mind racing. This part of the tunnel didn't collapse as bad as the others. Maybe we can blast our way out with magic. But Isabella shot that idea down instantly. "That's pointless. Do you have any idea how many fireballs it would take to get through that? We're way too drained for that." The pile of rubble was now a solid wall, boxing them in completely. But Chen Luo stepped forward anyway, his eyes blazing with determination. "I've got a plan. You two know the fire shield spell, right? In a sec. I need you to cast it with everything you've got." Both girls nodded. "Okay." Right away, Chen Luo pushed his hands out one over the other, and a small ball of light formed between his palms, starting to suck in all the air around it. Chen Luo calculated in his head. The oxygen concentration in here is somewhere between 4% and 75.6%. If that hits fire, instant explosion. As soon as he finished the thought, he shot out a purple fireball, and a massive world-shaking explosion went off, totally blasting away the wall of dirt and rock. Just in time, the girls on either side of him had thrown up their protective shields. The rock wall that was blocking their way was just gone. Chen Luo let out a whoop. It actually worked. Isabella was still completely stunned. How in the world did he do that? Is Chen Luo already an archmage? No way. Up ahead, they could see a faint glimmer of light from outside. One by one, the three of them scrambled out of the busted-up tunnel. Alice was panting hard. We're finally out!" Right behind her, Isabella was struggling to keep up with Chen Luo, gasping for air. It was obvious they were all running on empty. From up on the ledge, Isabella reached a hand down to him, her voice shaky. "Brian, are you okay?" Brian panted back. "Don't worry, I'm fine." But blood was still pouring from his wound. He winced, totally exhausted. "Just like I figured. I can't go any further. This is it for me." He used the very last of his energy to pull himself up, but his hand slipped and he started to fall. Seeing him go down, the two girls on the cliff screamed in terror, "Brian!" In total despair, Brian thought, is this really it? Is this how I go out? Then just as everything started to go fuzzy, a hand grabbed onto his and held on tight. Through the blur, Brian could just make out Brittany's silhouette. The next thing he knew, he was in the infirmary with Miss Brittany and three other girls standing around his bed. He slowly came to letting out a quiet groan. The second he tried to sit up, a sharp, crazy pain shot through his whole body. "Ugh! Where am I? This hurts so bad!" Isabella, who'd been nodding off in a chair, jolted awake. She rubbed her eyes and rushed to his side. "Brian, don't move!" A wave of relief washed over everyone in the room. "Brian, you're finally awake." Isabella put both her hands on Brian's shoulders and started shaking him, totally overjoyed. "You're awake! This is amazing!" All Brian could do was yelp, "Ow, ow, ow, it hurts! Stop shaking me! You're gonna send me to an early grave for real." Seeing this, Brittany, who was sitting across from him, finally spoke up. "Luckily, the wound isn't fatal. You just lost a lot of blood. For the next couple of days, you just need to focus on resting. Don't worry about the academy. I'll handle your excused absence." Brian's eyes flickered around the room before he started a little shaky. "Miss Brittany, about Leon. The thing is, Brittany held up a hand, cutting him off. I already got the full story from Isabella and Alice. But this whole thing, I'm afraid it goes way up involving some powerful people in the kingdom. That's not something we can mess with. If word of this gets out, you could be putting yourself in some serious danger. Brian could only nod. Yeah, I guess you're right. Some things are just bigger than us, I guess. Just then, the door to the room flew open. Everyone whipped their heads around to see Austin Graves walking in with a huge smile. Brian, sorry to barge in while you're resting. I'm Austin Isabella's dad. The girl was like, Dad, what are you doing here? The second he saw him, Blair totally froze up. This was the actual lord of the city. So what can I do for you? But then Austin Gravis gave him this crazy, deep, respectful bow. You saved Isabella, and by doing that, you saved all of Abba City. I came here to give you my most sincere thanks. For real, thank you. Blair started waving his hands like, Whoa, my lord, you really don't have to do all this. But the guy didn't budge. On top of that, I have a kind of out-of-the-blue request. I want to invite you to our Gravis family banquet. It's tomorrow night. Hearing that, the guy was just completely stunned. Huh? Meanwhile, Isabella's brain was already playing a movie of their first date. Going to the family party, meeting the parents, becoming part of the fam. Just the idea of being part of the family made her face flush super red, and she let out a little gasp. The next day, they were both dressed up in these insane formal outfits, but Blair looked so not into it. Hey, Isabella, I know I said I'd go to the party, he mumbled. But this getup feels so not me. Isabella gave him a major side-eye. That's just because you usually dress so chill. Besides, it's not just going to be my parents tonight. All the VIPs and reps from the city's big shot families are going to be there too. Blair was totally shocked. Wait, I thought it was just a family dinner. So why are so many people coming? The girl sighed. Parties at my house are always like this. He raised an eyebrow. Okay, fair enough. I mean, the whole Lord of Abba title has been in your family for generations. So I guess your parties are basically the social event of the season for the whole city. Not that weird, I guess. Then all of a sudden, Blair put a hand on his chin. His cheeks getting a little pink as an idea hit him. Wait a sec. Isabella's the Lord's only kid. So unless something wild happens, she's going to be the next Lord of the city, right? And if I marry Isabella, does that mean I'd have like total power in Abba City calling all the shots? These slightly shady thoughts started brewing in his head. And that's not all. Our kid would be the next Lord of Abba. There's only one rule. To get the title, the kid has to have the Gravis family name. As someone patted his head, Blair completely spaced out, daydreaming that even though he wasn't a traditional dude, he could probably handle his kids taking their mom's last name. But still, having the Chen name would be best unless they had two kids. Then one could be a Gravis and the other could be a Chen. A totally perfect plan. A sharp, familiar pain zapped his earlobe, making him jump. Ow, what'd you pinch my ear for? Isabella grumbled, super annoyed. You were off in La La Land thinking about something ridiculous again, weren't you, Spill It? What were you just thinking about? Blair tried to squirm away. Stop messing around. I was thinking if we had to... Realizing what he'd just said, he started waving his hands to backpedal. No, not me, it was my friend. For real, just a friend. His wife is about to have twins, and he asked me to help him think of names for them. And Isabella, bless her heart, totally bought it. Oh, is that right, I thought? Oh, never mind. I didn't think anything. So did you help your friend pick out any names yet? Blair scratched his head and answered awkwardly. Not yet. They want one to have the dad's last name and the other to have the mom's. They're still kind of fighting about it. Seeing her chance, she asked him straight up. Oh, hey, what about you, Blair? Could you be okay with your kid having their mom's last name? The two kept chatting while they walked through the garden. If we had two, I think I could get on board with that. You think so? That's good. In that case, you should get back to thinking of names for your friends' kids. They got to this super fancy, gorgeous area. When she saw the woman standing there, Isabella's face lit up as she called out, Mom! Lady Gravis turned to her daughter, looking all concerned. Shasha, sweetie. And you must be young Mr. Blair. Am I right? The young man gave Lady Gravis a polite bow. Good evening, my lady. She looked totally delighted and greeted him back. Thank you for saving our Shasha. Honestly, she talks about you all the time, she says. Isabella totally cut her mom off. Mom, don't say embarrassing stuff. In a flash, Blair was mobbed by a bunch of glam ladies who were so excited to realize he was the one who saved Shasha and the girl from the Herman family. That's totally him, right? He's so young and handsome. Seriously, it's so rare to find a guy with his guts and his strength. Shasha definitely knows how to pick him. You know she's never brought a guy home before. Are you two like together? Let me ask you something real quick. Have you held Shasha's hand yet? Faced with such a bold question, Isabella snatched Blair's wrist, making up an excuse to get them out of there. Mom, I'm gonna take Blair to see Dad for a minute. A lady with purple hair teased, Shasha, what's a girl like you so afraid of? It's not like we're gonna steal your boyfriend. The two of them rushed away, and Blair practically had to jog to keep up with Isabella's huge steps. Hey, can you slow down a little? She snapped. What's with all the chatter, hurry up? Meanwhile, in another room, Otto Gravis was talking. So you're saying Walter's planning something? The man named Bo, sitting across from him, answered. Exactly. That's totally why I'm here reporting to you, sir. Autumn Gravis put his hand on the table, his whole vibe getting serious as he asked, Abba City is Gravis family turf, okay? We've been running this place for hundreds of years. You seriously think some finance guy like Walter can just come in and mess with us? Hearing that, the man just scoffed. Yeah, maybe back in the day, but lately the royal capital has been all about taking back power from the city lords. Right now, in all the cities outside the capital, including our own Abba City, the city lord doesn't control the money or the guards anymore. Instead, the power's been given to the finance minister and security chief, who get their orders straight from the capital. And what's worse, from what I've dug up, Bose's face suddenly got super dark. Mark Walter isn't just the finance guy for Abba City. He's the actual younger brother of the queen, he continued. And you've got to know, sir, that the capital sends these tax auditors to go through the books, and those guys have a crazy amount of power. Once they start digging into tax stuff, even the city lord, I could get arrested on the spot, Apple added. And my best source told me that Mark Walter and the tax guy in town had this super long secret meeting a few days ago. It's pretty obvious they're cooking up some kind of plan aimed right at you. Autumn Gravis stayed cool and just said, I get it. Thanks for the heads up, Apple Edward. I won't forget it. Apple got up. Well, I'll get out of your hair then. I'm out. The city lord stood up too and called, Wait, I gotta ask you something. Why are you telling me any of this? The young man just said, To keep my family safe, sir. The Edward family still needs more time to get on its feet. If something goes down in Abba City right now, we're gonna be in a really bad spot. Autumn Gravis just stayed quiet, not saying a word back. Right as Apple was leaving, Isabella showed up at the door with Chen Luo and called out, Dad, I brought Blair. Hearing the name, Apple glanced at the guy in the white hat, thinking, Blair, you really have a thing for showing up in the middle of all the drama. Good luck, dude. Inside the room, Autumn Gravis gave the two of them a super stern look. The three of them just stared at each other in an awkward silence until Isabella finally broke it. Dad, why aren't you saying anything? He just answered flatly. Sasa, head outside for a minute. I need to talk with Mr. Blair alone. The girl did as she was told and stood up. Okay, I'll wait outside then. Chen Luo looked over at Isabella. I'll come find you as soon as this is over. Autumn Gravis frowned a little as he watched the close moment, especially when his precious daughter waved at the guy. She said, I'll be waiting for you out there, okay? And Chen Luo shot back with a smile. Okay. The second the door clicked shut, the city lord's hand balled into a fist. Autumn Gravis's face immediately went dark. First, I want to thank you for protecting Isabella. If it wasn't for you, I might have lost my daughter. Chen Luo tried to play it cool, replying, Any decent guy would have done the same thing. His hand rested casually on the hilt of his sword, his stare sharp enough to make anyone nervous. Sasa said you take really good care of her at school. The sword made a soft shing sound as it was pulled from its sheath. Seeing it, Chen Luo broke out in a cold sweat. We're all students of Miss Brittany. It's only natural for us to look out for each other. Autumn Gravis pushed the sword a little closer, grilling him. So you're saying everything Sasa told me is true? Chen Luo answered carefully. Everything I did was what I had to do. The sharp blade was whipped out in one swift move. Then Autumn Gravis growled, his eyes blazing with anger. She said when she was all delirious that you kissed her. I hugged her and even hurt her. Is that true too? Chen Luo was floored. When did I kiss her? He roared. So you're admitting you hugged her and mistreated her then? The young man's expression slowly calmed down. Sir, did you really call me here just to ask me about this? Hearing that response, Autumn Gravis was actually taken aback. Then he put his sword away and praised him, a hint of a smile on his face. You're the first kid who's ever dared to talk to me with that kind of attitude. I was just messing with you. Sasa's my only daughter. No hard feelings, Mr. Blair. Autumn Gravis held out his hand, his voice totally sincere now. From now on, I'm going to need you to look after Sasa. The two of them shook hands, a silent deal passing between them. Autumn Gravis leaned in close to Chen Luo's ear and whispered, By the way, our little chat today. The young man cut him off quickly. I get it. I promise Isabella won't hear a single word about it. A moment later, they both walked out and sat down at the dinner table under the sparkling lights. Isabella turned to Chen Luo, totally curious. Blair, what did my dad say to you just now? Holding his knife and fork. The young man replied with a mysterious smile. Can't say. It's a secret between guys. Not getting the answer she wanted, Isabella puffed out her cheeks and gave him a pouting look. Autumn Gravis couldn't help but smile as he watched Chen Luo and his daughter bickering nonstop, just like an old married couple. Pardon the interruption? A voice suddenly said. Some guy in a super clean white suit came up and whispered, My lord, the Minister of Finance and the tax guy are here. Then out of nowhere, Walter just shows up looking so full of himself. He was practically dripping with sarcasm, like, Well, Lord Austin, throwing an epic party and didn't think to invite me. Austin jumped to his feet, his expression instantly clouding over. And my sincere apologies, Minister of Finance. This is just a private family get-together. I didn't want to bother you or the tax officer. Walter just smirked like he knew something they didn't. Oh, we're not here to party. The tax officer and I were just talking about something, involving you, City Lord. Sega, the guy behind him, immediately jumped in. That's right, Marquis. Walter and I have been discussing you at length. City Lord Austin, And we have reason to believe you've been breaking the kingdom's tax laws. So I'm gonna need you to cooperate with our investigation. The look on Austin Gravis's face went dark. Tax officer, can you at least let me wrap up this party first? Sega just sneered. City Lord Austin, I'm not gonna say it again. I'm here on behalf of the royal capital. A buzz went through the guests. What is happening? People whispered. He's an official all the way from the royal capital. Without even thinking, Isabella's trembling hand landed on Chen Luo's leg, her whole body shaking with a fear you couldn't see. The party once so loud went dead silent. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Everyone started clustering together, whispering nervously while Walter shot the city lord this totally smug look-at-me-win glare. Lord Austin, let me give you some friendly advice colleague to colleague. Don't make a scene in front of everybody. Your best bet is to just go along with the investigation. Austin Gravis's face went white with fury, his eyes totally bloodshot. He was clenching his fists so hard you could see the veins popping and his voice was low and tight with rage. Lady Gravis quickly stepped in, smoothly taking control of the situation. My apologies. Everyone, but it looks like we have to cut the party short tonight. My husband has something urgent to deal with. We hope to see you all again soon. Chen Luo turned to Isabella, the worry plain on his face. Isabella, let's get out of here. She just pressed her lips into a thin line, totally silent. He'd never ever seen her look so rattled and lost before. It was a side of her he didn't recognize at all. Suddenly, Chen Luo glanced back and spotted Calvin and Brady. What were they doing here? Above them, the sky was turning a deep bruised purple, and the air felt like it had dropped a few degrees. Isabella rushed down the hall, practically dragging Chen Luo with her. He asked, his voice full of concern. Isabella, are you okay? That's a tax officer from the royal capital, she said, her voice trembling with anxiety. My dad is in real trouble this time. Whispers from the crowd started to float over to them. One wrong move and he'll lose his title. They'll investigate him, and then he'll get tossed in the dungeons. That Walter guy only gets away with this stuff in Alba City, 'cause he's the queen's little brother making a total mess of the tax system. The gossip was getting more intense. The city lord has totally butted heads with him over this before, but I can't believe he'd actually show up here and try to humiliate him in public. Seriously, everyone in Alba City knows Walter completely ignores the city lord when it comes to taxes. It's so obvious that tax officer was paid off to frame him. Two women nearby chimed in, their faces etched with worry. I can't believe this. The Gravis family has always been the backbone of Alba City, and now this happens. The hand Isabella had on Chen Luo's was shaking like crazy. It hurt to see, and when he turned to look at her, her eyes were wide with shock as silent tears just streamed down her face. He completely froze, having no idea what to do, and just managed to stammer out, Isabella, are you okay? But before he could even finish, she suddenly buried her face in his chest. She went totally limp against him, like all the strength had just drained out of her. A choked sob cut through the silence. My dad. What am I going to do? A cold, hard look flashed in Chen Luo's eyes, but his touch stayed unbelievably gentle. He gently stroked her hair, trying to calm her down. Don't worry, Isabella. As he watched her tears fall and hit the cold ground, he made a silent promise to himself. I swear I won't let anything happen to your dad. Night started to creep in, and everything got quiet except for Calvin and Brady, who were sitting nearby, deep in conversation. Chen Luo hurried over to them, his eyes locked on the two of them as he called out, Guildmaster Calvin, Guildmaster Brady? They both turned, looking at him with total curiosity. Guildmaster Calvin asked, Your Excellency Blair, what are you doing here? Chen Luo stopped catching his breath and managed to get out. The city lord. He's my friend's dad. Hearing that, it was like a light bulb went off for the guy. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. Lady Isabella is your friend. Brady, who was standing behind him, smiled warmly too. So you're the famous Blair, the one who helped out Alba City. It's a real honor to meet you. Chen Luo's expression didn't change as he cut right to the chase. Guildmaster Calvin, Guildmaster Brady, what are you two doing here with that tax officer? Calvin didn't hesitate to explain. That tax officer, he's actually a vice president from the main headquarters of the Mathematics Association. For local branches like us, are like required to work with them on this whole tax investigation. As for Guildmaster Brady, making sure the tax guy is safe is basically the job of the local magic association. So duh, he's gotta be here. Tranlak's face scrunched up, totally confused. If it's a tax thing, shouldn't they be talking to the Minister of Finance? Why are they all up in the city lord's business? Calvin shot back with a super serious look. Yeah, the finance minister is in charge of the treasury, but he still works for the city lord. All the tax policies in Alba City come straight from City Lord Austin himself. So it only makes sense that... He cut him off super fast, his eyes getting sharp. Guildmaster Calvin, do you for real believe that? Calvin looked totally shook. Your Excellency Blair, we're just scholars, dude, not tax agents. We seriously can't get involved in kingdom politics. Tranlak sighed, his tone was like, yeah, I get it. I understand you're in a tough spot. BTW, not too long ago, some guy named Tranlak solved every single problem for the Mathematics Association and even registered a brand new type of magic. Ring a bell. You guys remember that? Guildmaster Calvin's face totally lit up, and he answered all hyped, OMG, of course I remember. Tranlak is literally the god of mathematics now. A title the whole continent recognizes. I'm kinda shocked you've heard about his epic move, Your Excellency Blair. Right then, Brady, who was standing in the back, hesitantly spoke up. Hold up a sec, he frowned, his voice dripping with suspicion. The new magic Tranlac registered with us hasn't even been made public. How in the world would you know about that? Faced with the question, Tranlac just calmly admitted, because I asterisk am asterisk Tranlac. Both Calvin and Brady were so stunned their jaws literally hit the floor. A plot twist they never ever saw coming. Calvin stammered. Your Excellency, Blair. This joke is not funny. He just smiled confidently and started listing the receipts. That time I solved 23 problems in total. The prize money should have been 535 gold coins. But since it was our first collab, I let the weird amount slide and just took an even 530 gold coins. As for the composite magic, it's basically just a mashup between a water ball spell and the fireball spell. If you two are still doubting me, I can prove it right here, right now. Hearing this, Calvin was completely floored, then suddenly dropped to his knees. My lord, Lord Lack. It's my bad, I was totally blind to doubt who you were just now. Please forgive me, my lord. Brady just stood there awkwardly scratching his head completely in awe. So this was the legendary lord. No wonder he totally wrecked Luzon. That wasn't just luck, that was all skill. As Chen Luo helped him up, President Calvin was breaking out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. Lord Lu Shen, if you need anything, just say the word. Calvin quickly jumped in. For real, even if you wanted this old man's life, I'd give it up in a heartbeat. Chen Luo just gently shook his head. I don't need your life, but that tax official and the Minister of Finance are seriously rubbing me the wrong way. I don't want to see a single trace of them in Aba City ever again. Hearing this, Calvin immediately gave a huge thumbs up. His expression was rock solid as he promised, My lord, you can count on it. By tonight, those two will have vanished from the face of the earth. Brady, standing nearby, also nodded, his eyes looking sharp and icy. Brady added, Our magic association is supposed to protect the city, but sometimes we mess up, and tonight is a perfect example of that. At that moment, Calvin and Brady looked like two super loyal puppies staring at Chen Luo with sparkly eyes, which made him sigh in frustration. He thought to himself, aren't these two like huge deals? Why are they acting like a couple of gangsters right now? Even though Chen Luo just stood there with a chill vibe in the eyes of Calvin and Brady, his image was as blindingly epic as a god descending to earth. They both whispered with total reverence, The Chen Luo Shen of Lauren, the saint of mathematics, our everything. After saying that, they both clenched their fists. Their eyes were burning with determination, and their voices rose as serious as an oath. Chen Luo, you are Lauren's biggest blessing, our guiding light, and all of our hope. For Lord Lucian, Walter, and Caesar's days are so over. Suddenly, Chen Luo lightly tapped both of their shoulders. His voice was calm, but carried a ton of weight. The key is Walter. He's the one pulling the strings on this whole tax issue. You two get it. Calvin and Brady's faces turned grim, and they replied at the same time, Understood. We have to pull the problem out from the very roots. That answer made Chen Luo freeze. He sighed, totally exasperated. Whoa, I'm not trying to have him taken out. I just need him to disappear from Aba City so he's out of my sight. That's enough. The two old men nodded again, replying together with looks of sudden understanding. Oh, so that's what Lord Lu Shen meant. We totally get it now. Chen Luo turned away and lowered his voice to add, Oh, right. Please keep my identity on the down low. I don't want my peaceful life getting all messed up. Calvin and Brady slowly started walking toward Walter and Cesar. Sensing the bad vibes, the other group immediately got on high alert. President Calvin took a step forward and spoke in a hardcore voice. Vice President Caesar, you need to come with me. I have something extremely important to discuss. Caesar frowned a little, then glanced at Austin Gravis, and said like a boss, City Lord Austin, you stay right here. Wait for me to handle a small thing. President Calvin led Cesar to a private corner, his voice turning noticeably frosty. Yo, VP Caesar, looks like Walter's sweet gig as finance minister of Ama City is about to go poof. Caesar's face went all tight. Back off, Calvin, that's not your call. Brady, who was just standing there, gave this all-knowing smirk. Oh, so the gossip is actually true. That line totally hit a nerve, and VP Cesar got all flustered. Brady then clapped a hand on his shoulder and sneered, his voice just dripping with sarcasm. So I guess you and Walter have the same weird tastes. Caesar angrily smacked Brady's hand off and yelled, Are you guys nuts? He tried to backpedal. I keep my work and private life separate, okay? I would never. Brady's whole vibe shifted, getting dead serious. Look, I'm afraid this is way above your pay grade now. Some big shot from up top wants Walter out of Ama City like yesterday. And if you don't play along, I can't even promise you'll be safe, President Calvin added. Plus, don't forget where you stand. You're the vice president of the Math Association first, and the kingdom's tax guy second. If you're gonna risk our whole crew just to save your own skin, you better make the right call, before it's too late to take it back. Vice President Caesar's fists were clenched so tight his knuckles were white. He shot a look at the chubby finance minister, and you could practically see the decision being made in his head. And just like that, Vice President Caesar snapped. He roared for the guards to arrest the Minister of Finance, Walter. Immediately, two huge guards in white suits rushed in and grabbed him. Walter was totally blindsided, yelling, Caesar, have you lost your mind? Grab Austin, not me. Caesar just gave him an icy look and ordered, Shut him up. After that was handled, he turned and gave Austin Kravitz a super respectful bow. Lord Austin, We've got proof that Walter's been skimming cash from the kingdom's taxes. So sorry for all the drama we'll get out of your hair now. Hearing that, he was totally floored, just letting out a confused, huh. Lady Kravitz had no clue what was going on either. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, seeing the mess was cleaned up, tried to dip out quietly. He thought, I better bounce or Isabella is gonna totally kill me. Noticing his wife trying to hide a giggle, Anne Kravitz asked, kinda curious, What's so funny, babe? She held up 2 glasses of wine and teased, You still don't get it, do you? They clinked their glasses, and she couldn't help but say that Brian is seriously such a great kid. Under this magical crescent moon, Anne Kravitz and his wife gave each other a super sweet look as a drop of wine fell mixing with some sparkly gold petals. Over in another corner, Isabella was sitting all by herself on a chair, totally bummed out and whispering Brian's name. Lost in her own world, she suddenly felt a warm hand gently rest on her head. She looked up completely surprised to see Chen Luo standing there giving her this super kind, comforting look. Isabella pulled herself together real fast, wiped a tear from her face, and asked Chen Luo, totally confused, What are you doing here? My parents, are they okay? Chen Luo ran a hand through his hair, totally avoiding eye contact, and said, It's pretty much handled. I had a friend pull some strings. And the tax people came and got Walter. Isabella just stared at him with a blank expression, only managing to say, Chen Luo just shrugged like it was no big deal. Looks like the finance minister spot in Amma City is officially open. Isabella, still in total shock, stammered, But how I thought the tax guy and Walter were like a team. Chen Luo gave her a little smirk and said all mysteriously, Maybe it's because my friend outranks the tax guy. Isabella's eyes went wide and she stared at Chen Luo with a mix of suspicion and major curiosity. This friend you're talking about, could it be? Chen Luo quickly put a finger to his lips to shush her. Shh, you're being way too nosy. Catching Chen Luo off guard, Isabella totally went for it, squeezing his hand and planting a quick kiss on his cheek. Blushing like crazy, she turned and bolted, but not before looking back and telling him, Come on, the party's not over yet. We gotta get back. The party lights were sparkling again, and the whole vibe picked right back up. All the girls and fancy ladies were gossiping up a storm, and in a hidden corner, 2 guys were arguing really loudly. Lord Austin totally won the bet. Now pay up. Hey, you knew this was gonna happen, didn't you? No way. They started wrestling over the bag of betting money, and shiny gold coins went flying everywhere. One of them rolled right across the floor just as Isabella was rushing back to the party. Chen Luo yelled from behind her, Isabella, slow down. But it was too late. She wasn't looking and stepped right on that shiny rolling gold coin. She immediately lost her footing and started to fall backward. The whole thing made Chen Luo, who was right there, just freeze with his eyes wide and his jaw on the floor. He frantically lunged forward to try and catch her. Isabella let out a panicked, ah, which just made Chen Luo freak out even more. He reached for her, but all he managed to grab was a piece of her dress strap. All the color drained from Chen Luo's face as he just stood there holding the piece of fabric, and stammered, I'm so sorry. Hearing their daughter's shriek, the city lord and his wife came running. They found their daughter on the floor looking totally miserable with red, teary eyes, clutching her dress to her chest. Isabella burst into tears, yelling at Chen Luo, You are so not a gentleman. All he could do was stutter back, I swear I didn't do it on purpose. Her face went totally red, a mix of furious and mortified, and she screamed, balling up her fists and just wailing on Chen Luo. You did that on purpose, you're such a jerk. Chen Luo had no choice but to grab her hands, trying to explain, but it was useless. Isabella just scowled like his words weren't even getting through. Her rage totally boiled over, and she started chanting a spell. Oh, water element that cleanses this world, hear my call and come to me now. A wave of magical energy glowing hot like lava wrapped around Isabella's body, and Blair felt a cold sweat break out. Just then, Lady Travis gave a soft little cough, making Blair look over at her. When he turned his head, his jaw dropped when he realized Isabella's parents had been standing there for who knows how long. Isabella's face turned a deep shade of purple with rage. She gritted her teeth and hissed, Blair, you... Blair started frantically waving his hands, trying to deny everything. I swear I didn't see it, he stammered. No, I mean I didn't see anything at all. Isabella was so mad she couldn't even talk. She just trembled as she pointed at Blair, sputtering, You! But the guy just casually smoothed his hair back, putting on this super innocent who-me face. Seeing that, Isabella's mom couldn't help but laugh, saying, Oh, youth is truly a wonderful thing. Meanwhile, her father was just quiet. After a moment, he finally spoke up. Mr. Blair, our conversation from earlier isn't over. Please come with me. Watching Blair and City Lord Austin walk away, Lady Travis couldn't help but say, Wow, Blair really saved you on that one. It seems our dear Sasha has her charms. Isabella, who was about to go after them, froze when she heard her mom's words, and she spun around to face her. The girl put her hands on her hips, pouting, then whipped back around and muttered, Whatever, it's not like I needed that guy's help. The scene flips to this totally gorgeous and fancy room. Crystal lamps on the walls cast a warm golden light, making the whole place feel super luxurious. City Lord Austin Gravis already had 2 wine glasses and a nice bottle of wine waiting. He looked Blair straight in the eye and said, Tonight's whole situation was not what I expected, Mr. Blair. You're definitely not as simple as you seem. Blair just scratched the back of his head, all modest. I guess you noticed, my lord, but it's not as complicated as you think. It's just that Presidents Calvin and Brady owed me a favor, and this was a good time for them to pay it back. This explanation just made Austin Gravis even more suspicious. A favor so big that it would make someone like Caesar take notice. This was clearly no small IOU. Blair quickly changed the subject. It's my honor to protect Isabella. As for that finance minister, for the past 3 months, he's been changing the tax policy for Ama City all by himself, which made the price of meat shoot up by 4 times. An act like that is just unforgivable. As he spoke, he reached out and took the glass of wine from the city lord. He narrowed his eyes, asking, "Is that the only reason?" Blair answered with a dead serious look on his face. "My lord, if the price of pork has already gone through the roof, it's not hard to imagine how much the prices of everything in Ama City are going to jump. Taxes hit people's ability to live right where it hurts. Letting the finance minister line his pockets like this is no different from throwing the citizens into total misery." He continued gently swirling the wine in his glass. He then looked right at Austin Gravis and asked, "Once the people in this city can't even afford food or clothes, is there any hope left for this place?" Hearing this, the man nodded slowly in agreement. "You're right. I'm definitely partly to blame for this situation." Blair gave an understanding look. "As long as you see it now, my lord, you don't have to beat yourself up over it." Meanwhile, outside, Lady Travis and Isabella were totally pressing their ears to the door crack, whispering, "What in the world are they talking about so secretly?" Inside City, Lord Austin and Blair had both stood up cheerfully, tapping their glasses together. "Thank you, Blair, for the warning. From now on, I will absolutely pay closer attention and keep a tight leash on the new finance minister." Blair smiled and said, "Then I can relax, my lord." Suddenly, Isabella got a hard shove from behind from her mother, making her gasp and completely lose her balance. She stumbled forward, falling right at Blair. Both of them were totally stunned, their eyes locking as Isabella fell right into his arms. The collision made him drop his wineglass. The dark red liquid went everywhere, soaking both of their clothes. Lady Travis then casually walked in, pretending she didn't see a thing as she playfully scolded, "Isabella, my dear Sasha, how could you be so clumsy? Quick, take Mr. Blair to get a new outfit." Blair was a little flustered, his eyes flicking over to Isabella, who was shyly clutching the hem of her wine-stained dress, as she silently did what her mom said. "Sasha, take Mr. Blair to go change. And please get a guest room ready for him, too." With that, she excitedly grabbed Blair's hand, pushed a single gold coin into his palm and declared, "All settled." Then Blair felt super awkward and quickly tried to say, "Mrs. Travis, He was still trying to find the words to refuse when Isabella cut him off. "Huh, Mom, what are you talking about?" Her eyes were wide as she stared at her mother in total disbelief. Mrs. Travis just seemed to ignore her daughter's shock and left the room with Lord Austin. Before she walked out, she turned back, making sure to give Blair a sincere thank you. "Mr. Blair, seriously thanks for everything today. Sleep tight and have sweet dreams." After they both got into some fresh clothes, Blair got a little awkward before turning to ask Isabella, "Senior, so, tonight, Before he could even finish, she yanked his wrist and started pulling him along, saying, "What are you waiting for? Come on, let's go." And just like that, they were gone, leaving the room dead quiet with just a dim yellow light on Lord Austin and Mrs. Travis. Lord Austin was pacing, hands clasped behind his back, totally lost in his head. Seeing her husband all zoned out, Mrs. Travis walked over to him and asked softly, "Honey, what's on your mind?" He finally let out what was bugging him. That tax guy doing a total 180. It's gotta be connected, but his whole excuse about Calvin owing him a favor, I'm just not buying it. Something feels off. As he spoke, the Lord turned to face her. Mrs. Travis, though, seemed totally chill about it, and replied with a smile, "Well, everyone has their secrets. As long as he's good to our little Sasha, that's all that really matters." Lord Austin asked, totally surprised, "How can you tell Sasha's into him?" She just gave him this asterisk look, asterisk. "Do you even have to ask? She was always dying to go to the royal capital, but this time she didn't apply to a single one of the 5 big academies there. Isn't it obvious she wants to wait another year so she can go with Blair?" Lord Austin crossed his arms, trying to save face. "No, she just can't stand the thought of leaving us." Hearing her husband's excuse, Mrs. Travis just gave him another one of those all-knowing smirks. Seeing that smile, he finally caved. All right, fine. Let her be. She's just so clueless. I'm just worried she's gonna get walked all over when she goes to the royal capital." With that, Austin Travis let out a totally protective dad snort. Meanwhile, back in his room, Blair was wide awake, just tossing and turning while staring at the gold coin, the one Mrs. Travis had given him to check out. His brain was completely fried. Originally, he'd just used the whole Blair identity to stay off the radar. But now it seemed like this god title came with some serious perks. Blair's train of thought then veered off in a new direction. Walter the Queen's little brother, a dude with so much power he could break any rule and crush anyone who got in his way. He couldn't help but remember the complete 180-degree attitude change from Brady and Calvin, and his stomach dropped. As the god of the math association in the eyes of guys like Calvin, he was pretty much a living legend, and a god doesn't have to explain himself. A single word from him is all it takes. Calvin could make someone like Walter just disappear off the map. That thought sent a shiver down his spine, the power to rewrite the rules to even decide if someone lives or dies. In the middle of all those dark thoughts, An image of Isabella flashed in his mind, making him think, as long as I'm the god of the math association, I'll have enough juice to protect myself and the person who means the most to me. After thinking it over for a sec, Blair finally got it. It seemed like to have any kind of peace in this world, you had to be a big shot with enough power to just steamroll any problem. Just then, a asterisk tap tap asterisk on the window totally snapped him out of it. He walked over, threw it open, and of course the person standing there was none other than Isabella. Without even hesitating, she gracefully hopped into the room and flopped down on his bed, which totally made him freak out. Why didn't you just use the door? Isabella teased him playfully. Are you for real? You want everyone to see me waltzing through the front door or something? Blair was speechless, thinking to himself that he wasn't the one being sketchy here. Her climbing through the window was what looked super suspicious. Isabella totally ignored his vibe, her voice dripping with triumph. So what do you think, Junior? I bet this is your first time seeing a royal bed like this. You probably couldn't even get to sleep right. Blair kept a totally straight face, his eyes glancing over her dress as he shot back. You're not wrong, Senior, but I'd be way more hyped if you lost that dress. Isabella frowned and snapped, You're such a perv. I actually came here to ask you something serious. Blair calmly sat down next to her, pretending to be the perfect listener. Isabella was practically bursting with curiosity and asked, Okay, Spill, what did my dad talk to you about today? You sure you want to know? Blair asked with a little smirk, which just made Isabella get impatient and nudge him. Just say it already. He cleared his throat and then said super casually, Oh, he said, you're still just a kid, so he's a little worried and told me to keep a closer eye on you. After hearing that, Isabella was stunned for a second, then shot back, I'm small, what part of me is small? Then as if a light bulb went off, her face turned beet red with anger. She shot to her feet, growling, Real funny, you've got some nerve. Blair quickly put his hands up. Whoa, that's not what I meant. Let me explain. But Isabella just screamed, I'm not listening. What is there to even talk about with a creep like you? The second she finished talking, she landed a kick right in his face, sending him sprawling on the bed. Isabella spun around totally frustrated and started muttering, Whatever. I shouldn't have even come here. You just made me mad. Blair quickly grabbed her wrist to try and explain. Wait, just listen to me. The truth is? She yanked her hand away, but he kept pleading, For real, I know why you're here. Don't worry, I already handled everything. The city lord isn't going to have any problems. Isabella actually paused for a second. She bit her lip, then turned back, stumbling over her words. I didn't mean it like that. Honestly, I came here too. Chen Luo totally cut her off, acting like he had it all figured out. You don't have to say another word. I get it. Isabella got even more flustered, rushing to deny it. I'm telling you, it's not like that. She let out a little sigh, then locked eyes with Chen Luo, and said with total honesty, I came to thank you. And besides, I trust you, Chen Luo. And with that, Isabella just turned and walked off, leaving Chen Luo completely zoned out by the window, his mind racing. Asterisk, she trusts me. Chen Luo's eyes were still glued to Isabella as she walked away, totally clueless that City Lord Austin was creeping in the shadows, watching the whole thing go down. The next morning, City Lord Austin and Lady Travis were right there at the main gate to see Chen Luo off. The lady asked with a warm smile, Mr. Chen Luo, I hope you slept well last night and was breakfast to your liking. Chen Luo answered right away. Lady Travis, I slept great and breakfast was amazing. Thank you so much for having me, but I really should get going now. Lady Travis looked like she really didn't want him to go. Mr. Chen Luo, what's the big rush so early in the morning? Can't you stay for lunch with our Sasha? Or was something wrong with your stay? Chen Luo got all awkward and rushed to explain. Oh no, not at all, my lady. You've got it all wrong. It's just, Nearby, the city lord's brow furrowed just a little. He cut her off sharp. That's enough, Anna. If the boy doesn't want to stay, don't push it. But you, Mr. Chen Luo, you didn't happen to see anyone else last night, did you? Chen Luo's heart totally jumped into his throat, but all he could do was slap on a fake smile. What do you mean, City Lord? I'm not sure I follow. I didn't see anyone. Anyway, I've really got to go. See ya. And with that, Chen Luo basically booked it with just one thought screaming in his head, asterisk, this is so creepy. I gotta get out of here. Lady Travis watched him go, a smile playing on her lips as she said, You know that boy is actually kinda cute. City Lord Austin just snorted, obviously not on the same page. A second later, there was a knock at the door. The City Lord was still deep in some official papers when he called out for them to come in. Guildmaster Cavi hurried in, saying respectfully, Sorry to bother you, City Lord Austin. Right behind him was Vice Guildmaster Zier. He stepped up to take the blame. What happened today was 100% our fault for not doing our homework. We're so sorry for giving you another headache. The City Lord replied, What headache? I'm the Lord of Abba City. Anything that happens on my turf is on me too. City Lord Austin gave a polite wave, but something felt off. This guy had such a major attitude yesterday, and now he was acting like a totally different person. Asterisk. What in the world did Blair do? Asterisk. After they talked everything over, President Calvin and Vice President Casa bounced from the mansion, having no idea that high up in a nearby tree, Auburn's spirit beast was spying on the whole scene. Meanwhile, Auburn himself was carefully going over a play-by-play of everything that went down inside City Lord Austin's mansion. He made a little tisk sound, a smirk spreading across his face. Looks like I bailed Austin out again. Blair, man, you're a real piece of work. The second he finished talking, he used fire magic to totally torch the paper in his hand. Asterisk. Okay, things are definitely getting interesting. The flames shot up, reflecting the scheming look in Auburn's eyes. At that exact same moment, over in the royal capital, a girl was holding her little brother's hand, walking down a super crowded street. She was staring at a building up ahead, her voice full of pride. You see that? That's the headquarters of the Mathematics Association. It's where all the smartest math geniuses in the entire kingdom hang out. The little boy just pouted. What's so cool about math? Mages are the best. Then he declared, totally sure of himself. When I grow up, I'm going to get into one of the 5 big shot magic academies in the capital, and then I'll use magic to totally crush this so-called math. To defeat this so-called math. Little did they know President Calvin was standing right behind them, and he was clearly not vibing with what the kid was saying. He decided to jump in and set him straight. You got a big mouth for a little kid. Young man, don't you get that math is like the foundation for everything? We're talking alchemy, divination, all kinds of scientific research. You can't do any of it without math. After saying his piece, President Calvin put a hand on the boy's head and asked, So for real you still think magic can take down math? The boy shot him a wary look, and his older sister could feel the vibe getting super awkward. She quickly jumped in. Sir, he's just a kid. He doesn't know what he's saying. Please be the bigger person and don't take it personally. But even then, the little boy, still on guard, squeezed his sister's hand and shot back. Why not? I bet some awesome mage could totally do it. Hearing that, President Calvin just laughed a big, genuine laugh. You're not wrong, kid. There will always be new amazing people, but math itself will never be beaten. It'll just keep growing and changing, pushing past what we thought was possible. President Calvin gently patted the boy's head, explaining it calmly. Then he turned and walked right into the association building. The older sis was still totally spaced out, muttering, That guy was... while her little bro stuck his tongue out and made a face at the dude's back. The guard at the door immediately did this super respectful bow. Welcome, Branch President Calvin. The Royal Capital's Mathematics Association is totally honored to have you. The second he stepped inside, a math nerd rushed over and started whining. Branch President Calvin, that cursed number you brought in a few days ago has thrown this whole place into total chaos. Our brainiacs are seriously about to lose it. Right then another mathematician came over to correct him. It's not a cursed number, Mr. President. The proper term is an irrational number. Please just ignore him. He's being so extra. Thanks to the backup from the big shot scholar, most people were already on board with this. Only the number purists were being super quiet, not making a single move. President Calvin just stared down at the paper in his hand and said calmly, Look, discovering irrational numbers is a huge deal for math. This is a total gift to the Nolan Kingdom and the whole continent of divine wisdom. As math geeks, our job is to find the truth. It's time to totally wreck the whole vibe of the number faction, isn't it? Calvin thought. With this whole irrational number thing Mr. Blair dropped, he was like, Guess we won't have to throw down for this year's Edwin Award. It totally made him think back to the Edwin Awards from past years. Back when all the math researchers would get together, you didn't just have to pour your whole soul into your work. You also had to get into these epic logic battles. It was legit tough. Our work this year is what really deserves the Edwin Award. There have been scholars who totally lost their chill and had to use their fists to argue about whose theories were stronger. But this year the hall was weirdly quiet and everyone was already there. President Calvin rushed to grab a seat too. But the moment he sat down, this hand just appeared right in his face. It was holding 2 voting badges. President Calvin looked up and, whoa, realized the other math nerds had totally surrounded him at some point. Here's a vote for you, President Calvin. I'm voting for you too. Yep, this one's mine. All the congrats were making him kind of flustered, and everyone could totally tell. The president let out a small sigh, a little bummed. Well, I guess the winner is a little too obvious this year. Then he cleared his throat and announced all seriously, If that's how it is, then right here, right now, on behalf of the Nolan Kingdom's Mathematics Association, I'm officially announcing that the winners of this year's Edwin Award are the teacher-student team, Brittany and Blair from Abba City. Even though he totally saw it coming, President Calvin couldn't believe what he was hearing. His hands were shaking and he couldn't stop the happy tears from falling. And now let's get the vice president of the Abba City branch, Calvin, up on stage to accept the award. The mathematicians all split to the sides, making this super formal path for President Calvin. The chairman of the Mathematics Association, gently holding the insane Edwin trophy, stood up and gave him this super proud look. President Calvin, still holding all those votes of support, walked up super slowly. The chairman just smiled so warmly. Congratulations! This was it. The moment President Calvin had been dreaming of was finally here. He got all emotional and reached out for the trophy, raising it high in pure joy, cheering inside his head. Luo-chan, wherever you are, you see this, the Abba City Mathematics Association finally made it. He pulled himself together real quick, wiping away a happy tear. A math whiz nearby couldn't hide how impressed he was, and patted him on the shoulder. Dude, this year was seriously epic, with Blair discovering irrational numbers and also solving 23 crazy hard problems. It's been so hype, it's just a bummer that we still have no clue who Luo-chan is. Another nerd nodded, totally agreeing, for real. If Luo-chan ever showed his face, this year's Edwin Award would have been his, no question. Hearing this, a little spark of hope also. lit up in President Calvin's heart. He started wondering if maybe Luo-chan would show up next time. But honestly, even without that, this was more than awesome. Meanwhile, outside the Magic Association, a seriously ticked-off crowd was screaming at the gate. "I can't believe the Magic Association would pull a stunt like this." The furious townspeople mobbed the entrance, yelling, "It's not about the 100 gold coins. The point is, you had the nerve to use fake magic to trick us. You thought we were idiots just 'cause we're nice. You think your little magic club is above the law?" The young boy who had run into President Calvin at the math place had somehow wiggled his way into the mob. The yelling just kept going. Ripping us off is bad enough, but then you had to say we have no talent. Getting shoved by the crowd, the boy grimaced. "Ugh, it's way too packed." Finally, the kid got pushed so hard he fell right on his face. The crowd just got bigger, all of them chanting together, "Refund, yeah! We want our money back now!" In all that mess, nobody even saw the little kid struggling to crawl his way out. Just as he was about to break free from the crowd, the boy stopped feeling like he was mixed up. "Wait, did I crawl the wrong way?" Just then a guard saw him and snatched him by the collar. "Hold on a sec, you little punk." All of a sudden, someone in the crowd pointed at the gate and screamed, "Yo, check it out! Someone's coming through!" The massive doors of the Magic Association groaned open, and some dude slowly walked out, totally grabbing everyone's attention. With all the craziness going on, no one even noticed a little kid desperately trying to break free from a guard's grip. "Get off me." The guard just stared at the guy, completely stunned. He anxiously asked, "What are you doing here? Where's Guildmaster Abba Angus? He's the one who okayed this magic, and now the whole town is storming our HQ. Why is he a no-show?" The other guy was totally calm. "Lord Angus is in a super important meeting with the higher-ups, so I'm here to take care of this in the meantime." With that, he strolled over to the crowd and tried to chill everyone out. "Everyone, please just take a breath. There's gotta be a misunderstanding. Our Magic Association..." But before he could get another word out, some impatient guy totally interrupted him. "What's there to even talk about? This so-called way to boost water magic is a complete scam." The little kid from before, who was totally clueless about the situation, piped up, "My mom says liars get thrown in jail." The guy looked super annoyed by that. The guard immediately shoved the kid aside. "What do you know? Just stay over there." The second the guard faced the crowd again, trying to calm everyone down, he was like, "Seriously, sir? The association's new magic went through tons of tough tests. It can't possibly be a fake. It's just this magic needs the user to have like a certain skill level." That explanation totally poured fuel on the fire, making the red-haired guy absolutely lose it. "Needs talent. Are you calling me untalented? That I'm useless, is that it?" he screamed, gesturing to the others. "Does that make everyone here a bunch of useless nobodies too?" The guard got all awkward like, "No, that's not it at all. We totally didn't mean that." The red-haired guy grabbed the guard by the collar, growling that he wanted his gold coins back. Seeing it go down, the dude from the association jumped in. "I totally get how you're all feeling, but this magic is the real deal. Seriously, somebody has already cast it successfully." Hearing that, the red-haired man let the guard go, then got right in the other guy's face and shouted, "Fine. If you can find even one person here today who can cast this spell, I'll admit I'm a useless, talentless nobody. But if you can't, then you give us our money back and you apologize." Just then, a clear, commanding voice cut through the noise. "What is happening here?" The red-haired man spun toward the voice, and the crowd behind him bowed as one parting to make a path. The guard and even the red-haired guy were totally stunned to see her both quickly blurting out, "Your Highness!" The girl came closer and asked, "Why is everyone camped out in front of the association's gate?" The red-haired man totally jumped at the chance, rushing to explain, "Your Highness, you got here at the perfect time. The Magic Association is breaking kingdom laws. They sold us useless magic for a ridiculous price, and now they won't give a refund or an apology. We're begging you, Your Highness, to make things right for us." The girl then turned to the association guy, giving him a skeptical look. "I really don't think the Magic Association would pull something like that. There's gotta be a mix-up." "No," the man quickly explained. "Your Highness, the thing is, the magic really does require a super high level of talent. Not every mage can pull it off." Right away, someone in the crowd shouted back, "You've still got the nerve to say that? That's just a lame excuse to cover for your scam and that loser Trenluck. He's gotta be working with the Magic Association to rip us all off." Her Highness turned, raising a hand to quiet the crowd. "Whether these accusations are true or not, there's one way to find out for sure. We test it right now. If the problem really is on their side, I will make sure they give you a full refund of your gold coins. Is everyone cool with that?" Hearing this, the guy from the association held out a scroll with the new spell. "Of course, Your Highness. Here's the improved magic. Please go ahead and verify it." As he talked, he explained more. "This magic needs the caster to use both water and fire mana at the same time." Her Highness reached for the scroll, totally intrigued, wondering if the Magic Association actually had a prodigy who could really cast two elements at once. The man nodded respectfully and said, "Yes, Your Highness. Besides Mr. Chen Luo, who came up with this type of magic, even the great mage Angus has personally confirmed it." The red-haired guy immediately cut in, all annoyed. "Your Highness, please don't fall for their sketchy words. They're just a bunch of..." But before he could even finish, Her Highness had already cast the dual element magic, leaving the entire crowd completely stunned and silent for a sec. Everybody's Jaws totally hit the floor. They just couldn't process the insane thing they were seeing. The curly-haired guy turned and whispered to his friend, his face completely blank. Am I hallucinating? Can someone actually use two elements at once? Her Highness just gave a small smile, watching the water gather on her fingertip, and thought to herself, so it looks like there really are mages who can cast two different elements at the same time. Like if you can mix water and fire, then water and wind or water and earth should totally be possible too. The guy from the Magic Association just smiled and said, Your Highness, you're a legit genius. But that idea, Mr. Chen Luo already thought of it, and he's calling it combination magic. The association is actually looking into whether this game-changing magic is even possible. The tweaked magic that caused all this drama today is a perfect example. Her Highness was low-key shook, her eyes showing she was super curious. Chen Luo, why does that name ring a bell? Just then some little kid pointed at the brown-haired dude and yelled, You broke your promise, mister! Didn't you say that if someone could do this magic, you'd admit you were a total loser and apologize? The boy went on. That cool lady just did it, so why haven't you said you're sorry yet? Getting called out like that made the guy's face go from red with embarrassment to pure rage, and he just death-stared the kid, totally speechless. Then he lifted his hand, ready to teach the little loudmouth a lesson. You little punk, you got a death wish or something? Seeing the guy lunge, the boy's eyes went wide with terror. He automatically covered his head, but the smack he was braced for never came. Turns out Her Highness had used magic to freeze him in place. Up against someone way more powerful, the guy could only beg for his life. Your Highness, please let me live. I know I was wrong. The man was writhing in pain from the magic, scrambling to bow on the ground, too terrified to even look up. Shaking all over, he stammered, Your Highness, I'm so sorry. I'm the useless one. I'm a piece of garbage. Please forgive me. She just stood there, her voice ice cold as she commanded, Go home and think about what you've done. Don't go blaming other people because you have zero talent. Her Highness's perfect eyebrows scrunched up a bit, her eyes giving off major, I'm so over you vibes. Remember this, there won't be a next time. Hearing that, the man felt like he'd just dodged a huge bullet and quickly said, Yes, of course. At that moment, the kid who'd been watching the whole thing go down was suddenly grabbed by the ear by his mom from behind. She looked totally furious. What do you think you're doing over here? I'm gone for 1 second to buy groceries and you just disappear. You're going to drive me crazy one of these days. As his mom dragged him away by his ear, the boy couldn't help but brag. Mom, I just saw dual element magic. They said she's the amazing mage of Abba City. His mom paid him no mind, just cutting him off. How many times have I told you not to wander off like that? The boy yelped. Ow, Mom, that hurts, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Chen Luo let out a massive sneeze. He rubbed his nose, muttering, I wonder who's talking about me right now. Seeing this, Brittany asked with a worried look, Are you okay? Sitting in the front. Miss Brittany smiled wide. What's up? Is there something you wanted to talk to me about? Blair clenched his fists, hesitating for a second. Well? He tensed up his voice, getting super serious. I have something extremely important to tell you, Miss Brittany. When she heard that, Isabella's eyes instantly started to water, the hurt totally obvious on her face. Something important? Could Blair actually be about to confess his feelings to Miss Brittany? She could only sit there quietly with her head down, her cheeks blushing mentally, fighting with herself about whether to ask what was going on, but she was scared of being too nosy. While Isabella was still freaking out, Blair and Miss Brittany had already quietly snuck off to the building's rooftop. As soon as they got up there, Miss Brittany crossed her arms and asked, Okay, what's the big secret that we had to come to a private spot like this for? So you can spill it now, right? The young man frowned and replied, Seriously, this isn't something I can explain in 1 or 2 sentences. First, can you please cast a fireball spell, Miss Brittany? Even though she was confused, she did what Blair asked, and a blazing fireball appeared in her palm. But even though she had no clue what Blair was up to, Brittany didn't even get a chance to ask any more questions. A split second later, the fireball in her hand just went out. Brittany stared shocked at her empty palm, her eyes filled with complete disbelief. She checked out her hand carefully, then turned to ask Blair, Was that you? Blair nodded for real. Yeah, that was me, Miss Brittany. Do you remember that time I brought up compound elements? It was like a pop-up private lesson started right there as he began to break everything down for Brittany. I accidentally found out that for the fire element to burn, it actually needs another compound element, which I'm kinda calling oxygen for now. Without oxygen, the burning stops immediately and the fire magic just vanishes with it. Miss Brittany crossed her arms, listening to every single word her student was saying. So you're saying you just controlled that compound element called oxygen and that's how you put out my fireball spell? Blair nodded to confirm. That's right. And not only that, we humans can't live without oxygen either. He suddenly flashed back to what happened with Lethone, who almost checked out from suffocation. I took Lethone down by draining all the oxygen around him, he thought to himself. Brittany clutched her head, looking at the student in front of her with a mix of total shock and like she was seeing a stranger. Whoa, Blair could literally control compound elements directly. His entire life just flashed before his eyes. From being a little kid to now, his life had always been totally tangled up in the chaos of magic with fire and water elements completely mixed together. Up until this point, you could only control magical elements using special chants and hand signs. That was the huge deal that made them different from compound elements. Ever since people even knew compound elements were a thing, everyone just assumed they were impossible to tame. And yet right now, that unbreakable rule was being totally shattered by Blair inside his own head. In that insane vision, a giant fireball erupted from Miss Brittany's hand, spreading like crazy to swallow the image of Blair tied up super tight to a burning stake. If only a few people can do something, they get called geniuses. But if only one person can do it, then that person is considered a freak. And history shows that people have never been cool with freaks. The more she thought about it, the more Brittany started to panic over her own thoughts. She rushed over and gripped her student's shoulders, her voice all tight. She pressed Blair. "Does anyone else besides me know that you can control compound elements?" Blair just shook his head and said honestly, "No, I've only told you, Miss Brittany." Hearing that, her expression got dead serious as she warned him, "Blair, you have to promise me you will never ever tell another living soul, not even Isabella or Alice, unless one day you decide to spend the rest of your life with them." Up on the skyscraper's rooftop, the conversation between Blair and Brittany wasn't finished. Under the golden sunlight and a soft breeze, the two of them just stood there. The guy, blushing like crazy, frantically waved his hands and stammered, I don't have anyone like that. Seriously, it's just you, Miss Brittany. You absolutely cannot say a single word about this to anyone." Brittany kept a stone-cold serious face, holding out her right hand and demanding that Chen Luo make a vow. Otherwise, there was no way she could trust him. "You have to swear," she said. Her determined look made even Chen Luo pause for a second. The young guy had no choice but to go along with what Brittany wanted. "All right, I swear." As he said it, Chen Luo also raised his hand, and their fingertips gently brushed against each other. Brittany squeezed his hand tight like she was sealing the deal. Her face finally relaxed, the tension just melted away, and she let out a relieved smile. She pulled her hand back, brushed her hair from her face, and said in a serious tone, "Bray, you need to burn my words into your brain. You can never ever reveal this secret. This is literally about your life. You honestly shouldn't have even told me." Chen Luo just smiled a little, his eyes shining with complete trust as he said decisively, I trust you, Brittany." That totally caught her by surprise, and she immediately asked Bray, "Why do you trust me so much?" The young guy replied without even hesitating, "My gut just tells me that Miss Brittany would never hurt me, am I right?" But the second those words left his mouth, her whole expression changed. Her entire vibe was suddenly hit with a heavy dark cloud of gloom. The young guy coughed a couple of times, asking worriedly, "Miss Brittany, did I say something wrong?" Right after that, a hand shot out and yanked Chen Luo toward her. Brittany hugged him super tight, her face absolutely beaming with a happiness she couldn't hide. "Bray, thank you." Just then, Chen Luo looked like he remembered something. "Oh right, Miss Brittany. There's actually one more thing. I turned in the combinatorial magic theory to the Magic Association, and in return I got a whole bunch of variant magic spells to level up my spiritual power." Hearing this, Brittany couldn't help but freak out, and she quickly asked, "The Magic Association, this is definitely something you should have talked to me about first. You're still way too weak right now. Getting in touch with them this early is only going to bring you a ton of unnecessary drama." But Chen Luo, on the other hand, didn't seem the least bit worried. He even confidently puffed out his chest pointed to himself and said, "Miss Brittany, don't even worry about it. When I was at the Magic Association, I used the name Chen Luo, so there's no way they can figure out my real identity." After hearing his explanation, Brittany could finally chill out a little. Feeling like a massive weight had been lifted off her shoulders, she let out a huge sigh of relief. "Okay, that's good then." But deep down, she was thinking to herself, "It's a good thing I didn't say that out loud." But she still had this nagging feeling she was missing a super important detail. Just as that thought hit her, Brittany suddenly froze, realizing with absolute horror, "Wait, what did you just say?" Her shriek was so high-pitched that a bird flying by got spooked and nearly fell out of the sky. Immediately, Brittany backed Chen Luo against the wall, getting right up in his personal space. She interrogated him in a shaky voice. "Bray, are you that Chen Luo, the Chen Luo who solved 23 impossible problems all at once?" Facing Brittany's shocked and intense face, Chen Luo replied super casually, "Yep, that's me. It's because the Magic Association's variant magic costs a ridiculous amount of money. I didn't have any other way to get some cash." After hearing this, Brittany could only clutch her face and scream on the inside, her whole body feeling like it was about to explode. Just because he was short on money, he went and completely solved all the impossible problems that had stumped the entire kingdom of Nolan for years, a total of 23 puzzles, which led to 11 brand new theorems. That mysterious genius nicknamed Luo Shen turned out to be her very own student. Seeing her totally freaking out like two different people were fighting inside her head, and with that super weird look in her eyes, Brian just had to ask, Miss Brittany, you good?" All of a sudden, Brittany's eyes went ice cold. Her whole vibe just crashed, and her voice was all heavy and sad like she was about to start crying. "Brian, when it comes to magic or math, I just can't be your teacher anymore. My math teacher is like one of the biggest brainiacs in the entire kingdom, but honestly, I bet even he's got nothing left to teach you." But then like a second later, she totally snapped out of it, her eyes lighting up with this hopeful look as she smiled. "But for magic, I know she can help you because besides being a genius scholar, she's also a super famous archmage. I'm going to ask her to take you as her student." Seeing how passionate his teacher was, Brian felt his face get hot. and he was so touched he just said, "Yes, ma'am." At the same time, a thought popped into his head. If I become Miss Brittany's teacher's student, does that make Miss Brittany my senior? Plus, this master is the legendary Archmage on the same level as the head of the kingdom's entire magic association. While he was totally lost in thought, the girl standing next to him was still smiling like the sun was out. Brian balled up his fists without thinking, his face flushing red and his eyes sparkling with excitement, as he finally asked the question he'd been dying to ask. And Miss Brittany, if you're already an Archmage's student, why are you still at this academy? But Miss Brittany didn't answer him right away. She just gave his head a little pat and smiled. Don't worry, I'll tell you my story someday for real. The sun was beaming down on the 3-story villa, which had this classic Western vibe and a massive balcony. Brian shut the door behind him and stepped into the foyer, feeling some seriously expensive carpet under his feet. Suddenly, a hand shot out, grabbed his wrist, and yanked him into the house, totally catching him by surprise. Hold up! Isabella, the one who'd just dragged him in, started grilling him immediately. Brian didn't answer right away. He just stared at the door with this far-off look, probably replaying the promise he just made to Miss Brittany in his head. Brian remembered the moment Miss Brittany put a hand on his shoulder, her voice dead serious. Brian, promise me you will not tell a single other person about this. Not even Isabella and Alice, unless you know they both become your wives someday. Taking that warning seriously, Brian had to look away, totally avoiding Isabella's stare, and tried to play it cool like nothing was up. He just shrugged. It's nothing. Obviously, Isabella wasn't buying it for a second, and her face totally darkened with anger when she knew he was lying. Are you seriously lying to me right now? I've never seen Miss Brittany act so weird about saying goodbye. Brian, tell me the truth. Did you just confess your feelings to her? Brian slapped a hand over her mouth, whispering all mysteriously, "Shh, not so loud. Keep it down." Being so close all of a sudden made Isabella blush. What are you doing? She looked super annoyed, squirming and making muffled noises, trying to protest, but Brian kept his hand clamped over her mouth so she couldn't make a sound. All the while, his eyes were glued to the front door like he'd seen something. After a second, Brian slowly moved his hand. Do you really want to know what Miss Brittany and I talked about? He thought to himself, guess this is the only play I've got. Isabella just puffed out her cheeks, crossed her arms, and said with a total attitude, "Fine, spit it out. Let's hear how you're gonna spin this one." Brian stood up straight, looked right at Isabella, and started his story in a dead serious voice. Miss Brittany asked me with this really intense look on her face. He said right before dropping a total bombshell of a question. Who do you like more, Isabella or Alice? Hearing that, Isabella just froze, her mind completely racing, and her face turned bright red. Huh! She was completely stunned, like her brain just short-circuited. You're lying. What are you even talking about? That's insane. After she said that, both of them just stood there in silence, facing each other without saying a word. The vibe got super awkward and quiet until Isabella finally broke the silence. So, what was your answer? Brian answered without even hesitating. I told Miss Brittany that I'm dedicating my whole life to magic. Hearing that, Isabella's whole face just lit up, all the anger from before completely vanishing. It was replaced by this knowing little smile as she said softly, "Oh, is that right?" With that, Isabella reached out and gently touched Brian's cheek, before suddenly pinching it hard. Her mood did a total 180 as she yelled, "You are so full of it." Hey, can you be serious for 1 second? You actually lied to my face? Brian quickly threw his hands up in surrender. Whoa, chill out. I was just messing with you. My bad, okay? Isabella then conjured a freaking fireball in her hand, her expression getting serious as she grilled him. Brian, I'm giving you one last chance. Start talking for real. He stared at the intensely glowing fireball, started sweating bullets, waving his hands like a madman. Okay, I'll talk. For real, just chill. We can totally figure this out. Blair was scrambling to calm her down, even making this huge heart with his hands. Look, I was totally straight with Miss Brittany. To me, Alice is just an upperclassman I look up to. And you, Isabella, are the friend I care about most. Here, another heart, I swear it's real. Please believe me. He gave this awkward laugh, trying to smooth things over his stomach, twisting into knots, seeing her still looking so sus. But Isabella wasn't buying it. She propped her chin on her hand, her brow all furrowed as she thought, okay, so Alice is an upperclassman and I'm just a friend. So the person Blair actually likes has to be... She thought about it for a second. Then out of nowhere, her whole vibe changed and she just stormed off, hitting him with a cold on her way out, leaving the poor guy standing there totally clueless. Meanwhile, Isabella was staring at the ground, totally fuming. Are you kidding me? So he really does like Miss Brittany more. As for Blair, he was just left scratching his head, completely lost. Dude, I was literally trying to compliment her. Why did she get so mad? Whatever, at least I dodged that bullet. Phew. Back at the academy, a bunch of students were huddled up outside the classroom. An upperclassman in the group pointed inside and started spilling the tea. See that guy? That's Blair. Word is during the last training mission, he took down a high-level mage all by himself to save both Alice and Isabella. Blair, just trying to chill in class, could only let out a huge sigh. I'm not some exhibit at the zoo, you guys. Why is everyone staring? But the crowd outside just kept buzzing. Whoa, so that's the legend himself. And did you hear about the exam? Like about his insane fireball spell. Just then, this gorgeous girl appeared, walking right through the crowd with total confidence, heading straight for Blair's classroom. And surprise, it was Alice. She gave this perfect smile as she walked in, thinking, Blair's still the center of attention, I see. He noticed the whispering outside had just stopped. All that chatter was gone, so he looked up totally confused. Huh, why'd it get so quiet all of a sudden? Guess they left. But nope, the crowd was still there. It was just that a total goddess had arrived. Alice walked right up to Blair's desk and pulled a chair up next to him. It all happened so fast before he could even process what was going on. His face was suddenly pressed against something super soft and bouncy. Whoa, this feels familiar. Before Blair could even get his bearings, Alice's teasing voice cut through. Well, Blair, is this your special way of saying hello to everyone? Her comment made him turn bright red, cause he knew exactly where his face had just landed. Blair! His face was practically a tomato as he tried to stammer out an explanation. I swear I didn't mean to. It was a total accident. But Alice was not letting him off that easy. Oh, so you hurt me, and it was just an accident. Blair immediately clasped his hands together, totally panicked. I'm so sorry, seriously, my bad for hurting you. A million apologies. Alice just covered her mouth to hide a giggle, her smile totally lighting up the room. Then she just casually pulled out a book. I'm just messing with you, but for real, I do need a favor, Blair. She gave him this super sweet smile and slid the book over. It's this. I have these 2 magic problems that are totally stumping me, so I had to come bug you again. Sorry to be a pain. Blair took the book, a weird little smirk on his face. Nah, it's no big deal, piece of cake. At that exact moment, the gossip crew outside started buzzing all over again. Did you see that Alice and Blair are practically attached at the hip? Outside, the crowd was pushing and shoving, trying to get a better look at the drama. It's so obvious Blair's rep as the upperclassman charmer is legit. His game is insane. Both of the school's queen bees are totally into him. Just when things were getting super tense, a voice cut in from behind. What's with the huddle, guys? The group of guys practically jumped out of their skin and spun around. The second they saw it was Isabella. Every single one of them started blushing like crazy. One of the braver guys actually spoke up. Isabella, you here to see Blair? She shot a look over at the classroom, her brow scrunching up. You already know the answer, so why even ask? And just like that, Isabella was face to face with Alice. The second their eyes met, you could feel the tension crackle in the air. Look who's talking, Alice said, raising an eyebrow. Don't even try to tell me you're into Blair too. That's hilarious. Isabella shot back instantly. Alice, stop talking crazy. Who in their right mind would like a guy like Blair? But Alice obviously wasn't buying it. She leaned in closer to Isabella with this look like she could see right through her, which just made Isabella's blood boil. Alice tilted her chin up all smug. So what if I do? Then she dropped the bomb. That's right. I like Blair. Got a problem with it. Isabella's mind just went static. The only thing she could hear was that one question. Since when do you like Blair? How did you keep that a secret? Alice just met her shocked look with a challenging smirk. Then she pushed harder. So if you're not into Blair, then you won't have a problem with me going for him, right? Isabella looked at the floor, mumbling, even if I don't, it's not like you'd ever have a chance with him anyway. Brian's already into someone, but hearing that Alice was like totally unfazed. So I'll just have to compete fair and square. Isabella just sighed. It's so pointless. You can't win against her, so don't even bother. But Alice just got this super intense look and said real slow, Listen, Isabella, even if you wanted to fight me for Brian, you don't have to get all salty about it. I'm never giving up. At that, Isabella totally snapped. She whipped around and stormed off, yelling back, like I'd ever want to. If you want to like him, go for it. It's got nothing to do with me. And with that, she stomped into class and slammed down into the seat next to Brian, totally fuming. She muttered, Seriously, what's with this never give up drama? Even I don't have a shot, so where does Alice get off being so confident? Brian, sitting right there, saw the whole thing and got a super bad feeling. He gulped, thinking to himself, Uh-oh, what did I do to set this monster off today? Suddenly, Isabella just exploded, slamming her hand on the desk and yelling, Brian, I need to ask you something. If you had to choose between me and Alice, who would you pick? Answer right now. You can only choose one. Our boy's face went totally blank as he screamed internally, Oh my God, not this again. Why do I always have to answer these stupid questions? Meanwhile, Isabella's death glare pretty much said, If you don't give me an answer, don't even think about getting any peace. Hurry up and talk. No dodging. Brian could only throw his hands up, looking totally confused. But why do I have to choose between you two? Isabella slammed the desk again with a loud bang, yelling, I told you to choose, so just choose. Quit asking so many questions. The poor guy buried his face in his desk and groaned. In that case, I choose magic. She immediately shut him down. Not allowed. Magic is not an option. You only have 2 options. One is me and the other is Alice. All of a sudden, he lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with hope. Then can we add another option? Isabella snapped. Add who, or should I just add Miss Brittany to the mix? Hey, that wouldn't be cool. That's disrespectful to Miss Brittany. She frowned, completely out of patience. Then just hurry up and decide. Then totally out of left field, he gave an answer no one could have predicted. How about I choose both? This was like throwing gasoline on a fire, making Isabella even more furious. Of course not. Brian had no other move, so he clasped his hands and begged, "Then if I choose you, can you lend me some gold coins?" At this point, Isabella couldn't hold it in anymore. Her face was bright red with anger, her eyes blazing like they could shoot fire. "Brian, are you going to get serious right now or not?" The guy chuckled awkwardly, finally getting to the real question. So what you mean is if I had to choose you or Alice to be my lifelong partner, who would I pick, is that it? Since he'd called her out, Isabella puffed out her cheeks and turned away, looking kinda embarrassed now. "Think whatever you want." Brian didn't hesitate for a single second, pointing right at her and casually declaring, "I choose you." Isabella was both surprised and secretly thrilled. So she asked why. He then crossed his arms aside and answered, "Does a thing like that even need a reason? I mean Alice, that upperclassman? Besides being more mature than you, sweeter than you, and having a more developed personality than you, how else is she better?" She froze for 5 seconds, feeling like 3 invisible daggers just went straight through her heart. More mature than me, gentler than me, and her chest is bigger than mine. Without saying a word, Isabella raised her hand and gave Brian a huge slap, leaving a bright red 5-fingered print right on his cheek. And yet the guy just had this totally clueless look on his face, silently wondering, what happened? Did I say something wrong? Defeated. Brian could only sit back down. As he was reading and letting out a huge sigh, a familiar voice called out, "Bray, you're here!" Bray looked up and saw it was Toby, who had just shown up waving excitedly at him. "Bray, I heard this crazy rumor that you saved Senior Isabella and Alice from Lithona too?" Ignoring his best friend's hyped-up face, Bray just replied without any energy. "Yeah, I guess you could say that." Toby was so wound up he started waving his arms all over the place. "What do you mean you guess so? That was a high-level mage. Bray, how on earth did you do it?" The guy pretended to be deep in thought, but really he was just trying to cook up some epic story in his head. Toby was listening super closely, not even daring to blink, only to get totally blindsided when Bray casually said he couldn't remember leaving his friend completely floored. Toby was on the verge of tears, practically on his knees, begging, "I'm pleading with you, Bray. Please try to remember how you defeated Lithona. He's a high-level mage, for crying out loud. He's someone who can take a life with just a flick of his finger. How could you—" Not remember a single detail of a moment that heroic, right? Seeing his friend pleading so hard, Bray finally caved, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "All right, let me try to recall." And so, he began to spin this tale about his face-off with the high-level mage. It went down like this. When Lithona used that fireball spell to attack us in that exact moment, an idea just popped into my head. "Wouldn't it be awesome if I could just drain all of his energy and magic?" The image Bray was painting in his head was of him using his bare hands to absorb all the power from Lithona's spell. So, I literally poured every ounce of my strength and will into sucking up that fireball. After that, we both just hit the deck totally wiped. And just like that, Lithona's magic was gone. Then I blacked out. Toby's eyes went wide when he heard that. He grabbed Bray's hand, totally starstruck. "Bray, that's insane. What do you even call that spell that just eats other magic? Can you teach me, please?" But Bray just shook his head. "Dude, I wish. Ever since I woke up, I haven't been able to pull it off again, so I've got nothing to teach you. But I did give it a name. I'm calling it the Grand Art of Energy Devouring." Then Bray leaned in and whispered, "I'll tell you the steps, though. You can try it out at home, and who knows, maybe you'll actually get this crazy magic to work." Toby looked kinda doubtful, though. "But I'm not brave like you. Even if I learn the Grand Art of Energy Devouring, if I go up against someone like Lithona, I'll just totally freeze." Bray threw an arm around Toby's shoulder and tapped his own chest like a boss. "You gotta remember this, man. It doesn't matter how strong they are. If you've got that do-or-die fire inside you, anything can happen. I totally believe in you." It was like Toby got a sudden shot of confidence. He grinned back and was like, "Thanks, Bray. I'm gonna give learning the Grand Art of Energy Devouring everything I've got." Then something clicked in Toby's head like, "Oh yeah. So because of that whole thing with Lithona at the last practice, that wall, you know, the one I told you about, the school totally blocked it off. Said it was for student safety or whatever." Hearing that, it was like a lightning bolt hit his brain. He froze for a sec, then just shot up and started walking off, leaving Toby totally confused. "Hey, what's up?" Toby yelled after him. Chen Luo just called back over his shoulder, all rushed. "I'm heading to the Magic Association, not grabbing a bite." Toby was just left there, scratching his cheek, completely lost. He was like, why is this dude freaking out about getting food anyway in front of the super clean white gates of the Magic Association? A figure in a black cloak and mask showed up. He slipped silently into the huge main hall, went right up to the front desk, and said in this low voice, "I need to see Deacon Lily." The receptionist's whole vibe changed instantly. She was all smiles. "Right this way, sir. I'll show you to Deacon Lily's office." Then her eyes accidentally landed on the symbol on Chen Luo's cloak, and something clicked. The honorary member pin of the Magic Association. Okay, so this guy was a total VIP who'd done some major stuff for the association. She could not mess this up. Thinking that, she got even more formal, leading him right to the office door and giving this deep bow. "My Lord Mage, this is Deacon Lily's office." "I'll be on my way now. Please go right in." "I know. You can go," Chen Luo said, kinda brushing her off as he pushed the door open. The first thing he saw was a room just packed with perfect white flowers. They were all blooming like crazy. Then he heard a soft little ah. In the middle of all the flowers, a super cute girl with bright blue hair was sitting on the floor. She looked up, her sparkly blue eyes wide with surprise at Chen Luo. The white flowers around her just made her look even more innocent and pretty. Everything went dead quiet. He was standing, she was sitting, and they just stared at each other without saying a word. Finally, to break the silence, Chen Luo did this whole Prince Charming thing and knelt down, holding out his hand to help her up. Here, let me help you. Jasmine took his hand, let him pull her to her feet, and then asked, totally surprised, Mr. Chen Luo, what are you doing here? Chen Luo just calmly said, I came to see you. He checked out her new outfit and added, that look is totally working for you. Congrats on the promotion, Deacon Lily. The girl just gave it this awkward little laugh. It's just, these new shoes are kinda high and I'm still getting used to them, Jasmine explained. Then all of a sudden, Chen Luo took her hand and gently pulled her a little closer, and that's when he saw a scratch on her arm. He immediately grabbed her arm with both hands, looking at it super closely. Did you fall because of the shoes? She yanked her arm back fast. Jasmine got all flustered. I was just being clumsy and I tripped. I wear heels to look more, professional. You don't have to worry, Mr. Chen Luo. Chen Luo suddenly pointed at Jasmine, a big impressed smile on his face. You really are a hard worker. You're totally living up to the hype, Manager Lily. The girl kinda shyly pushed up her glasses. It's really no big deal. Chen Luo then leaned in, his voice getting a little playful. All right, then let me ask my awesome money manager, my super reliable manager. What's the final take from that last upgraded magic spell, hearing that Jasmine handed him a report? Here's the profit report for your upgraded water element magic. It just came in from the capital. The grand total is 800 gold coins. That number made Chen Luo's eyes lock onto the report like they were glowing. He was thinking no way that upgraded water magic could make that much bank. Too bad this is a one-time cash cow, he thought, still staring at the report so hard he could have burned a hole through it. Because once everyone figures out you can't learn combo magic unless you're born with the talent, nobody's gonna be dumb enough to buy it again. Chen Luo snapped the report shut. He totally balled it up, gripping it tight in his fist. All right, where's the gold? I'm cashing out everything right now. Jasmine super chill just said, it's all right here in this office. I'm just gonna fire up the magic circle to get the gold for you. As soon as she said that, she started the spell, and instantly the whole place was glowing with this insane golden vibe. From the middle of the circle, gold coins started pouring out like a waterfall. This crazy huge pile of shiny gold stacked up super fast, looking exactly like a legit mini mountain of gold. Chen Luo was totally shook, just muttering, no way, there's this much. Completely zoned out and thought it was kinda weird. Is something up? Is there a problem with the gold? Chen Luo just stroked his chin, trying to look all deep and thoughtful. Nah, it's cool. It's just a lot of cash. Seriously overwhelming. If I haul this treasure chest home, I have no clue where I'd even stash it. Seeing his problem, she came up with an idea. If you're cool with it, why don't you let me hang on to it for you for now? You can basically open an account here, and anything you buy from the association can just come straight out of this. Chen Luo was so stoked to hear that his eyes totally lit up as he nodded like crazy. That's actually perfect. I was gonna spend it here at the Magic Association anyway. So yeah, please keep an eye on it for me. Jasmine smiled, starting to gather the gold. You got it, Mr. Chen Luo. With that settled, he gave a wave. All right, I think that's everything. I'm gonna head out now. Jasmine quickly jumped in. Let me walk you out. Chen Luo just gave a chill smile and waved her off. Nah, it's fine. We'll be seeing each other again real soon anyway. After all, this place still has a treasure that's basically made for me. He was practically drooling just thinking about it. And the treasure he was talking about was, of course, the association's magic vault and its literal mountain of gold. He figured he'd just let the pot get sweeter before coming back for it. Too bad Jasmine had no clue what was really going on in his head. She heard his super vague comment and took it in a totally different way, which made her blush like crazy. The question just kept replaying in her mind. Treasure. What on earth could he mean by that? Meanwhile, Chen Luo was back home, tossing and turning, totally wide awake. He mumbled to himself, guess combo magic only gets you so far with cash. He flopped over, shoving his face into his pillow. The reward for cracking those 23 impossible problems is basically mine. So what's the next hustle? He was totally stumped and couldn't get to sleep. But right after thinking that, he let out a massive yawn. And just like that, he was out dreaming a pretty awesome dream. In it, Chen Luo was back at the Magic Association, and what do you know, he bumps into the same receptionist. Only this time, he wasn't bothering with the whole cloak and mask disguise. Chen Luo strolled right up to the front desk in the middle of the huge hall and basically announced, I'm the one who took Leon out of the picture, so fork over the reward money already. But even with him being so extra, the receptionist was super chill. She just asked softly, but that's a ton of reward money. Are you sure you want it all for yourself? Standing in what was basically a swimming pool of shiny gold, Chen Luo just laughed and was like, I'll take every last bit. There's no amount of gold in the world I can't handle. Then boom, an ice-cold coin scraped his cheek. But Chen Luo just stood there all proud in his money mountain. He could feel cash literally raining down on him, and he started to get a weird feeling about it. More and more gold coins kept falling, but they were getting all frosty. The whole money pile turned into a giant block of ice, but he was still clinging to it, whining, "It's so freezing. So cold, I gotta find Isabella to warm me up." Everything in front of him started to get blurry and melt away. Then he felt a warm hand on his cheek gently shaking him awake. But Chen Luo was still totally out of it from the dream. "It's so cold." He slowly cracked his eyes open and saw Isabella's face like right there. He shot straight up and screamed, "My cash," which totally freaked Isabella out and made her jump. The dream was gone and he was just sitting there on his bed all confused. Reality hit him like a ton of bricks. The huge mountain of gold from his dream had completely vanished. "Oh, my gold." After the second, Chen Luo rubbed his eyes and asked Isabella, still half asleep, "Why are you in my room?" She looked worried and said, "What do you think I came to wake you up? Someone's been waiting outside for you forever." Isabella just looked at him all sleepy and yawning and was like, "And you just keep mumbling about money. You must have been having some crazy dream again." Chen Luo kicked off the blanket and stumbled out of bed, asking all tired, "Who's here this early?" And that's when she totally realized he wasn't wearing PJs, just his boxers. Isabella's face went completely red. She stammered, "You," then pointed right at him and yelled, You, how could you not be wearing anything?" He just gave her a lazy look and was like, "Then get out so I can change." But Isabella, being stubborn, shot back, "I'm not going anywhere. You're getting dressed right now. I have to stay and make sure you do it. Someone's still waiting." Then she made a big show of covering her eyes, but totally left a little gap between her fingers to peek while Chen Luo got dressed. She was thinking, "Whoa, how did I never notice this blind dude was so ripped? Those muscles are no joke." Right then, he whipped his head around and asked, "Why are you still just standing there zoning out? Let's go." Out in the living room, Miss Brittany and the guys from the Magic Association were already hanging out. The second he saw Blair, President Kelvin totally jumped to his feet to greet him. "Your Excellency Blair." All 5 of them crashed in the living room. Blair and the 2 girls sat on one side with the 2 dudes from the Magic Association across the coffee table. President Calvin was the first to speak. "First off, I had to come and give a massive congrats to you 2, Blair and Brittany. You guys are the winners of this year's Edwin Award," he said, totally beaming at Vice President Audrey. "I've been on the Edwin Award committee for like forever, but this is legit the first time I've seen the judges 100% on the same page. It was a total slam dunk. I didn't have to convince them at all." Hearing that, Vice President Audrey was nodding like crazy. "He's not kidding. The paper Your Excellency Blair submitted for the award was a total game changer. Even the head honcho was singing your praises." Blair automatically glanced over at Isabella, who was just glowing next to him. She looked so happy, and he couldn't help but smile to himself. This award, which had 0 prize money, didn't even compare to making Isabella this happy. If he'd known, he would have just brought her along. At least when she's in a good mood, she might toss him a few bucks to upgrade his meals. Just then, President Calvin looked like he remembered something. "Oh right, I noticed that Your Excellency Brittany has cracked 2 of the bounty problems recently, and the way you solved them felt super familiar." Hearing this, Brittany turned and gave Blair's shoulder a little pat, smiling as she said, "President Calvin, you've got a seriously sharp eye. Honestly, I just built on Blair's idea from when he solved that 7 bridges problem back in the Capitol." President Calvin's face immediately lit up with understanding. "That explains everything. Your Excellency Blair, your talent for math is just insane. The whole process for solving the 7 bridges problem in the Capitol, we all totally got it. But taking that idea and using it to solve other problems like Miss Brittany did is next level stuff." Brittany got a little shy and rubbed her ear. "Not at all. I'm just playing around and learning. I've just been deep in my research lately." President Calvin's whole vibe suddenly got more serious. "Hold on. That topology theory that's been making waves lately? Was that you?" She was totally straight up about it. "Yeah, that's right. But for real, the core idea for topology came from Blair a long time ago. He's the one who basically started this whole branch of math." President Calvin spoke up again. "I have total faith in Your Excellency Blair's skills and in Your Excellency Brittany's passion for math. With you 2 teaming up, I'm sure topology is going to become a whole legit field of study super fast." Blair picked up his water and took a sip, thinking to himself that topology is a huge cornerstone of modern math. How were he and Miss Brittany supposed to figure out this entire system by themselves? Just then, Vice President Audrey chirped up, saying something that made him literally choke on his water. It would be awesome if His Excellency Chen Luo could also jump in on the topology research, cause he's Lu Shen, the one who solved all 23 of those insane problems. President Calvin quickly put a hand on his vice president's shoulder to stop him. "Whoa, chill out. The math gods have blessed us. Everything we have right now is the most perfect setup." Isabella immediately started patting the coughing Blair on the back. "Are you okay?" Then she just innocently said what she was thinking. No matter how much of a genius that Lu Shen guy is, nobody even knows where to find him. So I think Blair and Miss Brittany are way more of a sure thing. After he finally got his breath back, he put his glass on the table and said, "We've held you guys up long enough, President Calvin and Vice President Audrey. You 2 must be crazy busy, so we won't keep you any longer." President Calvin quickly shot back, No, we're the ones who dropped in on you. Adrian and I will get out of your hair now." After they saw their guests out, A glass of water and a dish that looked super delicious were still on the table. Isabella immediately grabbed her glass of water. She threw her head back and chugged the whole thing in one go. This made Brittany sitting next to her ask all confused, "Isabella, what's up with you?" All Isabella could do was frantically fan her mouth trying to deal with the insane spice. "What in the world did you put in this? It's so spicy, I'm literally going to die." Meanwhile, Blair calmly picked up a piece, popped it in his mouth, and just casually replied, "I just added a kind of spicy herb seasoning." Isabella winced, her face all scrunched up from the heat. "What the heck is a spicy herb seasoning?" Blair gestured over to the potted plant on the table. "It's that one. I think it's delicious." Isabella just stared, completely floored. "Huh, are you messing with me? That's obviously a 5-colored horned flower. It's for decoration." "How on earth did you even know it was spicy?" Brittany just gave a little smile and said gently, "Next time if you're out of something, just let me know, okay? It's a good thing that plant was actually edible. Because if you were this reckless again, I'd hate to think what would happen." Blair said with a smile, putting a piece of food in her bowl. "It's not like that. I know exactly what it is. Go on, eat. It's totally fine." Seeing this, Isabella got super jealous, pointing at her own bowl and pouting, "Hey, I want some too, put some in my bowl." He just casually pointed at the glass of waters on the table. Like, maybe you should stick to water instead. If you can't hang with the spicy stuff, don't force it. You're obviously not feeling it, so you should probably drink some warm water. Hearing that totally set her off. "Listen, I'm the one paying the bill, so you're gonna listen to me." Seeing the two were about to get into it again, Brittany just smiled sweetly and poured her some water. Okay, just listen to Brian. Sweetie, look at how much that spice is getting to you." Isabella felt so attacked. "What, you're taking his side too, teacher?" The girl shyly bit the end of her chopstick and mumbled, "But Miss Brittany, I actually think this spicy flavor is awesome. It's seriously delicious." Brittany then secretly gave Brian a little wink. Either way, Isabella went out of her way to buy this rabbit dish to celebrate us winning the Edwin Award. "Just let her have this one." That totally calmed her down and she perked right up. "Miss Brittany, you're literally the best, you rock." The guy took a sip of water and said quietly, "I never said she couldn't eat it." Isabella immediately slid her glass toward the teacher, grinning like crazy. "Miss Brittany, I want ice in my water too." Brian instantly shut that down. "Nope, absolutely no ice for her." Isabella frowned and shot back, "But you're drinking it." He just turned away and lazily replied, "Have you ever heard of taking care of yourself?" A few ice cubes got dropped into her glass anyway, and she gulped it down super happily. Brian could only watch, totally helpless, without saying another word. Of course, after the meal, Isabella was all curled up in bed, shivering under the blankets. "Ugh, why does my stomach hurt so bad all of a sudden?" Just then, Brian came in with a glass of warm brown sugar water. He put it on her nightstand, and Isabella, clutching her stomach in pain, asked, "What is this stuff? It looks so weird." Brian kept it short. "It's brown sugar water I made. It'll help with the cramps." She picked up the glass, looking totally skeptical. "What kind of brown sugar water looks like blood? That's so nasty," she grumbled. "Seriously, you're worried about the color right now. If you don't want it, I'll just take it back." Isabella quickly grabbed the glass. "Wait, I never said I wasn't going to drink it. Don't be so dramatic." Then she took a tiny, careful sip. "Whoa, it's actually sweet." In the end, Isabella chugged the entire glass of brown sugar water Brian had brought. She held her stomach, completely surprised. "OMG, it's actually working. My stomach totally stopped cramping." After giving her the drink, Brian wasn't planning on sticking around. "There's no one else either. You should really pay more attention to your health. You've seemed kinda off lately." "I've got stuff to do, so I'm heading out." Seeing him grab the empty glass to leave, Isabella quickly called out, "Wait a sec, don't go yet. I have to ask you something." Brian turned back around. Isabella hesitated for a second. It was true her body had been feeling all weird lately, but how would Mr. Blair know about that? Something felt super off. "Why did I even stop him? Ugh, how can I be so shameless and ask about this asterisk?" Isabella's face turned beet red as she stammered, finally getting the words out. I wanted to ask, when someone first becomes a mage, what element do they learn?" The second the words left her mouth, she wanted to facepalm so hard. "Oh my god, I'm pretty sure Blair already told me this before, didn't he?" Meanwhile, he just answered super casually, "Oh, so that's what you wanted to ask. I ended up deciding to study water-type magic." Isabella was totally floored. "Wait, didn't you say you wanted to be a fire mage before?" Blair just calmly replied, "I changed my mind. Even though fire-type magic has insane destructive power, its defense is a huge weakness. On the other hand, water-type magic gets way more well-rounded later on with awesome offense and defense. In terms of balance, I think water-type is a better fit for me." He calculated in his head. "Water-type magic is totally underrated, and that's exactly the advantage. I can wear a water-type magic robe for a stealth effect, then pretend I'm casting a water ball spell. And then bam, unleash a blue water ball. That's the real game changer." Hearing this, Isabella clenched her fists, declaring with total conviction, "In that case, I'll study fire-type." Blair asked in surprise. "Didn't you want to study levitation and plan on specializing in wind-type later? Why the sudden 180? She replied firmly, "Because in the early game, The combat power of fire type is way stronger than water type magic. That way I can protect you until you become a high-level mage. Hearing this, Blair just burst out laughing. Protect me? Your main specialty will affect your whole life. Don't make such a rash decision. But before he could finish, she cut him right off. I've already decided. Blair looked straight into Isabella's eyes, and the two just stared at each other in silence. Seeing her unshakable determination, Isabella suddenly dropped her gaze. Blair, don't you trust me? Blair stepped forward and gently patted her head. You should worry about protecting yourself first. Time went by, and on a super bright and sunny day, Brittany with a huge smile slid some ridiculously hard math problems over. Blair, could you help me with these? I've been staring at them for days and have gotten literally nowhere. Blair took the papers. All right, let me give it a shot. Isabella, who had been standing there silently, suddenly said, Then I'm gonna head back to the magic training room first, and turned to leave. Brittany asked curiously, What's up with Isabella lately? She's not as super clingy with you as she used to be. She was just thinking out loud. Like back in the day, she totally would have stuck around to help us with this stuff instead of ditching us to practice magic all by herself. He just kind of smiled and said, It's because she's finally getting serious. She's going all in on her magic practice. At the same time, Isabella was hiding by the door, peeking in and making a promise to herself. I have to get stronger and I have to do it fast. That's the only way I can stand by Blair's side. Right now, I'm still way too weak. Inside the training room, Isabella was grinding away at her magic practice. Suddenly, Alice threw the door open and asked, Is Blair in here? The random question totally threw Isabella off her game and she turned to look. Alice just raised an eyebrow. Why are you the only one here? Where's Blair? Isabella looked down and muttered. Blair's in Miss Brittany's office. They're working on some crazy hard math problems. If you want to join them, you can head over there. Hearing that, Alice put on a big act, covering her mouth. Oh, if that's the case, I won't go bother them. I actually had some amazing news for Blair, but I guess I'll just have to tell you first. Alice thought to herself, getting seriously annoyed. What is up with Isabella lately? I totally dropped Blair's name to get a reaction, and she didn't even get mad. With that thought, she decided to push her buttons some more, whipping out a certificate to rub in her face. Oh, look at this! I'm the very first student at Street Donudis Academy to be promoted to a novice mage. So what about you? I wonder how long it'll take you to get this. Isabella reached out for the certificate, her eyes turning ice cold. Perfect timing. Let me test out my fireball spell. Alice snatched the certificate back, snapping, Isabella, are you insane? All you do every single day is practice that fireball spell. Did you burn all your feelings away or something? With that, Alice stormed off in a huff. Isabella just looked sadly out the window, whispering, a novice mage. Winter came and snow started to fall, covering everything in white. Isabella, wearing a red sweater, stood by the window just staring out. It's already snowing on the first day of winter break. She balled her fists, her eyes filled with determination. Even if it's snowing, I have to start my journey. At the front door, Chen Luo was already waiting for her in a red scarf. Surrounded by all the white snow, the second Isabella stepped outside, he turned to lead the way, his voice full of confidence. I knew you'd come. Let's go. She rushed to stop him. You don't have to come. It's freezing out here. You should just stay home. I can go by myself. Chen Luo just smiled and said, It's no big deal. I was planning on getting my beginner-level mage certification anyway. It'll be way more fun if we go together. Isabella was so shocked she had to cover her mouth. What, your spiritual power is already strong enough to do beginner-level magic? To prove it, he cast a simple water spell right in front of her and said casually, Yep, I finished learning all the beginner-level magic for all 4 elements a few days ago, Chen Luo thought to himself. To be real, this beginner-level mage certification isn't that impressive, but at least it works as a form of ID. Dressed in her water element cloak, Isabella walked along behind him. She called out softly, Blair. Chen Luo turned back confused. What's up? Isabella's expression suddenly got super serious, which was so not like her. I have something I need to ask you. Hearing her serious tone, he literally felt a shiver run down his spine. He broke into a cold sweat. Oh great, here we go again. The two of them just stood there looking at each other as the snow fell. The whole vibe suddenly got super tense. Isabella finally broke the silence. Blair, how is your spiritual power getting so strong so fast? A million questions were swirling in her head. It was so obvious that when they first met, Blair couldn't even summon one little fireball. And now, after just 1 semester, Isabella's expression got dark. He's not just strong enough to get a beginner-level mage certification, but he's also mastered the beginner magic of all 4 elements. She didn't even notice she was clenching her fists. Once he's officially a beginner-level mage, the gap between me and Blair is just going to get even bigger. Seeing the look on her face, Chen Luo gave her a warm smile. Everyone learns magic at their own pace. Don't stress about it so much. He moved in closer, gently patting her head. Just you wait. When I become a high-level mage, I'll definitely protect you. Isabella's face turned bright red as she brushed his hand away. Who needs your protection? For all you know, I might become a high-level mage before you do. Not one to back down, he shot back. No way. It'll totally be me first. You just wait. And like that. The two of them bickered the whole way to the Magic Association. When they got there, Isabella made a beeline for the stairs. The fire element mage certification is on the second floor. I'm gonna go up. I'll find you when I'm done. Chen Luo gave her a thumbs up to cheer her on. Good luck. Just then, a guide walked over to him with a friendly smile. Hello, sir. Mr. Bradley had some urgent business pop up and has been gone for the past few days. Because of that, today's beginner-level water magic certification will be handled by Lord Zas. Lord Zas is known for having crazy high standards, so you should probably brace yourself. Chen Luo could only scratch his head and give a nervous smile. Got it. Thanks. After she spoke, the guide raised her hand to knock on the door. Lord Zas, there's a gentleman here for the beginner-level mage certification. A deep voice rumbled from inside the room. Send him in. This was the water magic certification area. The moment he stepped into the room, he spotted this dude sitting at a desk on the other side. The guy Zas flipped a page in his book without even looking up and was like, all right, hit me with a basic water spell and make it snappy. Before Zas could even flip the next page, he heard Chen Luo go done. Zas totally froze, looking up like, wait already. And when he did look up, Zas was totally shook to see the kid had made a freaking Superman head out of water just floating there. So, is this good enough, sir? Zas was completely floored. Not only was it crazy fast, but this kid also had insane control over the water's shape. Okay, that's seriously impressive, but this specific shape? The man clapped, totally amazed. Your casting speed is just unreal. Your spiritual power is super concentrated. It's obvious you've been grinding hard even way back as an apprentice. The kid just smiled back and said, thanks. But then Zas stroked his chin, looking all suspicious. Hey, have we met before? Chen Luo totally flinched and rushed to say, no way. This is literally my first time ever stepping foot in the Magic Association for my certification. The old mage was floored. What, your first time? Chen Luo was freaking out inside. Oh, I'm so dead. He's totally met the other Chen Luo. Zas jumped to his feet, his whole vibe changing as he said in this super harsh tone, your first time here and you're already going for a junior mage cert. Does that mean you're not even a magic apprentice? Why are you trying to jump the line and skip levels? Chen Luo was screaming inside. It's over. I'm toast. When I registered as a fire magic apprentice, I used the name Chen Luo, but this whole Blair identity is a clean slate. How am I supposed to explain this mess? The kid started waving his hands around like a maniac trying to explain himself. Oh, it's just that I get so caught up in my training that I totally forgot to register for the apprentice certification. The old mage's brow furrowed, his eyes practically screaming, I don't believe you. That's total bull. In the Nolan Kingdom, every single kid has to get certified as a magic apprentice the year they turn 8. He'd personally overseen like 1 million of those ceremonies. For kids, he said dead serious. And you? The fact that you don't even have apprentice status by now proves one thing. You've had 0 magic talent since you were a little kid. He pictured all these other kids grinding away at their magic, a total 180 from the Chen Luo standing in front of him. Someone with no natural talent has to rely on pure hardcore training to build up their power piece by piece. So if that's true, how could you possibly hit junior mage level before you're even 20 for a no talent? That's pretty much impossible no matter how hard you grind. Zas declared, totally confident. Oh, I get it now. You've either taken some kind of forbidden magic potion, or you've been practicing forbidden magic. Getting hit with an accusation that heavy Chen Luo was totally stunned. Whoa, what the heck? What are you even saying? But before he could finish, the old mage started casting. Save your excuses for the Council of Judges. Now zip that lying mouth of yours, Chen Luo yelled back. Hey, I wasn't even finished talking. He let out a little sigh, thinking to himself, guess I gotta chill this dude out before we can actually talk. Chen Luo threw down some water magic, whipping up a water dragon to block the attack. Is that the fire dragon technique? Zas's mind was completely blown. No way. How can a water mage use the fire dragon technique that's like a signature move for mid-level fire mages, and he just pulled it off like it was nothing? Okay, you're seriously sketchy. Realizing things were getting way out of hand, he knew he had to use his ultimate move. Looks like I'll have to use some high-level water magic, the water burial technique, to take you down. A giant orb of water started to form under his control. The water dragon's head roared and charged, and the 2 massive streams of water magic totally smashed into each other, creating this huge pillar of water that splashed everywhere. Zas got caught in the middle of it, completely soaked from head to toe. Chen Luo then asked kinda carefully, so, looks like you've chilled out a bit now, right? Please just let me explain. The whole reason I don't have my apprentice cert is because I was on the totally wrong path before. He started explaining calmly. When I was a kid, I was dead set on becoming a fire mage, but plot twist. The fire element just wasn't into me. I got absolutely nowhere, no matter how hard I tried. Chen Luo then formed a little stream of water in his hand. Then totally by accident, I found out I'm actually crazy good with water magic. So I had to start my training all over from square one, and that's why I missed the whole apprentice certification thing. He looked down at the swirling ball of water in his hand. Besides, I'm not the prodigy you think I am. For now, at least, I still haven't totally nailed the water dragon technique. Like, at best, I can only keep it going for a second before it just fizzles out. Zas kept his stone-cold expression. You really think you can fool me with a story like that? Chen Luo just put his hands on his hips and smirked. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I'm a student over at St. Donna's Academy, and my teacher is Miss Brittany. The Magic Association definitely has my file. Go ahead, look it up. You want me to walk you there or something? And with that, Zas stomped out all annoyed. I was gonna check your file anyway, but then you had to go and pull out the water dragon technique and completely sidetrack me. I'm hitting up St. Donis Academy right now, so you better not go anywhere. Old man Joseph thought to himself. Okay, anyone who can get into St. Donis has to be from a super important family or be a literal genius. Could I have been totally wrong about him? Whatever. To be safe, I should probably have someone run a background check first. Then bam, he slammed the door shut. Chen Luo could only sigh, realizing that old Joseph was also seriously hung up on his pride. Hold up, why did I think also? A moment later, the rattling doorknob totally freaked him out. Whoa, how is that old dude back so fast? But plot twist, it wasn't Joseph. It was Jasmine struggling under a huge pile of papers. Sir Joseph, here's the list of people who passed the entry-level water mage certification yesterday. Chen Luo quickly cut in. Oh, Sir Joseph just had to run out. I'm sure he'll be back soon. Jasmine totally froze. That voice. Could that be Mr. Chen Luo? She looked up, a huge smile spreading across her face. Mr. Chen Luo, what are you doing here? He scrambled to deny it. Wait, I'm not him. She was so stunned that the pile of documents she was holding crashed to the floor. She backed up completely shocked. Blair! Her cheeks went totally red. That was 100% Mr. Chen Luo's voice just now. Yep, I know what I heard. Jasmine cornered him, getting intense. Blair, you are Mr. Chen Luo, aren't you? Chen Luo frowned, taking a step back. You've got the wrong person. I'm not Blair. And I'm not some dude named Chen Luo. Right then, Isabella popped up out of thin air, her voice super cold. What in the world are you two doing? Freaking out, the two of them, who were standing way too close, whipped their heads around to see who just showed up. Chen Luo saw the totally stormy look on Isabella's face. He asked super carefully, Isabella, what are you doing here? She clenched her fists and growled, What do you mean, what am I doing here? Am I not allowed to be here or what? Right then, Jasmine cut in. I'll let this go for today, but you have to promise me one thing. Next time we see each other, you have to tell me the truth yourself. While he was hesitating, Isabella's anger just exploded as she pointed right at them. And what's more, why were you two getting all close and cozy? Are you hiding some secret thing from me? They glanced at each other and then said together, We were... Isabella didn't wait to hear the rest. She immediately threw a fire spell and flames of pure rage just erupted around her. Blair, you have some serious nerve flirting with an assistant from the Magic Association right behind my back. And to make it worse, Jasmine was still gripping Chen Luo's hand super tight, which was making him freak out even more. Stop pulling and please say something to explain what's happening. Jasmine let go of my hand. At this rate, Isabella's actually gonna set me on fire. Chen Luo cried out, totally helpless. Seriously, say something. At last, Jasmine finally spoke up. Hold on. Hi, Lady Isabella. Mr. Blair wasn't flirting with me at all. I was just ordered by my boss to come here and supervise him. I'm really sorry that this caused a misunderstanding, my lady. Hearing that, Isabella's anger just melted away, and she knelt down to help Jasmine pick up the papers that were all over the floor. But why does Blair need someone to watch him? Jasmine answered as she gathered the documents. I'm just following orders. I don't know anything else, so you'd be better off asking Mr. Blair directly. With that, she picked up the whole stack of papers and turned to leave. I still have to drop these documents off, so if you'll excuse me. Chen Luo was just stuck there, completely at a loss for words. Isabella quickly called out to her. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Did we meet at the academy? Hey, wait a sec, don't go. She then turned to him and asked, Okay, what is actually going on? Weren't you just here to get your beginner mage license? Why would someone be sent to supervise you? And that assistant, I just can't shake the feeling that I've seen her before. Chen Luo could only manage an awkward laugh. It's a long story. Basically, let me just start from the beginning. After hearing the whole crazy story, Isabella just burst out laughing. To think they'd actually use forbidden potions to mess with forbidden arts. That's such a joke. The young man just held his hands up like, what can you do? He was probably afraid I was going to make a run for it. So he called that official over to watch me. You get the picture now, right? She just smiled, showing she totally understood. Right at that moment, the doorknob started turning again. And seeing who it was, who had just walked in, Blair didn't waste a second. Lord Zaz, how's that investigation of yours coming along? The official adjusted his glasses and answered, Mr. Blair, my deepest apologies. I was being completely reckless just now. There are absolutely no problems with your identity. I really hope you can forgive how blunt I was earlier. On top of that, our president would also like to have a word with you. After he finished, he gestured to a man with white hair and made the introduction. Mr. Blair, this is our president, Lord Angus. The man who was just introduced offered a greeting, then politely held out his hand to the young man. Mr. Blair, you are a truly incredible talent. Even Zas was so shocked he couldn't believe his own eyes, which is what led to this whole unnecessary misunderstanding. This just goes to show that you're not only a genius magician, but a well-known mathematician as well. The young man quickly returned the handshake. You're flattering me, President Angus. I'm really just an ordinary person. Then the president turned to the young woman smiling and asked, Miss Isabella, what brings you here today? Isabella quickly answered, President Angus, have you already forgotten? I go to Street Donatella Academy too. You literally just asked me to join the Magic Association. Is your memory that bad? How could you forget me already? Angus just had to chuckle. Whoa, chill out, Miss Isabella, I wouldn't dare. I was just curious what you were doing here. So, are the rumors about you and Mr. Blair for real? Blair jumped in totally surprised. Wait, you're already in the Magic Association? Isabella just raised an eyebrow, all confident, duh. President Angus himself told me I've got a crazy high aptitude for magic. I'm definitely going to be a St. Magus in the future. So how about that feeling the pressure now, are we? Angus quickly jumped in to break it up. So, you two already know each other. That explains everything. I mean, anyone who can hang with Miss Isabella has got to be special. So, Mr. Blair, I'd like to formally invite you to join our Magic Association. What do you say? The guy totally lit up. Thanks for the offer. Of course I'm in. Does this mean my junior magician cert is approved then? Zas then handed him a robe and was like, my bad, this was an oversight. Here's the official robe for a junior magician and a member's medal. It'll look pretty sweet with your gear. The metal pin on the robe has a water droplet on it. You know, the symbol for the water element. You're now officially a junior water element magician. Blair took the robe super respectfully. In that moment, just touching the new magic robe made it feel like he was actually for real in this world. After those two bounced, Angus turned to Zas and asked, hey, doesn't that Mr. Blair guy look kind of familiar to you? You know, now that you mention it, President, I'm getting some major déjà vu. I just can't place where I've seen him. Meanwhile, Blair was walking down a snowy path, totally lost in his thoughts. Even though being a junior magician was a level up from an apprentice, the elementary level magic the association sold was also way more expensive. I'll probably have to burn through all my prize money from the Edwin Award just to scrape by and level up to an intermediate magician. The guy looked up at the sky thinking, if elementary magic was already this much of a ripoff, then intermediate senior or even archmage level magic, wouldn't that cost like an insane amount? Blair pressed his lips together, thinking that learning magic was a total money pit. Looked like he'd have to figure out another side hustle. Just as he was spacing out, a snowball flew out of nowhere and whacked him right on the head. From far away, Isabella's playful laugh rang out. That's what you get for not paying attention. Gotcha, loser. But Blair wasn't gonna just take that. He gathered his mana to make an even bigger snowball and yelled, oh, it's on! You're gonna regret messing with a water mage. The girl didn't even blink, fighting back with some serious fire magic. Bring it on, I'm a fire mage, you know. Get ready to get wrecked. Seeing this just made Blair even more hyped. You asked for it, so don't come crying to me later. As for how their little battle ended, picture a totally defeated Blair standing in the shower washing away his humiliation. He got torched, and I mean that literally. Isabella showed absolutely zero chill. Drying his hair, he walked into the living room and asked, Miss Brittany, where'd Isabella go? Oh, the school's on break, so she just headed home. She smiled softly, and then asked, speaking of, when are you planning on going home? Blair explained that ever since his dad passed, his mom is always just so sad. And whenever she sees me, she just can't stop crying. I really don't want to make her any sadder. So could I maybe stay here for just a little while longer? Blair thought to himself that even though he had a mom in this world, he wasn't the real Blair. Going home could blow his cover, and on top of that, it would just be crazy awkward. Hearing this, Brittany immediately pulled him into a warm hug. Of course you can, you poor dear. You can stay with me for as long as you need to. I would never have the heart to make you leave. Tomorrow we're going to the market together to buy some food. Blair was completely thrown. Wait, what? When did I say I was going to the market tomorrow? Miss Brittany just gave him a sneaky little smile. She explained that since school was out and the cafeteria was closed, he was now in charge of making her 3 meals a day. With that, the two of them were walking down the main shopping street. Brittany suddenly pointed to a building and said to Blair, I just remembered I have an essay to hand in. Wait right here for me, I'll be back in a flash. Okay, Miss Brittany, you go do your thing. As Blair sat down to wait, he couldn't help but overhear some guys complaining as they walked past. Ever since Lu Shen crushed all those prize puzzles last time, it took ages for a new one to drop, and now some other dude has already swooped in and solved it. The other guy chimed in. Dude, I know. They even raised the reward for this new puzzle to 100 gold coins, and I literally just found a clue yesterday. His friend looked even more bummed. What are you talking about? I'd already figured out the answer, I just didn't get a chance to turn it in for the reward. But hearing this, a light bulb went off in Blair's head, and he totally lit up. I've got a way to make money. Blair's face totally lit up like he'd just struck gold. He yelled, and these two dudes just stared at him like he was the total weirdo. Blair just kinda scratched his head and gave this super awkward laugh, realizing he probably went a little overboard. Right then, Miss Brittany walked back in, holding a tomato and looking annoyed. Why is all our food on the floor? I almost squished it? Blair jumped, finally seeing the mess he made. Whoops, my bad. I just totally dropped everything. So they both bent down to clean it up. Brittany grabbed a tomato and was like, yeah, you better hurry before someone turns them into mush. The boy just casually tossed the tomato he was holding. No sweat, I got this. But like the second he said that, Miss Brittany shrieked, Blair! The dude had literally just stepped on and totally obliterated an egg and a tomato. Blair slapped a hand over his face, totally freaking out inside. I'm so dead. I just wrecked Miss Brittany's favorite food ever, scrambled eggs with tomato. You could see how mad she was when she just crushed another tomato in her fist. But then she got this super creepy sweet smile on her face. It was one of those smiles that basically screamed, "You're gonna pay. It's okay, sweetie. Come here. I'm not even mad." Blair's eyes started twitching like crazy, and all he could think was, "Okay, survival mode on. Forget the money." Later after they ate, Miss Brittany was just chilling in her chair all like Blair. "You can seriously cook. That was legit." Blair quickly wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve and said, "For real, I'm just glad you liked it, Miss Brittany." She slowly licked her fingers, totally satisfied. That was like heavenly. "Can I have just a little more?" He threw his hands up to stop her. "No way, you already inhaled 3 servings of roasted chicken and potatoes for lunch. And for dinner, you ate a whole plate of stir-fried potatoes and peppers, plus 2 bowls of rice and egg drop soup. Any more would be bad for you." Brittany didn't say anything, just gave him the cold shoulder. "Fine. You do the dishes. I gotta start on this math homework." The dude was totally confused. "What's up?" Tranlek called out. "Are you mad at me? Or wait, were you still hungry, Brittany? That's gotta be it. I'll make way more tomorrow." Just then, Brittany popped back out. "Hold up." She walked over and gave Tranlek a little pouch while he was doing the dishes. "Here, use this to get food for tomorrow." He totally lit up and grabbed it. "Sweet, tomorrow I'm making 5 whole servings of roasted chicken and potatoes. I know how to make some cash." Tranlek dumped out the pouch and shiny gold coins spilled all over the table. His eyes got huge. Talk about perfect timing. Just a minute ago, I was standing outside the math club and came up with this genius plan to get rich. I was stressing about not having any cash to start, and now boom, here it is. He picked up a gold coin with a super smug grin. "Tomorrow, I'm gonna use this 1 coin to post a challenge. I'll put up a super hard math problem, and as long as no one can figure it out, other people will totally start throwing in money to see it solved. Once the prize money hits 10 gold coins, I'll swoop in, solve it myself, and easily bag 9 gold coins." Tranlek put the coin down. "Nah, I can't just aim for 10 gold coins. I gotta go bigger. The more people are dying to know the answer, the more cash I'll rake in." Tranlek slammed his hand on the table, totally decided. "I'm doing this right now." He grabbed a pen, thinking, what problem is gonna get everyone's attention? Then it hit him. Tranlek dipped his pen in ink and started scribbling on the paper. "I got it. I'm literally a genius." He quickly jotted down a problem. What's more perfect than proving the butterfly theorem? The math nerds here go crazy for problems with cool names like that. The prize money is gonna be huge by then. Outside the math club, Tranlek was totally shocked. "What are you talking about? Why won't you take my money?" The guy working there waved his hands frantically. "Dude, I'm so sorry, but the math club has rules. The minimum prize for a hard problem is 10 gold coins. You should probably just hang on to your cash." Tranlek gritted his teeth and gave in. "Fine, 10 gold coins it is. Just take it." The other guy hesitantly took the pouch. "Okay, dude, you can let go now." They were basically playing tug of war with the money pouch when Brittany showed up. "What are you guys doing?" The guy from the club got so freaked out that he lost his footing and totally wiped out. Tranlek jumped and yanked her away. "It's nothing. Seriously, it's fine. Let's just go home and make dinner. You still want that roasted chicken and potatoes, right?" Brittany gave him a super suspicious look. "What are you scheming this time?" In the basket, there were only 2 chicken legs and 2 potatoes left. Looks like it was going to be the broke version of roasted chicken tonight. The whole vibe of them at the market was completely different. Tranlek turned to Brittany like, "So, scrambled eggs and tomatoes for dinner." Meanwhile, his stomach was screaming for food. Just the other day, he had to suck it up and hand over 10 gold coins to the math club. Now he was down to his last silver coin. "Okay, plan for today, get on Brittany's good side first." He kinda laughed to himself. "Later I'll dip over to the math club and solve that problem. Then I can grab the prize money and go buy some chicken." Tranlek was totally lost in his master plan. He looked up totally confused. Like, she was right here picking veggies with me. Where'd she go, Brittany? He faked looking around for a sec, and then made a break for it. "Yes, the universe is finally on my side. Gotta hit up the math association while Brittany's gone." But right then, a super familiar voice called out his name. It was Brittany. She was all smiles, bragging, "I just swung by the math association and saw this new problem on the bounty board, so I totally solved it." Brittany held out a bag of coins. "Here's 10 gold coins. You can use them to buy more snacks. Aren't you stoked?" Hearing that, Chen Luo just froze. What did you just say?" Dude was so shook he broke out in a cold sweat and basically screamed, "You already solved it!" Brittany, holding the coin purse, just had to ask when she saw his face. "Yeah, I did, but why do you look so bummed?" Chen Lu's whole vibe got dark, and he mumbled to himself, because that was supposed to be asterisk my asterisk money. His eyes started to water. He quickly pointed at his face, trying to play it off all awkward-like. "What are you talking about? These are happy tears." But for real on the inside, he was bawling his eyes out. Guess it's true what they say, your best plans can totally backfire. After all that work trying to outsmart everyone, the one you least expect is the one who gets you. Brittany just happily linked her arm with his. "Let's go get some chicken. I've been dying for some chicken and potato stew." Chen Lu side-eyed the money bag in her hand, his heart totally breaking, but he still had to be like, "Okay." He secretly swore to himself that from now on he had to be way more careful if he wanted his epic money-making plan to work. The next morning, Chen Luo yanked open the curtains, letting the sun stream in, and a brand new sneaky plan just popped into his head. He had to be out of there before 2 o'clock. He clutched this huge bag of money, did a quick paranoid look around, and then super quietly opened the door, having planned every single detail. This way, Brittany would probably just be waking up, so she'd have zero reason to follow him. Chen Luo slowly turned the handle, feeling pretty pleased with himself. A totally perfect plan. He was already halfway there, holding his books, and the money walking like he owned the place. This time, the problem he was posting for a reward was way more complicated than that butterfly theorem thing. It was like a multi-level problem where you had to solve one part to even get to the next, and it was packed with all this super advanced knowledge. With a problem this hard, he was 100% sure there was no way Brittany could solve it. Gold coins peeked out of the top of the bag as Chen Luo announced, "Here's 50 gold coins. Take 'em." Even though he tried to sound confident, you could totally see the pain on his face, because this was literally all the money he had. He had to scrounge up every last coin for this, determined to go all in and see if he could turn this whole thing into a major payday. The guy from the math association looked at him and asked again just to be sure, "Have you thought this through? You really want to offer 50 gold coins as the reward for this problem?" He didn't even hesitate, just shoved the bag of money at the guy and said, "Bet. Just take it. I gotta run, need to get groceries." And with that, Chen Luo turned and bounced, humming some happy song like, "Oh yeah, for a normal dude like me, today is gonna be a good day." The staff member stared at the cash in the bag and couldn't help but get a little sus. So weird. I wonder if this kid got these coins from somewhere sketchy. 3 days later, the weather suddenly got super gloomy. Chen Luo was holding a stack of papers, a huge smirk on his face, thinking, "Looks like luck is finally on my side. The prize for my problem is up to 200 gold coins. Today's my chance to make some serious bank." With that thought, Chen Luo tiptoed out of his room again, trying to be quiet as a mouse. But behind him, the light from the hallway totally gave away his shadow, and then he heard Brittany's voice. She called his name, cracking the door open and stepping out wearing a short-fitted nightgown with a blue silk robe just thrown over her shoulders. She rubbed her eyes and asked, all sleepy, "Where are you off to so early?" Chen Luo immediately clutched his papers and turned back to give a rushed excuse. "I'm just going to get groceries. You gotta go early to get the good stuff. Anyway, can't talk, I'm gonna be late. And all the best stuff will be gone." And just like that, he was out of there, not even waiting for a reply. He left Brittany just standing there, totally confused. That is so weird. Why be all sneaky just to get groceries? And he didn't even, grab a shopping basket." Meanwhile, Chen Luo was already clutching his papers and booking it, cheering in his head. 200 gold coins, here I come. But when he got to the reward board, his problem was just gone. In its place were like tons of pages showing the solution. Chen Luo was seeing red and just screamed. The same staff guy from the other day came out waving, all happy. "Hey, congrats. Someone solved the problem you posted yesterday afternoon. You here to check out the proof?" Chen Luo's face was already a thundercloud as he choked out, "Who solved it?" The staff member answered like he was talking about a celebrity. "It was Lord Abel." And then the rain started coming down, soaking him to the bone. Before he even saw it coming, he couldn't believe his question about irrational numbers was enough to get the crazy rich Edward family's attention, and now all because of Abel. His whole plan was totally wrecked. He'd lost everything. BL just stood there, frozen in the rain, head down and completely zoned out. Divine Grace University literally knows nothing about modern math. But somehow Abel solved a proof that complex using just old school knowledge. This guy, for real, he's an actual genius. The staff member watched from a ways off, feeling kinda bad for him, so he waved and yelled, "Bullets pouring out here, where are you going? Come on, get in here and dry off." BL shoved his hands in his pockets, giving off major "my life is over" vibes. He admitted to himself that he was planning to pull a fast one, but who knew fate would clown him so hard he'd lose it all. All the cash he'd saved up was just gone. Now he didn't even have money for food. How was he supposed to face Brittany like this? Just then a clear voice called out, "Belle!" Alice walked up with an umbrella covering him from the rain, and asking all concerned, "You must have forgotten your umbrella, right? I'm on my way to the math association to hand in my thesis. Why don't you come inside with me and wait out the storm for a bit?" He turned and just said, "Okay." A warm feeling spread through his chest. Even though it felt like the universe had slammed a door in his face, at least it left a window cracked open. Guess it's true that there's always a way out. They both went inside. Alice closed her umbrella and asked, "Hey, Bull, you look like you have something on your mind today. Is there something you want to tell me?" Bull turned to her, blushing a little, and worked up all his courage to say, "Okay, I'll just be straight with you. I hope you don't get mad after you hear this, Alice. And even if you're not cool with it, can we still be friends?" Hearing that, Alice's face went completely red, and she quickly said, "Just say it. I won't be angry." But inside, she was totally screaming. Could this be it? Alice's mind felt like it was about to explode with happiness. "Oh my gosh, Blue, have you finally figured it out? Have you finally realized I'm the best one for you?" BL suddenly grabbed both of her hands, his voice super serious. "Alice, as long as you're down." Before he could even finish, Alice squeezed her eyes shut, her face as red as a cherry, and yelled, "I'm down." Seeing this, the guy was so happy. That's awesome, I knew you were the coolest person. Alice, so could you lend me 20 gold coins? Hearing this, the smile on Alice's face just froze. Wait a minute, you just wanted to borrow money from me. Belle nodded innocently. Yeah. If that's too much, Alice, then just lending me 6 gold coins would be fine too. Alice yanked her hands away and shoved the money into Belle's hand, and then stormed off in a total mood. The guy looked down at the money, sighing to himself. It's true that money makes things so weird between people. I only borrowed 6 gold coins. And she's already obviously ticked off. Suddenly, a strange voice spoke up. Is that him, Bull? President Calvin immediately replied. Yep, that's right. This is the person who won this year's Edwin Award. The one who discovered irrational numbers, Sir Ball. In front of him was a group of total strangers. A guy named Tang smirked, his voice practically dripping with sarcasm. The winner of the Nolan Kingdom's super prestigious Edwin Award has to borrow money just to get by. That's a real eye-opener. Calvin rushed to try and explain no. It's just because... Belle cut him off, annoyed, and asked straight up, Who are you people? The group totally ignored him. Tang and the leader just gestured and said, Let's go. Let's see the last stop in this Nolan Kingdom. Let's see if the reward wall of the Abba City Mathematics Association has any surprises for us. The people behind him all said, Yes, sir. BL felt completely disrespected, so mad that he balled up his fists and yelled, Hey, do you guys have any manners at all? He muttered under his breath, What the heck kind of day is this? Why does every random person want to step on me? President Calvin quickly grabbed Bal's hand, his voice desperate and pleading, Sir Blow, please just listen to me. Right now, you're the only one who can save me. No, save the entire Nolan Kingdom. Bal closed his eyes and let out a tired sigh. Mr. Calvin, I'm really not in the mood for jokes. Forget about saving the Nolan Kingdom. I can't even handle my own life right now. He quickly grabbed both of Bal's hands, insisting, No, I'm not joking at all. If you don't step in to help, then the honor of the entire Nolan Kingdom will be ground into dust, and I will become the biggest traitor in our nation's history. BL asked, totally confused. What traitor, what on earth happened? President Calvin suddenly dropped to his knees, clutching Bal's hand tight. He wailed, Lord Luo, I'm begging you, please save me. Bal was completely freaked out and yelled, Are you kidding me? Get up. But he just pleaded with those big, sparkly, earnest eyes, begging him to agree to help before he would stand up. Bal said awkwardly, When did you get so extra? Get up first and tell me the whole story. Then I'll know how to help. Just then, Brittany, who was nearby, saw them and pointed in shock, demanding, Bull, and you too, Calvin, what in the world are you two doing? Busted. They both totally froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. President Calvin jumped to his feet, looking super flustered, then pointed at Brian and rushed to explain, Oh, hey, Brittany, so here's the deal. I almost totally twisted my ankle just now. Good thing Mr. Blair here was walking by and caught me. Otherwise, I would have taken a seriously nasty fall. Brian kind of scratched his head, playing along all awkwardly. Yeah, that's right. I was just heading out to grab a bite, but then it started pouring out of nowhere, so I had to duck into the math association to stay dry. He kept going, just making stuff up on the spot. Then I saw President Calvin trip, so I just helped him out. Brittany looked like she bought it. Oh, for real? Okay, whatever. I was just heading to the math association for a big meeting. Brian, you should come with. So they both walked into the conference room and someone was already talking. No way, how is this possible? Brittany put a hand on her chin, totally lost in thought. The last time those Gaia scholars came to visit, even though they were crazy good, they never managed to solve all the bounty problems, all over the cities of the Luolan Kingdom. Everyone around the big table looked super stressed. Someone spoke up. That's because our Luolan Kingdom has problems that have been piling up. For years. Those 23 super hard deep-level problems were all cracked by Lu Shen, President Calvin added. And even though new bounty problems have been posted recently, they're nowhere near as tough as those classic 23. That's exactly why the Gaia crew has been able to just steamroll all the bounty problems in our country. The room was buzzing. So what's the plan? Our math association here in Apo City is their last stop. If we can't come up with a problem that's tough enough to stump them, the rep of the whole Luolan Kingdom's math scene is going to be totally trashed, right? This is way more than just some school competition. It's like a showdown between empires. I mean, the O and FA empires have never gotten along. We're basically allied with the O Empire. And if we lose to Gaia this time, who are backed by the FA Empire, the fallout is going to be insane. Even though President Calvin was talking to the whole room, his eyes were locked right on Brian. Guys, is there seriously no other way? Meanwhile, Brian was shooting daggers at the guy in the white suit across the room. He was thinking, he's here. That 50 gold is definitely in his pocket. All of a sudden, Brittany turned to him. Brian, you got any ideas? But then she just laughed it off. Ugh, never mind. Just forget I said anything. Brian shot back. Brittany, wait, what were you going to say? Brittany just turned away and said, all cool. It's nothing. I was just saying we should go home and make some food. I'm starving. The other people started getting up, whispering and getting antsy. What can we even do? Let's just call it a day. In the middle of all this, only President Calvin shot to his feet. He slammed his hand on the table, closed his eyes, and said super casually, Such a shame about that 5,000 gold coin reward the king's offering. Is there really no one who can stop these Gaia scholars? The second he said money, Brian's eyes lit up. Calvin kept going all dramatic. Do we really have to just give up like this? Just then, Brian whipped around and was like, no, I can do it. Hearing that, Brittany lit up Blair. Even an eagle turned to look. President Calvin grabbed Brian's hand, his voice all urgent. I knew you had a plan, sir. Brian just played it cool, turning away. Of course, but only on that one condition you mentioned. As long as I can shut down those Gaia scholars, the king will give me that 5,000 gold. He gave a chill smile, putting a hand on his chest as he went on. Of course, money's not everything. The most important thing is bringing back the glory to Luolan. And that's a mission a guy like me just can't turn down. The president spoke up again, his voice full of worry. For real, His Majesty, the king is super worried about what's happening in Oppo City. If we just let the Gaia scholars walk away from this, our kingdom will be a total joke to the entire math world. Sir Blair, even if Luolan wins, we have to win clean. We absolutely can't use any dirty tricks to mess with the visiting Gaia scholars. Do you actually have a plan that can't fail? Chen Luo put a hand on Calvin's shoulder, reassuring him. Don't worry. Stopping those cocky Gaia scholars right here in their tracks? Not a problem. In fact, I'm pretty sure I can make it so they never leave this city. Hearing that, he finally looked relieved. That's awesome. Come on, tell us the plan already. Chen Luo held up one finger and wagged it. Not so fast. I've got one more condition. His eyes shifted over to Obo, which made him a little suspicious. Sir Blair, go on. He said it loud and clear. I want him Obo to pay me 50 gold. Obo immediately held out his hand and replied all polite. You really live up to your reputation as the devilish Sir Blair, always doing things in your own crazy way. All right. As long as you can actually save the honor of Luolan's math community, I'll personally throw in an extra 200 gold. Chen Luo shook Obo's hand. Thanks for the offer, but I only need exactly 50 gold. He was like, all right, deal. Chen Luo thought to himself. Once I get back the 50 gold that's mine, I can finally let this whole thing go. He turned to President Calvin and held out his hand. Okay, get me a pen and some paper. Chen Luo plopped down and just scribbled out 3 problems. Calvin picked them up, took one look, and was like, Dude, Blair, are you for real? These 3 problems look way too easy. Brittany totally yoinked the paper from him. Give me that. She read it out loud. Okay, 1, split any angle into 3 perfect parts. 2, take a circle and make a square with the exact same area. And 3, take a cube and build another one that's exactly double its size. Instantly, everyone huddled up, totally buzzing and talking all at once. These are all like basic compass and straight edge problems. How is this baby stuff supposed to stump the Gaia scholars? Brittany turned to Blair, kind of freaked, and asked, She's got a point. These seriously don't look hard enough. Maybe you should pick something else. Chen Luo just gave this sneaky little smile, picked up his pen and was like, Yo, Brittany and all you super smart scholar peeps, don't write these off so fast. Why don't you guys just grab a pen and give them a shot? Soon enough, the paper was covered in all these crazy geometric shapes. You could see the Eastern scholars going back and forth surrounded by insane stacks of scratch paper. It was a whole scene. He was thinking, okay, so trisecting an angle, squaring a circle, and doubling a cube. These are literally the 3 most famous unsolvable problems from ancient Greece. They look super simple on the outside, but once you actually try to solve them, you realize they're insanely hard. Since forever, tons of mathematicians have been trying to crack the code for generations. But it took 2,000 years to prove that these 3 super basic looking problems, if you only use a straight edge and a compass, are just straight up unsolvable forever. Chen Luo was looking so smug about the problems he picked. Hours went by, and pretty soon it was super late. Brittany and the others were still crashed at the table with just mountains of messy papers everywhere. She was rubbing her forehead, muttering to herself, Why is this happening? The math has to be right. So why does the answer never ever work? Then this warm voice was like, Brittany. Chen Luo put a cloak over her shoulders and said softly, It's getting crazy late. We should probably head back and crash. Besides, the Gaia scholars are going to be here for a few more days, so you can totally pick this up tomorrow. Brittany gave in. Fine, I'll listen to you this time. Just as they were about to bail, Earl called out from behind them Yo, Blair, hold up a sec. The whole vibe got super tense instantly. Earl held up the paper and questioned him. These problems? They look normal, but they're actually impossible to solve, right? Blair and Brittany both whipped around, their eyes totally wide. Wait, what did you just say? He just turned his back on them all dramatic and threw out this cold line. Just keep thinking about it. Earl was so ticked off he totally crumpled the paper, his face getting all dark as he muttered through his teeth. Who even is asterisk this guy? On the walk back as Blair and Brittany walked together, she finally broke the silence. So those 3 problems, are they for real impossible to solve? He was like, Yep, for real. Those 3 classic problems are 100% impossible to solve with just a straight edge and a compass. Doesn't matter if it's Earl or all the Gaia scholars combined if they want to find the answer. They're gonna have to wait another 2,000 years. She was totally floored, 2,000 years. When they got home, Brittany poured herself some water looking super happy. She cheered, Ugh, I'm so stuffed. Blair's cooking is seriously next level as always. Meanwhile, Blair got stuck with cleanup duty and was grumbling, How is this any different from me basically being your personal chef? All of a sudden, there was this frantic knocking on the door, and a voice they knew called out, "Is Blair here?" He instantly looked at the door, thinking, "Who in the world is here this late?" Brittany jumped up and was like, "I bet that's President Calvin. He must be losing his mind. I'll get it." They let the president in. Blair, being a good host, poured him some warm water and offered it. "Here, sir, have some of this to warm up." President Calvin just grabbed Blair's hand. While he was still holding the teapot, his voice all urgent, "You have to tell me the truth. Those 3 problems. What's the real story?" The guy just calmly put the teapot down and tried to chill President Calvin out. "Look, I get why you're stressed, sir. But you gotta trust me on this," Blair said, super confident. "Those 3 problems are literally unsolvable." Hearing that, Calvin let out this huge sigh of relief and muttered, "Okay, good. That's what I thought. Phew, now I can finally relax." Then he jumped to his feet and gave Blair this super deep formal bow. "Thank you so much, Sir Blair. You're seriously a lifesaver for our Kingdom of Lauren. After this is all over, I'm personally going to tell His Majesty what a rock star you've been." Seeing him do that, the young man quickly reached out, trying to get President Calvin to stand up straight. Blair just smiled back. "Sir, you totally don't have to do that. As long as the king keeps his word, that's all I care about. For real, nothing else matters to me. As for everything else, you can handle it however you want." President Calvin started to leave, but looked back over his shoulder as he walked, raising a hand. "And don't you worry, our king will totally keep his promise. The Luron Kingdom doesn't break its promises, period. Anyway, it's getting late. I gotta go check on what's up with those Gaia scholars. I'm heading out." Blair just nodded like, "Yeah, you should go." Just as President Calvin started down the snowy path, a voice he knew yelled out, stopping him in his tracks. "President Calvin." This guy with curly hair rushed over, looking totally freaked, and blurted out, "Mr. President, what's the play here? Are we seriously using those problems for the competition? What if the Gaia scholars actually solve them? What are we gonna do then?" The president put a hand on his shoulder, totally calm, and was like, "Chill out. With these 3 problems, there is no what if. You haven't forgotten how Blair got the nickname, the Demon, have you?" President Calvin said, catching a few snowflakes in his hand, then added with this intense vibe, "Just let those cocky people find out the hard way how terrifying the Demon Blair really is." A thick blanket of snow covered the roof of the math building. President Calvin slammed the door open and yelled, Well, if it isn't the scholars of Gaia, where's everyone rushing off to?" The whole crew, who were just about to leave, froze and turned to face him. Dawn was the one who answered, "We've been a pain for your association long enough. Since we've already solved every hard problem from the Aval City math branch, I don't think there's any reason for us to stick around," he said, like he was making some big announcement. "We're planning on heading home today." President Calvin put up a hand to stop them, a sly grin on his face. "A bother, no way. You guys came all this way and helped us Luron folks crack a ton of insane problems," Calvin replied. "Speaking for the entire Luolan math scene, we're seriously grateful for your help." "You're giving us too much credit, Mr. Calvin," Tengen said. "We were just trying to score some prize money for the trip back." The 2 of them shook hands, and you could tell it was a loaded moment. Calvin suddenly got this look on his face. "You know what a wild coincidence. Currently, we scholars of Apo City have a few prize problems of our own, and the payout is pretty sweet. I was wondering if our friends from Gaia might want to make a little extra cash for the road." Of course, Tengen wasn't about to say no. "That sounds awesome." Calvin wasted no time and handed the problems right over. "Be my guest." Tengen took the paper and started to read the words crystal clear. First, trisect any given angle. Second, take a circle's area and build a square with the exact same area. And last, given a cube, construct another cube that's exactly double its volume. After reading the 3 problems, the whole Gaia crew was just floored. Tengen looked totally shocked. "Mr. Calvin, is this a joke? You're actually offering prize money for 3 problems this basic?" President Calvin just gave a little nod, and a secretary instantly showed up with paper and pens. "That's right, sir. Paper and pens are good to go. We're really excited to see how you do it." Tengen just smirked. "Oh yeah, no problem at all. But Mr. Calvin, before I bounce, I have one small favor to ask if your association is cool with it." He was thinking, seriously, they're throwing these problems at us. The scholars in Apo City must be totally desperate. But whatever besides him, there's nothing else in this place worth my time. Calvin just calmly replied, "All right. What's the request, Mr. Tengen?" Just then, Tengen had this flash of a memory, some mysterious figure sitting on a throne while he was on his knees scrambling to pick up scattered papers. He remembered what that person had said about Chen Luo, this unbeatable god of math, who never used existing theorems to solve a problem, but would just invent a whole new one from scratch. He'd prove his new theorem, and then use it like a weapon to solve the problem. It was pure genius, like nothing anyone had ever seen before. One time Chen Luo came up with and proved 3 brand new theorems all at once. Just thinking about it made Tengen's face darken, and he made his request with total conviction. And all 3 of those theorems were universally applicable. Calvin's voice cut through his thoughts, yanking the Gaia leader back to the present. "Mr. Tengen!" Calvin waved a hand in front of his face, trying to get his attention. "Mr. Tengen!" Snapping out of it, Tengen quickly said, "Here's the deal. I want to meet the great master Chen Luo. I was hoping you could introduce us, Mr. Calvin." Calvin just smiled and shook his head no. "Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not going to happen," President Calvin said, and his tone was loaded. But please don't get the wrong idea. It's not that we don't want to set it up. It's just, this Master Chen Luo is a total mystery. He's never shown his face to anyone. So honestly, all we know is that he's from Luolan. As for who he really is or where he is, nobody has a clue. You could totally see the disappointment on Tangen's face. Wow, that's a real shame. Tangen turned back to his crew, who were all scratching their heads totally stuck. He asked, "So what's the status? Have you guys figured it out yet?" One of them answered, "Leader, just a sec. We're on to something. We'll have it in a minute." Tangen jutted out his chin, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Well, speed it up then. Don't let these lame problems mess up our schedule." Cavan just smiled and asked, "Mr. Tangen, what do you think of these problems?" Tangen lifted his chin, sounding completely full of himself. "Then get a move on. I don't want these basic problems holding us up." Cavan, still smiling, asked Mr. Tangen, "For real, you're planning to bounce today?" Tangen straight up tossed his room key on the table. "We're out of here the second we crack these 3 problems. Oh yeah, here's the key to the room. Hey, President Cavan, mind returning this for us?" "Sure thing," Cavan shot back. Then he strolled over to the front desk with this total smirk and whispered something. "Yeah, just extend their room for another month." So like time goes by, the lights are still blazing. Tangen was at the table totally clutching his head and finally just lost it and screamed, "What the heck are these 3 insane problems?" He jumped up super mad and slammed his hand on the table. "Where's Mr. Cavan?" Tangen was looking everywhere. "Where is Mr. Cavan?" Then some vice president walked up and handed Tangen this sealed file saying, Sir Tangen, Vice President Calvin had to dip out early, he was busy. But before he left, he told me to give this to you personally." Tangen gave him a side eye and was like, "And you are?" The guy went, "Oh my bad, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Audrey, I'm also a VP at the city's math association. Anything you need, just hit me up." Tangen started opening the file and said, "All right then, Vice President Audrey, I'm gonna need you to get some documents ready for me." But as soon as he saw what was inside, his whole vibe just went dark. Audrey asked, all concerned, "Sir Tangen, what kind of documents do you need?" He gritted his teeth and snapped, "It's nothing. Just drop it, okay?" Vice President Audrey just kinda said softly, "Sir Tangen, it's getting super late. You should probably take care of yourself." And with that, he bounced, leaving Tangen absolutely fuming. Tangen stomped over to his team, who were all grinding, and slammed the file on the table. All the math stuff inside went flying. Tangen just roared, "Did I ask you to, divide a root by 10,000 or trisect an angle? Is it really that hard? You guys are a total letdown." The whole crew was shaking, and a bunch of them tried to explain. "Team lead, just give us a little more time, please." Tangen just screamed over them, "Enough." Then he yanked a quill out of some dude's hand and was like, "Gimme the pen. I'll do the math myself." It was like time stopped. All you could hear were his frustrated yells and see tons of crumpled up paper getting chucked. "Are you serious? Why can't I get this?" Tangen started looking super worn out, like he aged like 10 whole years just from these crazy impossible problems. One of the team members kinda shyly spoke up. "Okay, so these 3 problems are legit hard. Maybe we should ditch our usual way of thinking and try something totally new." But Tangen was thinking, "No way. If we bail now, then all this work was for nothing." Meanwhile, in some office, Audrey was looking at a file on his desk, mumbling, "The hero of Luolan, the 3 nightmare math problems." President Calvin walked in and asked Audrey, "What's got you so focused?" He shot back, "Sir, check this out. The brainiacs from Gia have been in this city for 3 months now, and even the media is starting to blow it up. Plus, from what I'm hearing, they've made 0 progress on those 3 problems." Audrey said, not even trying to hide how stoked he was. This time the rep of the Luol land, Kingdom's Mathematics Association, is finally safe. Calvin just sighed, put a tea tray on the table and said, "Audrey, you really think so? Is this really where we're at?" Audrey was confused and shot back, "Am I wrong?" Calvin answered, crumpling up a bunch of white napkins. "Right now we're just barely hanging on to the last shred of our pride. Honestly, our rep was toast the second the Gia Academy steamrolled the entire math scene in Luolan." Audrey couldn't deal, clenching his fists and growling, "President." Calvin chucked the wadded up napkins into the trash, but Audrey kept going. Gia's math skills were already way better than ours from the jump. If Sir Buon hadn't shown up, we would have been completely humiliated a long time ago. I think this is the best we could have hoped for. Mr. President, you're still dreaming about making Luolan the world's math capital. Who knows how long that's gonna take?" Then all of a sudden his eyes lit up. He slammed his hand on the desk and was like, "Wait a sec. How could I forget about Lord Chen Luo? If Lord Chen Luo agrees to jump in, Luolan could totally take Gia's spot and become the new math hub for the entire continent." Hearing this, Calvin just picked up his teacup and took a sip, and said with a little smile, "That's a pretty big dream you've got. If that's the case, you should just keep grinding and making bank. And who knows when you've saved up 1,000,000 gold coins? Maybe Lord Luo will just pop up out of nowhere." Meanwhile, in the waiting room, it was just Calvin and Chen Luo. He called out, "Sir?" Then President Calvin gave this super serious bow and said with total sincerity, "I'm Calvin. On behalf of every math scholar in Luolan and all the people of Lulan, I just want to say thank you seriously for everything you've done." Chen Luo quickly waved his hands, like he wasn't worthy of all that. "Whoa, no, don't be so extra. I'm from Luolan too, so it's just what I'm supposed to do. Anyway, when do I get that 5,000 coin reward?" Calvin sat down across from Chen Luo and answered calmly, "Don't worry. The king's reward is all set. We're just waiting for the Gia scholar crew to finally leave Oppo City. And you'll get it ASAP. The guy frowned a little, thinking, yo, what if those Jaya geeks are too stubborn to quit, can't solve these riddles, and just decide to squat here forever? If they crash here till they're 85, that 5,000 is gonna be totally worthless to me. Looks like I gotta find a way to get them to bounce sooner. Hearing that, Cavan couldn't help but crack a smug grin. Real talk, in this whole showdown with the Gia scholars, we're still kinda losing. If only we could stir up some drama in Gia's math clubs, or even totally mess with that core of how they think. If we could just pull off one of those two, we could completely flip the script and snag a win. Blair just smiled super chill and said, dude, why didn't you just say so? That's like not even hard. Of course he was already scheming in his head. I don't have time to go start a scene at Gia's math clubs, but wrecking their entire way of thinking is totally my thing. Chairman Cavan literally shot up from his chair, completely stoked, his voice filled with total shock. What are you, for real? Did I just hear that right? The guy nodded, dead serious. You heard me. Wrecking Gia's whole philosophy is no big deal. It's just... The chairman jumped in all antsy. Just what? Come on, spit it out. Blair just rubbed his fingers together, you know, the money sign, and said, more cash. Cavan just froze for a second, his face a total blank like he was buffering. Wait, did I mishear that again? Then he snapped out of it, waving his hands all over. Right, absolutely, man. Blair, you basically saved Oppo City and the rep of the entire Luolan kingdom. On behalf of the whole Luolan Mathematics Association, I'm adding another 2,000 to your payout. How's that sound? Blair held out his hand to seal the deal and said just one thing. Deal. That night, Chairman Cavan was just spacing out by the window. A cold breeze blew in and he mumbled to himself, this is actually terrifying. Under the silver moon, it felt like time totally froze inside his head. The problem that Blair dropped was on a whole other level than some basic math quiz. It got into philosophy, science, and even the whole concept of space-time. The second this problem gets out, it's not just Gia. The entire continent's math scene is going to get rocked by a legit earthquake, something nobody's ever seen in history. Cavan found himself staring at his hand, thinking about that handshake. Suddenly, the door banged open. Andre busted in holding a letter, and he was also shouting, this is wild! Cavan flinched and whipped around just as a hand slammed the letter on the table with a loud thud. Lying there was a neatly sealed envelope. Andre's voice was dripping with rage as he spoke to the guy across from him. This is an urgent message from the capital. The papers in the Gia Kingdom are spreading all these rumors, hyping up how their scholar delegation is supposedly taking the Luolan math world by storm. They're totally ignoring the fact that they epic failed in Oppo City. As soon as he heard that, Chairman Cavan grabbed the letter to read it. He muttered under his breath, so Gia won the media war and Luolan lost. Meanwhile, Andre, who was still totally raging, clenched his fists, stepped up and growled, so he still lost in the end. If we just dropped these 3 insane math problems the second the Gia delegation showed up in Luolan, we could have shut them down. The headlines would be all about Luolan's epic victory and Gia's massive fail. Who said we lost? That sharp question made Andre stop cold. He looked up stunned to see Cavan had crumpled the letter, his face dark and looking absolutely murderous. Huh. The chairman looked super serious, his brow all wrinkled. This mind game isn't over yet. How can we just roll over and admit we lost? If Gia wants to play dirty and make the first move, then don't blame me when I go all out. With that, Chairman Cavan spun around and stalked off, his hand still balled into a fist, leaving them with a chilling promise. Just you wait, you're going down. Meanwhile, over at the academy, things were weirdly quiet on a sun-soaked rooftop. Some dude was tucked away in a corner, totally focused on writing something. Out of nowhere, a crumpled-up paper ball smacked him right in the head and he yelled, "Oh, this is so freaking annoying. It's still all wrong." Wen came up behind him, super calm, leaned over, gave his shoulder a pat and said, "Dude, you're just spinning your wheels. You'd be better off just heading home, taking a shower and crashing for the night." But Luan wasn't feeling the friendly advice at all and just snapped at him. "What do you know? I'm so close." "Just a tiny bit more." Wen just sounded tired and said, "That's literally what you said yesterday." After that, Luan just scratched his head, super frustrated, and his mood totally crashed. And he let out a huge, hopeless sigh. "Why can't I solve this one stupid problem? I swear I'm going crazy." Apparently fed up with this rerun, another student waved them off and said, "Okay, that's it. Wen, take him outside. If he keeps this up, nobody here is going to be able to focus on their own math problems." And without even asking Luan, Wen sprang into action, grabbing his friend by the shirt and started hauling him off. "We're out of here!" Being dragged off so suddenly, Luan struggled and yelled, "No, let me go, I can still solve it." And just like that, the two of them bounced from the room, walking right past the Jianhe Academy's notice board. Luang suddenly spotted something and yelled, "Wen-sen, hold up! Dude, look! There's a new problem on the bounty board." That totally got Wen's attention. He stopped in his tracks, walked over to the board and started reading. "All right, let's see what's up. If you give a turtle a head start on Achilles, the question is how long till Achilles actually catches up to the turtle." A problem. This basic actually made it onto the bounty board. The second he said that, Luoan got this super smug look, totally dissing whoever came up with the problem. "Dude, as long as you know the turtle's speed, Achilles' speed, and the head start distance, even my 8-year-old nephew could solve this in like 2 minutes. What a lame question." Wen-sen, on the other hand, just stood there next to him, stroking his chin and really thinking about the problem. The problem was posted by some person named Blair from Apple City. That alone proved this was definitely not as simple as it looked. Wen-sen got it, but Luo-an was totally clueless. What kind of trick could there even be in a problem this easy? All of a sudden, a little breeze blew by, flipping the corner of the notice over and showing the answer written on the back. Knew it, there's a catch. Wen-sen immediately flipped the paper all the way over and started reading out loud. Sir Chen Luo has a solution, and it says that no matter how fast Achilles is, he can literally never catch the turtle. As soon as he read that, Luo-an just burst out laughing, like a full-on roar. That is completely insane. Forget about the legendary wind archmage Achilles of the Jianha kingdom. Even my 8-year-old nephew could easily catch a turtle. But Wen-sen was not having it. He smacked Luo-an right across the face and yelled, "Are you an idiot? This is something your 8-year-old nephew gets. You really think a genius like the math demon Chen Luo wouldn't know that?" That finally got Luo-an to chill out a little. He rubbed his stinging cheek, actually thinking about it. Okay, what you're saying makes sense, but that answer is just way too crazy. Right when they were both totally stumped, a deep, warm voice called out from behind them, and they turned to see someone holding a small turtle. "Hey there, you two students of Jianha." It was President Calvin, smiling kindly as he walked up to them. "You two having some trouble?" Wen-sen, looking totally stressed out and desperate for the answer, rushed to ask. "President Calvin, sir, we just can't wrap our heads around the solution to Sir Blair's problem. We could really use your help." Hearing that, the president just smiled, totally calm, like he had it all figured out. I see. If I'm not mistaken, the theory that space-time can be infinitely divided was something your Gaia school came up with, right? So my friends from Gaia, have you ever stopped to wonder if that theory is actually correct? Hearing the very foundation of his school get questioned, Luo-an completely lost his cool. He roared and was about to charge forward. "What the heck are you trying to say? The theory that space-time is infinitely divisible isn't just some idea from our school. It's a truth that's accepted by like the world of math, the world of science, and the entire Divine Grace continent." Wen-sen, standing right next to him, quickly threw out an arm to stop his friend while asking cautiously, "President Calvin, what does that theory have to do with this problem? Please stop being so cryptic and just get to the point." At that moment, the president calmly put the little turtle in his hand down on the floor and started talking slowly. "My friends from Gaia, you're mistaken. This isn't a question." Instantly, there was a clear distance between him and the little turtle. When I start to chase the turtle, it's also crawling forward at the same time. And the second I get to where it just was, the turtle has already moved a little bit farther. It happens over and over, and the distance between us just keeps getting smaller. After he said that, President Calvin looked up and dropped the bombshell. Therefore, the whole process of me chasing the turtle can be divided into an infinite number of tiny moments. And if we accept that, then in theory I can never actually catch it, right? Those words hit Luo-an's ears and sent him into a full-blown panic. He grabbed his hair with both hands. But space-time is obviously infinitely divisible. But if that's true, then the turtle... You can really never catch the turtle. But how the heck can you not catch a turtle? Wen-sen's face was as white as a ghost, and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. It felt like the entire world he believed in was crumbling right in front of him. He was totally spun out by this logic too, his jaw just hanging open. Obviously, the man was talking nonsense. You can definitely catch a turtle. But then his own brain argued back. But if that's true, then the truth our Gaia school has always believed in is a massive fatal mistake. A hand violently ripped the paper off the notice board, tearing it to shreds. Luo-an had completely lost it and could only scream like a maniac. "No, I don't believe it. This has to be wrong. I have to go tell Leader Don. He'll definitely know where the flaw is." Luo-an's sudden meltdown left both President Calvin and Wen-sen completely stunned. "Luo-an, calm down." With that, Wen-sen quickly ran after him. Only President Calvin was left standing there alone, just silently watched their backs as they dipped, then let out a huge sigh. Seriously, it's not just the Gaia crew losing it this time. I'm pretty sure I'm about to lose my mind too. Inside some fancy room, you could hear nonstop whispering. "A demon. That guy is literally a demon." The Gaia school members passed around the paper with that totally wicked question. If space-time can actually be split up forever, then how do you even explain the chase? As he talked, the panic on the kid's face got way more obvious. On the flip side, if space-time can't be split, does that mean there's a smallest possible piece of space and time in this world? That's completely insane. Across the room, the little turtle, the one who started all this drama, was still just chilling, crawling super slowly across the table. Calvin stared at it deep in thought for what felt like forever, muttering, "How in the world can math prove how Achilles even catches the tortoise?" Just then, Audrey suddenly slammed the door open, yelling, "Are you guys seriously just sitting here messing around? The people from the Gaia school are about to bounce." All of them, don't you get it? Faced with his total freakout, President Calvin, on the other hand, was acting super calm. He just said they were both totally stuck and couldn't explain the turtle paradox. "If it were me, I'd be out of here too." After saying that, he just looked down and got lost in thought again. Ever since this impossible turtle problem popped up, the Gaia scholars have been totally backed into a corner. The longer they stick around, the more questions they're gonna get. But we're different. We can't solve this crazy problem either. Unless we get help from that asterisk guy. Seeing how unbothered Calvin was, Vice President A finally lost it and just exploded. He slammed his hand on the table, growling, "What is your deal right now? The Capitol has already sent like 3 letters in a row bugging us about the turtle problem. And now you're just letting the Gaia crew walk away scot-free. Who's gonna be the one to explain this to the king?" Right then, Calvin shot up from his chair, a move that totally stunned A. Calvin reached out and gave the vice president's shoulder a light pat, looking more determined than ever. Then he looked Adrienne dead in the eye and said, "You want an explanation? Then get 7,000 gold coins ready and come with me, right now." Sometime during all that night had fallen. A crescent moon was hanging high in the sky, its silvery light shining down on the small house. One by one, the chests were opened, showing off actual mountains of shimmering gold that gave off a blinding glow. Chen Luo was totally frozen, completely stunned. His eyes were just reflecting this insane golden light, and he was literally drooling his mind, just screaming, "That's so much cash. I've totally hit the jackpot this time." Just then a voice cut him off. "Lord Blair, Lord Blair!" Chen Luo jumped, scratching his head, all embarrassed and giving a dorky smile. "My bad. I kinda zoned out for a second." At that moment, President Calvin W. spoke up. "What I need to ask you is the whole reason we came. Lord Blair, I need to know what the answer to that turtle problem is." Hearing this, Chen Luo sank onto the sofa, looking down and thinking as his mind flashed to the famous Zeno's paradox. That was the exact problem. The tricky part was that it wasn't just some math problem. Even if you could prove the answer with a formula, it would still be impossible to fully explain the whole point of the paradox. This problem is basically all about the idea of limits, and if you wanted to explain it from a physics angle, you'd even have to bring up quantum mechanics. But on this continent, they haven't even nailed down the basics of classical mechanics. If I just casually drop a concept that's way over their heads, I'm pretty sure these guys will go completely insane. Thinking this, he calmly looked up with a helpless expression and said, "Actually, I don't know either, but that was just an act." On the inside, he was thinking, "'Cause even if I gave you the answer, you wouldn't get it, and you'd probably go nuts trying to. So it's just way easier to say, I don't know." As soon as he finished talking, President Calvin sitting across from him just scratched his head, looking totally confused by the answer. "Lucian, please stop joking around. How can the person who came up with this problem not be able to solve it?" Chen Luo's voice suddenly got sharp as he snapped, "What did you just call me?" But in the next second, he put a finger to his lips, signaling for the other guy to watch his mouth. Calvin got it instantly. Realizing he'd messed up, he quickly said, "I understand." Then the president raised 2 fingers and started rubbing them together, then lowered his voice, trying to feel him out. "Lord Blair, we can pay more. Please just think about it." The second he saw that money sign, Chen Luo's eyes lit up again. His mind was instantly flooded with images of gold mountains. He had to struggle to snap back to reality, then coughed a couple of times to get his serious face back on. "You almost got me there. But this isn't about the money. I really truly don't know." Realizing the guy in front of him wasn't going to be bought, Calvin had no other option but to stand up totally defeated and sigh. "Well, I guess that's that then. All right then, I'll be on my way." But his mind was still racing. Even throwing more money at him didn't convince Blair at all. "It looks like I'm not getting the answer I need. But like, how am I even gonna explain this to the Royal Capital ASEC later?" He just had to face facts and trudged out the door. Behind him, Blair gave this super chill wave goodbye. Who even knows what President Calvin was cooking up in that brain of his, cause he suddenly whipped around and yelled, "Mr. Blair, another 5,000 gold." But all Calvin got for his offer was the ice-cold sound of a door slamming shut like bam. Talk about a slap to the face. Meanwhile, the guy inside was totally not as chill as he looked. Blair just leaned against the door, letting out a huge sigh of relief. Phew, that was way too close. I literally almost caved. But no, I absolutely cannot take that cash. If I just ignore where all the smart people on this continent are at right now and drop these next-level ideas on them, they would for sure cause an even bigger disaster. Just then, he kinda snapped out of his own head, his thoughts still a total mess. All of a sudden, a pretty urgent-sounding voice called out from behind another door. "Blair, get in here, like, right now." Thinking something major had gone down, he totally booked it over, threw the door open and was like, "What's wrong?" Inside, Brittany was at this little table that was an absolute explosion of paper and pens. She looked up at him and totally lit up. "Blair, that whole turtle paradox thing, I just had a breakthrough. So like when the number of times you divide the distance gets closer and closer to infinity, then that last little bit of distance might be a super, super tiny number. Could we maybe call it 0? Hearing her totally wild idea, Blair couldn't help but get lost in thought. It felt like ever since he brought up that whole Zeno's turtle thing, everything was starting to spiral out of his control. Even if he did nothing, the people in this world were like fireflies in the dark, just finding their own way to the truth without anyone showing them. He suddenly got it someone else would figure all this out eventually, even without him. Just like Brittany right here, who was starting to get the whole concept of limits. Even if he wasn't around, the brainiacs of this world would eventually nail down these theories all on their own and then find the final path for themselves to unlock the world of modern science. Suddenly, Brittany slammed her hand on the table and yelled, "Blair, I've been talking for like ever. Are you even listening to me?" Her yelling totally snapped him out of his daydream. I'm listening." Right away, her face got all serious. her eyes basically drilling into him. Okay, then tell me. What's this part of the calculation even mean? Blair was so busted because he hadn't heard a single word. All he could do was stammer, Then right at that super critical moment, a clear voice called from outside, Blair, Miss Brittany, you guys home. That voice was a total lifesaver, pulling him out of a seriously sticky situation. Seizing the opportunity, he made a quick excuse to bail. Isabella, we're in here, he yelled, then bolted out the door, leaving Brittany sighing to herself. I knew it. He wasn't listening at all. But then a second later, she started wondering, was what I was saying too basic for him? Yeah, that's it. He's crazy smart. He probably figured all this out ages ago. So, what was he thinking about just now? Was he thinking about... Isabella, I knew it. My crush is so real. Meanwhile, outside, Isabella's jaw was on the floor, staring at chests overflowing with shiny gold as she totally freaked out. Blair, where in the world did all this come from? Did you go and rob the Apple City treasury or something? Hearing that, Blair just kind of scratched his head and was like, oh, it's just a little holiday bonus I got. Then he just remembered something, he turned and asked, by the way, Isabella, what are you doing back here so late? Right then, someone else stepped out holding a couple sheets of paper and asked, Isabella, you're back. I think I just figured something new out. Hearing that, Blair totally panicked, let out a couple of fake coughs, and immediately jumped in to shut the conversation down. He puffed out his chest, totally trying to get their attention. Hey, so school starts tomorrow. We can't just waste our last day of break stuck inside, right? What do you say we go shopping? It's on me for both you, Brittany, and you, Isabella. The second she heard that, Isabella's eyes totally lit up, and she was 100% in. She completely forgot all about the whole new discovery thing, and rushed over to hug Brittany. Brittany, let's go. A chance to spend Blair's money is like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We have to go now. Come on, let's go. If we wait any longer, he might actually change his mind. But Brittany, who was being dragged along, was still totally confused by all the hype and could only yell, wait, I'm not done with my math yet. In the end, she got dragged off anyway, leaving a totally shocked Blair shouting after them, hey, you two, wait up. The next day in class, Isabella randomly called out to Blair. He asked, kinda curious, what's up? Did you get stuck on another hard problem or something? Looking totally out of it, she propped her head up with her hand, then looked up and held out a piece of paper. It's not homework. It's the application for the academies after we graduate. There are 5 different ones in the royal capital, and I have no idea which one to pick. When he heard that, Blair took the form from her. The guy was so clueless he still didn't get it, thinking she just wanted some basic advice. He said super casually, what's the big deal? Just pick the one you like the most. With your skills, you could get into any school you want. Hearing that, Isabella just snapped. She snatched the form back from him and yelled, you are such an idiot, just forget it. Okay, I'm so done asking. Meanwhile, Bray was still totally lost. Huh, you seriously called me here just for this? But that's your call. I can't make that choice for you. Isabella's whole vibe got serious. She leaned over the desk and just asked him straight up, fine, then tell me this, which academy are you trying to get into after graduation? Bray was completely clueless with zero idea what she was thinking. He was like, I told you a million times, I'm not going anywhere. I just want to stay home and have a chill life. Hearing that, Isabella just turned and walked off without saying another word. Whatever. I know you're all about Brittany anyway. You can go. I want to be alone. After getting kicked out, a sad-looking Bray stood in the hall, his mind just a mess of questions. Okay, what in the world was that asterisk all about? That was so random. Don't tell me it's that time for her or something. Just as his imagination was starting to go wild, a voice from behind him totally snapped him out of it. Hey, Bray! The person who called him was this super pretty girl named Alice. Her face was all red as she mumbled, I kinda have something I need to tell you. Alice got closer, stopping right in front of Bray and said all shyly, Bray, for these academy applications, I'm gonna have to move to the royal capital. We probably won't get to see each other for a super long time, but I'll wait for you in the capital. When you get there, we could... But before she could even finish, Bray jumped in. Whoa, hold on, I'm not going to the royal capital. After graduation, I'm staying right here in Oppo City. I already worked it all out with Headmaster Angus. I'm gonna stay at the academy and be a teaching assistant after I graduate. Now it was Alice's turn to be completely shook so much that the thin piece of paper in her hand just slipped out of her fingers, fluttering down to the floor. What did you just say? The next thing he knew, she lunged forward, grabbing both of his shoulders. She started shaking him, her voice super urgent. With your skills, your future would be insane if you picked any of the schools in the capital. If you go to the Royal Academy of Science, you could be some genius scholar. And if you picked the Royal Magic Academy, you would for sure become a legendary mage. But all she got back was Bray's classic, I have no idea what's happening look. Whoa, Alice, that look on your face is intense. The guy just calmly looked at the girl in front of him and said softly, I appreciate you looking out for me, but I really like Oppo City more. Besides, I've already thought about this a lot for real. But in his head, he was thinking that compared to Oppo City, he'd way rather be with Miss Brittany. NGL, if she went to the royal capital, I'd follow her in a heartbeat. Hearing him, Alice finally got a grip and pulled her hands back. Oh, really, you know what, never mind. I was just asking. Oh, I just remembered I have some stuff I need to finish up, so I'm gonna go. But right as she was about to turn and leave, he suddenly grabbed her wrist and yelled, "Alice, wait up!" The whole vibe just froze, and it felt like time literally stopped. Everything just came to a standstill. A huge blush crept up Alice's cheeks as her mind started going a mile a minute. OMG, did he change his mind? With that thought, she made a secret promise. If Bray asked her to go to the capital with him, she would totally tell him how she felt, and they'd finally make it official. As Alice shyly tucked a piece of hair behind her ear, he finally said it. "Hey, you dropped this. This dude is so dense, it's unreal." Bray had completely snuffed out the massive spark of hope in her heart. He handed the paper he'd just picked up back to Alice, totally oblivious to how crushed she looked, and even added all helpful, "You should probably hang on to this. Don't want to lose something so important again." Alice was officially so over it. She whipped around, balled her hands into fists, and just stormed off, leaving Bray standing there rubbing his cheek and just wondering. Man is even sweet chill Alice having one of those asterisk days too. In a big classroom, everyone was just sitting there totally zoned out. Isabella, who'd just had that weird talk with Bray, was also just resting her chin in her hand, staring at the form she was holding like it held all the answers. Then all of a sudden, the paper was snatched right out of her hand, which made her jump. She looked up and saw it was Alice. Isabella totally snapped, "Alice, what the heck do you think you're doing? Give that form back to me now." But Alice just ignored her, looking at the application instead and saying all casually, "Chill out. I'm just looking. I'll give it back when I'm done." After a second, she looked over at her and asked, "It's blank. How come you haven't filled anything out? Didn't you say you were dying to get into the Royal Academy of Magic?" That question seriously hit a nerve. Isabella's face turned beet red, but she shot back stubbornly, "Why do you even care? I just don't feel like going to the Royal Capital anymore." "You got a problem with that?" That response pretty much sealed the deal for Alice. She sighed, her voice getting all emotional. "I can't believe you'd actually go this far for Bray. I'll admit it. You win this one." Being called out like that made Isabella get super flustered, her cheeks glowing red as she started to stutter. The scene switches to a street in Oppo City where this awesome golden sunlight was hitting the road. And then a sharp scream just cut through the air, totally killing the peaceful vibe. Ow, 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 what are you doing?" Turns out Isabella was twisting the heck out of Bray's ear, grilling him with one hand on her hip. "Okay, what's your deal? Alice has been gone for over half a month and you're still moping around." His ear was already bright red from her pinching. The guy yelped and weakly tried to deny it. "I was just spacing out for a second. It has nothing to do with Alice." But Isabella wasn't letting his poor ear go, giving it another twist as she said, "Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that. At her going-away party, Alice hugged you for like a whole minute and you were the only guy she hugged. So duh, of course you're thinking about her." Getting called out so hard, Blair felt so wronged that his eyes started to well up. He cried out, trying to ignore the pain. No, it's not true. I'm seriously not. That hurts like crazy. Let go." She finally let go, but not before puffing out her cheeks in a pout and letting out a loud, as if to say, "Whatever, I don't care. Totally tough on the outside, but a real softie inside." That's when Chen Luo finally snapped out of it, rubbing his sore ear resentfully. He immediately tried to set the record straight. "What kind of crazy ideas are you getting? Alice hugging me was just a polite goodbye hug. I was just busy thinking about..." He stopped right there, swallowing the rest of his sentence. Asterisk, how to make some fast cash. With that in mind, Chen Luo immediately put on his most charming smile. To get on her good side, he pointed to a stall nearby and asked, "See any books you like? I'll buy one for you." Isabella, still sulking, shot back, "Whatever." He totally took that as his cue. He quickly grabbed a book, turned to the shopkeeper with a huge grin and asked, "How much for this?" Right away, the owner clasped his hands together, squinting his eyes like he was some kind of pro, and went into full-on salesman mode. "You definitely have a good eye. This is the hottest bestseller right now, and it even has a gorgeous patterned hardcover. It's the perfect gift for the beautiful young lady with you, at a friendly price of just 20 gold coins." Behind him, Isabella cleared her throat softly, looking pretty happy about it. I guess this book isn't half bad." Just as the vibe was starting to warm up, Chen Luo shattered the moment with a piercing scream. "What?" he furiously yelled right in the seller's face. "You're charging 20 gold coins for a dinky little book like this. You might as well just go be a robber. It'd be faster." The shopkeeper was no pushover, though. He immediately got all defensive, and without a word snatched the book right out of Chen Lu's hands. He laid into him relentlessly. "Go ask around. Selling it to you for 20 gold coins is a total steal. If you can find it cheaper somewhere else, I'll literally eat this book. Besides, am I just selling books? Heck no. I'm selling knowledge, and knowledge is priceless." The young man unconsciously mumbled along. Knowledge. Priceless. That phrase seemed to really strike a nerve with Chen Luo. Isabella, standing beside him, couldn't take it anymore, so she tugged on his sleeve, pulled out her coin purse, and said, "Just forget it, Dai. Why don't you let me pay for it?" Suddenly, he grabbed her arm and decisively pulled her away. "Come with me." Being dragged off so abruptly, Isabella was completely confused and asked, "What has gotten into you?" Left behind was the bookshop owner, his face pale. The man broke out in a sweat, frantically waving and calling after them, "Hey kid, don't go, I'll sell it for 10 coins if that's no good. Let's just call it a friendly deal. Hey." Unable to get his customer back, The shopkeeper could only cross his arms and let out a bummed-out sigh. Kids these days are so weird. If he'd just haggled a little, I would have sold it for cheap. Why did he just bail like that? Meanwhile, our two heroes had arrived at another store, which looked like a cute boutique for girls. Chen Luo cheerfully pointed to a pretty pink hat on the shelf. This one. Isabella immediately tried it on, then turned to him a little shyly looking for his approval. Well, does it look good on me? Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Luo flashed a brilliant toothy grin. It's beautiful. Sir will take this hat. After they paid, the shopkeeper warmly waved goodbye from behind the counter. Thank you for stopping by. Isabella was now completely bewildered. Die. This hat also cost 20 gold coins. Why didn't you just get the book? He would have sold it for cheaper. As Chen Luo led her by the hand through the crowd, he said something that made her blush like crazy. Because this hat suits you way better. And as for the money, I don't mind. She looked incredibly happy, her eyes twinkling like stars as she gazed at him, thinking to herself, Dai can be so sweet sometimes. Meanwhile, he was totally lost in his own world. That scammer of a shopkeeper earlier was a total ripoff. But he wasn't wrong about one thing. Books have a price, but knowledge is priceless. And this world isn't the most valuable thing. I have my math knowledge from my old world asterisk. At this thought, he spoke up cheerfully. Let's go. It's time to head home and eat. But his eyes glinted with determination as Chen Luo had already cooked up a solid plan for his future. It was time to make it the big score. The plan had already formed in his mind, and it was to use the intellectual property protection laws of the Divine Grace continent to his advantage. But unlike in the 21st century here, science and technology are power, and super smart scholars hold a status pretty much equal to the nobility. For that exact reason, books here are crazy expensive, accessible only to a select few who are super rich. For many years now, countless people have lost their lives for messing with the intellectual property rights of scholars. Copyright laws here are like super strict with crazy punishments, so it's a total paradise for anyone creating stuff. Chen Luo was just chilling at this little table, thoughtfully flipping through a book, just letting his mind wander. Over here on the Divine Grace continent, geometry is basically the OG of math, the foundation for all their theories. It's also the one field that all the brainiacs are most passionate about. But get this, everything they've accomplished so far isn't even like 1/10 of the basic geometry from the modern world. You could see his pensive face reflected in the water in his cup. And plot twist, he just so happened to be a 12th grade math teacher, a total expert in plane geometry. He hadn't just mastered everything from simple lines to complex circles, he could prove every single theorem and corollary in crazy detail. Plus, back in the day, to handle those genius kids who always ask the hard questions, he'd even researched all these wild non-standard formulas and theorems, including stuff that was way beyond high school level that he'd studied like crazy. It seemed like if he put together a book with all the geometry he knew, it would for sure be a huge hit with the scholars on the Divine Grace continent. Not only could he live the good life off the royalties, but he could actually level up the scholars here. Starting from the most basic math logic to seriously boost their research skills, he slowly picked up the quill, making the first marks on the clean white paper. Chen Luo quietly decided, all right, let's do this. I'll use the original ancient Greek geometry as a base, cut out all the extra junk, and compile it into the ultimate geometry book series with insane influence. This is going to be my final mic drop for the math world. Half a month later, Chen Luo was still hunched over that same small table. The warm light from the oil lamp filled the room, and it looked like he had totally passed out. Yep, his head was tilted fast asleep right at his desk. Papers were scattered all over the place, proof of all his hard work. But in that exact moment, he shot up wide awake. It was Isabella screaming. She was yelling at the top of her lungs, "Wake up! Get up this instant!" From outside, Isabella didn't even knock and just stormed into the room demanding, "I've been calling you for like hours. Why didn't you answer?" Before she could finish, she saw something that made her totally speechless. Chen Luo was shirtless, about to put on his top. "I'm getting dressed. I'll be right out. Is something up?" Isabella's face turned bright red again as she stammered, You, just hurry up." The second the words were out, she slammed the door shut with a huge bang. At the same time, Chen Luo let out a huge sigh of relief. Phew, good thing I'm quick, or Isabella would have come in and nagged me to death. I absolutely can't let her find out about my treasure. He put on a black mask that covered the top half of his face, his determined eyes glued to the manuscript in his hands. Half a month of grinding had finally paid off. The geometry masterpiece was finished. It was a mix of wisdom from tons of people before him with his own creative genius sprinkled in. A totally perfect gem. You're a one-of-a-kind thing in this world. Don't worry, no one here will be able to resist you. Chen Luo turned and walked off, the tails of his black cloak flowing with every step, looking like a demon all over again. Chen Luo was a whole different story, a guy who loved to wreck foundations and crush what people believed. He thought of himself as a god, and believed only gods should be spreading knowledge and guiding people. So today it was time for Chen Luo to make his move. In President Calvin's quiet office, a sudden knock echoed. He frowned a little and called out, "Come in." President Calvin didn't even look back to see who it was, his mind still a total mess. Even though Luo Shen had helped them out last time beating that scholar Jia and saving them some face, the harsh reality was that The top math center was still Gia, which was always cranking out new theorems. Meanwhile, their side was dead silent. The person who just came in said politely, "Long time no see." "President Calvin, I heard you officially got the prez job for the city branch. Congrats." Only then did President Calvin turn around, and the person he saw left him completely stunned. "Where did a massive Lu Shen fanboy like you come from? I gotta admit that outfit is on point." The young man reached up and pulled off his mask, revealing a super familiar face. "It's me, Chen Luo." It was Calvin's turn to be totally frozen. Why are you dressed like that? Did you forget me? I knew it." Before Calvin could finish, Chen Luo cut him off. "Because today I'm here as Chen Luo to make a deal with you. I wonder if President Calvin would be interested." Hearing this, there was no way he could say no. Totally the opposite, actually. Calvin was so hyped by the offer, he slammed his hand on the desk. "As Lu Shen, are you about to drop a new theorem or something?" Like a second later, he slapped this huge stack of papers down on a table. Chen Luo just looked up and corrected the prez. "You're halfway there. I wrote a whole book." Calvin's eyes totally started sparkling. He clasped his hands together and was like, "Can I be the first one to read your masterpiece?" Chen Luo gave a quick nod to the simple request. "For sure." "Go ahead and skim it. I've still got a question for you." The president instantly grabbed the pages and started devouring them. A super mystical vibe started forming around Calvin as tons of geometric shapes just popped into existence. Right angles, triangles, circles, polygons, cylinders. This book was packed with all the gnarliest geometry problems that the math world was currently stuck on. The more Calvin read, the more his eyes lit up like these theorems were all brand new stuff he had never ever seen before. That's when Chen Luo asked from over his shoulder, "You're blazing through that. So what's the verdict?" All of a sudden, a loud thud echoed in the quiet room. President Calvin just dropped to one knee, his eyes shining like crazy, with his hands over his heart in this super dramatic way that totally shocked Chen Luo. "Luo Lu Shen, you'll always be my hero." As he said it, his eyes started tearing up, and he lunged forward to hug Chen Luo's leg. Even though Chen Luo was yelling, "OMG, let go of me, get up, you're getting my clothes all gross," Calvin didn't seem to care at all. He just kept muttering, totally overcome, "This book is the roadmap Lu Shen gave us regular people to climb the huge mountain of math. With this, Luon is definitely gonna be the #1 math kingdom in the world," he said, totally hyped. "Lu Shen, this book is an absolute miracle. Every scholar on the entire Divine Grace continent. No scratch that every single person who can read needs to see this. It's a legit miracle." Chen Luo was actually getting freaked out now, his face going pale. "Hold up. Why do I feel like he thinks I'm not even human anymore?" A little later, after waiting for the president to chill out, Chen Luo could finally get back to why he came. Okay. Let's get down to business. I want the Mathematics Association to publish this geometry book. And if you guys do, what do you think is a fair price for it?" In Calvin's mind, Chen Luo was basically a god. How could anything a god made be just okay? He immediately blurted out, "My lord, this book is a priceless treasure. I think 10,000 gold coins wouldn't even be close to enough." "No, it should be 100,000. But Chen Luo just shook his head hard and said firmly, "Just 10 gold coins." Calvin was so stunned by that answer, he had to ask again, totally shocked. 10 gold coins. Chen Luo let out a breath and started explaining to the guildmaster, "Do you really think I'm that obsessed with money? I never wrote this book to get rich. It was to let the light of knowledge reach every single corner of the Shannan continent, so anyone can feel how awesome math is." He said this while the guildmaster's eyes just got wider and wider. His voice was steady as he went on. "If we price it at 100,000 gold coins like you said, tell me how many people could actually afford it. How is the light of math supposed to reach everyone then?" That line totally launched Chen Luo's image to a whole new level in Calvin's eyes. It was like he was a saint, and Calvin was so full of admiration that he just started crying again. "My way of thinking is so selfish and lame compared to Lu Shen. He's right. Compared to the knowledge this incredible book brings, what does money even matter?" But deep down, Chen Luo wasn't thinking anything that noble. Every move, every word was all part of his master plan. Calvin is still so new to the business world. He doesn't get the whole sell a lot for cheap idea. I already did the math. At 10 gold coins a pop, the profit is going to be way bigger than charging a crazy high price to just the rich folks. Then he covered his mouth and gave a little cough. "Oh right, there was something else I needed to tell you. This geometry series is going to be my last work. From now on, I'm done with the math world. I'm going to focus on studying magic." When he heard that, Guildmaster Calvin totally freaked out. "But without your guidance, Lu Shen, what's going to happen to the future of math?" This whole dependency thing made Chen Luo think, "You're giving me way too much credit. You might think I'm some kind of god, but the truth is, I'm just hitching a ride on the shoulders of giants from another world." The people in that world faced impossible problems, struggled like crazy, not knowing what to do, and were totally lost. But because generations of them never gave up exploring, they finally reached the amazing level they're at today, and got to see the incredible wonder of the Cathedral of Mathematics. Thinking about that, he gently patted the guy's shoulder to calm him down. "I'm sure that sooner or later the day will come when the scholars Here will find their own way all on their own. After saying that, Chen Luo finally turned to go. Behind him, it literally took 3 people to hold Calvin up as he watched Chen Lu's silhouette fade away. His eyes were a mix of total admiration and pure awe. Lu Shen. No, it's gotta be Lord Chen Luo. What was that world he was talking about? Whoa, could he actually be from a world that's like way more advanced than ours? That place, it has to be the Divine Realm. Inside this totally epic palace, a bunch of girls were all raising their hands at once, reaching for this cool jade green orb that was just floating in the air. Then this girl with like shimmering gold hair knelt down super respectfully, hands over her heart, and said, "Your Highness, we found him. He's in the Luolan Kingdom. Get this, Shenanon, a being that's literally thousands of years old, decided to pop into our world as a guy named Chen Luo." Then totally out of the blue, a huge explosion just ripped through the place from behind. All the girls nearby were sent flying by the shockwave. Totally terrified, they all hit the deck and started bowing like crazy all at the same time. Your Highness, we're so sorry. We totally messed up locating him. It was a massive mistake, and we'll accept whatever punishment you think we deserve. Way up high, this ridiculously beautiful platinum blonde with a killer Ice Queen vibe was just watching them totally unfazed, resting her chin on her hand. She just waved her hand and ordered, "Find him, again. I want to meet him face to face." Instantly, you could hear all the girls below her scrambling to obey, totally relieved. The platinum blonde lowered her gaze, her tongue just flicking over her lips as she whispered, "This quiet little world looks like it's finally about to get a major shakeup." Chen Lu was like totally frozen, just staring at this insane mountain of gold coins, thinking, if I drag this home, Isabella is going to completely flip out. How would I even begin to explain this? Jasmine saw him just standing there